Book 20, Chapter 23, Red Caltrop Diamond. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 23, Red Caltrop Diamond. As Linley's group was leisurely romping its way through the infernal realm in a carefree manner. In the distant Moja continent. The Gudson, Kudasan, Mountains. Night descended. A nameless, mysterious mountain cave within the Gudson Mountains. A sloppy-looking man with long, loose hair was seated in the meditative position. In the darkness of the cave, his terrifying, scarlet eyes could still be seen. Alat, Aluadi, Brody, Buluadi, swear that one day, I will make you die. Make you die. A low growl emanated from the throat of this sloppy-looking man, filled with immeasurable anger. The sloppy-looking man's fists were clenched so hard that they shook. The sloppy-looking man swallowed his anger, then slammed a fist against the stony ground. Crack, a crack appeared in the ground. Although Brody's rage rose to the heavens, he was still cautious. He had set up a god realm long ago, making it so that the area within 10 meters of him was separated from the outside realm. Even if he shattered rocks and howled here, the outside world wouldn't hear a thing. That Alat was a high god. How will I take revenge? How will I be able to rescue Vidanica, Weduonika? Brody's mind was in a state of chaos. In the past, he and his wife Vidanica had been curious about the infernal realm, and had entered it, filled with eagerness towards what the future held. In his material realm, Brody was without question a supreme expert, because he was a god. In addition, he had 2 god-level divine clones, and a saint-level original body. A god, in a material realm, could be said to be invincible. But once he led his demigod wife into the infernal realm, they were casually tossed aside by the Muja army's soldiers and thus landed in the Latte tribe. Brody dreamed of struggling hard in training while earning some money, so as to go to the cities. After all, life in the tribes was filled with constant danger. Everything had progressed as he had planned. But who would have imagined that the leader of the Latte tribe, Alat, had actually taken a fancy to Brody's wife, Vidanica, upon seeing her. Without saying anything, he had seized her. The two, husband and wife, had been together for countless years, and they had arrived together from a material plane. In Brody's heart, his wife was more important to him than life itself. Although he had heard that some powerful people would forcibly take away some weak women, Brody had never imagined this would happen to him. Actually, after one became a deity, appearances no longer mattered. Deities could change their appearances. But the nobility and aura that came from the soul was different for each person. Some female deities looked ordinary on the outside, but had a particular charisma or aura which would attract some experts. If these experts were reasonable, they might slowly woo them. But if the women were to encounter tyrannical, domineering experts, they would simply be taken away. That year, when Linley, Delia, and Bibi had arrived in the infernal realm, others had warned Linley to be careful. Only, Linley hadn't been as unlucky as Brody. What should I do? Whenever Brody thought about his wife had been taken away, he felt so agonized he could go mad. He had once thought up a way to bring his wife back and rescue her. But his plans, in the face of the tribal leader's power and forces, they were nothing more than a joke. Afterwards, Brody had risked his life before escaping. And that was only because the tribal leader, Alat, hadn't cared about him, a god. There is no moonlight today. Everything outside is dark. It is time to head out. Brody's plan was very simple. He would hurry to a city, then use the meager resources he had accumulated over the years to go take the fiend trials. Upon becoming a fiend, Brody, would roam the infernal realm and train himself at the edge between life and death. There will come the day when I become a true expert and once more return to the Latte tribe. Brody said silently to himself, and then he suddenly moved, exiting the cave like a black shadow and entering the black night, beginning to advance at high speed. Training at the precipice between life and death, until the point at which he could defeat Alat? Brody himself knew that the chances of success were nearly zero. Alat was the leader of a tribe, after all. In terms of strength, he was most likely at the 5-star fiend or 6-star fiend level. Brody was a god. To want to one day be able to defeat Alot? The chances were too low. Brody executed the shadow shape technique, cleaving close to the ground as he constantly advanced. He didn't dare to make any noise at all, for fear of attracting attention from bandits. He was a god. In a material realm, he was an expert, but in the infernal realm, he was like a paper boat that would be overturned and annihilated by the smallest of waves. Suddenly, a red light seemed to flash past. Brody had been advancing at high speed, but he suddenly halted and frowned as he turned back to look. What was that? Brody felt his heart clench, and he couldn't help but draw closer to that faint red light which had just flashed past. There, hidden within the dry grass, a caltrop-shaped red diamond was lying on the ground. Upon seeing this red caltrop diamond, Brody felt as though his soul had been mesmerized by it. He couldn't help but reach out to grab it. Once the red caltrop diamond entered his hand, instantly, a unique energy instantly swept through Brody's entire body and soul. What a comfortable feeling! It seems as though this power can protect the soul. No matter how foolish Brody might be, he instantly understood that he had acquired a treasure just now. What sort of a treasure is this? Brody felt quite mystified. He had arrived in the infernal realm long ago, and had only stayed in this tribe. He hadn't even gone into any cities. How could a god like him know about the news regarding the overgod talismans? And how could he know what the item in his hands was? The only people who knew this information were either Azura-level experts or information brokers like the Black Sand Castle merchants. My soul seems to have become powerful. Brody couldn't help but feel shocked. Just as Brody was feeling stunned by the red caltrop diamond, a figure suddenly flashed past through the skies, then came to a sudden halt. This was a muscular man whose face was covered with green scales. My luck isn't bad. I found some prey while on patrol. Bandit groups had patrols as well. Most of the patrolling guards had divine clones back at the headquarters. Upon finding any prey, their clones would immediately send news back to the headquarters. Kid, you grabbed that red diamond. Whatever for? A snicker rang out from above. The red diamond was quite clearly visible in the dark night. However, Brody was too stunned by the special effect of this red caltrop diamond. After all, he hadn't lived for too long in the infernal realm by himself. He simply wasn't cautious enough. He hadn't imagined that a wandering patrol would just so happen to arrive at this moment. Brody lifted his head, and his face changed. In the darkness, deities would still be able to see to a certain distance. Flee! Brody didn't hesitate at all, transforming into a blur as he fled at high speed. Too late. The patrolling warrior above snickered. He was in no hurry to go kill Brody alone. Instead, he awaited his comrades. The other members of this lair of bandits, under the guidance of the muscular man's clone, was swarming on this position. Ha, kid, you came to our mountain. You think you can just leave whenever you want? Loud laughter rang out. Brody raised his head to look. You won't be able to leave. Brody turned his head to look. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 bandits had surrounded him. Brody's face turned ashen. Why? Why did it end up this way? Brody was in such pain that he wanted to howl in agony. He had just escaped the tribe, and his scheme of revenge had yet to even begin. And now, he had encountered bandits. I'm willing to join you. Brody said hurriedly. You are just a god. One more or one extra makes no difference. The leader laughed coldly. These dozens of bandits were led by a man in a violet robe, who was a high god. This bandit group numbered nearly 1,000 in total and had 3 high gods. They might be interested in a high god, but generally speaking, they couldn't be bothered about recruiting gods. Although they had quite a few people, for just a single one of the 3 leaders to lead some people over was enough to kill Brody. No, Brody wanted to say something. Brothers, kill him. The violet-robed figure gave the order calmly. Haha, dot. Accept death. The bandits were completely confident. Each of them launched their soul attacks or material attacks against Brody. No. No, Brody bellowed in rage. His revenge was incomplete. He had yet to rescue his wife. He wasn't willing to just die here. In the infernal realm, the number of people like him, who were unwilling to die, who had revenge left unfinished, were beyond number. Bang! Boom! Tens of bandit attacks descended. Brody frantically dodged, but he was still struck by 5 material attacks and 3 soul attacks, which struck his body. He's dead for sure. The violet-robed man and the other experts all believed this. A high god would be able to endure it, but this was a god. Brody had a look of astonishment on his face. He had been shattered, but in that same instant his body had been shattered. It had quickly reformed at a speed that exceeded the shattering speed. As for the soul attacks, those 3 attacks only made his soul tremble slightly. The red caltrop diamond contained a unique energy which effortlessly deflected those soul attacks. This red caltrop diamond was located at the core of the crown of life. In terms of power, it was more powerful than the 9 soul pearls. As for the pentametal crown, it was the least useful of them all. When Linley had attacked Mold, those 9 soul pearls had allowed Mold to stay alive. How could ordinary bandits kill Brody? The bandits were all stupefied. Brody lowered his head, looking at the red caltrop diamond in his hands. When he had encountered this earlier crisis, he had thought that the red caltrop diamond had a particular power which was capable of protecting his soul, which was why he was gripping it. But the effects of the red caltrop diamond vastly exceeded his imagination. I didn't expect that this treasure would be so powerful. Brody's eyes instantly lit up. In fact, Brody now felt as though the entire world was filled with light and color. With this, I'll be able to get revenge. I definitely will. Brody was wildly overjoyed. What's going on? The violet-robed man frowned. All together, kill him. Yes. The bandits, hearing the command of their third leader, immediately charged down and attacked Brody. Die. Brody held the red caltrop diamond in one hand and a short dagger in the other, wanting to kill the bandit ahead of him, so as to flee. You won't be able to flee. The bandits were completely confident as they launched their most powerful attacks. Brody completely ignored the enemy attacks, and his dagger split a bandit's head in twain. This kid's defense is so tough. The violet-robed man, watching this, frowned, then with a flicker, also joined the fray. Brody's speed was far inferior to this violet-robed man's. Scram! Brody forced back yet another bandit. He wanted to break out of an escape from this encirclement, but what he didn't realize was that a stream of violet light had already appeared in front of him. God! Too weak! The violet-robed man murmured to himself. At the same time, his violet glove-covered right hand gently smashed down on Brody's head. Smash! Only now, in the instant that he was struck, did Brody realize what had happened. Crackle, the violet-robed man's body actually began to tremble. The violet-robed man began to howl in agony. In but an instant, the violet-robed man collapsed, completely lifeless. A high god had died. What happened to the commander? The bandits were completely stupefied. This diamond, Brody felt wild joy in his heart. He himself knew very well what had happened. When the enemy had struck him on his head, the red caltrop diamond had instantly generated a bizarre, freezing pulse of energy that had wildly devoured the enemy's spiritual energy, instantly draining the enemy's soul dry and shattering it. This diamond harms enemies but not me. Brody tested using his spiritual energy to activate the red caltrop diamond, but as he thought, the surge of cold energy once more spread out. In addition, under Brody's guidance, it actually covered his black dagger. Brody seemed to have gone insane as he charged against the bandits. All the bandits who were so much as nicked by the dagger or who were touched by Brody's body all collapsed, quivered, then died. In but an instant, aside from 5 bandits who were so terrified that they immediately turned tail and fled, all of the bandits perished. With this diamond, why should I fear Alot? Brody was extremely agitated. He glanced at the distant mountain, then moved as fast as lightning, departing at high speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 24, Status. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 24, Status. Ever since the trip to the Blacksand Castle, where Linley saw the fake red caltrop diamond and pentametal crown, he had an additional goal in his mind. While adventuring through the infernal realm, every few years, Linley would make a trip to the Fiend Castle while in a city and investigate the intelligence reports regarding the Overgod talismans. Each investigation cost him 10 million inkstones. This price seemed to be high, but generally speaking, only true experts would be interested in this sort of report, as well as a few powerful high god merchants. 10 million inkstones, to such powerful experts and such wealthy merchants, wasn't a very high price. Jade Float Continent. Cold Calm Prefecture. Good Hope City. Linley's group was wandering the streets of Good Hope City. Linley laughed as he glanced at Bibi. Bibi, Good Hope City is Nis's old home. Supposedly, her elder brother, Salomon, resides here within Good Hope City, and is in charge of managing the entire city's administrative matters. Now that Nis has taken Yaina to go see Salomon, why don't you go as well? Salomon? I can't be bothered to go visit him. Bibi said disdainfully. Are you still holding a grudge over what happened that year at the volcano range? Delia laughed with a wry twist to her lips. Salomon's behavior back then did, indeed, cause Linley, Delia, and Bibi to cease considering Salomon a friend. Not long after Bibi and Nis had wed, however, Bibi had accompanied her to meet Salomon. Last time I went to see Salomon, it was because I was worried that Nis would feel unhappy. Unless it is necessary, I can't be bothered to go see him. I look down on his sort of person. Bibi said. That Salomon is indeed unworthy of befriending. Yale spoke as well. Yale and Reynolds both knew of some things that had happened in the past. Let's go. The Fiend Castle is up ahead. Reynolds chuckled. Everyone knew that upon entering a city, Linley would generally insist on going to the Fiend Castle. The Fiend Castle was fairly empty, and even in the main hall on the first floor, there were few people present. Linley, in quite a familiar manner, headed straight to the stairway towards the 3rd floor. Help me make an investigation into any news regarding the Overgod talismans. Linley walked to a nearby counter on the 3rd floor, then handed over his Fiend emblem. In the Fiend Castle, whether one wished to accept a mission or to engage in an investigation, one had to first be a fiend. An ordinary person, even a rich one, wouldn't be qualified. News regarding the Overgod talismans? The skinny elder with short black hair who stood behind the counter raised his head, glancing sideways at Linley, then snickered, 1-star fiend. Linley. You are a merchant? The short-haired elder had investigated and realized that Linley was a 1-star fiend. Naturally, he came to this conclusion. No need to concern yourself. Linley laughed calmly. Kid, making a fake Overgod talisman to swindle others won't be that easy. The short-haired elder snickered, then pulled out a scroll. This is the most up-to-date collection of information on the Overgod talismans in the entire infernal realm. The price to read it once is 10 million inkstones. Linley casually tossed out 10 fist-sized azurites. These large azurites were equivalent to 1 million inkstones. When reading through this scroll, if you desire a scryer recording which pertains to something in the scroll, just tell me. The short-haired elder was quite lazy, he didn't even bring out the scryer recordings. Linley didn't mind, instead flipping through the scroll. The scroll was divided into sections pertaining to the pentametal crown, the 9 soul pearls, the red caltrop diamond, and the over-god decree. They were arranged by date. Linley flipped directly to the section on the red caltrop diamond and began to read, starting from the latter sections. After all, he had read much of the earlier parts previously. While holding the red caltrop diamond, this person's wounds instantly healed? And there's a scryer recording? When holding the red caltrop diamond, this person was able to sense the edicts of fate and was able to immediately become a high god? There's a scryer recording proving this as well? Linley, seeing these reports, couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. There were many fake stories. For example, while holding a fake red caltrop diamond, one might swallow a pill concocted by an expert of the edicts of life, then allow others to attack oneself. At the same time one was being injured, the effects of the pill would activate, and one's wounds would naturally heal. From the scryer recording, however, it would appear as though it was being done by the fake red caltrop diamond. This one is interesting. While holding the red caltrop diamond, one would have an indestructible body. Only, there is no scryer recording. Linley glanced at the last one, then laughed. This report is really ridiculous. While holding the red caltrop diamond, not only does one have an indestructible body, but anyone who touches him will die? As Linley saw it, the crown of life should be a healing, curative item. After all, that was the type of energy held within the pentametal crown as well. The 9 soul pearls were also designed to save others. Linley thus came to the subconscious conclusion that the same was true for the red caltrop diamond. But he had forgotten. Experts of the edicts of life were able to save others, but also able to harm others. Since the crown of life was able to save others, of course it was able to harm others as well. Oh, and this doesn't even have a scryer recording. This comes from the Muja continent? A god who wielded this red caltrop diamond was able to kill a group of gods and a high god? There isn't even a scryer recording. Anyone can make this sort of story up, and there is no way to verify it. Not credible. Linley's gaze swept past it, then he continued to read the reports below. Only if Linley felt a report to be credible would he bother to see the scryer recordings. Hey, are you done yet? The short-haired elder said with a frown. Why are you rushing us? Yale, not too far away from Linley, couldn't help but snap back as he stared at the short-haired elder. I'm just asking you all to hurry up. The short-haired elder glanced sideways at Yale. Also, this is the Fiend Castle. Don't make a fuss here. The short-haired elder was a high god as well. Given that it was forbidden to fight within the castle, generally speaking, this elder didn't treat customers with a great deal of courtesy. Given that Linley was a 1-star fiend, he would be all the more looked down upon. Don't be in a rush. Wait a while. Linley glanced calmly at the short-haired elder, then continued to leaf through the intelligence reports. Right at this moment, footsteps rang from upstairs, making their way down below. Oh, quite a few people have come to buy intelligence reports today. A gentle voice rang out from far away. Linley turned his head to glance at the speaker, and in total there were 3 figures walking over. The leader was a gold-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged man, who had 2 green-robed women following behind him. The short-haired elder behind the counter, upon seeing this person, was badly startled and hurriedly bowed. Governor! Sit! The gold-haired, blue-eyed man laughed calmly. Right. Give me a report and scryer recordings regarding the various challenges to the Lord Prefects the Infernal Realm has recently seen. In the Infernal Realm, for 7-star fiends to challenge Lord Prefects was a commonplace event. Yes, Governor. The short-haired elder was very meek. The gold-haired, blue-eyed man glanced at Bibi, then frowned, somewhat puzzled. Then he walked to the counter and accepted the scroll that the short-haired elder handed him, along with the many scryer recording crystal balls that were now on the counter. At this moment, Linley and the governor were reading shoulder to shoulder. The gold-haired, blue-eyed man glanced at the nearby Linley out of the corner of his eyes. His face suddenly changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Are you Lord Linley?" "HRM?" Linley turned to glance at him. "Who are you?" Linley didn't recognize this person at all. Governor, the short-haired, skinny elder, upon seeing the governor act so respectfully towards Linley, couldn't help but say hurriedly, "His name is Linley, but he is only a one-star fiend." "Shut your mouth." The gold-haired middle-aged man gave an icy glance to the short-haired elder. "One-star fiend?" A look of surprise flashed through the gold-haired man's eyes, then he looked at the fiend emblem in the short-haired elder's hands. "Saya, Shia, hurry up and go exchange that fiend emblem for a 7-star fiend emblem." The short-haired elder was shocked. A 1-star fiend had just become a 7-star fiend? Based on the rules of the Fiend Castle, one could only be promoted through taking on missions. How could it be changed by a whim? Governor, the green-robed woman behind him, Saya, couldn't help but feel puzzled. The governor of a city's Fiend Castle was exceedingly strong, true, and an individual at the 7-star fiend level. But that didn't mean he was qualified to directly hand out 7-star fiend emblems. Don't worry. If even the Paragon-level expert, Lord Linley, isn't qualified to be a 7-star fiend, who in the infernal realm would be? The gold-haired man laughed. "Oh, you recognize me?" Linley gave him a surprised glance. The gold-haired man smiled. Information regarding supreme experts such as paragons are under the personal control of the governors of the Fiend Castles. I even have detailed information regarding the events of the Planar Wars, and I even have scryer recordings of the several battles you engaged in, Lord Linley, before you became a paragon. More importantly, I myself participated in that Planar War, and I saw you, Lord Linley. Linley was startled. But of course, a 7-star fiend like myself was nothing more than a captain in the armies. Lord Linley, when you and Lord Magnus were engaging in that great battle, we were all watching. It is only normal for me to recognize you but for you not to recognize me, Lord Linley. The governor laughed. In the planar battlefield, he was nothing more than a simple soldier. Just now, when I first saw Lord Beebe, I was startled and felt he looked familiar, but I didn't react in time. I didn't even dare imagine that you, Lord Linley, would be here. But upon seeing you in person, Lord Linley, I came to my senses. The governor laughed while speaking. Linley couldn't help but chuckle as well. Intelligence reports were divided into levels. Although Overgod missions sounded important, and should be ranked as top-grade intelligence reports, in reality, there were simply too many fake reports, and so they would naturally be ranked lowly and be managed by ordinary high gods. Information regarding paragons or sovereigns, or regarding some ancient secrets, however, weren't purchasable with money alone. Paragon? The short-haired elder stared nervously at Linley. A 1-star fiend? Was actually one of the legendary, invincible paragons. Linley and the governor chatted for a while, then Linley took his fiend emblem and left. By now, however, he had a new 7-star fiend emblem. What a pity. There is too much fake information. A few sounded plausible, but they didn't even have scryer recordings. Linley left regretfully. After Brody had acquired the red caltrip diamond, given how completely destitute he was, he naturally had taken the interspatial rings of the bandits and their divine sparks as he left. After countless trials, Brody discovered that as his spiritual energy grew more powerful, the amount of that unique energy he could summon from the red caltrip diamond increased as well. Thus, Brody decided to fuse with a divine spark. He had 2 divine clones. In order to gain revenge, he was willing to allow one of them to fuse with a divine spark. Rising from god to high god, even through fusing with divine sparks, meant that the soul would skyrocket in power. The Muja continent. An ordinary tribe. The Latte tribe. Alat, come out. This bellow echoed throughout the air above the Latte tribe. The warriors of the Latte tribe stared in surprise and terror at the fiendish, godlike figure who stood there in the air. That formerly weak Brody had become so powerful and terrifying upon his return. The corpses currently littering the ground were the results of the earlier battle against him. No one was able to touch Brody and survive. Brody, you became a high god so quickly? I imagine you fused with a divine spark. You didn't run far away, but instead dared to return? You really are looking for death. A figure suddenly floated up into the air above the castle. Dressed completely in black armor, this man's entire body, including face, was covered. Only a pair of golden yellow eyes could be seen. This was the #1 expert of the Latte tribe, the leader of the tribe, Alat. Baraman, Baliman, let's continue our discussions on cooperating later. I'll go deal with this punk first. Alat lowered his head and smiled towards an old man with curly brown hair. Chief Alat, feel free to go take care of your internal matters. I'm in no rush. Old man Baraman laughed calmly. Alat was very confident, because he was a 6-star fiend level expert. As he saw it, although Brody was able to kill many warriors, the reason was primarily because he was a high god, and also because he had probably come up with some sort of unusual attack. But Alat didn't care about that, because as he saw it, the difference in power between them was too great. There were no tricks Brody could use. In battle, one had to rely on true ability. If he, a 6-star fiend, was unable to kill a high god who had just fused with a divine spark, that would be quite bizarre. My wife? Brody growled. Your wife? Alat laughed. Your wife is pretty obstinate. She'd rather die than submit. Still, I'm in no rush, I'll slowly train her. And now, I'll kill you first. Alat waved his hand, and a 2-meter-long blood-red giant sickle appeared. The 6-star fiend, Alat. The high god who had become one through usage of a divine spark, Brody. They stared at each other in midair. I should be able to see Alat's power in this battle. The old man with the curly brown hair looked at the two men above the castle, smiling while using this scryer technique to record this battle. Actually, not just him, many of the tribal experts who trained in the laws of water were all recording this battle. Feel honored to die beneath my supreme technique. Alat let out a calm laugh, and then his body flashed out in a red arc as the giant red sickle slashed down. Slash! A giant spatial rift appeared. For a 6-star fiend to be able to tear a hole in space represented that the strength of his attack power was fairly high amongst 6-star fiends. Humph, Brody just used his black dagger to block it. Clang! The black dagger was actually shattered. Too weak. Alat laughed disdainfully as the red sickle in his hands chopped towards Brody's skull. Crackle! As the red sickle chopped into Brody's skull, Alat suddenly felt his blow become powerless, because the damaged head was actually healing at a rate so rapid that the red sickle wasn't able to chop any further. What is going on? Alat was shocked. Die! Brody discarded the dagger in his hand, then stretched his hand out, snatching at Alat's sickle-wielding right hand. As their hands touched. Alat felt a terrifying powerful energy ravenously devour at his soul. The devouring power was simply too strong. I'm impossible? Alat frantically tried to resist. Die! Alat wildly chopped at Brody with his sickle, but each blade was only able to leave a scar on Brody's body and go no further in. In the blink of an eye, though, even the scar would disappear. It could be said that Brody had an indestructible body. Impossible? Completely impossible? Alat had never heard of something like this before. You are actually able to endure. Brody's face changed. This is because my soul is too weak, so the amount of energy I am able to control is too low. Rumble, the red caltrop diamond emitted a trembling sound, and a bizarre, icy cold green light surged forth, filling Alot's body. As this surge of icy energy joined as well, Alot was no longer able to resist, and his soul was instantly devoured. The many tribal warriors below were all stunned. They just saw a green light flash, and then, Alot died. That is? The face of the curly brown-haired elder, Baraman, changed. He was an expert on par with Alot, and his divine sense discovered that the green light was emanating from a red caltrop diamond. A red caltrop diamond? Can it be? Baraman suddenly thought of something he had once heard of. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Swoosh! Baraman didn't stay in the tribe any further, immediately, stealthily fleeing. Vidonica! Brody grew agitated as he excitedly flew towards the castle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 25, A Sudden Shockwave. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 25, A Sudden Shockwave. The hazy light of the blood sun seemed to cover the entire Latte tribe with a layer of bloody gauze. The entire Latte tribe was deathly silent. The battle with Brody had caused nearly 10% of the god-level warriors of the tribe to perish. Although this didn't sound like a large number, 10% represented the lives of hundreds of gods. Fortunately, this was the infernal realm, and everyone was accustomed to slaughter and death. Thus, the Latte tribe quickly returned to normal, and the former number 2 expert of the tribe, the escort captain Bolin, became the new chief. I don't understand. How could that kid Brody have become so powerful? Last time, when he fled the tribe, he was just a god. Even I could have killed him with ease. His strength was quite average. But after 10 short years, just 10 short years. Inconceivable. How could he have grown so powerful? Just before starting the battle, the chief himself said that Brody was nothing more than a divine spark high god. But the chief, a 6-star fiend, died to him. All sorts of discussions were currently going on within the Latte tribe. Some of those dead brothers of ours have some surviving divine clones. They all said that Brody's body contained an unusual energy that was able to devour souls. I saw it as well. It was a ray of green light which killed the chief. I used the scryer technique to record it down. Hey, let me tell you something. I was fairly close to Brody, and I was able to find through divine sense the source of that green light. It was a caltrop-shaped red diamond he was holding in his hand. As I see it, the reason Brody became so strong has to have something to do with that unusual diamond which emanated that green light. Brody had already taken his wife and flown away long ago. This was the reason why these tribesmen now dared to discuss these things. I heard that curly brown-haired elder was named Baraman, and that he wanted to buy the scryer recordings of Brody massacring the tribesmen earlier? A tall, skinny, white-haired youth asked. Right. Just yesterday, Lord Baraman returned once more to buy the previous scryer recordings. He was willing to pay 1,000,000 inkstones for each recording. He really does live up to his reputation as a true expert who even Chief Alot received with sincerity. He really is generous in his actions. Right, tell me, why do you think Lord Baraman purchased the scryer recordings from us? The tall, skinny, white-haired youth let out a chuckle. Doesn't that go without saying? He definitely wants to accumulate enough scryer recordings, the more detailed the better, and then auction them off to the fiend castles. Brody, a high god who fused with a divine spark, while holding that unusual diamond, was able to kill a 6-star fiend. I've never heard of such a terrifying treasure. That diamond definitely is an incredible treasure. For Brody to have such power when wielding it, if it was a 7-star fiend or a Lord Prefect who had the treasure, how mighty would it be? As I see it, Lord Baraman wants to rely on this information to earn a huge fortune. Few idiots were able to become deities. The guesses of the tribesmen were correct. The 6-star fiend, Baraman, could be considered an expert in the infernal realm. He knew about the Overgod missions, and he understood that this red diamond might be the legendary Overgod talisman, the Red Caltrop diamond. An Overgod talisman. What sort of treasure was this? But Bahramon also knew that whether the Overgod mission was real or false was hard to say. Thus, Bahramon collected as much detailed information as he could, totaling tens of scryer recordings, then offered them at a sky-high price to the Fiend Castle. In addition, he actually dared to guarantee that the Red Caltrop diamond which he, Bahramon, had located, was as valuable as a sovereign artifact, even if it wasn't an Overgod talisman. The price was 1 trillion inkstones. This price, to the Fiend Castles, wasn't worth mentioning. But a fairly wealthy 7-star Fiend's entire net worth might be only around 1 trillion inkstones or so. And what's more, it was uncertain as to whether or not the Overgod mission was even real. If he set a price which was too high, the Fiend Castle could simply send its own people to investigate independently. The deal was made. The Fiend Castle spent 1 trillion inkstones and purchased this intelligence report. The Fiend Castle staff members verified the report, and then were convinced that the Red Caltrop diamond which emanated that green light was definitely a unique treasure. All of the Fiend Castles of the Infernal Realm thus received a copy of this report. The Red Bud Continent. The 3rd floor of a city's Fiend Castle. What sort of intelligence report do you need? The staff member behind the counter said calmly. Information regarding the Overgod mission. 10 million inkstones, right? A silver-haired, cyclopean youth said coldly while handing over 10 million inkstones and his Fiend emblem. The intelligence agent behind the counter verified the Fiend emblem. His attitude instantly became more respectful, and he immediately brought out a scroll and scryer recordings. After viewing the scryer recordings and the scroll, the silver-haired cyclopean youth turned and prepared to leave. But the staff member suddenly said, Mr. Sigu, our Fiend Castle just received some information regarding the Overgod talisman, the Red Caltrop diamond. This information is absolutely real. The diamond mentioned by the report, even if not an Overgod talisman, is definitely a spiritual treasure comparable to a sovereign artifact. Oh? The silver-haired cyclopean youth turned his head suddenly. Either an Overgod talisman or a treasure comparable to a sovereign artifact? Right. The staff member nodded with complete confidence. This is absolutely true. What is the price of this report? The silver-haired cyclopean youth said coldly. To someone like you, Lord Sigu, the price isn't that high. Only 90 billion inkstones. The staff member said with a smile. This price caused the silver-haired cyclopean youth to frown as well. The Fiend Castle was quite clever in setting prices. 90 billion inkstones meant that the price was within the tens of billions. If they set the price at 100 billion, that would be on a different level and give people a different type of feeling. The report that they had purchased for 1 trillion inkstones would thus only have to be sold at 90 billion inkstones for 11 or 12 times in order for them to recoup their investment. Fine. The silver-haired cyclopean youth waved his hand and removed an interspatial ring, then tossed it over. There are 90 billion inkstones within this. Lord Siga, please wait a moment. This sort of important report is being carried by the governor himself, who carries it with him. I will ask him to provide it. Please wait. The staff member was very courteous. Sigu was a 7-star fiend. Generally speaking, the intelligence agents would only recommend this sort of information to someone who reached the 6-star fiend or 7-star fiend level. Those who were too weak didn't have the money to buy information of this level. Moments later, the silver-haired cyclopean youth received the intelligence report. He flipped through the contents of it while also viewing the dozens of scryer recordings. Something which allows a high god who fused with divine sparks to defeat a 6-star fiend? The silver-haired cyclopean youth was shocked. He didn't hesitate at all, immediately flying out of the Fiend Castle at high speed. As a 7-star fiend, the silver-haired cyclopean youth instantly raised his speed to the highest limit as he flew towards the Moja continent. The fiend castles were spread throughout the infernal realm. The infernal realm had many experts, and quite a few of them were able to purchase this sort of information. Many of them, upon seeing the detailed contents of this report, began to converge towards the Muja continent. Unfortunately, the infernal realm was simply too vast. It would take too long for people from other continents to hurry to the Muja continent. But fortunately, the experts also traveled quite quickly. Jade Float Continent. Grace Seal City. Linley's group was leisurely wandering about the city. Afterwards, they habitually arrived at the third floor of the local fiend castle, and Linley once more purchased information regarding the Overgod talisman. Linley flipped through the intelligence report, then turned to leave. Lord Linley, I have another set of valuable information regarding the red caltrip diamond in specific. The intelligence agent said hurriedly. After having inspected Linley's fiend emblem, he already knew that Linley was a 7-star fiend. Oh, valuable information? Regarding the red caltrip diamond? Why did you separate it from the other related reports? Linley laughed as he looked at the intelligence agent. Boss, the fiend castle really knows how to make money. BB sighed. All businessmen are evil, you know. Yale chortled merrily. Yale had been the manager of the Dawson conglomerate. He knew quite a bit about business. The intelligence agent laughed awkwardly. Lord Linley, ordinary people aren't qualified to view this intelligence report, and the price we paid to acquire it was astronomical as well. We can't operate at a loss, you know. Our fiend castle has already verified the information in this report, and we are able to vouch that this red caltrip diamond, even if it isn't an overgod talisman, is something comparable to a sovereign artifact. Oh? Linley's eyes lit up. Lord Linley, are you willing to buy it? The price isn't high, just 90 billion inkstones. The intelligence agent said hurriedly. 90 billion inkstones, to the current Linley, truly was nothing. It must be understood that even an ancient clan like Salomon and Nis had hundreds of trillions of inkstones. And the price of a single drop of sovereigns might far surpass 100 trillion inkstones. In addition, although the Four Divine Beasts clan which had previously spread its power throughout the Greater Plains had retreated from those plains, the wealth that they had acquired over the years hadn't declined. Their wealth was truly astronomical. As the number one expert of the current Four Divine Beasts clan, Linley naturally wasn't treated stingily by the Four Divine Beasts clan. They gave him with an interspatial ring filled with wealth. As to how much it held, Linley didn't even try to calculate it. To the current Linley, wealth didn't mean anything any longer. All right. I will buy this intelligence report. Linley nodded. Lord Linley, please wait momentarily. I will immediately go make the request of the Lord Governor. The intelligence agent was overjoyed, and he hurriedly left while speaking. Linley's group waited momentarily, and as they did, BB mentally spoke to Linley. Boss, the price the Fiend Castle requested is so high, and they hid the report in such a secretive manner. Do you think that the red caltrip diamond they found might really be the Overgod talisman? BB also knew that Linley was in possession of 2 of them. Possibly. Linley nodded. Although on the surface, he looked calm, in his heart, Linley was unable to repress his excitement and anticipation. I already have 2 of them and only lack a single one. Once the 3 come together, I can offer them to the Overgod of Life and make a request. Linley knew that he could request an Overgod artifact, and that his request would definitely be granted. But Linley didn't want it. He just wanted Grandpa Doring to once more appear before him. Footsteps rang out once more. Several figures suddenly walked out, with the leader, a handsome, black-robed youth, hurriedly striding forward and bowing upon seeing Linley. Greetings, Mr. Linley. Governor, his subordinates, including the intelligence agent, were all stunned. The power level of the governors of the Fiend Castles were not all the same, but generally speaking, they were at least at the 6-star Fiend or 7-star Fiend level. I heard that you wanted to take a look at this report, Mr. Linley. Lord Linley, please feel free. As for the fee? No need to mention it. The black-robed youth behaved very modestly. Those ordinary staff members of the Fiend Castle, upon inspecting the Fiend emblem, would only take Linley to be a 7-star fiend. The governors of the Fiend Castles, however, all knew of Linley's famous name. Which of them would dare charge a Paragon-level expert 90 billion inkstones? Thank you, then. Linley laughed calmly as he accepted the intelligence report. He understood that since they insisted on letting him view it for free, if he insisted on paying for it, it would actually make them feel awkward. These are scryer recordings pertaining to this intelligence report. The governor, seeing that they hadn't been laid out yet, couldn't help but feel quite excited as he personally placed down one crystal ball after another. Linley carefully read through the intelligence report, then viewed the scryer recordings. After gaining a deeper level of understanding, Linley's heart began to tremble. 9 out of 10 says this is real. In addition, the size is completely identical. Linley was incomparably excited, because the information he just saw from Baraman and the Latte tribe had come from quite a few people using their divine senses to inspect the red caltrip diamond. These people knew how large the diamond was, and so naturally they had described it. The size perfectly fits that caltrip-shaped indentation. And the power of it. When Linley thought about how he was going to acquire the third talisman and complete his task, he felt incomparably excited. Not good. Linley's heart trembled. If I manage to acquire all 3 Overgod artifacts and the Overgod shows himself, the sovereigns will definitely know the truth. Perhaps, in their rage, they might come to deal with me. Linley began to worry. BB. Linley sent mentally. Yes, boss? BB was startled. Hurry up and lead everyone out from the Jade Float Continent's teleportation array. Return to the Yulan continent for now. Afterwards, ask Lord Beirut to help out and arrange for those family and friends of ours who are living in the Skyrite Mountains to immediately return to the Yulan continent. Linley instructed solemnly. Boss, what are you? BB was shocked. I'm just preparing against all possibilities. Given the status sovereigns have, they probably wouldn't be so shameless as to vent their anger against my family and friends, but I'm not willing to take that risk. Thus, it's best to plan things out early. Linley made his decision quite firmly. After rescuing Grandpa Doring, I will immediately return to the Yulan continent. At worst, in the future, I'll just remain in the Yulan plane and never go to any of the higher planes or divine planes again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 26, The Struggle. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 26, The Struggle. Sovereigns vent their anger? BB, hearing Linley's words, understood how grave this was. Boss, you are a soul mutate. There is no need for you to bring all of your divine clones to this battle. BB sent mentally. Linley, hearing this, immediately felt these words made sense. That's true. I'll just bring my original body and divine wind clone. As for the other 3 divine clones, they will return to the Yulan plane. After becoming a soul mutate, each of Linley's clones were roughly on par with each other. Aside from his original body, which had a stronger will, his water, earth, and wind souls were on par, with his fire clone being weaker. In addition, since he was a soul mutate, his divine wind clone could also, for example, use earth-type divine power to attack. Linley only needed to bring his original body and 1 divine clone, and he would thus still be able to unleash his maximum power. BB, give me that Godspark weapon you forged. Linley sent mentally. It must be understood that the other 2 talismans were hidden within that Godspark weapon. Boss, it is best if I stay with you here. BB sent. If you were to take this Godspark Longstaff and leave, others would find it suspicious. After all, boss, you aren't skilled in using staff-type weapons. But if I hold the weapon, others won't be suspicious. Linley hesitated momentarily, then agreed. Prior to this, the plan was to have BB lead everyone away, but now his divine clones would naturally play that role. Whether or not BB led everyone away no longer matter. Fine, that's what we'll do. I'll head out right now. Linley's divine fire, divine water, and divine earth clones merged into one, leading Delia's group towards the Jade Float Continent's teleportation array and returning to the Yulan continent. As for Linley's original body, divine wind clone, and BB, they departed from the Jade Float Continent and made haste towards the Moja continent. The Jade Float Continent was located in the eastern part of the Infernal Realm, while the Moja continent was in the southern part. The distance between the two was far closer than the distance between the Redbud continent and the Moja continent. Given Linley's current level of power, the speed at which he closed in on the Moja continent was extremely fast. Whoosh, dot. A metallic lifeform pressed against the surface of the Starmist Sea, advancing at high speed. 2 years had passed since leaving the Fiend Castle. Based on the intelligence report we received, 8 years have passed since Brody killed the Latte tribe's chief. Linley frowned. 8 years, where has Brody fled to? Boss, do you think Brody is like you? He's just a high god who fused a divine spark. He won't be able to make it that far. BB was extremely confident. The Moja continent is so vast. Based on the location of that tribe, Brody definitely hadn't flown from the Moja continent yet. That's not what I'm worried about. It's the teleportation arrays. Linley said, worried. The Latte clan was roughly 1 billion kilometers away from one of the teleportation arrays of the Moja continent. 1 billion kilometers, for a high god, even one traveling with his wife, 8 years is more than enough to get there. Boss, are you saying? BB was startled. Right. If he paid money to teleport to another plane, then things will be difficult. Linley was worried about precisely this. If he teleported away through the transportation arrays, especially to another one of the divine planes or higher planes, such as the Netherworld, he would be randomly assigned to one of the 2 teleportation arrays of the Netherworld. BB frowned. Boss, we heard this news a bit late. Without question, quite a few people learned of this before we did. The Moja continent has quite a few experts as well, and their movements will have definitely been faster than ours. I imagine that they would have surrounded his region. Brody wouldn't be able to flee as easily as he wishes to. Linley nodded slightly. But boss, BB suddenly said with a frown, I've discovered a problem. Although I saw Brody in the Scryer recording, I don't know anything about his aura. However, if Brody changes his appearance, even if he stands before us, we wouldn't be able to recognize him. Linley let out a resigned laugh. I thought of this issue long ago. Indeed, this is the case, we've never seen him before. Thus, if he changes his appearance, we wouldn't recognize him even if he stood right in front of us. But we can do a few things. First, we can go to the Latte tribe and invite someone who lived there to accompany us. The Latte tribesman definitely should recognize Brody and know his aura. Upon seeing Brody himself, the tribesman will definitely know who he is. Secondly, we can wait for others to catch Brody first. After all, quite a few people are in pursuit of him, and all of them are quite cunning. They will surely have many methods by which they can spread out their web of influence to catch him. That's all we can do. BB nodded. By now, the metallic lifeform had already entered the Moja continent region. Only, the Latte tribe was in the center of the Moja continent. On the way over, Linley and BB traveled for a total of 3 years. They were now finally nearing one of the cities close to the Latte tribe. The governor of the Fiend Castle of this city knew who Linley was, and began to immediately and warmly assist him. Mr. Linley, during this recent period of time, many experts have come in search of that Brody. More than 100 6-star fiends and 7-star fiends have come to visit our fiend castle alone. All of them went to invite members of the Latte clan to assist, and they also set up their influence webs to search for him on a large scale. Have they tracked down Brody? Linley asked. 3 years ago, Brody made a return trip to the Latte tribe before departing once more. The bald, silver-robed man said hurriedly. 3 years ago? Linley couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. A high god who had fused with a divine spark wouldn't be able to travel too far in 3 years. Aside from that visit 3 years ago, did no one else find any trace of Brody during these past 3 years? Linley asked. Some have. It was just 2 months ago. A 6-star fiend found him, but that Brody was too sly, he managed to escape. The governor laughed while speaking. Linley nodded slightly. 2 months ago? It seemed as though Brody shouldn't have been able to run too far away. Tell me the exact location of the Latte tribe. Linley said. Mr. Linley, how about I personally accompany you on a visit to the Latte tribe? The governor was very friendly. That won't be necessary. Linley laughed calmly. After learning the precise address, Linley and BB immediately made haste to the Latte tribe. In recent years, the Latte tribe had been visited quite a few times by 6-star fiends and 7-star fiends, who had invited tribesmen to accompany them for a very high price. All of them are standing on the mountain, hoping for an expert to take them in search of Brody. They are all doing this for money. A grim, black-faced old man glanced at the tribesmen who were standing atop the tall mountains. He couldn't help but let out a cold snort. The payment those experts offered is exceedingly high. Generally speaking, 10 million inkstones or more. Just recently, our chieftain himself received 100 million inkstones in remuneration. Our chief's divine clone immediately took this wealth to a city to live a peaceful life. If someone were to invite me and give me 100 million inkstones, I would accept, even if it cost me a divine clone. A round, chubby-faced, adorable-looking youth spoke out eagerly. Indeed, the lives of many of the tribesmen of the Latte tribe had changed dramatically. After all, only a single divine clone was needed for going to recognize a person. In your dreams. Do you think that those experts truly don't care about money? The black-faced elder snickered. The vast majority were only given 10 million. Only a single person was given 100 million. Kid, you want someone to give you 100 million? How laughable. Focus on your training. In the end, personal power speaks loudest. Humph! The chubby-faced youth, upon hearing this, couldn't help but let out a low snort, no longer speaking with the grim elder. Whoosh! A blur flashed past, and 2 figures appeared before them. The round-faced youth and the grim elder were both badly startled. This speed was simply too fast. They carefully looked at the person in front of them. The newcomers were a brown-haired youth and an adorable, skinny youngster. You are. The grim elder couldn't help but speak in surprise. He had never before seen someone as fast as these two. Linley swept them with his gaze. Nodding, he said, do the two of you recognize Brody? I do. The round-faced youth immediately came to his senses and called out, Brody and I were neighbors for nearly 1,000 years. Don't listen to him spout rubbish. The grim elder said hurriedly. That kid just lived with Brody on the same mountain. Although Brody and I weren't neighbors, we often met. I would recognize him at a single glance. Although earlier he acted as though everything was beneath him, when opportunity came knocking, the grim elder grew excited as well. Laughing calmly, Linley nodded. Fine, then. The two of you, follow me. On this trip, there will be many experts who will be fighting over the treasure, and I will be one of them. I might not be able to protect you too. How about this? If you follow me, each of you will receive 500 million inkstones. 500 million inkstones? The The round-faced youth and the grim elder exchanged glances, then stared around themselves, quite cautious. There is nobody nearby. Linley laughed calmly. Hey, old fellow, we're now on the same boat. Don't go running around bragging wildly. Wait for us to enter the city, then brag. The round-faced youth said mentally. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. The grim elder said. Prepare to head out. Linley immediately paid each person 500 million inkstones. As Linley saw it, to give them 500 million inkstones wasn't that much, given that he was causing two gods to face such danger. But to these low-level denizens of the infernal realm, upon acquiring 500 million inkstones, they would be able to live an extremely comfortable life in the infernal realm in the future. The black, sword-shaped metallic lifeform was advancing at high speed. So fast. The round-faced youth and the grim elder were both quite stunned. They had both released their divine clones and had them take their newfound wealth and keep it peacefully within the Latte tribe. They were waiting for their opportunity, for the Latte tribe's metallic lifeform to head to a city. Only then would they leave together. Boss, according to the intelligence reports of the city, 2 months ago, Brody appeared in this region. BB said. I know. Linley had already completely extended his divine sense, and everything within 8 million kilometers was now within Linley's range of inspection. There are no powerful experts nearby. Linley continued to hasten forward. Given the speed at which Linley was able to control the metallic lifeform, in but a few days, he would be able to completely investigate the 100 million kilometer area surrounding this place. Given Brody's speed, in 2 months, he would at most be able to move 100 million kilometers or so. The other 7 star fiends who relied on sovereign power to investigate, however, would have a far smaller reach than Linley did. In addition, given how fast sovereign power leaked out, they wouldn't be able to search for too long. This made it that these people would find it hard to find Brody. However, Linley didn't recognize Brody either. What he needed to find was a place where many experts were gathering. That would be the place where Brody was. Lord Chegwin, that Brody fled into these Neville Mountains, nowhere. A dragon-shaped metallic lifeform flew through the skies. There were 6 individuals within it, with the leader being someone with long green robes, violet lips, and a closed eye slit in the middle of his forehead. This devilish-looking man was the person who had just barely escaped dying in Linley's hands not long ago, Chegwin. In the stellar corridor of the planar battlefield, Linley had killed 2 people at one go, but Chegwin had been able to escape thanks to his 2 protective sovereign artifacts. The 2 of you lead one of the Latte tribesmen inside to search for Brody. No matter what, I must acquire that red caltrip diamond. Yes, me lord. The 2 7-star fiends bowed, then each led a group of people into the Neville Mountains. At the same time, they left behind a divine clone within the metallic lifeform, so as to be able to report back to Chegwin at all times. 2 months had passed. As time had gone on, Brody, no matter how crafty he was, found that the area in which he could hide in was growing smaller and smaller. By now, the only place left for him was the Neville Mountains. Lord Chegwin, I have discovered Brody. However, there is another 7-star fiend who has also located him. One of the 7-star fiend's divine clones said hurriedly. Let's go. Chegwin's eyes lit up and he barked hurriedly. He immediately collected his metallic lifeform. Chegwin didn't even pay any attention to those Latte tribesmen, instead immediately following the 7-star fiend's divine clone to advance forward rapidly. Chegwin, where are you rushing towards? A familiar voice rang out in Chegwin's mind. Chegwin turned his head, only to see 4 figures fly over. You, Linley? Chegwin's face changed dramatically. I discovered quite a few people moving in this direction. It seems as though that darkness element high god being chased is Brody. Linley laughed calmly. As soon as his divine sense had located Chegwin, he had immediately hurried over. Given Chegwin's power, he definitely had a chance to seize Brody. Unfortunately, Linley had arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 27, The Critical Point. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 27, The Critical Point. Lord Chegwin, the struggle going on up ahead for the red caltrop diamond is extremely tight. We need to go there right away. One of the two 7-star fiends by Chegwin's side sent frantically to Chegwin. Shut your mouth. Chegwin sent back. Although these two 7-star fiends were Chegwin's subordinates, they didn't participate in the last planar war. Chegwin hadn't told anyone about Linley either, and so these two didn't recognize him. I didn't expect that Linley would come as well. Chegwin began to worry. According to the intelligence reports regarding this red caltrop diamond, it is very likely that this is an overgod talisman. Even if it isn't, it is a sovereign artifact level treasure. If I can acquire it, I would offer it to the chief sovereign. Perhaps the chief sovereign would think of a way to help me acquire a third sovereign artifact. The overgod talisman was within his grasp. How could Chegwin bear to give it up? I didn't expect that you, Mr. Linley, would come as well. Chegwin laughed calmly. Might I ask what you have come here for, Mr. Linley? Recently, there has been much rumor regarding this red caltrop diamond treasure. I'm quite curious about it. Linley said with a calm laugh while flying forward. Chegwin, let us travel together. It would be my honor. Chegwin wasn't impatient, instead opting to follow behind Linley. Chegwin had seen Linley's power, and he knew that if he were to fight against Linley head-on, Linley would be able to kill his subordinates with the flip of a hand. As for Chegwin himself, although he had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact and a defensive sovereign artifact, making it hard for even Linley to kill him, it wouldn't be too hard for Linley to drive him into chaotic space. Chegwin didn't have any divine clones located elsewhere. If he were to be driven into chaotic space, it would be hard for even a sovereign to locate him. After all, chaotic space was so boundlessly vast that it was comparable to nearly almost all of the other planes combined. How would a sovereign search for someone in such a vast expanse of space? The only way it could be done was if a divine clone accompanied the sovereign to point the sovereign in the correct direction. Lord Chegwin, the experts over there are more and more numerous. If you don't intervene, then Leah, and I won't be able to hold on by ourselves. The 7-star fiends sent frantically. Don't be impatient. Chegwin sent back. Linley arrived. It won't be so easy for others to acquire the red caltrop diamond. Linley. Who is he? The 7-star fiend sent back while giving a glance at Chegwin. Chegwin had never mentioned Linley to him in the past. After all, the story was an embarrassing one for Chegwin. Why would he discuss it with his subordinates? A high god paragon. This was Chegwin's sole response. The 7-star fiend was badly frightened. As for Linley, he was puzzled. Chegwin is the emissary of the chief sovereign of light. Can it be that he is here because the chief sovereign of light has asked him to search for the overgod talismans? What Linley was worried about was that the sovereigns were paying attention to this matter. Linley swept Chegwin with his gaze. Chegwin was currently behaving extremely respectfully. The two high gods behind Chegwin were fairly average in strength. Linley had never heard of them, nor did he care about them. As far as the current Linley was concerned, ordinary 7-star fiends were indeed nothing. Even Lord Prefects and Azuras would just attract a bit of attention from Linley. After all, he already stood at the true peak. Amongst deities, there were none capable of defeating him. Chegwin, I plan to speed up. Come with me. With but a thought, Linley sent divine earth power surging out, surrounding the group of people. Swish! A ray of earth and yellow light shot through the air, and a heartbeat later, Linley's group had already arrived at a location deep within the Neville Mountains. Deep within the Neville Mountains. 100 figures were flocking here. Ha, I didn't imagine that I, Brody, would actually draw attention from and be surrounded by so many experts. Laughter rang out from one mountain forest, and then, in midair, multiple figures suddenly appeared. There was a single figure within the forest as well. Clearly, these people had already completely surrounded Brody. Only, nobody dared to go seize it. So many people have actually come for it. A big bearded muscular dwarf mumbled, his green eyes sweeping the others with his gaze. I recognize 56 7-star fiends, and the others are probably 6-star fiends. In addition, there are even 1 or 2 Azura-level experts mixed in. Everyone understood that the red caltrop diamond was a hot, yet hard-to-hold item. Most likely, if anyone went to seize it, that person would suffer the attacks of the rest of the group. Nobody was confident in being able to seize it, then survive an array of attacks from this huge group of 7-star fiends. Right at this moment, a black-robed, loose-haired man slowly flew out from the mountain forest. His eyes were filled with amusement, and he casually glanced at the group of people surrounding him. Haha, unexpected, truly unexpected. Brody was actually able to cause so many experts to join forces in pursuing me. Such an honor this is. Even if I, Brody, were to die, it would be worth it. This person was Brody. Surrounded by multiple layers of people, he no longer ran and revealed himself instead. Swoosh! Just as Brody spoke out, a green figure suddenly flew towards him, clearly wanting to seize the initiative. Humph! A cold snort rang out. Rumble, a fiery red blade shadow rose from the heavens, shattering through space and instantly chopping down upon that green figure's body. A blurry light suddenly flashed in the green figure's eyes, and he managed to resist the power of this terrifying attack. Still, he was knocked flying away. Instantly, all of the other foolish, impulsive people retrained themselves, not daring to attack. At this moment, the loose-haired Brody stood there in the air above the mountain forest, surrounded by a large number of supreme experts. Brody, however, didn't seem to know that he had reached the end of the line. He actually smiled as he looked at them, then said in a clear voice, "Everyone, tell me, with so many of you here, who should I actually give the diamond to?" The many 7-star fiends and 6-star fiends all looked at each other, not making any sound. That's the easiest question ever. A clear voice rang out. Just give it directly to my boss. A large sphere of earthen yellow light suddenly appeared in midair. The earthen yellow aura dissipated, revealing 7 people. It was Chegwin and his 2 subordinates, along with Linley, Bibi, and the 2 tribesmen they had brought with them. What incredible speed! Chegwin's 2 subordinates were stunned. Lord Chegwin. Upon seeing Chegwin, quite a few of the 6 and 7-star fiends called out in surprise. They were all stunned. After all, compared to Linley, Chegwin had been famous for for countless years. Even amongst commanders, he was a supreme expert ranked close to the top. Chegwin's information had been public for a long time now. But Linley had only participated in a single planar war very recently. News about him had yet to truly spread. Although there were a group of 6-star fiends and 7-star fiends here, while Chegwin was alone, in truth, he could still fight them all. Because he had 2 sovereign artifacts. It looks like we have no hope. The big bearded dwarf said with a snicker. No hope at all. A callous, silver-haired youth gave a sidelong glance at the distant Chegwin as well. Chegwin was able to fight against everyone here. Even if they all fought over the red caltrop diamond, Chegwin would be able to seize it. In addition, these 6-star fiends and 7-star fiends were no fools. All of them knew that if one had to compare the value of their lives with the value of a treasure, their lives were still more important. You are Lord Linley? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Linley turned to look, only to see a 6-star fiend staring at Linley in surprise. What, you recognize my boss? Bibi winked at this 6-star fiend. Ah, Lord Linley. I just participated in the previous planar war. I was fortunate enough to see Lord Linley and Lord Magnus battle. I didn't imagine that you would come as well. This 6-star fiend was very excited. He then glanced at the surrounding people and said loudly, "Everyone, now that Lord Linley has come, there's no point to fighting. This red caltrop diamond will go to Lord Linley." "He's Lord Linley?" Of the 100+ people present, there were 2 or 3 others who knew of Linley. Only, they didn't know what he looked like or what his aura was like, and so they weren't able to recognize him at a glance. Chegwin smiled as well. "Everyone, the person by my side is the #1 expert of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, the High God Paragon, Lord Linley. Everyone, do you still want to fight over the red caltrop diamond?" Hearing these words, the other 6 and 7-star fiends were simultaneously shocked and began to repeat the same words. "High God Paragon, Udot." That was an invincible individual who was able to execute commander-level experts as easily as cutting grass. If he wanted the red caltrop diamond, who would be able to take it from him? Linley couldn't help but glance at Chegwin. Chegwin was actually speaking on his behalf? Lord Chegwin? Brody, hearing those surprised calls, had begun to understand that Chegwin was probably a supreme expert. But now, it seemed that next to Chegwin was a legendary High God Paragon. Linley? Brody gave Linley a close look. "Brody, hand over the red caltrop diamond and offer it to Lord Linley. His lordship might spare your life. If you don't hand it over," immediately, a 7-star fiend who stood far above him snapped out in a cold voice. "Shut your mouth, punk." Brody raised his head and bellowed angrily. "You," the 7-star fiend was enraged. "Poof. I don't give a damn if you are a 7-star fiend, a lord prefect, a sovereign's emissary, and even if you are a high god paragon, so what?" Brody raised his head to stare at the surrounding area, then intentionally stared straight at Linley. "Let me tell you this. The red caltrop diamond is in my interspatial ring. If you want to seize it, then I will crush it." An interspatial ring was being held between Brody's fingers. If he applied force to it, it would definitely shatter. Linley felt anxious. If Brody really does go berserk and breaks the interspatial ring, although the red caltrop diamond inside it won't be destroyed, it will be trapped into chaotic space. How will I then find it? Brody, don't be too hot-headed. If you break it, you will definitely die. Chegwin barked coldly. "Do you think I don't dare to?" Brody stared straight back at Chegwin. "Shut your mouth." Linley gave Chegwin a cold glance, and all Chegwin could do to respond was to laugh awkwardly, then step back. In his heart, though, he felt extremely bitter. Linley, in turn, understood. Chegwin isn't able to acquire it for himself, so he probably actually wants Brody to destroy it so that I won't be able to acquire it either. All of you, listen up. Brody laughed smugly. He suddenly felt as though what he was doing right now, barking orders at a large group of 6-star fiends, 7-star fiends, and a paragon, was quite an impressive accomplishment. Paragons, what untouchably lofty figures were they? But today, he, Brody, was able to put on airs in front of a high god paragon. You'd best not piss me off. If you do, I'll shatter this interspatial ring, and none of you will be able to acquire it. Brody snickered. The 7-star fiends and 6-star fiends didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid of angering Brody into shattering the ring, thus causing Linley, who would be angry at having lost a chance to acquire the red caltrop diamond, to vent his rage upon them. That would be terrible. Linley looked at Brody, then laughed. Brody, speak. What do you want in exchange for giving me this red caltrop diamond? Paragons really are paragons. You are so straightforward. Brody smiled. Simple. First of all, you need to guarantee my survival, and that I'll live to teleport through a transportation array and leave the infernal realm. Second, you need to give me tens of trillions of ink stones. I trust this sum isn't anything for a paragon like yourself. Third, you have to give me some sovereign's might. I don't need too much, just a few dozen drops. I need to stay alive as well. If you agree to my 3 conditions, I will give you this red caltrip diamond. Brody said it all in one breath. This was a price he felt was very, very high. Whoa! Instantly, deep breaths could be heard from everywhere. Letting Brody leave safely wasn't an issue, but the next 2 requirements were too wild. Tens of trillions of inkstones? Generally speaking, the total net worth of a 7-star fiend was just 1 trillion inkstones or so. As for Sovereign's might, ordinary 7-star fiends would dream of acquiring so much as a single drop. Yet this Brody said he didn't want too much, just a few dozen. What a greedy demand this was. Fine. I agree. Linley smiled and nodded, the look on his face unchanging. Brody was stunned. He had made extravagant demands with the goal of making Linley bargain with him, but Linley had just straightforwardly agreed. Paragons are this wealthy? Brody mused to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 28, Toyed with. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 28, Toyed with. Brody was a god to begin with. He acquired the red caltrip diamond by accident, then killed quite a few bandits, acquired a darkness element high god spark, fused it, and became a high god. His experiences were quite limited. He had only lived in a single tribe. How much wealth had he seen? After killing the tribe's chief, Alot, and acquiring his interspatial ring, Brody had instantly acquired a fortune of hundreds of millions of inkstones, which had completely stupefied him. Just now, he was just listing an extravagant sum for negotiating purposes. He was just talking. There are 50 trillion inkstones and 50 drops of destruction-type sovereigns might inside this. Linley removed an interspatial ring, smiling as he looked at Brody. As long as you give me the red caltrip diamond, it is yours. 50 trillion inkstones, 50 drops of sovereign's might? The gazes of the surrounding 6 and 7-star fiends grew heated. In truth, a single drop of sovereign's might was worth far more than 50 trillion inkstones. Unfortunately, Brody didn't understand how much sovereign's might was worth in terms of inkstones. He had only used inkstones before, so that was naturally what he wanted. As for sovereign's might, he had only heard of it. Wonderful. Brody laughed as he looked at Linley. You really are a high god paragon. It seems my asking price was too low, but those surrounding 6-star fiends, 7-star fiends, and guides from the Latte tribe couldn't help but stare at Brody. He had asked for an astronomical sum already. Could it be that this Brody didn't feel satisfied and wanted more? But I, Brody, live up to my word. If I asked a low price, then I asked a low price. Brody laughed as he looked at Linley. Lord Linley, I originally made 3 requests. The first one was that you have to safely escort me away from the infernal realm. I, Linley, swear by the over-god of life that if you, Brody, hand me the red caltrip diamond, I will send you safely away from the infernal realm. Linley said straightforwardly. Brody was startled. Excellent. Brody lowered his head, looking at the interspatial ring, a pleased smile on his face. Then Lord Linley, this interspatial ring is now yours. As he spoke, he tossed it out. Right at this moment. Swish. Swish. 2 rays of translucent light shot towards Brody from behind. Soul attacks? Linley's face changed. High god paragons were fast, but they weren't faster than soul attacks. The ring. Linley flew forward. Suddenly, an arm stretched out, grabbing Linley by the shoulder. Linley turned, only to see that it was the nearby Chegwin who had grabbed him. Linley's gaze instantly turned cold. He stared coldly at Chegwin, then sent furiously, Chegwin, you are looking for death. At the same time, Linley's shoulder vibrated, knocking Chegwin's hand aside. Ha, Mr. Linley, don't be impatient. right at this moment. A surge of terrifying, devouring force was applied to Linley's body. Linley wanted to fly towards Brody, but wasn't able to move that quickly. This is... Linley turned to look. Behind Chegwin had appeared the enormous illusion of a gigantic divine beast, the Swanee lion. Chegwin was like Dylan, his original form was that of the divine beast, Swanee lion, and he had a third eye. Only, Linley had never cared, because although the gravitational pull of Chegwin's innate divine ability might be strong, he wouldn't be able to devour Linley. But Chegwin had suddenly used Sovereign's might first, then used his innate divine ability, Heaven Devourer. The power of the pull of this technique was so great that although Linley was able to resist it, he wasn't able to move quickly. Those 6 and 7 star fiends were stunned. Had the Sovereign's emissary, Chegwin, gone stupid? He actually dared to act against a high god paragon? BB was stunned as well, but two people didn't hesitate, the 2 7-star fiends Chegwin commanded. The 2 7-star fiends, while launching their soul attacks, also threw themselves towards Brody. Everyone was situated fairly close to Brody to begin with, while Linley was tied down by Chegwin, who had used both Sovereign's might and his innate divine ability. In that short period of time, Brody's interspatial ring fell into the hands of one of the 2 7-star fiends, that callous, green-haired man. The effect of the Heaven Devourer ability wore off. Chegwin! Linley, enraged, moved to grab Chegwin by the arm. Mr. Linley, oh, that is, mighty high god Paragon, Lord Linley. Please let go of me. Otherwise, my subordinates will shatter that interspatial ring. Chegwin wasn't nervous at all. Linley stared coldly at Chegwin. I have 2 sovereign artifacts. You won't be able to kill me. At most, you will drive me into chaotic space. Chegwin laughed calmly. Chegwin didn't fear Linley. Chegwin currently had leverage over Linley. If Linley were to attack, Chegwin's subordinates would immediately shatter the interspatial ring. Excellent. Linley began to laugh from rage. The red caltrop diamond did in fact impact Linley's mindset. In Linley's heart, this last talisman, the red caltrop diamond, represented the life of Linley's grandpa. Perhaps if it was something else, he would have mercilessly driven Chegwin into chaotic space and killed those 2 7-star fiends. But for this, he was not. The air above the Neville Mountains. More than 100 experts were watching as Linley released Chegwin. Has Chegwin gone insane? He is offending a paragon. Can it be that Chegwin believes that in the future, the sovereign will always be protecting him? It would be impressive if a sovereign lowered himself to help defend against a deity even once. He can't always do that. Those 6 and 7-star fiends all believed that Chegwin had gone stupid. After all, in the infernal realm, virtually everyone believed that the grudges of deities was a matter to remain between deities. Sovereigns were lofty and far above deities, they might occasionally intervene, but if they did so often, most likely they would be secretly criticized. But no matter what, the interspatial ring was in Chegwin's hands. Boss. BB said frantically. It's fine. Linley stared coldly at the distant Chegwin, then sent mentally, perhaps the situation won't be too terrible. Eh? BB looked at Linley, puzzled. Boss? What are you saying? BB didn't understand Linley's words. I saw those 2 people suddenly attack Brody. Linley sent. I was worried, but not that they would seize the ring. It was that Brody would instantly shatter the ring. Although a soul attack is fast, an automatic response by a deity, a clenching of the fingers, is unquestionably faster. BB nodded as well, agreeing to that. One might not be able to dodge a soul attack, but one would still be able to react. It would be simple to crush a ring. But Brody didn't crush it. He was killed, but he still didn't crush this ring. Linley sent. Boss, are you saying? BB began to guess what the answer was. Actually, when I only saw Brody and didn't find his wife, I began to suspect that this Brody was nothing more than bait. Only, I had thought that perhaps Brody separated from his wife in order to protect her. I didn't think too much about it. Linley looked carefully at the distant Chegwin and the other two. But now, even at the point of death, Brody didn't crush the interspatial ring. And so, I truly have some suspicions about it. Boss, are you saying that there is no red caltrip diamond within the interspatial ring? BB sent. Possibly. Linley sent back. But it's hard to say. If Brody still has a surviving divine clone, then the ring shouldn't be accessible. The two 7-star fiends serving Chegwin merged with their clones, and then offered the interspatial ring to Chegwin. Chegwin held the ring, then laughed mockingly towards Linley. Linley, in the planar war, you were quite incredible, but now, this treasure is mine. Although this was what Chegwin was saying, he felt puzzled as well. He couldn't help but glance at the corpse of Brody which lay in the mountain forest. This Brody actually didn't crush the ring before dying, but Chegwin's earlier actions hadn't been intended to acquire the interspatial ring for himself. Rather, Chegwin wanted Brody to destroy the ring and make it so that no one could acquire it. Drip! A drop of fresh blood fell down from Chegwin's finger, landing atop the interspatial ring. If the boss guessed accurately, then this Brody was just bait. He must have had other divine clones that fled, and so there's no way to open this interspatial ring. BB stared closely at it. Linley stared as well, and the surrounding 100 experts all watched as Chegwin bound it by blood. The drop of blood fell atop the interspatial ring. Under everyone's gaze, the blood slowly seeped into it, then was absorbed by it. What just happened? BB was shocked. Strange. Linley didn't understand. Logically speaking, the interspatial ring shouldn't be bindable. Only if all of Brody's clones were dead would the interspatial ring be bindable by blood. Can it be that I guessed wrongly? Brody was struck from behind by soul attacks and was caught off guard, and so didn't have time to crush the interspatial ring? Linley frowned. Ha ha. Chegwin laughed smugly towards Linley. Linley, I didn't expect it either. This interspatial ring actually fell into my hands. And I was actually able to bind it with blood, but unfortunately, this interspatial ring is mine now. Even if you drive me into chaotic space, I will take it with me. The Sovereign will definitely save me, and your actions will make it so that the Sovereign has a reason to kill you, Linley's face sank. Ha, are you very angry, very enraged? Too bad. It's useless. Chegwin was very smug, very happy. Aren't you very powerful? What, you don't dare attack now? Chegwin laughed jubilantly. He had 2 protective sovereign artifacts. Even Linley wasn't able to kill him. Chegwin, you are formidable. Linley was very calm. I haven't personally seen the red caltrip diamond. Can you take it out to let us see it? Of course I can. Chegwin's laughter became positively evil. Even if I hold the red caltrip diamond on my hand, would you be able to take it from me? Chegwin wasn't Brody, there was no way he would be killed via ambush. In addition, with but a thought, Chegwin could store the already bound interspatial ring into his body. BB stared coldly at Chegwin. Everyone. Chegwin glanced at the surrounding people. He wanted to make it so that this surrounding group of people would spread the word of how he had held down Linley today. This red caltrip diamond, according to legend, is an overgod talisman. But of course, it's uncertain as to whether it is real or not. Since Mr. Linley wishes to see it, I'll satisfy his wish. As he spoke, Chegwin inserted his divine sense into the interspatial ring. Chegwin's smile bloomed onto his face as the red caltrip diamond suddenly appeared in his hands. Chegwin smiled as he looked at everyone. This is the red caltrip diamond. Mr. Linley, have you seen it clearly? Chegwin smirked towards Linley. It really is the red caltrop diamond. Bibi was shocked. Linley frowned, but he immediately spread out his divine sense, and then a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Chegwin, the legendary red caltrop diamond possesses the power to make a high god who fused a divine spark to defeat a 6-star fiend. Have you discovered some particular power in your red caltrop diamond? Chegwin was stunned. In the midst of his joy, he hadn't thought about this at all. And now, he too realized that this red caltrop diamond didn't contain any unique energy at all. Impossible. This came from Brody's interspatial ring. It is definitely real. Chegwin didn't want to believe it. Poof. There are far too many fake items like this. Brody's counterfeiting abilities were mediocre. Just by checking it with divine sense, one can discover hints that it was man-made. Linley laughed calmly. Ha, Linley, stop talking rubbish. You weren't able to get it, so you want to trick me? Nobody has ever seen this red caltrop diamond. Who knows if it is real or not? Perhaps this red caltrop diamond's unique energy needs a special method to guide it out. Chegwin said confidently. In addition, this is an overgod talisman. One thing is for certain, overgod talismans are indestructible. Watch, see how tough it is. As he spoke, he applied a bit of force to it with his finger. He was just putting on a show, and didn't actually use much strength. Crack, dot. The fragile red caltrop diamond shattered at that slight touch. It transformed into countless gemstone shards, falling to the ground. This, Chegwin was instantly stupefied, and he stared with round eyes. The 100 surrounding experts were all abuzz. They, too, were stunned. So the Brody they had surrounded and chased for so many years had actually produced a fake red caltrop diamond. It is actually fake. Can it be that there was no such treasure to begin with? Lord Chegwin did all that for nothing. These experts were all chatting amongst themselves. As they saw it, the news that the red caltrop diamond was fake was even more interesting than it would have been if it were real. Even if it was real, they wouldn't have been able to get it. But for it to have been fake, this was just priceless. Linley gave Chegwin a cold glance, then he turned to look at the round-faced youth by his side. He sent, "Do you know how many divine clones this Brody had?" Although Brody hid his strength, I am certain that he definitely had more than one divine clone. The round-faced youth sent with certainty. Linley nodded slightly. He glanced at the corpse of Brody on the ground. Linley had already noticed via divine sense that this Brody only had a single divine spark in his corpse. Brody has at least another divine clone somewhere else. In addition, it seems as though he intentionally did not destroy the interspatial ring before dying. This was because this interspatial ring was to be left by him to fool everyone here. Linley understood that most likely, Brody had never bound this interspatial ring by blood. That was the only explanation for why Chegwin was able to bind the ring with blood after the death of Brody's divine clone. Brody played an entire group of supreme experts for fools. Linley glanced at Brody's corpse below. And then he left behind an interspatial ring with a fake red caltrop diamond inside. Clearly, he wanted to use this method to mock this entire group. For a high god who fused with a divine spark to toy with so many people, impressively vicious. Linley sighed internally. It seems as though Brody wasn't quite willing to give up his red caltrop diamond treasure. Linley now completely understood what Brody had been thinking. This divine clone of his was nothing more than bait to attract the attention of many people. Most likely, years ago, when he made a return trip to the tribe, the goal was to draw these people over. Most likely, Brody's original body has taken the red caltrop diamond and his wife to flee somewhere else long ago. Linley shook his head. Still, Linley could accept this outcome. If the red caltrop diamond had fallen into the hands of the chief sovereign of light, Linley would never have access to it. But for it to be in Brody's hands, meant there was still hope. Ha! Chegwin began to laugh from rage. He lowered his head to look at Brody's corpse. I didn't expect that Chegwin would actually be tricked by you, a high god who used a divine spark. Chegwin was no fool either. Upon learning that the red caltrop diamond was fake, he immediately extrapolated quite a few things. Quite a few surrounding experts looked at Chegwin. For the sake of this red caltrop diamond, Chegwin had thoroughly offended Linley. Just now, he even satirized and arrogantly mocked Linley in a smug manner. But after finding out that diamond was fake, he had lost tremendous face. Quite a few experts had secretly used the scryer recording technique to record it down. Let's go. Linley didn't want to stay here. This Brody really is crazy. BB glanced at Brody's corpse. He had looked down on Brody, but now, BB actually felt that this Brody had a bit of ability. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 29, Begging to be Spared. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 29, Begging to be Spared. This red caltrop diamond is actually a fake. Chegwin hovered there in midair, his long green robes fluttering. The muscles at the corners of his eyes were twitching. He couldn't help but lower his head to look at the corpse of Brody amidst the mountain forests. Information which the Fiend Castle guaranteed as being real, definitely wouldn't be fake. I made my own investigations as well, and the dwellers of the Latte tribe had proof as well. Thus, the red caltrop diamond definitely was a treasure. Where is the real one, then? Chegwin had collected quite a bit of intelligence. Your lordship, Brody's corpse only had a single divine spark inside it. We investigated earlier. He had more than just a single divine clone. The true red caltrop diamond must have been taken away by his original body. A 7-star fiend standing behind Chegwin sent mentally to him. I know. Chegwin's eyes were filled with insidiousness as he let out a cold snort. Chegwin wasn't a fool. Of course he knew what Brody had schemed. The infernal realm had countless demigods and gods. For some of them to use divine sparks to become high gods was nothing. There were many deities who wanted to be dazzlingly glorious for a brief instant, even if it meant dying, so long as it was in an explosive manner. They didn't want to die silent, unknown deaths to bandits or in battles. Deaths of no value. Indeed, Brody's death had caused the many 7-star fiends here to all remember him. He produced a divine clone and toyed with an entire group of experts. Oof. He probably did so in order to draw our attention here and keep us here, while his original body took his wife and fled somewhere else. Although Chegwin was enraged, he also deeply embedded the name Brody into his mind. Actually, if Brody's divine clone had shattered the interspatial ring, given Chegwin strength, once he calmed down, he probably would have still been able to guess at the truth. In addition, the news that Brody had divine clones could be easily verified by the Latte tribe. Thus, it would be easy to extrapolate that Brody's original body had taken the red caltrop diamond and fled. If he knew he had to die, would he carry the red caltrop diamond with him and waste it? Since he wouldn't be able to avoid them, why not intentionally leave behind a ring and use it to mock these experts? I've been harmed catastrophically by this Brody. Chegwin felt bitterness in his heart. He couldn't help but glance at the distant Linley and BB. If I really did acquire the red caltrop diamond, then it wouldn't matter if I offended Linley. But I didn't. Given Linley's temper, he probably won't let me off easily. Previously, although Linley and Chegwin had some disputes in the planar battlefield, the main players on that stage were Linley and Magnus, with Chegwin and Oman just being supporting characters. Thus, prior to today, Linley didn't feel much of a grudge towards Chegwin, and couldn't be bothered to act mercilessly towards him. Chegwin understood this as well, which was why when he saw Linley, he didn't flee. But now, the situation was different. I mocked him directly and insulted him. What is he going to do? Chegwin felt nervous. He wanted to immediately flee, but right now, Linley and BB clearly weren't paying any attention to him. If he were to immediately flee, he would probably draw Linley's attention and be captured by Linley. Thus, Chegwin just stood there quietly, hoping Linley wouldn't pay attention to him. He would wait for Linley to leave. And just like that, Chegwin stealthily kept a watch on the distant Linley and Bibi. Not just Chegwin, all of the 100 plus 6 and 7 star fiends were keeping a watch on Linley as well. They all wanted to know how Linley would take his revenge on Chegwin. Let's go! Linley's words caused Chegwin to feel overjoyed. Your lordship, those two are going to leave now. The two 7-star fiends were overjoyed as well. They, too, let out relieved sighs. Boss, we're going to leave, just like that? Bibi couldn't help but say. Oh, right. I almost forgot about something. Linley was about to leave, then smiled and turned and looked towards the distant Chegwin. Bibi, it's good that you reminded me. I might have forgotten about this, otherwise. Bibi, just now, who was it that said to me, if I have any ability, I can go ahead and try to drive him into chaotic space? Bibi, hearing this, let out an emotional sigh and explained cooperatively, Boss, who else could it be? Of course it is our fearless, intrepid Mr. Chegwin. Aside from him, how many others would dare enter chaotic space? Linley and Bibi's question and answer session caused Chegwin's distant group of 3 to have changed looks on their faces. Flee! Chegwin instantly sent the mental message. Immediately, there in the skies above the Nebel Mountains, Chegwin and the two 7-star fiends serving him scattered in every which way at high speed. Swoosh! Multiple blurry, dreamlike figures flashed about in the skies, and then a single blurred form appeared next to Chegwin. With a bang. Sound, Chegwin's fleeing body was brought to a halt, then knocked flying backwards. But then, in a flash, the blurred figure once more appeared in front of Chegwin. Mr. Chegwin, where are you planning to go? And without saying a single word. Linley's face still had that smile on it as he looked at Chegwin. But Chegwin saw the cold look in Linley's eyes. How could Linley let Chegwin off, given what Chegwin had just done? If he could let even something like that pass, where would Linley's face go? For example, sovereigns might not want to interfere in the matters of deities, but if a deity dared to mock a sovereign or interfere in a sovereign's important matters, or violate a sovereign's majesty in some manner, that sovereign probably wouldn't easily spare the violator either. Linley's status alone, as a supreme being amongst deities, made it so that he would not allow others to so easily insult him. Lord Linley. Chegwin forced out a smile. I was muddle-headed for a time. You aren't muddle-headed. Linley shook his head repeatedly. What were you muddle-headed about? You are quite intelligent. Didn't you say so yourself? Even if I drive you into chaotic space, the almighty sovereign of light will intervene and rescue you. Chegwin's face turned ugly. The chief sovereign of light, save him? That would be because he was holding the red caltrop diamond, supposedly an overgod talisman. For the sake of a possible overgod talisman, the chief sovereign of light would intervene and expend tremendous efforts in chaotic space to save him. But if he didn't have the red caltrop diamond, the chief sovereign of light wouldn't necessarily immediately go save him. What sort of status did a chief sovereign have? Perhaps, one day, when he was in the mood, he might go save Chegwin. But by then, perhaps 100 million years or 1 trillion years would have passed. Lord Linley, you have the exalted status of paragon. I'm not worthy of your anger. Chegwin said hurriedly. I, Chegwin, am willing to offer you, Lord Linley, all my wealth and all my sovereign's might. Lord Linley, please spare me this time. Chegwin looked hopefully at Linley. But Linley only looked back silently at Chegwin. Chegwin's heart clenched. Wealth. Sovereign's might? Tell me, do I lack for these things? Linley finally said. Lord Linley, what do you wish me to do? Just tell me. Chegwin said hurriedly. Chegwin no longer cared about his face. He knew very well that he had no divine clones outside, and so once he became trapped in chaotic space, even if the Chief Sovereign of Light went to find him, given how enormous chaotic space was, how would the Chief Sovereign of Light locate him? The amount of effort needed would be very great. Would the Chief Sovereign of Light roam the endless tides of chaotic space for him? If he were a paragon, perhaps the Chief Sovereign might do so despite the exhaustion of it. But Chegwin wasn't yet qualified to make the Chief Sovereign do this for him yet. If I become trapped in chaotic space, I might be trapped there forever. Nobody would speak to me, and I wouldn't be able to see anyone else. I would just be constantly brought by the tides of chaotic space from one place to another. A life worse than death. Chegwin understood this in his heart. Lord Linley? Chegwin was currently very obedient, very respectful. Boss, why waste words with him? Bibi snorted coldly, then glanced at Chegwin. Chegwin. You want to just leave, as though nothing happened? You really are a dreamer. If you, Chegwin, were to offend a sovereign and even seize something belonging to the sovereign, can it be that just because you begged for mercy, the sovereign would spare you? Although my boss can't compare to sovereigns, he's not so easily abused either. Linley smiled, then extended his hand, chopping to the side with it. Re-yip. It was like cloth being torn apart. 100-meter-long spatial tear suddenly appeared, several meters wide. An astonishingly strong suction power filled the surrounding area. Linley, the Chief Sovereign won't spare you. Chegwin began to bellow as he moved to flee. Swish. Linley seemed to have teleported as he suddenly appeared and grabbed him by the neck. He tossed Chegwin backwards, casually, as though he were tossing an animal, sending Chejin flying into the spatial rift. Chegwin bellowed with rage, "The Chief Sovereign won't spare you." His voice continued to echo in the area, but the astonishing spatial rift had already completely vanished. Linley glanced backwards. This Chegwin, if he didn't have sovereign artifacts protecting him, I would really want to kill him. Bibi said hatefully. Now that we've driven him into chaotic space, I imagine the Chief Sovereign of Light will eventually go save him. Clearly, everything Chegwin had done had caused Bibi to be extremely unhappy. Saving him won't be that easy, unless he has a divine clone in the outside world. Linley glanced at the group of 6 and 7 star fiends who had stupefied looks on their faces. Then he said, "Bibi, there's no point staying here. Let's go back." "Oh, let's send those two back first." Linley and Bibi immediately led the round-faced youth and the grim-looking elder onto their metallic lifeform and left. In midair, 100+ experts and members of the Latte tribe sighed in amazement at what they had seen. How truly powerful. That is what a high god paragon is like. With a casual swipe of the hand, without using any sovereign's might, he was able to create such a terrifying spatial tear. When will my material attack be a tenth the strength of Lord Linley's? Supposedly, that Chegwin is comparable in strength to the 108 Azuras of our infernal realm, and would be ranked amongst the more powerful ones. Chegwin alone was more than enough to slaughter all of us, but in front of Lord Linley, did you see that? Chegwin was like an infant. When he was grabbed, he wasn't able to resist at all. With a casual toss, he was thrown into that spatial tear. This Lord Linley, he's too strong. Earlier, Chegwin was behaving so arrogantly. Ha ha. That's what he gets. He deserved it. He should have thought about his own status. For someone like him to offend Lord Linley? Isn't that like delivering a sheep to the mouth of a tiger? He was looking for death. In the eyes of this group of experts of the infernal realm, it was only reasonable for Linley to teach a lesson to and punish Chegwin in such a manner. If Linley hadn't done so, he would have actually been questioned by people behind his back. Linley's group wanted to locate Brody's divine clone's whereabouts, but there was no way to do so. The most likely possibility was that Brody had left through a teleportation array. There was no need for someone to record his name or other information when using the array, and each year, there were many people in the infernal realm who, for the purposes of trade or something else, would travel through a teleportation array. How would they search for him? In addition, Linley wasn't qualified to search for him, because the soldiers who were in command over and guarded over the teleportation arrays belonged to the sovereigns. The Divine Light Plane. The God's Gale Sea. Rustle. Countless waves of deep blue seawater lapped forward. As the number 1 sea of the Divine Light Plane, the God's Gale Sea was vast and deep. Deep within it, there was dazzling number of islands, scattered like stars in the skies. In the air above the sea, there were currently 2 figures battling against each other, causing space to constantly shatter. Screech. An illusory phantom of an enormous fire phoenix that was thousands of meters long had suddenly appeared behind a short red-haired man. And then, the red dot at the center of the man's forehead suddenly lit up, and a red ray of light shot out, instantly piercing through the skies and shooting towards the long-haired, black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man let out a growl, and then layers of watery curtains appeared around him. Clash. The watery curtains were pierced through, and then the red light entered the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man's body trembled, then he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Blunner, Buluwiner, let's just stop it here," the black-robed man said hastily. In terms of speed, he was inferior to the man in front of him. Someone fast could flee from a stronger opponent, but someone slow had no choice but to just take more blows and beg for mercy. "In your dreams." The red-haired man let out an angry snort, the fiery red sickle in his hand chopping down slowly. Re-up. A tear in space formed yet again. But right at this moment. Whoosh! A green blur suddenly shot out from the spatial tear, and it flew straight towards the red-haired man. The red-haired man was shocked. Something flew out from the spatial tear? There's something that can survive, undamaged, in chaotic space? The red-haired man couldn't help but reach out to grab it. A green piece of paper thus appeared in his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 30, Over God Decree. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 30, Over God Decree. When the fiery-haired man swept the green piece of paper with his gaze, his face immediately changed dramatically. The black-robed man, seeing the situation, immediately flew away, fleeing at high speed. Just count yourself lucky this time. The fiery-haired man glanced at the black-robed man, but his face was still filled with an excited smile. This is an over God decree? The fiery-haired man stroked the over God decree. He could sense that this green paper contained an unusual aura, and he couldn't help but feel wildly overjoyed. He was nothing more than a 7-star fiend, not yet at the commander level. For it to remain undamaged in chaotic space, this paper is definitely extraordinary. Most likely, only overgods are capable of creating this sort of unusual paper. The fiery-haired man pondered. It seems the information on it is true. If I were to offer this to a sovereign, I need to choose the most powerful one. The ancestor of the Augusta clan is the chief sovereign of light. Right. That's where I will go. The overgod decree was useless to him, but if he gave it to a sovereign, it would be of great use. He no longer hesitated. The fiery-haired man headed straight for the Almighty Island of the God's Gale Sea. Almighty Island. The 10,000-meter-tall radiant temple. White firestone. It is completely built from white firestone. The Augusta clan really does live up to its reputation as being the number 1 clan of the universe. This temple alone is a priceless treasure. The fiery-haired Blunner sighed in amazement as he viewed the heart of the Almighty Island, the Radiant Temple. The warriors of the Augusta clan were leading the way from the side. Blunner, once you enter the Radiant Temple, don't look around everywhere. There are quite a few major figures who live within the temple. If you irritate one of them, they might kill you. A nearby silver-haired warrior guard said in a low voice. Also, you said you have an important treasure to offer the patriarch that you need to personally offer, if you deceive the patriarch, you will be doomed. In the Augusta clan, there were a good number of Lord Prefect and Commander level experts. As for 7-star fiends, it had many. Even the 4 Divine Beasts clan, during its most flourishing era, had 200 or 300 7-star fiend level elders. But the Augusta clan was on a level higher than even the 4 Divine Beasts clan. After all, aside from clan experts, they also had many associated experts. Don't worry. No matter how bold I might be, I wouldn't dare deceive Patriarch Augusta. Blunner chortled. He was very confident. If even the Overgod decree couldn't be considered precious, what could? Everything was as Blunner had expected. The patriarch of the Augusta clan, Goldman, had originally been very arrogant and icy, but upon seeing the Overgod talisman, he became incomparably excited. He immediately swore that the Augusta clan would definitely reward him. While doing so, Patriarch Goldman immediately burned a piece of paper covered with unusual magic runes, notifying the chief sovereign. Remember. In a short while, make no sound. When the chief sovereign lets you speak, speak. Also, while kneeling, don't raise your head to stare at the chief sovereign. After burning the runed paper, Goldman hurriedly began to give instructions. Yes. Your lordship. Blunner was both nervous and excited. This was his first time seeing a sovereign. Right at this time, rays of powerful light-type sovereign power appeared within the main hall of the Radiant Temple. The solidifying light-type sovereign power quickly condensed into a human shape, then transformed into a person. This person was dressed in loose white robes which were covered with gold patterns. Sovereign. Blunner immediately knelt down, pressing his forehead against the ground in a very respectful manner. Father. Patriarch Goldman just bowed in respect. Goldman, is there something you need? A warm, clear voice rang out. Is the speaker a sovereign? What does the sovereign look like? Blunner felt very nervous as he constantly pondered. Goldman just looked respectfully at his father. The chief sovereign of light was tall and strong. His loose white robes only revealed his musculature, and his long, golden hair seemed as dazzling as the sun. His skin was extremely white, almost crystalline and jade-like. He had no facial hair. His lower jaw was completely slick, but his eyebrows were as golden as his hair. Golden eyebrows dropped down from his temples. The chief sovereign of Light's gaze was as warm and soft as jade, seemingly quite gentle. But just by standing there, he gave others the feeling that they were facing the universe itself. Father, this is Blunner. He wishes to offer to a treasure. When I saw this treasure, I immediately summoned you, Father. Goldman produced that green sheet of paper. This sheet of paper should be the Overgod decree. Overgod decree? The formerly soft, mild gaze of the chief sovereign of light instantly sharpened. They focused upon that green paper like 2 sharp arrows. Clash, clash. Invisible swords of light struck upon that green paper, sending it flying away, but the green paper itself remained unharmed. Ah, Goldman, you've done well. This is very possibly the Overgod decree. As he spoke, the chief sovereign of light stretched his hand out, and the green sheet of paper landed onto his hand. The chief sovereign of light read through the green paper, and as he read, a smile appeared on his face. So it truly is real, thought. The chief sovereign of light had seen Overgod decrees several times before. He was easily able to determine that this was real. The chief sovereign of light swept his gaze towards Blunner, who was kneeling there on the ground. Smiling, he said, "Rise and speak." "Thank you, Sovereign." Blunner was so excited that he was trembling. He hurriedly rose to his feet, but his body remained slightly bowed. "Where did you acquire this Overgod decree from?" the chief sovereign of light asked. "To answer your question, Sovereign, when I was battling someone, a spatial rift occurred and this Overgod decree flew out from the rift. I just so happened to acquire it. The location of our battle was the air above the Godscale Sea." Blunner didn't dare to raise his head and stared directly at the sovereign. Thus, he kept his head lowered, his gaze only able to see the long white robe. The chief sovereign of light, upon hearing this, began to smile even more widely. "Ha, almighty overgod of life, so you intentionally delivered the overgod decree to my divine light plane. It seems this overgod mission will be for me to complete yet again." The chief sovereign of light couldn't help but laugh. The chief sovereign of light knew very well. Given how boundless chaotic space was, if someone or something were to fall into it, it would be virtually impossible for that thing or person to move in any direction through its own volition. Unless one had the abilities of a sovereign, only then could one move about. As for high gods, even high god paragons, when they fell into chaotic space, they would find it hard to move freely. Since that was the case, it would be extremely difficult for them to once more draw close to the edges of a plane. Even if they drew near, how could they be so lucky as to appear right next to a spatial rift? Thus, normally speaking, when supreme experts were exiled into it, even if 1,000,000,000,000 years passed, they still probably wouldn't be able to escape. However, the overgod missions were designed by the overgods. How could the overgods allow their decree to perpetually remain within chaotic space? Thus, the overgods could arrange for it so that even if the overgod decree fell into chaotic space, they would quickly reappear in other planes. And now, the overgod decree had appeared in the divine light plane. It was only natural for the chief sovereign of light to believe that the overgod had the intention of helping him. "You did very well." The chief sovereign of light looked at Blunner, then smiled. "Oman died. I just so happen to lack a sovereign's emissary. Let it be you, then." Blunner was so excited that his face turned red. "I'll become a sovereign's emissary? I'll become a sovereign's emissary?" Blunner still felt as though he were in a dream. He couldn't believe it. From an ordinary 7-star fiend to an emissary under the control of the almighty chief sovereign of light, his status would rise greatly, and he would definitely also receive a sovereign artifact. "Hurry and kneel." Patriarch Goldman hurriedly sent mentally. Blunner came to his senses, then hurriedly knelt down. "Thank you, Sovereign." The chief sovereign of light nodded slightly. "Father." Patriarch Goldman bowed and said, "Actually, news of the sovereign decree had already begun to spread some time ago." "Oh?" The chief sovereign of light frowned in puzzlement. "The news was only spread about within the infernal realm. I just learned it recently myself." Goldman said hurriedly. "That information described 3 items in detail. There are no differences between that information and the overgod decree. Only, there were a few extra points. The news said that one of the 3 talismans, the 9 soul pearls, as well as the overgod decree, was in the hands of the high god paragon, Linley. This news caused a huge stir in the infernal realm, but afterwards, it was believed to be false." The chief sovereign of light lifted an eyebrow. "Linley?" "Right, Linley." Goldman said hurriedly. "It seems that there are indeed some problems with the veracity of this news." The chief sovereign of light laughed calmly. "That information said that the overgod decree was in Linley's hands, but in reality, it flew out from chaotic space into the divine light plane and into my hands. It seems the person who made up this news probably wished to harm Linley." But Goldman said hurriedly, "Father, I, on the other hand, believe that it is very possible that the overgod decree was in Linley's hands, but he created a spatial rift and intentionally threw it into chaotic space. There's no point to keeping the overgod decree, after all, once one knows the information within it." The chief sovereign of light nodded slightly. "Your suggestion is also possible." The chief sovereign of light pondered momentarily. Goldman immediately said, "Father, information regarding the overgod talismans has already spread throughout the infernal realm, but it has been viewed as false. Now, it seems, the information is clearly true. That means that perhaps Linley truly did acquire the 9 soul pearls and the overgod talisman. But of course, the overgod decree is definitely not in Linley's hands right now. Those 9 soul pearls, however, are." I didn't expect that we were able to find a clue about one of the 3 talismans so soon. The chief sovereign of light smiled and nodded. Father, I have some more news to tell you. Just a few months ago, Chegwin was also driven by Linley into chaotic space. Goldman said hurriedly. But it's quite problematic. Chegwin had no divine clones in the outside world. The speed at which the Augusta clan's intelligence agents shared information was quite fast. What's this about? It involves this Linley yet again? The chief sovereign of light couldn't help but frown. It involves the 3rd talisman, the red caltrip diamond. Goldman said hurriedly. Oh, yet another item? The chief sovereign of light grew intrigued. He didn't care about Chegwin's life or death, but all 3 of the talismans were of interest to him. Although Chegwin seized the red caltrip diamond, even at the cost of angering Linley, it was discovered that the red caltrip diamond was a fake one. Because Chegwin had offended him, Linley, in his anger, exiled Chegwin into chaotic space. Goldman said hurriedly. Oh. The chief sovereign of light couldn't be bothered to care about that. Sovereigns wouldn't casually interfere in the battles of deities. Goldman, what sort of a person is Linley? The chief sovereign of light suddenly asked. Goldman immediately said, Father, Linley can be considered a genius. He is also the #1 expert of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Soon after becoming famous in the infernal realm, he entered the planar battlefield. He was nearly killed by Magnus, but Linley made a breakthrough at the border between life and death and became a paragon. During the final battle of the planar war, he actually exiled Magnus into chaotic space. In addition, Linley is on extremely good terms with Beirut. One of Beirut's descendants, Bibi, is as close to Linley as a true brother. On good terms with Beirut? The chief sovereign of light said coldly, as soon as I hear Beirut's name, I want to kill him. The chief sovereign of light's eyes had a hint of a murderous intent appear within them. Even if you gave Beirut 10 times as much courage, he would never dare enter our divine light plane. He only dares to hide in the infernal realm. Goldman immediately laughed. If Linley heard these words, he would definitely be stunned. Clearly, Beirut hadn't paid a trip to the divine light plane at all. He had lied to Linley when he had said he had went to see the chief sovereign of light. The infernal realm. It's been quite a while since I've gone there. The chief sovereign of light immediately prepared to leave. Father. Although Linley might very well have acquired the 9 soul pearls, the other sovereigns have already investigated. This says that Linley might not have them. Goldman said hurriedly. Even if there is a hint of a chance, we cannot let it slip. I would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than spare a single one erroneously. The chief sovereign of light said calmly, what's more, he belongs to the 4 Divine Beasts clan and has a deep relationship with Beirut. After speaking, the chief sovereign of light's body completely vanished. Goldman couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile on his face. He murmured to himself, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than spare a single one erroneously? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 31, The Chief Sovereign Descends. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 31, The Chief Sovereign Descends. Indigo Prefecture. The foremost of its 10 cities, Indigo City. The Northern District. This was where the Lord Prefect, Beirut, lived. Because it was within the city, there was no need for many prefectural soldiers, but despite that, there were still tens of thousands of maids, servants, and guards. These days, Linley and Bibi remained within Beirut's estate, paying attention to any news which came from the infernal realm regarding the red caltrip diamond. Linley and Bibi's estate. Linley was seated atop a stone chair, flipping through an intelligence report. Boss, any news about the red caltrip diamond? Bibi came out from the door, asking with a smirk. Linley finished the report, tossing it to the table and shaking his head with a laugh. there's no news at all. These intelligence reports are as useful as catching the wind or chasing after shadows. There isn't a single report that comes close to that report regarding Brody. Unfortunately, the soldiers in control of the Muja continent's teleportation array belong to their sovereign and can't be ordered about by normal people. The Muja army has countless soldiers. It truly is too difficult to discover where Brody might have been teleported to. Up till now, Linley still believed the red caltrop diamond which Brody had acquired was probably real. The divine clone he had left behind was done to entangle pursuers and draw their attention. As to where Brody's true body had gone, Linley very much wanted to know. It is tricky. Bibi sat down, then grabbed a red, slick fruit on the table. He began to chomp it down, and juice dribbled from the corner of his lips. The soldiers in charge of the Muja continent's teleportation array are constantly changing. This month, one squad is in charge of sending people away from the infernal realm. Next month, it's another squad. The number of soldiers that one would need to speak to in order to thoroughly investigate several decades' worth of events will most likely be quite high. If you were to go openly and boldly, you will definitely draw attention from the Muja sovereign. Linley nodded slightly. Last time, he had many excuses for as to why he went to catch Brody. He could just say that he was interested in this treasure and wanted to see it for himself. After all, even ordinary Lord Prefects and 7 Starfiends who saw that intelligence report and scryer recordings were moved to find it. Actually, many of those who went in search of the red caltrop diamond didn't actually believe it was an overgod talisman. They only went in search of it because of the unusual abilities it had displayed. But for now, that matter was temporarily on hold. If Linley were to openly go to the Muja continent and investigate in such a thorough manner, others would certainly feel suspicious. After all, given the status of a paragon, the red caltrop diamond shouldn't be too useful. If one occasionally investigated, that was one thing, but if one constantly investigated, it was indeed suspicious. Bibi pursed his lips and snorted. Brody really was a bit greedy. A high god who fused with a divine spark, and a treasure that allows him to easily defeat 6 Starfiends. He knows what matters. Linley laughed calmly. In addition, I imagine that after passing through the teleportation array, he paid the fee several times and teleported through multiple planes. Who knows where he ended up? Bibi nodded in agreement as well. So we won't be able to get it? Bibi said unhappily. One day, we will. Linley said with a calm laugh. Still, his words lacked conviction. Linley had already sent his other 3 divine clones to lead his family and friends back to the Yulan continent. Linley remained here because he intended to acquire the red caltrop diamond at any cost. To Linley, the red caltrop diamond represented the only chance Grandpa Doring had of coming back to life. There was no way Linley would give up. Bibi, seeing the look on Linley's face, nodded as well. After Brody acquired the red caltrop diamond, of course he wouldn't be willing to be ordinary again. There will come the day when news of him once more spreads out. Linley laughed and nodded in agreement. Whoosh, the cool wind of the infernal realm blew past the white phosphorus tree within the courtyard. The leaves of it, already yellow, floated down in the breeze, covering the courtyard within a layer. Linley and Bibi's faces turned grave. They couldn't help but stare upwards, and upon doing so, Linley couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What an eye-piercing brilliance! That figure in midair seemed like a scorching white sun. The light emanating from his entire body was simply too brilliant, forcing others to narrow their eyes. A powerful aura emanated forth from the dazzling sun. Linley took a close look. Only then was he able to tell that there was a human figure within the sun. This person had long golden hair, golden eyebrows, and a pure white face that was devoid of any hair, aside from the golden eyebrows that drooped down past his ears. A loose golden robe embroidered with gold covered his entire body, but it only enhanced his powerful physique. The eyes of the man seemed like 2 miniature suns. They were eye-piercingly brilliant, and made others feel as though they couldn't stare directly at this man. A sovereign? Linley instantly came to this conclusion. Light-type aura. It seems this is a sovereign of light. Why has a sovereign of light come? Linley didn't understand. Greetings, sovereign. Linley bowed and said. Greetings, sovereign. Bibi immediately bowed as well. The chief sovereign of light gave an emotionless downwards glance to Linley and Bibi. His gaze was calm, like that of an emperor staring down at lesser creatures. After some time, the chief sovereign of light finally spoke. Are you Linley? Yes. Linley looked very respectful, but his heart was filled with confused thoughts. Why had this sovereign come? Could it have been for the over-god talisman? Or was it for the sake of Chegwin? When faced with this situation, Linley instantly began to think of many possible responses. Although he came up with quite a few, Linley still felt nervous and uneasy. After all, with the sovereign here in person, if the sovereign wanted him dead, he only had to wave his hand. After he had arrived, the chief sovereign of light had set up his god realm, making it so that Linley and Bibi were placed in a region separated from the outside world. Nobody in the outside world could see what happened here. This is a sovereign? The Lord Prefect, Beirut, turned to look towards the air above Linley and Bibi. His face couldn't help but change. Why did a sovereign of light come to my place? Beirut hesitated slightly, then gritted his teeth and flew at high speed towards Linley and Bibi. He feared sovereigns of light, but he cared deeply about Linley and Bibi. He couldn't just stay uninvolved. Linley was currently speaking with the chief sovereign of light, who hovered there in the air. This did indeed happen. Because of what had happened, many of the sovereigns of the infernal realm paid attention to this matter, but clearly, this information was falsely made. I have no 9 soul pearls, nor do I have an over-god decree. Linley raised his head and looked at the chief sovereign of light as he spoke calmly. The chief sovereign of light's glowing gaze expanded, making it so that Linley couldn't help but feel his eyes hurt as he stared upwards. Linley, I give you one chance. Hand over the 9 soul pearls. Otherwise, die. The chief sovereign of light said calmly. Linley felt shocked. Why is the chief sovereign of light so certain that I hold the 9 soul pearls? No, only Bibi, Olivier's family, and Mold knows this for sure. Mold died long ago, and Olivier has returned to the Yulan continent. There shouldn't be any problems. Sovereign, I truly don't understand. Linley raised his head, pretending to speak in anger. Last time, the Sovereign of Wind also questioned me in this manner, but the results were clear, that news was fake. Most likely, there might not even be an over-god mission. Why, Sovereign, must you insist that I have the 9 soul pearls? Right at this moment, a violent ripple emanated from the surrounding area. Someone was passing through the Sovereign's god realm, entering within. HRM? The chief sovereign of light turned to look. Whoosh! A figure flew in at high speed. When Linley looked closely, he saw that it was Beirut. Grandpa! Bibi was overjoyed. The chief sovereign of light looked down at the figure before him. Upon seeing Beirut, his face couldn't help but sink. With a cold snort, he said, Beirut. You actually dare come see me? Beirut, hearing this voice, couldn't help but feel startled. Upon raising his head, his face changed and he called out in shock, Chief Sovereign of Light. Chief Sovereign of Light? Linley was secretly startled. Based on the information Linley had available, there were 11 Chief Sovereigns, with the 4 Chief Sovereigns of the 4 edicts being the most powerful. Second only to those 4 Chief Sovereigns of the edicts was this Chief Sovereign of Light. Chief Sovereign of Light, why have you come to my place? Beirut said in a low voice. Why? The Chief Sovereign of Light's gaze turned very cold when he looked at Beirut. This friend of yours, Linley, claims that he does not have the 9 soul pearls, and that the information regarding the Overgod mission is false as well. Unfortunately, I now know very well that your friend is lying. Beirut stood next to Linley. Lying? Linley said solemnly. Chief Sovereign, even though you have the exalted status of Chief Sovereign, you can't just casually besmirch my reputation. Besmirch? The Chief Sovereign of Light waved his hand, and a green piece of paper appeared within it. Afterwards, the Chief Sovereign of Light used divine power, causing rays of power to shoot out from that green paper, which then formed into lines of words and pictures which hung there in midair. It was a power akin to a scryer recording. This was just a simple usage of power. Linley, Bibi, and Beirut all looked at the words and images in midair. Overgod decree? Beirut was stunned. That's the Overgod decree? Linley was startled. The words described the Overgod mission very carefully, and the contents of it were identical to the contents of the paper which Mold had sent out. Linley, I acquired this Overgod decree, which is proof that the information is true. It seems that information wasn't just wildly made up. As I see it, you had best no longer dissemble. Just hand it over. The Chief Sovereign of Light looked down at the three of them and spoke in a cold voice. Boss, that's the Overgod decree. This is going to be trouble. Bibi said hurriedly. Linley just raised his head and said, Chief Sovereign, I congratulate you very sincerely for acquiring the Overgod decree. It seems the Overgod mission is a real one. But I must say, just because the Overgod mission is real, does that have to mean that the 9 soul pearls and the Overgod decree are all truly in my hands? But clearly, the Overgod decree is in your hands, Chief Sovereign. Stop lying. I have no interest in hearing your lies. Will you or won't you hand it over? If you don't, then don't blame me for acting. The Chief Sovereign of Light gave his final warning. Mr. Augusta. A voice rang out. The Chief Sovereign of Light swept his gaze across. Within his god realm, a figure slowly began to materialize. This man had long, blood-red hair, and was dressed in a blood-colored robe. Linley, seeing this, felt secretly delighted. The Bloodridge Sovereign. Boson? The Chief Sovereign of Light frowned. Mr. Augusta. The Bloodridge Sovereign smiled. I already heard the news. Everything was caused by false information. But not long ago, it was already determined that the Overgod mission wasn't necessarily real, and that the news that Linley was in possession of the 9 soul pearls was also false. The Chief Sovereign of Light gave him a cold glance, then waved his hand and made the green paper face the Bloodridge Sovereign. The Bloodridge Sovereign gave it a glance, seeing the words on it. He couldn't help but feel shocked. This is the Overgod decree? Is it still false? Clearly, the information is real. I imagine that this sort of news wouldn't be randomly made up. Linley definitely has the 9 soul pearls. The Chief Sovereign of Light stared coldly towards Linley. Linley, I've already told you that you have only 2 choices. Hand it over or die. You decide. The Chief Sovereign of Light completely ignored the Bloodridge Sovereign's presence. Chief Sovereign. Linley raised his head and said, I told you that I don't have the 9 soul pearls, yet you refuse to believe me. And so you will kill me? But I have to tell you something, I have other divine clones in other places. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to open my interspatial ring. Thus, even if I have the 9 soul pearls and you kill me, you still won't be able to acquire it. What's more, I don't have them. Divine clones? The Chief Sovereign of Light frowned. Where? A material plane. Linley said honestly. My Yulan plane. Beirut smiled. Oof. The Chief Sovereign of Light gave Beirut a cold glance. Excellent. You actually hid your divine clones in a material plane. You are quite clever. The Chief Sovereign of Light said coldly. You claim that you don't have the 9 soul pearls. Remove the binding you have over your interspatial ring and let me investigate it. Do you dare? If you search it and don't find it, will you leave, Chief Sovereign? Linley asked. Don't waste my time. The Chief Sovereign of Light's face sank. Fine. Since you, Chief Sovereign of Light, insist on searching my interspatial ring just based on your suspicions, then I, Linley, will today let you inspect it. With but a thought, Linley divided his body into two, simultaneously retrieving two interspatial rings. After removing the bindings, Linley raised his head to look at the Chief Sovereign, then laughed calmly. I imagine, Chief Sovereign, you know that I currently only have these two divine clones present. You can go ahead and investigate these interspatial rings. Linley then tossed them towards the air, towards the Chief Sovereign of Light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20 Chapter 32, I'd Rather Die. A Change of Events. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 32, I'd Rather Die. A Change of Events. Linley had so straightforwardly handed over his interspatial rings that the Chief Sovereign of Light was rather suspicious. Can it be that it truly is as I suspected? Linley had taken the 9 soul pearls back to the Yulan plane? When he had heard Linley say that Linley's divine clones were not present and had returned to the Yulan plane, the Chief Sovereign of Light had a bad feeling. But the Chief Sovereign of Light still bound the rings with blood and inspected them both. There really is nothing here. Chief Sovereign, are the 9 soul pearls that you seek within? Linley said in a clear voice, his head raised. Poof. After removing his binding, the Chief Sovereign of Light casually tossed the 2 interspatial rings to Linley. Right at this moment, energy once more began to tremble and swirl about in the surrounding area as a blurry figure appeared, then solidified. Clearly, yet another sovereign had created an energy clone. The sovereigns of the infernal realm were scattered everywhere. For them to arrive in a short period of time was unlikely. Still, given that their divine sense covered the entire region, the sovereigns could form energy clones at any time. Augusta. The newcomer was dressed in a long, silver robe. He stared at Augusta with his violet eyes. Shinji. The Chief Sovereign of Light glanced at him. Upon seeing this person, Linley felt his heart rise. The Starmist Sovereign. Linley had seen this person before. This was the sovereign who controlled the infernal realm's Starmist Sea. What a lively place this is. Even you came, Augusta. Shinji, Bosun. A warm voice rang out as a blurry violet energy began to solidify, then transform into a human figure. It was a beautiful woman dressed in loose, faint violet robes. A familiar aura emanating from her caused Linley to have a thought. This aura seemed so similar to Reichstam's. Linley mused to himself. Linley, long time no see. After you left the Amethyst Mountains, a mere few thousand years passed, but you've had such accomplishments. The beautiful woman smiled as she looked at Linley. Her eyes seemed to contain some sort of astonishing charisma that could move a person's soul. Sovereign. This time, when Linley bowed, it was with true sincerity and true respect. The Redbud Sovereign had indeed helped him greatly. There really are quite a few people here. Are all of you here for the Overgod mission? A clear voice rang out, and fiery energy solidified in the air, then condensed into a slightly plump man. His fiery red hair was casually mussed, and fire could be seen faintly flickering and swirling around him. In the center of his forehead, there was the seal of a golden flame. Oh, so many have arrived already. A black energy condensed. One sovereign energy clone after another appeared in midair. Linley could only recognize just 3 or 4 of them. He didn't recognize the vast majority of them. So many sovereigns. Beirut had a hint of a smile on his face as he said to Linley, Linley, for so many sovereigns to simultaneously appear is something which might not be seen in 1 trillion years. There are indeed many sovereigns here. Linley swept them with his gaze. In the air above him, more than 15 sovereigns had appeared. Logically speaking, there should only be 7 destruction-type sovereigns in the infernal realm, but 15 had appeared. A sovereign of fire, of water, of light, of earth. Indeed, it was quite lively. With the majestic presences of so many sovereigns present, even Linley felt some pressure. I feel miserable. BB sent to Linley. Try and endure it. Linley himself could do nothing. The sovereigns began to chat amongst themselves. Mr. Augusta, you have the Overgod decree? The sovereign with the golden flame seal on his forehead said hurriedly. The various sovereigns were all staring at the chief sovereign of light. The chief sovereign of light let out a calm laugh. He didn't try to hide it. Waving his hand, that green paper appeared, hovering above his palm. This is the Overgod decree. There's no need to hide the information within. The chief sovereign of light forthrightly allowed all of the sovereigns to view the green paper. Clearly, the news that spread in the infernal realm in the past was real. The group of sovereigns hovered there in midair, chatting amongst themselves. An Overgod mission. Although some sovereigns didn't dare dream of completing it, others wanted to give it a try. Even if the ones who didn't dare make an attempt still cared greatly about this matter. After becoming sovereigns, they no longer had many pursuits. Overgod missions were ones they cared about greatly. Chief Sovereign, you've already inspected my interspatial ring. Now, Chief Sovereign, do you still doubt my words? Linley said clearly. Inspected? Oof. Only 2 of your divine clones are present. Others remain hiding in the Yulan plane. If you aren't afraid of sovereigns inspecting you, why have your divine clones hide there? The chief sovereign of light clearly wasn't going to let Linley off that easily. Linley's divine clones went to the Yulan plane? Quite a few sovereigns immediately called out in surprise. Perhaps the information in the Overgod decree really is true. Then Linley might truly be holding the 9 soul pearls. This was what some sovereigns began to believe. Linley looked at the group of sovereigns in the air above him, then turned his gaze to the chief sovereign of light. Chief Sovereign, the Yulan plane is my homeland. What's the problem with me returning to my homeland? Can it be that after I successfully became a paragon, I can't even go home? You can. Of course you can. The chief sovereign of light said coldly. Then would you dare have your other divine clones emerge from the Yulan plane and come to the infernal realm? As the chief sovereign of light viewed it, there was no way Linley would let someone else carry a treasure like an Overgod talisman. 9 out of 10, Linley carried it on one of his interspatial rings. Linley stared at the chief sovereign of light, then shook his head. I will not. Hearing Linley's words, the chief sovereign of light couldn't help but laugh coldly. Oh. It seems that the 9 soul pearls truly are on your other divine clones. Linley doesn't dare let his divine clones return to the infernal realm? It seems there really is something amiss. That group of lofty sovereigns watched and laughed calmly as this unfolded. They couldn't be bothered to interfere. As for the Bloodridge sovereign and the Redbud sovereign, they just watched silently, not saying a word. Chief Sovereign. Linley laughed calmly. You are an exalted chief sovereign, but just on the basis of a manufactured rumor, you were ready to attack me. Indeed, the Overgod mission might be real. But the information claimed that the 9 soul pearls and the Overgod decree were on me, whereas now, the Overgod decree is in your hands, Chief Sovereign. The group of sovereigns turned to look at the Chief Sovereign of Light, as though they were watching a diverting play. The Overgod decree is useless to you. It's understandable for you to toss it aside. The Chief Sovereign of Light said calmly. Linley, you will bring your divine clones here. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Beirut spoke out. Beirut raised his head to look at the Chief Sovereign of Light. Almighty Chief Sovereign, what, are you planning to threaten a deity? The chief sovereign of light lowered his head, giving Beirut an icy look. Beirut continued to smile. Linley, bring your divine clones over and allow me to inspect them. The chief sovereign of light said calmly. After inspecting, I naturally won't act against you. Given how many sovereigns were watching, for now, the chief sovereign of light didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality and attack a high god paragon. Chief sovereign. Linley raised his head, staring coldly at the chief sovereign. It isn't that I don't believe you, only, your words make me unable to believe you. Just now, you threatened me, how could I possibly dare bring my divine clones out? If I bring all of my divine clones but end up being killed by you, I, Linley, wouldn't even have the chance to curse at you. The chief sovereign of light's face sank as he heard this. There is no way I will bring my divine clones out from the infernal realm. However, my divine clones definitely are not in possession of the 9 soul pearls. Linley said clearly. I, Linley, can swear it. Over God of Fate, if the divine clones of myself, Linley, which are currently in the Yulan plane are in possession of the 9 soul pearls, then let my soul be dissipated and let me die. Linley stared at the chief sovereign of light. HRM? The chief sovereign of light frowned slightly. The surrounding sovereigns either secretly chatted through divine sense or began to chat openly. Can it be that he truly doesn't have it? The chief sovereign of light was puzzled. Can it be that it is on Linley's friends or family? The chief sovereign of light mused. He couldn't help but glance at Bibi, by Linley's side. He barked, Linley, perhaps the 9 soul pearls are not on you, but you probably hid them on your friends. Such as the person next to you. The look on Linley's face became ugly. Chief Sovereign, if you want to investigate, then investigate. Linley looked towards Bibi. Bibi, give your interspatial ring to the Chief Sovereign of Light. Yes. Boss. Bibi didn't hesitate. Seeing how straightforward Linley was, the Chief Sovereign of Light just said icily, no need to continue with this game of charades. I know that neither he nor you are holding it. If he did, he would probably be in the Yulan plane as well. Linley, as I see it, those 9 soul pearls must be in the Yulan plane. Either on your divine clones, or on your family members. The Chief Sovereign of Light had no idea that those 2 talismans were right on Bibi. Chief Sovereign, you wanted to search me, so I let you search. You suspected my divine clones, so I swore an oath by the overgods. You suspected my brother, so I let him give you his interspatial ring to search. And now, you suspect my family and friends. I imagine that even if I brought my family and friends before you for you to search, after you were unable to find it, you would probably say that I had hidden the interspatial ring in some location within my homeland, the Yulan continent. Linley said in a low voice. The Chief Sovereign of Light was startled. For the sake of avoiding all suspicion and trouble, why don't we just be more straightforward about it? Chief Sovereign, go ahead and send a group of high gods to my homeland, the Yulan continent, and search for it. An ugly look was on Linley's face. I guarantee that my family, friends, and divine clones will make themselves available for your forces to search. You can even let your people search the entire Yulan continent. I have no qualms about this. The Chief Sovereign of Light glanced at the nearby Beirut. Go to the Yulan plane? As a sovereign, he was unable to enter the Yulan plane. If he sent a group of high gods, wouldn't they have to obediently follow Beirut's rules? Augusta, considering how far Linley is willing to go, forget it. That part of the information regarding the Overgod mission was real, but the other parts were probably false. The Redbud Sovereign laughed as she spoke. The Chief Sovereign of Light stared coldly at Linley. In his heart, he was pondering Linley's words. On the surface, he is asking me to go search, but if I send people there, they will be in Beirut's sphere of power. How will they search? He's just putting on an act and saying these things. He definitely wouldn't entrust the 9 soul pearls to an ordinary person. It seems the 9 soul pearls are on Linley's family or friends. The Chief Sovereign of Light came to this conclusion. Linley! The chief sovereign of light stared down coldly at Linley. Don't play these tricks with me. Have all of your family, friends, and divine clones come to the infernal realm. I, Augusta, swear that I will not kill you. But if you refuse, then you will die. He was going too far. The chief sovereign of light really was going too far by threatening Linley repeatedly. Quite a few of the surrounding sovereigns all felt this way, but these sovereigns weren't willing to casually offend the chief sovereign of light, and so they just watched. Chief Sovereign, if I let my family and friends come over while my divine clones remain behind, is that acceptable? Linley laughed coldly. Of course not. The chief sovereign of light didn't hesitate at all. As he saw it, if Linley's family and friends came, most likely the 9 soul pearls would be given to Linley's divine clones. Haha. Below, Linley began to laugh from rage. Chief Sovereign and all of the surrounding sovereigns, my actions have been clear for you all to see. I have, time and time again, held back and allowed this chief sovereign to search me. I've even sworn an oath by the over-gods and am even willing to let my family and friends come to the infernal realm. But you? Your intentions are clear. You insist on all of my divine clones coming out. Linley's rage was beginning to tower. If I brought all of my divine clones here to see you, then wouldn't my life and death no longer be under my own control? Most likely, by then, you'd kill me if you felt like it. I, Linley, am not that stupid. I, Linley, have already been sufficiently respectful to you today. Everything I've done, all of these sovereigns have witnessed. If you want to continue threatening me, what more can I do? All I can do is tell you this, I'm not able to comply. If, by relying on your power as a sovereign, you kill me, I'm not able to fight back. Attack when you please. Linley stared coldly at the chief sovereign of light. In my heart, sovereigns are lofty, exalted figures. I deeply respect and venerate sovereigns, but chief sovereign, I just want to say one thing to you, don't make me look down on you. When Linley's words came out, the chief sovereign of light's face turned black. Linley just raised his head, staring at the chief sovereign of light, not willing to lower his head at all. Linley knew that the more he gave way, the more the chief sovereign of light would advance and pressure him. To Linley, although handing over the 9 soul pearls could save his life, he couldn't hand them over. That was his hope of bringing Grandpa Doring back to life. Even if he died, it would just be the death of his original body and a divine clone. Could it be that Grandpa Doring's life was less valuable than one of his divine clones and his original body? In the past, if it wasn't for Grandpa Doring, Linley probably would have been an ordinary warrior in the Yulan continent who wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge. If it hadn't been for Grandpa Doring sacrificing his life, Linley probably would have been killed by the forces of the Radiant Church. He would rather die. Die, rather than hand it over. Excellent. Excellent. The chief sovereign of light was so furious, he truly did want to kill Linley now. But Linley's final words, "Don't make me look down on you," truly made it so that the chief sovereign of light wanted to act, but couldn't. So many other sovereigns were watching him. If he were to truly kill Linley, then he probably really would lose all face amongst sovereigns. I don't understand. Bibi, by Linley's side, mumbled through pursed lips. 30-some years ago, a high god named Brody who had fused with a divine spark appeared in the Moja continent. Back then, he acquired a red caltrip diamond, and by relying on it, was able to easily kill 6 star fiends. Back then, we were all certain that was a true treasure, but we weren't able to verify if it was an over-god talisman. Sadly, Brody himself probably fled through a teleportation array and left the infernal realm. Alas! Rather than go search for an over-god talisman that actually appeared, you've come to find Linley, who does not have the 9 soul pearls, and insists that he does. I really don't understand. Brody? Red caltrip diamond? Instantly, the group of sovereigns began to speak out. The red caltrip diamond truly did appear? Quite a few sovereigns looked towards Bibi. Of course. DB was completely certain that Brody used one of his high god clones to tie down a group of people. I imagine that when he left the infernal realm, he only took his god-level divine clone and his wife, who was merely a demigod. DB said with certainty. Moja, quickly go investigate. The sovereigns all looked towards the Muja sovereign. The Muja sovereign's energy clone was present, but his original body was in the distant Muja continent. The Muja sovereign immediately began to investigate this matter. Enough regarding those other sovereigns, though. The chief sovereign of light now truly felt a hint of a killing urge towards Linley. Unfortunately, with so many other sovereigns present, he didn't attack. Suddenly, Augusta, why have you come to the infernal realm? A deep, rumbling voice echoed forth. At the same time, a pure black color appeared in midair and a terrifying aura swept out. It was like an enormous, world-ending behemoth had appeared, but it then condensed into a human figure. This was a figure swathed completely in black light, with an aura so strong that it even suppressed the chief sovereign of lights. Chief Sovereign! Chief Sovereign! The other sovereigns all immediately saluted. Clearly, the chief sovereign of destruction had tremendous prestige. Linley was shocked. This aura of destruction, chief sovereign? The chief sovereign of destruction? One of the chief sovereigns of the Four Edicts, a figure of legend? Linley understood that given how powerful this aura was, clearly the chief sovereign of destruction had come in person. If he had wanted to send his energy clone, he probably would have arrived long ago. Linley looked carefully at the chief sovereign of destruction, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the person in the black light clearly. You came as well. Can it be that you are also interested in the Overgod Talisman? The chief sovereign of light looked at him. Do you still remember the agreement we made 10,000 years ago? The chief sovereign of destruction said calmly. Of course I do. The chief sovereign of light said calmly. Very good. This Linley is my emissary. Even if you want to pressure him, don't go too far. The chief sovereign of destruction said calmly. These words caused this group of sovereigns to all look towards the chief sovereign of destruction. Even the Redbud sovereign and the Bloodridge sovereign revealed traces of astonishment in their eyes. Even they didn't know about this. His emissary? Linley's heart shook. Yours? The chief sovereign of light looked at the chief sovereign of destruction, then laughed calmly and nodded. Fine, then. This matter ends here. But right at this moment, the brown-haired Muja sovereign laughed loudly. Chief Sovereign, Mr. Augusta, everyone, I just did a high-speed search, and I really did discover that 38 years ago, a god and a demigod, male and female, used the teleportation array to go to a material plane. It is very rare for a god and a demigod to use a teleportation array. During the past 30 years, there was only this one instance. Which material plane did they go to? The Sovereign of Wind, Teresia, spoke out. At the same time, many sovereigns looked towards the Muja sovereign, including the chief sovereign of light. As for the chief sovereign of destruction, Linley couldn't even see his true appearance clearly, much less where he was looking towards. Linley's heart began to tremble. A material plane? He finally knew where Brody had gone to. There was hope for him to find the red caltrip diamond. I'm not too interested in the Overgod talismans, so I'll tell you. The material plane this couple went to is the material plane known as the Ackerland, Okalawan, plane. The Muja sovereign said clearly. Immediately, the sovereigns began to chat amongst themselves. Everyone, I'm going back now. A low voice rang out. The chief sovereign of destruction's figure turned, then disappeared from sight. With the departure of the chief sovereign of destruction, the other sovereigns immediately all began to depart as well. Clearly, this precise information regarding the red caltrip diamond had caused the sovereigns to all grow excited. Linley, are you going to go to the Ackerland plane? The chief sovereign of light looked down at Linley. Of course. Linley said solemnly. The chief sovereign of light let out a cold laugh, then disappeared. Moments later, the other sovereigns left as well, not a single one remaining. Linley? Beirut laughed as he looked at Linley. Are you really going to the Ackerland Plain? Yes, I am going. And I'm going right now. Linley said. After learning the location was the Ackerland Plain, Linley already felt completely confident. Sovereigns weren't able to enter material planes. Then, who had he to fear? Even if the other paragons came at the orders of the sovereigns, now that Linley had fused 4 types of divine power, his strength was 10 times what it was in the past. In fact, the durability of his body was probably close to a sovereign artifact by now. The red caltrop diamond is mine. Linley's heart blazed with eagerness. After having embarked on the road to acquire the red caltrop diamond, Linley had already decided that he would sacrifice anything. If deities came to stop him, he would slaughter them. Paragons, divine beasts, even those with the backing of sovereigns, if they wanted to stop him, he would show no mercy. For the sake of Grandpa Doring. Linley had already decided to shatter his cauldrons and sink his boats. He would sacrifice everything. There was no going back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 33, Descent. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 33, Descent. The Divine Light Plane. Deep within the vast, endless Godsgale Sea, there was a quiet little island, Jadeflower Island. This island had a circumference of only a few dozen kilometers, but over the course of countless years, the surrounding pirates had all come to a common understanding: no matter what, they were not to draw close to that little island. For countless years, anyone who dared to disturb the peace of Jadeflower Island, aside from old friends of the island master, would all perish. Rumble. In the air above Jadeflower Island, a wind arose and clouds gathered. A surge of powerful energy coalesced above it, and tens of figures immediately flew out of the island. The leader was a man, while the others were all female. The leading male was dressed in a white robe, had unbound golden hair, and 2 whiskers that drooped downwards like a pair of eyebrows. His gaze, however, was fathomlessly deep and cold. The energy in the skies above solidified into a figure. It was the Chief Sovereign of Light. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. The white-robed, golden-haired man bowed slightly. Chief Sovereign. The women also knelt down as well. The Chief Sovereign of Light permitted a smile to appear on his face, then walked towards the white-robed man. Clementine, Calimenting, I've come today because there is something important I wish to ask you to go do. The white-robed man lifted a surprised eyebrow. Chief Sovereign, if there is something which you cannot accomplish, how can I, a high god, accomplish it? Listen to me first. The Chief Sovereign of Light smiled. In his heart, though, the Chief Sovereign of Light was rather unhappy. These high god paragons are all so arrogant. The vast majority of them are unwilling to become emissaries, and even if they do, they won't easily be persuaded to go on missions. Linley was so arrogant. This Clementine, despite being my emissary, is not easily sent on missions either. High god paragons were still supreme amongst deities. Many of them, in the bottom of their hearts, felt quite dissatisfied toward sovereigns. What was so amazing about sovereigns? They were just lucky enough to acquire sovereign sparks. Thus, paragons rarely listened to or obeyed sovereigns. When Linley had faced the Chief Sovereign of Light's repeated threats, then finally been enraged and started to snap back, none of the surrounding sovereigns were surprised. After all, Linley was a paragon. If he continuously shrank back without fighting back at all, others would look down on him. The Chief Sovereign of Light began to carefully describe the Overgod Talisman matter to this Clementine. You now have a clear understanding of what happened here. The Chief Sovereign of Light smiled. Now, the red caltrop diamond is probably at the Ackerland material plane. We foreign sovereigns are unable to enter material planes. Thus, the struggle over the red caltrop diamond in the Ackerland material plane will be up to you deities. Amongst deities, high god paragons will naturally, well, you should understand now, yes? Understood. Clementine nodded, but he didn't volunteer himself. The chief sovereign of light mentally snorted, but he kept a smile on his face. If you complete the mission, this will be a great accomplishment. There is no way for me to give you another sovereign artifact, but I can give you 10,000 drops of sovereign's might. Clementine's facial expression didn't change. Clearly, he didn't lack for sovereign's might. But there was no way for the chief sovereign of light to give him another sovereign artifact. I can give you the 10,000 drops of light-type sovereign's might right now. If you fail, then forget it. If you succeed in acquiring the red caltrop diamond, when you hand it over to me, then I will give you another 10,000 drops of sovereign's might of another type. What say you? The chief sovereign of light smiled. Don't worry, chief sovereign. I will definitely work wholeheartedly to acquire the red caltrop diamond. Clementine bowed forward slightly. Only now did the chief sovereign of light laugh, satisfied. Go to the Ackerland material plane. If you don't have enough subordinates, go to the teleportation array and summon 1,000 high gods to follow you. Yes. Clementine said respectfully. Then I shall immediately head out. Sovereigns, being outsiders, were unable to enter material planes. Although many sovereigns were intrigued, they could only go ask the various high god paragons to lead their forces to the Ackerland plane. Battles in material planes relied on deities. Sovereigns could only wait outside for news. The Ackerland plane. The size of this entire plane was comparable to the Yulon plain. However, 99% of the surface of the Yulon plain was covered by water. The South Sea, in particular, took up a region that was 1,000 or 10,000 times larger than the Yulon continent. But the Ackerland plain was different. A large majority of the Ackerland plain was covered by land. The Ackerland plain consisted of two vast continents. They were the Fog Deep continent and the Beast God continent. These two large continents both had a circumference greater than 100 million kilometers. Aside from these two continents, there was only the endless sea. The Ackerland Plain's Fog Deep continent was governed by humans, while the Beast God continent was ruled over by beastmen. Within the Fog Deep continent, there was a terrifying forest that covered an area of more than 10 million kilometers, Fog Deep Forest. Fog Deep Forest had existed for countless years. Its age was completely unfathomable, and it was simply too vast, causing many who had ventured deep within it to be unable to pass to the other side despite spending their entire lives attempting to do so. According to legend, within Fog Deep Forest, aside from many magical beasts, there were also many primordial races, such as elves, sprites, dwarves, mountain giants, and others. Deep within Fog Deep Forest, Mount Vizel, Wayasire, was the number one mountain of the Fog Deep Forest, and was more than 100,000 kilometers tall. Mount Vizel's peak had 11 enormous teleportation arrays. Aside from these teleportation arrays, there was also an ordinary boulder which had been shaped into an estate. The planar overseer of the Ackerland Plain lived here. 900 more years before this assignment to oversee the Ackerland Plain ends. A tall, thin, two-horned man stood at the peak of the mountain, staring at the vast, endlessly fog-deep forest. He could easily see that far in the distance, there were two enormous magical beasts that were bellowing at and fighting each other. Boulders shattered. Trees trembled, then split apart. The two powerful magical beasts seemed to have gone berserk. An azure steel winghawk was currently perched quietly atop an ancient tree that had lived for 10,000 years, stealthily watching the distant battle. It seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to strike after both of these magical beasts were injured. It's been only 3 years. I didn't imagine that this kid actually completed fusing with the Magicite core of the 8th rank magical beast, Azure Steel Winghawk. It seems that he has become a druid of the 8th rank and should become a supreme expert amongst the younger generation within his tribe. The tall, skinny man smiled as he watched. Out of boredom, the planar overseer had grown to be quite familiar with the 8 elven tribes surrounding the area. There were some elves who were capable of becoming druids. Even for deities, druids were considered as rather unique. After fusing with a magicite core, they were actually able to transform into magical beasts. Even deities would find it hard to find any differences between druids and ordinary magical beasts. This was because, after transforming, druids would become a true magical beast. This planar overseer had become familiar with the soul aura of this elven genius, which was why upon seeing the azure steelwind hawk, he knew it was the elven youth who had transformed. I wonder if this youth will become a deity during my tenure as planar overseer, then head to the higher planes. The tall, skinny man mused to himself. Right at this moment, one of the 11 teleportation arrays suddenly lit up. Eh? The tall, skinny man turned to look. From the divine fire plane. These 11 teleportation arrays were aligned to the 4 higher planes and the 7 divine planes. To travel from the divine fire plane to a material plane, the cost is astronomical. A few dozen years ago, that couple returned from the infernal realm. Now, someone else comes from the divine fire plane. The tall, skinny man immediately walked towards the teleportation array, and the brilliant, illusory glow of the teleportation array slowly faded. The tall, skinny man's face changed. He saw a large, dense cluster of people within the teleportation array, with the leader being a grim-looking man who wore a long azure robe and whose long, fiery red hair fell to his shoulders. So many people. There are more than 100. And these people's power, I can't see through any of them. The tall, skinny man was badly shocked. He was a god. For him to be unable to see through them, meant that all of these 100+ people were high gods. For a single high god to pass through to a material plane has an astronomical cost. For so many high gods, the tall, skinny man took a long, deep breath. Whether they had come after paying an astronomical fee or had come for free through a sovereign, they were not people who he, a lowly planar overseer, could be compared to. "My lord." The tall, skinny man hurriedly bowed. The fiery-haired man's gaze was like thunder. The planar overseer just barely looked at him before immediately feeling as though his soul had been struck by a heavy hammer. The fiery-haired man couldn't be bothered with this god. The 100 high gods under his command immediately spread out, and the teleportation array once more lit up. Someone else from the divine fire plane? The tall, skinny man was shocked. Indeed, yet another group of more than 100 had come. Because each teleportation array was limited in size, only 100 could come each time. Even if they squeezed, 200 was pretty much the limit. But clearly, many people were coming from the divine fire plane. One batch after another, the teleportation array lit up time and time again as more people were sent over. How many are there? The tall, skinny man was stunned. Why had so many high gods come to the Ackerland plane? What were they here for? A long time later, the teleportation array finally halted. More than 2,000 high gods had come from the divine fire plane. Although, to the divine fire plane, 2,000 high gods wasn't much, to an ordinary material plane, 2,000 high gods was simply, incredibly terrifying. There are too many people in this material plane. However, aside from the planar overseer, there are only 2 gods, and one is female, while the other is a beastman-shaped male. The fiery-haired man let out a cold snort. The tall, skinny man was shocked upon hearing this. He knew who the 2 people the fiery-haired man mentioned were. One was the #1 expert of the Fog-Deep continent, the Radiant Goddess, while the other was the Beast God of the Beast God continent. But these 2 continents were extremely far from each other. Even high gods, in a material plane, were only able to stretch their divine sense to 1,000,000 kilometers or so. It would be very hard to cover even just the Fog-Deep continent. To be able to stretch and scan the 2 continents at the same time, what sort of spiritual energy was this? It seems that Brody has indeed hidden himself quite deeply. The fiery-haired man glanced at the tall, skinny man. What are you called? Milord, my name is Ben, Bayan. Ackerland Plains Plainer Overseer. The tall, skinny man said respectfully. Plainer Overseer, then you definitely know about Brody's arrival. The fiery-haired man suddenly frowned. Yet another teleportation array had begun to shine. They are quite fast. The fiery-haired man immediately gave an order through divine sense to the surrounding high gods. Head out. At the same time, he released a hint of fiery red energy, grabbing the planar overseer with it and taking him away as he flew. The 2,000 high gods behind him also followed as they flew away at high speed. Just as they flew away, another group of high gods descended. From the teleportation array, it seemed they came from the infernal realm. It was another group of over 100 high gods, with the leader being a youth with dark, wavy black hair and a dark black robe. His cold pupils were like the pupils of a venomous viper. If Linley was here, he would immediately recognize that this grim-looking man in the black robe was that person who had helped Linley once. Dunnington. Oof. I didn't expect that someone would be even faster than us. Dunnington swept his gaze into the distance. Indeed, a paragon is leading that group. The teleportation array once more lit up as one group after another emerged. Dunnington didn't lead that many people here, just 800 high gods or so. In reality, though, the fight over the red caltrip diamond would depend on the high god paragons. Let's go. Dunnington gave the order, and this vast, awe-inspiring group flew out as well. The armies of the various divine planes and higher planes, with paragons at the lead of almost all of them, began to descend. The light of the teleportation arrays flashed non-stop. The beastmen, elves, gnomes, and other races of fog-deep forest, upon seeing these thousands of people fly past high in the sky, were all scared silly. So many saints. More than 1,000 saints. Which power is this? Who possesses such terrifying strength? Quite a few people who saw the scene believed these people to be saints. Only the saints and deities of the Ackerland Plain knew, to their terror and shock, that they couldn't sense the strength level of any of the individuals flying within the vast hordes that filled the skies. The Ackerland Plains experts all knew in their hearts. The gods have descended. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 34, Hiding One's Strength. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 34, Hiding One's Strength. At the peak of Mount Vizel. The teleportation array lit up again and again. So many experts have appeared. They all have such terrifying auras. Far more powerful than even our tribe's elder. Can they all be deities? That azure steel winghawk quietly hid within the thick foliage, staring towards the distant mountain peak. This elf-turned hawk, upon seeing the many deities descended, had been terrified into motionlessness. Those two magical beasts that had been fighting fiercely were terrified into no longer fighting as well. A group of high gods appeared once more at the peak of the mountain. Just like before, the group was huge. If we add in this group, there has to have been more than 10,000 people already. The young druid murmured silently. This group of high gods was led by a man dressed in a long white robe, with white hair and white eyebrows. His brows, however, were nearly vertical, and his eyes were as crafty as a fox's. This person was someone Linley was quite familiar with, the high god paragon of wind, Bear. Just as Bear began to order the people who had been brought over to advance, suddenly, a different teleportation array lit up. The young druid was surprised. In the past, each teleportation array saw more than 100 people pass through. But this time, there were only two. A youth and a youngster. Although there are only two, judging from their look, that group of 1,000 high gods seems to be quite terrified of that youth and youngster. The young druid could clearly see that the newcomer youth was face to face with the white-robed, white-haired, white-browed man. They were chatting about something. These two were, of course, Linley and Bibi. Bayer, don't be so arrogant. It remains to be seen who will be the one to acquire the red caltrip diamond. Bibi snorted coldly. Bayer, in the planar battlefield, had engaged in a battle with Linley's squad. It could be said that there was an old grudge between the two. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Bayer swept Linley and Bibi with an icy gaze. He knew that Linley and Magnus had dueled each other, and that Magnus had even been exiled into chaotic space. Thus, Bayer didn't dare go too far either. Let's go! Bayer gave the order. Immediately, that vast group flew away and departed, leaving behind only Linley and Bibi, who stood there at the peak of the mountain. I thought that we had moved quite quickly. I didn't imagine that so many people would have already arrived at this Ackerland plain. Linley smiled slightly, then spread out his divine sense. Instantly, it spread out to encompass not just the two continents, but also the vast, endless sea. This Ackerland plain is quite large. Even high god paragons would need to use sovereign's might in order to cover the entire plain with their divine sense. If they don't, they would at most be able to extend their divine sense to part of a continent, perhaps to a circumference of just 100 million kilometers. Although high god paragons had the power of will, their souls weren't that powerful. If they simply relied on their own spiritual strength, the amount of area their divine sense could cover wasn't that large. In the planar battlefield, if high god paragons relied on their own spiritual energy, the area their divine sense could cover was very small. Only by relying on sovereign's might were they able to extend it to 8,000 kilometers. When Linley used sovereign's might, he could extend his divine sense to 36,000 kilometers. But if he relied on his own spiritual energy, he could stretch to 512 kilometers. In a material plane? Linley could control his spiritual energy to cover an entire plane. Boss, did you find the red caltrip diamond? Bibi asked. Linley began to frown. Strange. What is it? Bibi was a bit worried. The entire Ackerland plain has more than 10,000 high gods already. Bayer, Dunnington, quite a few paragons have arrived as well. But there are only 2 gods. Clearly, they aren't Brody. Linley was completely puzzled. In addition, I haven't located the red caltrip diamond despite searching the entire plane. It might be hidden within an interspatial ring, making it impossible for me to find it. Even sovereigns wouldn't be able to locate items that were hidden in interspatial rings. Boss, Brody's not here, and the red caltrip diamond isn't here either. Could it be that Brody has already left the Ackerland plain? Bibi said, worried. Could it be that he just passed through here, so as to deceive his trackers? Linley frowned. This is a possibility. If we want to investigate as to what happened after Brody arrived, the easiest way is to ask the planar overseer. Linley swept the nearby courtyard atop the mountain with his gaze. Now where did the planar overseer go? Could it be that the planar overseer was already captured by others? Bibi asked hurriedly. Planar overseers generally aren't that strong. Most are gods, while a few are high gods. Linley's divine sense encompassed the entire Ackerland plain. After his soul mutation, the strength of his spiritual energy far surpassed that of others using sovereign's might, especially given that he had a will that was even stronger than that of paragons. These other paragons weren't able to detect Linley spreading his divine sense out at all. It was much like how Linley wouldn't be able to detect it when sovereigns spread out their divine sense. The Ackerland plain, amongst deities, aside from a number of demigods and 2 gods, everyone else is a high god. Linley frowned. As he saw it, the planar overseer should be one of the gods or high gods. Those 2 gods, one is female, and her appearance is similar to many sculptures that are located throughout that continent. It seems as though she is that radiant goddess whom they worship. As for that beast man, he looks like the beast god carvings that exist in the other continent. Linley understood that these 2 shouldn't be planar overseers. In the material planes, there were some churches that didn't wholly worship any sovereigns. For example, in the Yulon Plain, there were those who worshipped the war god, O'Brien. In the Baruch Empire, there were many who worshipped Linley. Anyone who became a deity would be able to use and enjoy the power of faith. The power of faith would improve one's soul, and generally speaking, when training, one would be able to train much more quickly. For example, when meditating on the profound mysteries, if one had a great reserve of faith energy, many profound mysteries that were originally very hard to understand might suddenly become clearer and more relatable. But of course, faith energy was still an outside source of help. In training, one's own strength was still the most important. For example, although many sovereigns enjoyed the benefits of almost unlimited amounts of faith energy, in terms of the profound mysteries, they might spend countless years yet still be unable to become paragons. Boss, that planar overseer might be a high god. BB said. That's possible. Linley said with a frown. But I'm worried about something. Worried about what? BB asked, puzzled. I'm worried that the first people who arrived took away the planar overseer, acquired some important information from him, and then, to ensure the others wouldn't gain that information, killed the planar overseer. Linley had a hint of worry in his brows. He had already come at maximum speed. But the others had been even faster. How could those people have moved so quickly? Boss, your speed far surpasses the speed of most paragons. BB mumbled. Most likely, those paragons were brought by the sovereigns directly to the teleportation arrays. I'm fast, but I'm far from being as fast as a sovereign. As for those groups of high gods, they are probably high gods who were drawn from the armies stationed around the teleportation arrays. Linley was just guessing, but he felt quite certain about his guess. And in reality, it really was as Linley suspected. Sovereigns cared deeply about the over-god talismans. Thus, it would be normal for them to bring a paragon with them and making haste to the teleportation array. Rumble, the teleportation array lit up once more. Linley glanced at it, frowning. There really are quite a few people here. BB, let's leave. A surge of wind-type divine power swirled around Linley and BB. The two transformed into green blurs, instantly disappearing into the horizon. Linley, the other deities, and the paragons, none of them noticed that not too far away, amidst the trees, there was that azure steel winghawk. As they saw it, that was just a magical beast. They wouldn't even glance at it. Wow, what sort of speed is this? Although that group of people was fast, I could at least still see them move. But those two, the azure steel winghawk was completely stunned. More than 10,000 high gods had descended. Their awe-inspiring presence as they flew through the air completely terrified the saint-level experts of the Ackerland Plain. Soon, the news regarding the descent of the gods quickly spread out. The Radiant Temple was the first to receive this news, and the Radiant Goddess personally ordered that the forces of the Radiant Temple were to pay attention to their behavior, and that they weren't to offend these mysterious figures. As for the Radiant Goddess herself, she saw that vast group of experts as well. Good heavens! She was a god. In a material plane, she was invincible. But every single one of those 1,000+ individuals were more powerful than her. Any one of them could annihilate the Radiant Church. The territory of the Fog-Deep continent was too vast, stretching millions of miles. A continent such as this, in the infernal realm, was nothing, but it was still thousands of times larger than the Yulon continent. The number of empires, kingdoms, and alliances within the Fog-Deep continent came to a frighteningly large figure, and most people would never be able to traverse the entire Fog-Deep continent in their entire lives. At the eastern region of the Fog-Deep continent, atop Mount Lianya, within the Mulan Empire, a new estate had suddenly appeared out of nowhere atop the mountain. Quite a few of the more intelligent people who lived around Mount Lianya immediately understood that perhaps even saints wouldn't be able to suddenly create a new estate atop the mountain. Immediately, quite a few people began to climb up Mount Lianya, wanting to go meet the mysterious expert within the estate. they hoped to take this person on as their master. If they could be guided by an expert, their futures would change. Unfortunately, the closer they drew to the estate, the more terrifyingly powerful the gravity became. Even the number one expert in the area around Mount Liangya, an expert of the 9th rank who had come in the hopes of taking on a master, found that upon reaching a distance of 600 meters from the estate, he was unable to advance a single step further. From this, one could imagine how powerful the gravity was. That expert of the 9th rank immediately sighed, such a terrifyingly powerful gravitational technique, this is definitely something which only deities are capable of. Within the estate in Mount Liangya, Linli and Bibi were residing here. 3 full days. Linli could say with confidence that he had thoroughly searched the entire Ackerland plain. I originally thought that Brody would hide the red caltrop diamond deep in the seas, or deep under the earth. But now, it seems, my guess was wrong. Linli shook his head. It was easy for him to send his divine sense into the empty air, but the deeper one went into the ground, the harder it became. When his spirit sense had already stretched to cover the entire plain, not even Linli would be able to make it stretch to more than 1,000,000 meters into the ground. It was simply too hard. Linli had spent 3 days. It could be said that he had inspected every single part of the entire Ackerland plain, but... Boss, can it be that Brody really did just transit through here? He intentionally made multiple transits to fool people? BB mumbled. Everything is possible. The simplest thing to do right now is to find that planar overseer. He definitely knows quite a few things. Linli had no other options. But we don't know that planar overseer. BB's eyes lit up. Boss, let's just ask around and see whose forces were the first to arrive, then go find the leader of that group. Boss, now that you've fused 4 types of divine power, your power should vastly surpass the power of a paragon. If that paragon dares to refuse to give you an explanation, then beat the crap out of him or even kill him, then have his subordinates hand the person over. Let's see if they dare refuse. A 4-way soul mutation. This had bestowed Linli with a will greater than a paragon's. In addition, his body was now almost as strong and durable as a sovereign artifact. Linli's material attacks, in the past, had already been a bit more powerful than Magnus. Now his body had dramatically strengthened, and his divine power had also strengthened tenfold. In terms of material attacks, Linli could absolutely lay claim to being the number one deity. I might have the ability to kill paragons, Linli said with a frown. However, this isn't the time to reveal my power yet. If I were to pressure them with raw force and make it so that the paragons of the Ackerland plain were aware of my power, those paragons would probably join forces against me out of fear. But paragons were invincible amongst deities. This was a well-known legend. But in the face of a never-before-seen 4-way soul mutate, this legend regarding paragons had been shattered. If the paragons knew how powerful Linli was, and that they wouldn't be able to fight him one-on-one, they would definitely form an alliance to block Linli. By then, the difficulty level for acquiring the red caltrop diamond would rise greatly. The largest tree in the forest would attract the most wind. This was a principle which Linli understood. Right now, what I need to do is continue to pretend that I am a paragon. I can't reveal too much power. Linli laughed calmly. Once the red caltrop diamond appears, I can show my power. By then, I would have already acquired the red caltrop diamond. It would be too late for them. I imagine, I'm not the only one searching for that planar overseer. The other paragons are searching as well. Boss, are you saying? BB understood. Join forces. Join forces with the other paragons and force the paragon who captured the planar overseer to hand him over and give us his information. Linli's divine sense was continually scanning the Ackerland plain, and he immediately reached out directly into the mind of Dunnington. And Dunnington is the best person for me to join forces with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 35, Coercion. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 35, Coercion. The Ackerland Plain. Fog-deep continent's eastern regions. Within the Wildfang Mountains. Dunnington's forces from the Infernal Realm were stationed here. Deep within the Wildfang Mountains, multiple palaces suddenly appeared overnight. Deep within one of the palaces, within a dark, gloomy hall that was lit up by flickering green firelight, there was a single person seated quietly. At this moment, someone walked into the main hall. "Milord, I've already led those 500 high gods to do a thorough search of the entire beast god continent. We didn't find even a trace of the red caltrop diamond though." A muscular, tall, cyan-haired man dressed in a tunic spoke resignedly. As he spoke, he had a sour grimace on his face. "The fog-deep continent, I used up Sovereign's might and even searched underground, but found nothing." Dunnington, covered in a dark green robe, had an unpleasant look on his face. "Neither of these two continents holds it. How about this? You lead that group to the seas to continue searching carefully. Don't just search deep and watery regions of the seas, even the mud and earth of the seabed needs to be searched thoroughly, until you reach the ends of the plain." "Yes, milord." The cyan-haired man nodded, but by the looks of it, he was still acting in a fairly casual way before Dunnington. "Milord, we don't have that many forces. As I see it, quite a few people have already come, and the other forces have already covered the entire Ackerland plain. When you agreed to help the chief sovereign of destruction, when you brought us over, you should have brought some more soldiers," the cyan-haired man said, worried. "You worry about your matters. You don't need to worry about these affairs." Dunnington frowned. "Yes." The cyan-haired man, seeing that Dunnington was unhappy, immediately left, not daring to say anything else. Dunnington sat there quietly, but he was quite frustrated as well. Upon arriving in the Ackerland plain, he knew that the situation was terrible. Because there were simply too many paragons who had come on this trip. How few paragons did the countless planes of the universe hold? And yet, including Dunnington, 9 had come to the Ackerland plain, that although there were 20 or 30 people suspected of being paragons, quite a few were hidden in remote areas or even hidden within material planes. Not even sovereigns were able to locate those paragons. Normally, it would be very rare for 2 paragons to meet each other. 3 paragons being in one place was virtually inconceivable. 9 paragons, it was only because so many sovereigns were all interested in this matter, that so many paragons had appeared in one place. With so many paragons, once the red caltrop diamond appears, how could it be easy to acquire? Dunnington secretly shook his head. "Dunnington?" A voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Linley?" Dunnington immediately knew who it was and he chatted back through divine sense. "Linley, we haven't met each other since you became a paragon, right? I just reached this level recently." Linley laughed, then asked, "Dunnington, did you find anything out about the red caltrop diamond?" "Nothing. Nothing at all. How about you?" Dunnington asked. These 2 supreme deities were thousands of kilometers away, but were able to chat casually through their divine senses. "Me? You have 800 high gods under your command but weren't able to find it. BB and I are by ourselves. How are we supposed to?" Linley laughed with pursed lips. Linley didn't want to reveal the fact that he was a soul mutate. "Linley, I don't want to criticize you, but given your status in the 4 Divine Beasts clan, it wouldn't be too hard for you to summon a few thousand people from the clan. With a few thousand subordinates, it would be much easier for you to search the Ackerland plain. But you just came by yourself, with BB," Dunnington sighed. If one considered Linley a paragon, the Ackerland plain now had 9 paragons present. But aside from the paragons themselves, every single force had brought a large group of high gods, generally at least 1,000 or more. To lead forces from the four divine beasts clan to the teleportation array would take too long. Those ordinary high gods also fly much slower than you and me. If I did that, it would probably take me quite a few extra months to get here. During those months, I imagine the rest of you would have already found the red caltrip diamond. Of course I wasn't going to wait, so I led BB and came. Linley laughed. Dunnington now understood. The others had ordered for soldiers stationed around the teleportation arrays to assist them, and so hadn't taken much time at all. Enough about that. Dunnington, do you think Brody actually, truly left the red caltrip diamond in this Ackerland plane? Linley asked. I really am a bit suspicious, given that Brody isn't here in this plane. Dunnington said. Now, I want to find the planar overseer, but I wasn't able to. I imagine that the planar overseer should have been taken away by the paragon of fire, Bulmer, Bamo. That's because he was the first to arrive at the Ackerland plane. Dunnington said. Bulmer? Quite a bit of information regarding Bulmer came to Linley's mind. Dunnington, the information which the planar overseer has is extremely important. How about, we join forces and coerce Bulmer to hand over the planar overseer? What do you say? Linley advised. Coerce? A smile appeared on Dunnington's face. Good idea. I'm not confident in being able to act against Bulmer by myself, but if we join forces and pincer attack him, even if Bulmer doesn't die, he'll still suffer quite a bit. It wouldn't be hard for us to exile him. I imagine that Bulmer wouldn't want to suffer like that for no reason. Fine, then. When should we join forces and go find Bulmer? Linley and Dunnington discussed this matter for quite some time. Fog Deep Continent. The Beers, Piraci, Mountains. The Beers Mountains were more than 10,000 kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide. They were like a sharp knife that just so happened to separate the Mulan Empire from the Blue Maple Empire. However, in the center of the Beers Mountains, there was an extremely deep gorge known as Divine Punishment. This gorge actually pierced through the entire Beers Mountains. The people of the two empires could pass through to the other side through this gorge. The reason why this place was known as the Divine Punishment Gorge was because, according to legend, two gods had battled here, and then, with one astonishing blade chop, carved a path through the entire mountain range, leaving behind this 100 kilometers long Divine Punishment Gorge. But because the gorge connected these two empires, the two empires both set down many soldiers on each side. These two armies would often engage in battles over various problems. Rumble. The earth was trembling. Hoofsteps rang out unabated. Under the commands of the military officers, the two armies prepared their formations as they stared at each other. Because these two empires didn't share any other borders, this gorge was the only place where they did battle. They would even fight over the smallest of problems. The reason they did this was because both empires had subconsciously come to view the battles within the gorge as a place to train their armies. Only soldiers who had seen blood would truly be able to fight. Every few months or every few years, there would be a major battle. Each time, tens of thousands of casualties would result. This was very normal. After all, these two empires, even in the vast fog-deep continent, were two fairly powerful empires, with populations that were in the tens of billions. Vanguard battalions, advance. A warrior dressed in golden armor was seated high up on the back of a completely black serpent. He gave the order. The commanding generals of both armies both understood that there was no way the two empires would actually, truly fight each other. This was just a way for them to train their soldiers. But precisely because they wanted to train their soldiers, it made it so that over the course of the struggles, they would swear to surpass the enemy's side. Immediately, the two military formations began to wildly charge against each other. Swoosh! Swoosh! Arrows filled the skies as the vanguards of each army burst towards each other in a flood. Blood immediately began to fly everywhere, and some of the young chicklets who were experiencing war for the first time were so terrified that their legs went soft. Life, death, things were so simple on the battlefield. Only someone who experienced a life and death battle would become a true soldier. Right at this moment, two figures appeared, flashing through the skies. The supreme experts of the two armies all raised their heads, frowning in confusion. Saints? Linley, what are you sighing for? It was Linley and Dunnington. They flew through the air, and Linley laughed as he lowered his head to glance at the battle going on within the gorge. When I see these vicious battles, I think back to my home, the Yulon continent. However, the battles that go on here at the Fog Deep continent are clearly on a much larger scale than the wars of my Yulon continent, be it in terms of the numbers of soldiers or the numbers of experts. Material planes, Dunnington said calmly. I was born and grew up in the infernal realm. I don't know too much about these material planes. Material planes are still quite interesting. Linley laughed calmly. Only, the Ackerland plain is simply too populated. A continent that stretched to a circumference of 100 million kilometers. And the Yulon continent? It was, just 30,000 kilometers or so. How vast the difference was. As for the difference in population, it was perhaps 1,000th, or a 10,000th, of this continent's. Naturally, the number of saints in the Yulon continent was much lower as well. These two continents even had quite a few deities. Bulmer's residence is up ahead. Linley laughed calmly. Right. Let me speak with Bulmer first. Dunnington and Linley halted there in midair. Below them, not too far away, were a series of fiery red palaces. Dunnington immediately spread out his divine sense to negotiate with Bulmer. Bulmer. Dunnington. The paragon of fire within a palace, Bulmer, immediately responded. Yours was the first group to enter the Ackerland plain. The planar overseer should be with you, yes? We are all here for the red caltrop diamond. Everyone needs to compete fairly. You had best hand over the planar overseer. It wouldn't be good for you to keep the information regarding Brody to yourself. Dunnington urged. The only response to Dunnington's words was a single, cold snort. Dunnington's face sank. Linley is next to me. We all hope that you will hand over the planar overseer. Dunnington then said. Linley? Bulmer sent back a loud laugh. How laughable. You aren't able to find the planar overseer, so you come searching for me? Let me tell you this, when I arrived at the Ackerland plain, I didn't see the planar overseer anywhere. Most likely, the planar overseer is somewhere else in the Ackerland plain. The wind howled in the air above the Beers Mountains. Two figures stood tall amidst the wind. Dunnington gave Linley a glance. He refuses to admit it? Linley laughed calmly. Right. Dunnington laughed as well. I thought Bulmer was quite astute, but it seems, Linley laughed, and Dunnington laughed as well. The two had planned this out long ago. If words wouldn't work, then they would move to actions. Watch this. Linley stretched his hand out, and a black sword appeared within it. With but a thought, he made it turn translucent. Break! Linley stared coldly downwards, then launched a sword attack. A terrifying, enormous azure sword light howled downwards, and the space below twisted, then tore apart like paper. The space and stones below were transformed into nothingness, and the high gods within the palaces all fled in every direction in terror. It was a spatial tempest. What would have been a terrifying sword blow in the infernal realm had transformed into a terrifying spatial tempest here in a material plane. Only a long time later did space return to normal. But the mountains below Linley had completely vanished. The only thing remaining was a fathomlessly deep gorge. Countless figures flew into the skies, with the leader being a cyan-robed, fiery-haired man. His eyes were filled with rage, and he stared angrily at the distant Linley and Dunnington. "Linley, why did you destroy my estate for no reason?" Dunnington just began to laugh. "Why? Don't you know? Stop playing dumb." Linley laughed calmly. Although there were more than 1,000 high gods hovering there in the air, they didn't dare to interfere. They just quietly watched as this scene unfolded. After all, it was 3 paragons speaking. Any of the 3 could effortlessly butcher them all. "Hand over the planar overseer," Linley said. "Otherwise, well, you know." Dunnington continued. Bulmer's face was red, and a fiery light flickered in his eyes. "I told you. The planar overseer isn't here." Bulmer shouted angrily. "More lies." Dunnington shook his head and sighed. "Linley, looks like we have no other options." "We really don't." Linley laughed, and then, quite casually, he said, "Let's act. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 20, Chapter 36, 9 Supreme Experts. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 36, 9 Supreme Experts. In the air above the Beers Mountains, Linley and Dunnington, not hesitating at all, transformed into 2 blurs which pincer-attacked Bulmer. The constrictive power of a material plane was far lower than that of the infernal realm, and so Linley and Dunnington were able to move at an unheard-of speed. It was as though they were teleporting. "Attacking? Ha ha!" Bulmer's wild laughter echoed in the air, while his entire body began to blaze with fiery tongues of flame that swirled about him. The heat around him was so great that even space itself began to crack from it. Bulmer actually paid no heed to Dunnington, instead going straight for Linley. "Careful," Dunnington sent. Linley just laughed calmly and watched. Whoosh! Bulmer transformed into a streak of fire, passing directly through Linley's body, then re-solidifying into Bulmer's appearance behind Linley. The same technique which Bluefire used. Linley laughed and turned. How could it be that he didn't react at all? Bulmer was shocked. Paragons who trained in the laws of fire definitely had the most powerful attacks. Their material attacks and soul attacks were both tremendously strong. A soul attack? Too weak. Linley laughed as he looked at Bulmer. In terms of soul strength, how could Bulmer compare to a soul mutate like Linley? And Linley had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. My turn. Linley suddenly moved. That Mirage Godspark sword in his hand leisurely chopped down towards Bulmer. Space just trembled slightly. Mirage seemed to teleport, directly appearing in front of Bulmer. The attack speed of a paragon was far greater than their movement speed. There was no chance for Bulmer to dodge at all. Bulmer wasn't afraid. The attacks of a paragon of fire were also exceedingly strong. With a flip of his hand, he revealed a fiery red greatsword. Clang! The fiery greatsword and Mirage suddenly clashed. What great power! Linley felt his hand tremble, but that was just the flesh in his palm. The remaining strength was dispersed. After fusing with 4 types of divine power and having his body transformed, Linley's body was now simply too powerful. Even without dragon forming, his physical strength would be ranked amongst the top 10 in the entire universe. Having a defensive sovereign artifact and having a body that was akin to a sovereign artifact, these were 2 completely different things. Having a defensive sovereign artifact just meant that one's defense would be strong. It didn't mean one would increase in physical power. But for someone whose body was akin to a sovereign artifact, that person's brute strength alone would be terrifyingly great. For example, Beirut or Hammers, their bodies were simply too powerful. They had too much brute strength. Even without having reached the level of Paragon, their material attacks were comparable to those of Paragons. As for Linley, his brute strength was no lower than Beirut or Hammers. In addition, he had the power of will. This made it so that in this clash, Linley's palm just trembled slightly, while Bulmer's entire body was knocked flying backwards. Bang! Bulmer's body slammed hard against the mountain rocks, and the counterforce of their collision was transmitted to the mountain. A power that was capable of making a high god paragon be knocked back that far, how could the mountains of a material plane withstand it? Rumble. A layer of rocks transformed into sand, and then a powerful tremor swept through the mountainous rocks like an ocean wave, transforming them into sand. It was like a ripple that swept out to a distance of hundreds of kilometers. It even swept through the air, from one mountain to another mountain. All of the mountain peaks within hundreds of kilometers seemed to have been sliced through by an enormous greatsword that was hundreds of kilometers long. It was extremely flat and equally distributed. Divine Punishment Gorge was only a 10 or so kilometers away from Linley's battle. Naturally, it was within that region. The hundreds of thousands of warriors within the gorge only felt the entire space tremble violently, and then rustle. The upper halves of the mountain peaks above each side of the gorge were completely transformed into sand, and then with a rustling sound, the sand began to flow downwards. Retreat, quick, retreat! These soldiers all began to bellow. Countless amounts of sand flowed downwards. If they were to be buried under this avalanche of sand, even the most powerful of warriors would suffocate to death. Moments later, an enormous sand pile that was hundreds of meters high appeared within the gorge. Good heavens! A sand dune that is the size of a small mountain. Anyone trapped in it would definitely die. Fortunately, I managed to flee fast enough. Quite a few warriors stared at the mountain of sand and felt a surge of fear. This terrifying, gigantic dune had already completely sealed off the center of the gorge. What's going on? Where did all of this sand come from? Good heavens! The mountain peaks are all missing. They've been completely flattened. It is as though an invincible celestial divinity used a blade to completely flatten the mountains nearby. Those mountain peaks were still standing just moments ago. Where did they disappear to? Many of the soldiers raised their heads to stare, completely stupefied. The high-level military officials and powerful experts of each side were also stunned. A miracle! Quite a few people stared with wide eyes. At this moment, the two armies had no desire to keep fighting at all. They were too stunned by this miracle. Actually, even if they wanted to fight, there was no way to. That sand dune was hundreds of meters high, and it completely blocked off both sides. Let's go up and take a look. Quite a few people in both armies were mounted on flying magical beasts, and they rose into the skies. There were also some magi, and even a few rare saints who were able to rely on their own power to fly into the skies. They all wanted to see what had happened, exactly. So many saint-level experts. Quite a few people stared, stupefied, at the thronging mass of high gods hovering in the air. Swish! A figure suddenly shot over, and then smashed hard against the rocky walls of a large gorge. Rumble, the entire gorge seemed to tremble, and then a layer of stone that was more than 10 meters thick was transformed into sand and flowed downwards. The fiery figure that had slammed into the gorge once more flew into the air. Linley, I told you, I didn't catch the planar overseer. The fiery red figure began to bellow. The soldiers below frantically tried to dodge and hide. Fortunately, this time, the sand that fell down was only a few meters thick, and so the soldiers were able to save themselves. Quite a few warriors emerged from the sand, raising their heads to stare at the fiery figure. What sort of people are they? A collision was enough to cause a scene of such devastation? You'd rather die than admit it? A voice echoed in the skies. Gods, celestial divinities. Those soldiers took the speakers to be celestial divinities. These soldiers had no idea what came after saints. As they saw it, gods and celestial divinities were essentially the same thing. Right at this moment, two figures appeared above the gorge, staring at the fiery figure. Linley, your material attacks truly are terrifying. Dunnington sighed in amazement. My Azure Dragon clan has always specialized in strengthening the body, and so my body was strong to begin with. Now that I have the power of will and have mastered the profound mysteries, of course I'm a bit stronger than most paragons in terms of material attacks. Linley smiled. A bit stronger? The nearby paragon of fire, Bulmer, felt bitterness in his heart. That wasn't a bit stronger, it was significantly stronger. This was abusive. Fortunately, although I'm not able to completely defend against this sort of attack, it won't kill me either. Bulmer still felt some confidence. What Bulmer didn't realize was that the power which Linley had just revealed, despite vastly outstripping Bulmer's own, was just a small part of Linley's true power. Linley's true killing technique, the four-way fused divine power, had yet to be used. If he had used fused divine power, his attack power would increase tenfold. Tenfold. What sort of a concept was that? It would be completely lopsided. Bulmer looked downwards at the stupefied commoners. He couldn't help but feel angry that these ordinary mortals had seen him lose face like this, which made him both enraged and embarrassed. A group of ants. Bulmer waved his hand, and instantly, a surge of fiery energy swept out, completely covering the skies and forming into an uninterrupted sea of flame above the gorge. This sea of flame was hundreds of kilometers long. It covered the entire gorge, rendering it so that those below weren't able to see anything going on above. As for within the gorge, in the future, it would be referred to by the denizens of the Ackerland Plain as the Apocalypse Flame Gorge. The flames which Bulmer had casually created were flames which even high gods wouldn't dare touch. Linley, Dunnington, it's completely impossible for the two of you to kill me. Bulmer said angrily. I told you, the planar overseer isn't here. Bulmer, stop denying it. With this voice, a figure suddenly appeared. Bulmer, your material attacks are far weaker than Linley's. Yet another figure appeared. You. Bulmer frowned. Two more paragons had arrived. Bulmer stretched out his divine sense, and upon doing so, he frowned. It wasn't actually just two more paragons who had arrived, the other paragons were hastening over here as well. Bulmer had a very ugly look on his face. Bulmer, don't deny having the planar overseer. Just hand him over. This speaker's entire body was covered with an earthen yellow light. His muscles bulged, and his blue veins were like branches that twined about throughout his terrifyingly muscular 4-meter-tall figure. Alas, if you insist on just denying it, you'll just suffer more. A snicker rang out. The speaker was Bayer. In but a twinkling, all of the other paragons had arrived as well. I ended up being the last one. A shadow flashed forward, the latecomer was the paragon of light, Clementine. Including Linley, there were 8 people present. These 8 all stared at Bulmer. Oof. You all came. Bulmer had a gloomy look on his face, and he snorted angrily, I told you. The planar overseer isn't here. The unending flames blazed above the gorge, and above the flames, 9 supreme deities stood there, 8 surrounding one. Bulmer was definitely in a weak position. Bulmer won't admit it. Dunnington, it's up to you. The paragon of light, Clementine, pursed his lips and laughed. Dunnington winked at Bulmer. Bulmer, can it be that you are going to force me to hypnotize and control one of your high gods? Bulmer's face instantly changed. He finally realized what his flaw was. It was extremely hard to use hypnosis to control a high god, but Dunnington was capable of it. Soul seed, hypnosis, creating soul shards, these all belong to the edicts of death. If one didn't train in the edicts of death, and instead trained in fire or water, even if one became a paragon, one would be unable to use soul seeds in hypnosis, or create soul shards from scraping away someone's soul. Every area had its own specialties. If one didn't train in the edicts of death, no matter how powerful one was, one wouldn't be able to use hypnosis. The planar overseer truly isn't here," Ballmer said. The looks on the faces of the 8 experts, Linley included, sank. Clearly, they felt that Ballmer really didn't know what was good for him. "He's dead. I killed him," Ballmer then said. The eyes of the 8 experts lit up. Ballmer chuckled, "I'm now the only person that knows about Brody. However, since you've decided to go this far in forcing me, I can't make it so that you did this all for nothing. I'll tell you. After all, even if you know, it won't be of much use. You aren't the one to decide if this information is useful or not." Bayer narrowed his vertical eyebrows as he said coldly. Ballmer continued, "Brody did indeed come to the Ackerland Plain, but just 1 year later, he took his wife and left the Ackerland Plain. He went to the Life Realm. However, when Brody left the Ackerland Plain, he once said something to the planar overseer." The 8 experts all stared at Ballmer. Brody said, "Mr. Ben, if many deities descend upon this place in search of something called a red caltrop diamond, please tell these deities something for me. Tell them that the red caltrop diamond is right here in the Ackerland Plain. However, if they want to find it, it will depend on how lucky they are." Ballmer finished speaking, then snickered coldly as he looked at everyone. The 8 experts all began to ponder. Everyone sensed quite clearly that Brody's words contained a hint of mockery within them. "Everyone, you tell me, is the red caltrop diamond in the Ackerland Plain?" Ballmer laughed coldly. That's what Brody had claimed. But the truth? That was unclear. There were 2 possibilities. The first was that the red caltrop diamond was truly in the Ackerland Plain, only, it was hidden too well, so it was very hard to find. The second was that it left alongside Brody as he went to another plane. Think about it at your leisure. Whether you decide to give up and go back or decide to keep searching is up to you. I've already given you this information." Laughing, Ballmer flew away. As he did so, Ballmer gave Linley a sidelong glance. Just now, when he had been fighting Linley, he had been at an absolute disadvantage. It seems as though Linley wasn't just lucky when he exiled Magnus into chaotic space. Just now, he wasn't even in dragon form. Ballmer, in his heart, began to feel a hint of dread towards Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 37, Infiltration. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 37, Infiltration. The Beers Mountains. In the air above the sea of flame which hung over the divine punishment gorge. After the Paragon of Fire, Ballmer, departed, the other 7 Paragons and Linley all continued to quietly hover there above the sea of fire. After hearing Ballmer's information, they all began to ponder. Brody's message stated that the red caltrop diamond is still in the Ackerland Plain. Linley frowned as he pondered. Brody, after having been surrounded by so many experts of the infernal realm, should know by now how important that red caltrop diamond is. Perhaps, he has truly decided to give up the red caltrop diamond, in exchange for a peaceful life. Before being surrounded by so many experts, Brody might perhaps have been unaware as to just how hot to handle this red caltrop diamond was. But after that and the loss of a divine clone, Brody should have begun to wonder as to whether or not he should have continued to hold the red caltrop diamond. Although his power increased tremendously while holding it, it also caused countless experts to descend upon and pursue him. Everyone, you all know the message now. What do you all think? Is the red caltrop diamond still in the Ackerland Plain? The Paragon of Light, Clementine, said with a smile. Oof. If Brody is playing a trick and has the desire to be greedy and keep the Overgod talisman on his own, he would be courting death. The Paragon of Earth, that 4-meter-tall figure, said in a cold voice. If we believe that the red caltrop diamond isn't here, we might as well leave this plane. The Paragon of Wind, Bayer, let out a snicker. He glanced at the surrounding people. Myself, I'll be staying here. Everyone, I won't accompany you here any longer. I'll go back now. A wind blew past, and Bayer disappeared from everyone's field of vision. In a material plane, all paragons were able to move at a speed that seemed akin to the speed of the sovereigns in the higher planes. I won't stay here any longer either. Clementine also disappeared, transforming into a ray of light. And then, all of the high god paragons left, leaving behind only Linley and Dunnington. Linley, are you going to leave the Aukerland plane or stay? Dunnington asked. There's no rush. Perhaps the red caltrop diamond is still in the Aukerland plane. Linley said with a slight frown, but then he chuckled. Dunnington, let's compete and see who will be the one to acquire the red caltrop diamond. Let's separate for now then. You don't have as many supporters as I do. If someone is to get it, it will be me. Dunnington began to laugh as well. And then, Linley and Dunnington transformed into two blurs as they flew towards different directions. Originally, after having thoroughly scoured the entire Aukerland plain, Linley felt that there was a 90% chance that the red caltrop diamond truly might have departed the Aukerland plain. The Aukerland plain was nothing more than a transit location for Brody. As for that remaining 10% chance, that was just because Linley wasn't willing to just leave like this. However, after having heard this message, Linley's thoughts had changed. Given what Brody had said, the red caltrop diamond might truly be still in the Aukerland plain. The eastern part of the Aukerland plain. The Mulan Empire. Within that estate at the peak of Mount Liangya. Boss, what sort of tricks do you think Brody employed? Bibi, after listening to what Linley had to say, couldn't help but frown as he spoke. The red caltrop diamond is such a precious treasure that he naturally wouldn't want to let us acquire it so easily. Linley said with a frown, but I've already completely searched the entire Aukerland plain. There is no red caltrop diamond at all. Then, there's only one possibility. This was the possibility that frustrated Linley the most. My divine sense can easily search the heavens, but it is hard for someone to use divine sense to search inside a person's body. Thus, the red caltrop diamond is perhaps hidden within the body of some sort of living creature. Linley frowned. It was extremely hard for one to send divine sense deep into the body of any living creature with a spirit. For example, divine artifacts had their own form of a spirit. It was impossible for even Linley to send his spiritual energy into a divine artifact and search for something inside of it. For example, Bibi's Godspark weapon, he had hidden the interspatial ring within the Godspark weapon, and even sovereigns wouldn't be able to see through it to find the interspatial ring within. But of course, it was virtually impossible to hide a ring within a divine artifact. After all, in the forging and refining process for the divine artifact, any interspatial ring would have been destroyed long ago. Only someone like Bibi, who completely relied on his own will in creating a Godspark weapon, would be able to safely secrete an interspatial ring within it. Aside from divine artifacts, other living creatures also possessed souls. Every single living creature had a soul which would repel the spiritual energy of any invading forces. Because some souls were strong while others were weak, the strength of the resistance would vary as well. Some living creatures were simply too powerful and so couldn't be invaded at all. For example, Linley. Generally speaking, paragons might be able to chat with Linley through divine sense, but they definitely wouldn't be able to extend their divine senses into Linley's body and investigate the secrets it held. But for weaker people, such as mortals. If a deity wanted to investigate a mortal, he would only have to just focus his spiritual energy slightly, and thus would be able to sense into the mortal's body. This, however, still required concentration and focus. One couldn't use too much spiritual energy, as if one did, the mortal's fragile soul might shatter and disperse. But if the spiritual energy was too weak, then it might not be able to go in at all. Thus, it was hard to investigate into someone's body. As for searching one's soul, that was even harder. When Delia had been in a coma, Linley hadn't dared to send his spiritual energy into her to investigate at all. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would shatter her soul. The Ackerland Plain is simply too vast. I imagine that Brody chose this plain precisely because he heard of how populated it is. Linley said with a frown. Even for me, to search the body of a human being is difficult enough that I can't investigate a few thousand people at once. I have to be very careful and very patient. At most, I can probably only search 1,000 people at once. This didn't have anything to do with how strong one's spiritual energy was, rather, what mattered was one's ability to multitask carefully, because each inspection had to be very careful. The spiritual energy couldn't be too strong or too weak. The Ackerland Plain, although the population is far smaller than the infernal realms, there are still nearly 8 quadrillion people. Linley said with a frown. This sum was simply too enormous. There was nothing that could be done. The Ackerland Plain's 2 major continents each had a circumference of over 100 million kilometers. The Yulon continent's circumference was just 20 or 30,000 kilometers. The difference between the area of the two was a difference of nearly 100 million times. Even the Yulon continent had a population of billions, thus, it only made sense for the Ackerland Plain to have a population of nearly 8 quadrillion. Compared to the infernal realm, though, it was just a rounding error. Not just humans. There are also all sorts of magical beasts of the land, of the skies, and deep in the seas. The red caltrop diamond might be stored within their bodies as well. Linley said resignedly. If he wanted to investigate further, it would indeed be a laborious task. But of course, if he wanted to search quickly, that was also possible. That was to ignore the ability of these humans and magical beasts to endure his power, and to blast his almighty divine sense out indiscriminately. The result would be that the countless humans and magical beasts with weak souls would always die. If one didn't have to worry about the lives of the specimens being inspected, of course it would be much faster. But the number of people who would die would be astronomical. To kill 8 quadrillion humans for the sake of more quickly finding the red caltrop's diamond, and a similarly astonishing number of magical beasts? Make this entire plain a plain of the dead? Linley couldn't help but shiver, just thinking about it. Forget about using that sort of method, even if someone else dared to do it, Linley would stop them. Boss, the process of forging a divine artifact requires all sorts of hammering and refining. If an interspatial ring was within it, it would definitely shatter. Thus, it isn't too likely that the red caltrop diamond was hidden within a divine artifact. Bibi said. There were only 2 people in the entire universe who could do what Bibi could do. Linley nodded. Our only choice is to begin inspecting the bodies of the humans and beastmen. Brody. That bastard. He really picked a good plane. If he picked a small plain like the Yulon Plain, with a low population, it would be much easier to search. But that bastard had to pick this Ackerland Plain. Bibi couldn't help but curse. Don't be impatient. The other 8 groups have already begun to search the bodies of the various living creatures here. Linley laughed calmly. As for himself, he couldn't be bothered to go search. Linley's divine sense was powerful enough to stretch across the entire plain. Once the red caltrop diamond being discovered, Linley would immediately know. I now only lack a single talisman. Linley lowered his head, staring at the interspatial ring in his hands. He sent his divine sense into it, easily locating that crown within it. The pentaminal crown was adorned with the 9 soul pearls, and was now only lacking a red caltrop diamond in the central setting. Now that Linley and Bibi were in the Ackerland Plain, they didn't have to worry about sovereigns causing problems for them, and so Bibi had given the interspatial ring containing those 2 items to Linley. Bibi, make a trip with me. Linley suddenly stood up. What are you going to do? Bibi was startled. I've discovered that the Paragon of Light, Clementine, hasn't just ordered his high god subordinates to carefully search within the bodies of all sorts of living creatures, he himself has led his forces towards the headquarters of the Radiant Temple. It seems he wishes to borrow from the power of mortal organizations in order to search for the red caltrop's diamond. A hint of a smile was on Linley's face. This was indeed an excellent method. When Brody had arrived at the Ackerland plain, he might have often taken out the red caltrop diamond. Some mortals might thus have seen it. It was indeed possible that by relying on worldly power, they might find some hints regarding the diamond. He sought out the Radiant Temple. Then I will go for the Assassin's Guilds. Linley's divine sense covered the entire plain. He naturally was able to easily discover many of the secrets of the Ackerland Plain. The Ackerland Plain's fog-deep continent was awe-inspiringly vast. Because of how large it was, there was no way for a single empire to arise and unify it. The fog-deep continent had more than 100 empires alone, and duchies were as common as ox hair. The power of some special, hidden organizations, however, surpassed that of any empire. For example, the #1 Assassin's Guild of the Fog-Deep Continent, Bloodknife. According to legend, the #1 expert who supported this Assassin's Guild was someone who had reached the level of deity. It also had hundreds of saints as well. Bloodknife didn't have a central headquarter. Its bases were divided into Class 3, Class 2, Class 1, and Special Class divisions. Because the Fog-Deep Continent and the Beast God Continent were too vast, Bloodknife had a total of 8 special class bases, 2 of which were located on the Beast God Continent. Bloodknife's special class base in the Manhwa Mountains. A caltrop-shaped red diamond. Right, send the word to every single base, based on this diagram. Anyone who can provide any information regarding this red caltrop diamond will immediately be promoted to the rank of Corps member, and be awarded a tamed saint-level magical beast, along with a soul-binding contract. The #1 expert of Bloodknife had already reached the deity level. Known as Elder Shadow, this was the order he gave. The ranking of this mission was Blood Rank. It had been more than 100 years since the last Blood Rank mission. Once the order went out, it was immediately conveyed to the various bases, and all of them immediately went crazy, ordering their forces, external intelligence, and even street-level hoodlums to begin searching for news about the red caltrop diamond. However, Bloodknife's members were all puzzled. Why would Elder Shadow so desperately want the red caltrop diamond, and even offer a tamed saint-level magical beast as a reward? Within the Manhwa Mountains. Inside a secluded, quiet residence. An old man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyebrows bowed in an extremely respectful manner. Lord Baruch, with regards to the matter of the red caltrop diamond, I've already notified all of the bases within the Fog-Deep Continent about it. As long as the red caltrop diamond has made an appearance, our organization will definitely locate it for you, my lord. However, our organization doesn't have that much influence in the Beast God Continent. The blood-haired elder said apologetically. You've done quite well already. Linley smiled and nodded. Here are 11 God-level divine sparks. There is one for each of the 7 laws and 4 edicts. This can be considered your reward. Linley waved his hand, and 11 God-level divine sparks flew out. The blood-haired elder's eyes instantly turned red. God-level divine sparks. To him, a demigod, this was an absolutely wondrous treasure. Let me remind you that after you fuse with a divine spark, you will find it very hard to make any further breakthroughs on your own. Linley said calmly. Your subordinate is willing to accept this. The blood-haired elder said hurriedly. Upon becoming a god, he would be on a level comparable to the 2 formerly supreme experts of the Ackerland Empire. If you are able to find anything regarding the red caltrop diamond, I can give you a high god spark. Enough. You can leave now. Linley said calmly. Yes, Lord Baruch. The blood-haired elder was so excited that his eyes were shining. He didn't dare to disturb Linley any further, and he immediately departed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 38, Lionheart City. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 38, Lionheart City. As Bibi watched the blood-haired elder depart, he pursed his lips. That old fellow has remained in the material plane for too long. His viewpoint is too narrow and restricted. He's too foolish. He actually, voluntarily wishes to fuse a divine spark. He's not foolish. He's intelligent. Linley laughed. The Ackerland plane, having a huge population base, has given birth to quite a few deities. Most likely, the people here have some degree of understanding regarding the infernal realm, netherworld, celestial realm, and other places. Unless they are able to reach the 6-star fiend or 7-star fiend, going to the infernal realm is a form of suffering. That old fellow, in the Ackerland plane, is a supreme expert. He can enjoy life and relax. Why go to the higher planes? Bibi was startled. Then, he nodded. That's true too. Right, boss. Did you tell my grandpa Beirut regarding this Ackerland plane? Of course I did. Linley laughed. Your grandpa Beirut's clone in the Yulan continent is currently living at Dragonblood Castle with my divine clone. I've told him everything about what has gone on here. Lord Beirut has also tapped his connections and investigated into the life realm's various locations to see if there has been news regarding the red caltrip diamond. Bibi nodded. Right. We do have to pay attention. The red caltrip diamond. Even in his dreams, Linley dreamed about acquiring it. Although it was very likely that the red caltrip diamond was in the Ackerland plane, they couldn't rule out the possibility that it had followed Brody to another plane. Thus, Linley had to rely on Beirut's assistance. Beirut had quite a few friends. It wasn't too hard for him to pay attention to news of this nature. However, in recent days, Beirut had uncovered no information regarding the red caltrip diamond. Fog Deep Continent. Beast God Continent. The dwellers of these two continents continued their normal lives. The descent of the gods hadn't changed much. The various high god paragons and those 10,000 high gods began to search the humans, elves, dwarves, beastmen, and other races, but they did so carefully. They didn't harm these creatures. As for Linley, he maintained a constant watch on the entire plane. Those high gods and paragons, whenever they acted a bit unusually, Linley would pay close attention. Given how Linley's spiritual energy surpassed that of a deity using sovereign's might, this oversight went completely unnoticed by the paragons. Time continued to pass in the midst of this inspection process. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Mount Liangya. Lord Baruch. The blood-haired elder had come once more. Linley and Bibi both looked over. Lord Baruch, your subordinate once more gained information regarding the red caltrip diamond. The blood-haired elder said hurriedly. Oh? Bibi just snickered. In the past 2 months, you've brought over a few dozen reports, and even located 10 red caltrip diamonds. In the past 2 months, the Blood Knife Guild had indeed found more than 10 red caltrip diamonds, but Linley had discovered through his divine sense that they were fake and he had rejected them before they were even delivered to him. This, your subordinate is unable to verify these items. The blood-haired elder laughed awkwardly, then said hurriedly, but this time, this news does seem rather credible. Speak. Linley said calmly. Right. The blood-haired elder said hurriedly, roughly 30 years ago, a magus who was training and adventuring at the borders of the fog-deep forest saw 2 experts flying through the air. They looked like a couple. The woman had a long necklace, which had a red caltrip diamond fixed into it. Linley and Bibi's eyes lit up. 30 years ago? A couple? Flying in the air? And that couple? Linley said hurriedly. That adventuring magus only saw the 2 pause in midair for a moment to discuss something, and then they flew deeper towards the fog-deep forest. As what happened next, the magus didn't know. The blood-haired elder shook his head. You can leave now. Linley said. Yes. The blood-haired elder left respectfully. Linley and Bibi began to frown. "Boss, the situation is bad," Bibi said. "It is fairly bad." Brody and his wife went deep into the fog-deep forest. Clearly, they were flying towards the teleportation array. Most likely, they went through it to leave the Ackerland plain. Linley began to worry. If Brody and his wife really took the red caltrop diamond and left this place, things will grow problematic. Searching for them will be like searching for a needle in the sea. Although according to the planar overseer's information, the couple had gone to the life realm. How vast was the life realm? In addition, could it be that the two wouldn't then pass through the teleportation array of the life realm and once more teleport to another plane? How was one to find them? However, there's another possibility. Bibi mumbled. They were flying deep into the fog-deep forest. Aside from leaving with the red caltrop diamond, the other possibility is, they hid the red caltrop diamond in some life form within the fog-deep forest. Linley's eyes lit up. This is indeed possible. Linley couldn't help but feel overjoyed, but then he let out a sigh. The fog-deep forest was tremendously vast, and the number of magical beasts and primeval races which lived within it was very large. To search for it there wouldn't be easy either. The Radiant Temple? That radiant goddess has actually voluntarily gone to find Clementine. Can it be that something special happened? Linley had always kept his divine sense active and covering the entire plane. Naturally, he noticed this. Within the fog-deep continent, there was a shining lake that was more than 1,000,000 kilometers in circumference. In the center of the lake, there was a small island that had a circumference of nearly 10 kilometers as well. This island was known as the Radiant Island, or the Sacred Island. This was the headquarters of the number 1 church of the fog-deep continent, the Temple of the Radiant Goddess. In the center of the Sacred Island was the Radiant Temple. The Radiant Temple was divided into 9 upper stories and 9 underground stories. Ever since the Paragon of Light, Clementine, led his forces to descend on this place, he had let the Radiant Goddess suffer just a little bit. She then immediately, terrified, allowed Clementine to live on the top of the 9th floor. As for the Radiant Goddess herself, she remained on the 6th floor. The 6th underground floor. A silver-haired, silver-eyed, barefoot woman dressed in plain robes was currently frowning. This person was the Radiant Goddess, worshipped by countless people in the fog-deep continent. Lord Clementine has been searching for news regarding the red caltrop diamond. Then, should I? After hesitating momentarily, her eyes grew determined. She immediately left her residence and headed towards the top of the Radiant Temple. Let her in. Within the vast, wide Radiant Temple's uppermost floor, Clementine was silently seated on his throne, his eyes closed. His divine sense was constantly extended, but of course, there was no way he could compare to Linley. Normally, by relying on his spiritual energy, he was able to just barely cover the fog-deep continent. Even paragons wouldn't be so wasteful as to constantly use Sovereign's might. If he did do that, most likely in a single month, he would have used up an astronomical amount of Sovereign's might. "Milord." The Radiant Goddess walked in, her feet unclad. "What is it?" Clementine opened his eyes. Clementine's stare made the Radiant Goddess feel as though she were a tiny boat in the midst of a wild storm, about to capsize at any moment. The Radiant Goddess trembled slightly, then said respectfully, "Milord, you are searching for a red caltrop diamond. Your subordinate remembers that a friend once told me, if many powerful deities come in search of a treasure, I am to give this to one of the experts. He said, this is a gift for me. That friend of mine was named Brody." As she spoke, she produced a small red box. In that instant, a divine light flashed in Clementine's eyes. He immediately spread out his divine sense, wanting to wrap it around the surrounding area and forbid other paragons from using their divine sense to search this area. But it was too late. 4 divine senses instantly swept over that box. Ah, Clementine, we have to thank you, huh? A voice rang out in Clementine's mind. Clementine's face grew ugly to behold. He also swept the box with his divine sense, and then, in an instant, with a rumble, the box transformed into dust. The box in the hands of the radiant goddess had been completely crushed, and she couldn't help but be badly frightened. You've done well. Now scram. Clementine snorted coldly. Yes. The radiant goddess didn't dare to say a word. She immediately left. 9 paragons, 5 in the fog-deep continent, 4 in the beast god continent. Only 3 paragons should have discovered that secret. Clementine frowned. Why didn't Linley keep his divine sense up at all times? In reality, there had been 4 divine senses which had swept through the box, but Clementine had only discovered 3. As for Linley's divine sense, Clementine wasn't able to detect it at all. Linley has few subordinates and doesn't place much value on keeping up his divine sense. And yet, he thinks to acquire the Overgod talisman? Clementine let out a cold laugh. 5 of the 9 experts knew the secret of the box. Linley naturally knew it. The box actually had a piece of paper inside it. The paper only had 3 words on it, Lionheart City. Linley was very puzzled. Linley didn't question whether the information was real or false, because the paper was a type of paper that was very commonly seen in the infernal realm. It could exist for countless years without being damaged. There was no way a material plane could produce this sort of paper. In addition, the radiant goddess didn't have the courage to lie on purpose. Just 3 words. Can it be that Brody means to say, the red caltrop diamond is in Lionheart City? Linley mused to himself. Tell me, what sort of a place is Lionheart City? Linley directly spoke to Elder Shadow of the Bloodknife organization through divine sense. Elder Shadow immediately replied respectfully, Lord Baruch, Lionheart City is an extremely famous city in the Beast God continent. It is the imperial capital of the Snow Lion Empire. The Beast God continent. The imperial capital of the Snow Lion Empire? Linley's divine sense covered the entire plain. He immediately noticed that within the Beast God continent, there was an extremely lavish and large city, with the city gates having 2 giant words affixed to it. Lionheart. Boss, what is it? BB didn't know what was going on. BB, let's go on a trip to the Beast God continent. Linley smiled slightly, then a surge of wind-type divine power surrounded BB. The 2 transformed into green blurs, instantly disappearing into the horizon. It wasn't just Linley who was making haste to the Beast God continent. The other 4 paragons of the Fog-Deep continent were also hastening over there. Paragons flew at a very fast speed. They quickly flew out of the Fog-Deep continent, traversed the ocean between the 2 continents, then arrived within the Beast God continent. In terms of speed, even without using his fused divine power, Linley arrived at the Beast God continent at virtually the same instant that Clementine and the others did. The 4 paragons, Linley, and BB entered the Beast God continent, and as they did, the 4 paragons in the Beast God continent immediately noticed. The 5 of them all flew over, and to the same location. Can it be that they found out something about the red caltrop diamond? As long as one wasn't a complete idiot, upon seeing this, they would be able to guess that something important must have happened. They didn't hesitate at all. The other 4 paragons of the Beast God continent immediately flew towards the gathering spot of the 5 paragons who had just entered the continent. Clementine, where are you headed? The paragon of water, a middle-aged man with loose blue hair, laughed as he followed Clementine. Although they could guess at where Linley, Clementine, and the other 3 were headed based on their trajectory, they still weren't certain about it. Thus, it was quite natural that the 4 paragons based in the Beast God continent elected to follow after the other 5 paragons. Clementine couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to them. His speed suddenly increased, and he began to move slightly faster than the paragon of water. Everyone, you should all be heading towards Lionheart City, right? The paragon of wind, Bear, was the first to arrive at Lionheart City. He had been in the Beast God continent this entire time, and he lived fairly close to Lionheart City. Upon seeing the direction towards which Linley's group was hurrying towards, as they drew closer, he was easily able to recognize where they were going. Swoosh! A ray of light shot towards Lionheart City, then transformed into a person. It was Clementine. Whoosh! A green blur descended from the skies, then resolved into two figures, Linley and Bibi. How did Linley know where to go? Did Dunnington tell him? Clementine looked at Linley, puzzled. Back then, he had no idea that Linley had used his divine sense. Lionheart City. Linley's divine sense filled the entire Lionheart City, but he didn't find anything special. Bibi, let's go in. Linley sent. And then, paying no attention to the other paragons, Linley and Bibi directly entered the city of Lionheart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 39, Relief Sculpture. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 39, Relief Sculpture. The Ackerland Plain. The Beast God Continent. The imperial capital of the Snow Lion Empire, Lionheart City. The Imperial Palace's garden. Linley was seated silently in the meditative position in the midst of a flat, green, grassy area. Bibi was by his side. Linley and Bibi both possessed god realms, and so could easily distort the rays of light within their area, making it so that the maids and servants within the palace garden were completely unable to see them. They had spent a full day in Lionheart City, but during this day, Linley's divine sense had been constantly searching at full strength. Linley opened his eyes. Boss, find anything? Bibi asked hurriedly. Linley shook his head slightly. Nothing. The entire imperial capital of Lionheart City has nearly 10 million people. Aside for a few youths and a few juvenile beasts which I didn't inspect, I've inspected all of the other living creatures here. But none of them are hiding interspatial rings in their bodies. Brody had come 30+ years ago. And so, he couldn't have possibly secreted the interspatial ring into these then unborn young children. It really is hard to find. Bibi frowned and snorted. The other 8 paragons have already ordered their high god subordinates to thoroughly search through the entire Lionheart City. But after a long period of time, they have yet to find anything. Those many subordinates of theirs have probably searched the entirety of Lionheart City by now. Linley nodded slightly. Boss, you've already completely searched the ground and the deep seas of the Ackerland Plain. In addition, this is just a material plane, very few people have interspatial rings. Those 8 paragons ordered long ago for every person with an interspatial ring to be searched. Bibi snorted unhappily. It seems that Brody really did that. There were no other possibilities. The only possibility was that the red caltrip diamond had been put into an interspatial ring, which was in turn placed within some living creature. Unfortunately, the population of the Ackerland Plain was simply too great. 8 quadrillion people. And that was just the humans. There were also elves, gnomes, and other races, and the magical beasts that lived in the ground, in the skies, and in the seas were astonishingly numerous as well. In terms of number, in fact, magical beasts vastly outnumbered humans. Given Linley's spiritual strength, if he were to carefully search in a manner which caused no soul damage, Linley would have to spend an entire day to search just 10 million people. His personal speed was definitely comparable to the speed of hundreds or thousands of ordinary high gods searching. 10 million would take Linley a day. Then 8 quadrillion, how long would that take? And that's not even mentioning the magical beasts. The number was astronomical. This was why the 10,000 high gods, 8 paragons, and Linley and Bibi had yet to find the red caltrip diamond despite having spent months. In the Yulon continent, this group would have probably searched everyone within just 10 days or so. Brody, that bastard, he definitely chose this Ackerland plane on purpose. BB snorted. Be patient. We aren't able to find it, but others also aren't. Linley's divine sense continuously maintained a watch over the entire plane. Once they do, I will be the first to know as well. Right. BB said, puzzled. Boss, then, do you think that the information Brody left behind for the Radiant Goddess to convey to us, those 3 words, Lionheart City, what do you think those words mean? Boss, I have the feeling that the hiding place of the red caltrip diamond should have something to do with this information. Linley frowned. Brody shouldn't have been so bored as to leave behind some random information to misguide us. The 3 words, Lionheart City, definitely hold a secret within. And that secret will guide us to the red caltrip diamond's hiding place. But what does Lionheart City refer to? All the experts, Linley included, upon seeing the words Lionheart City, believed that the red caltrip diamond had to be hidden within Lionheart City. But after investigating it, it seemed off. BB, let's go. I want to go to the Magus libraries of Lionheart City and search through it for information regarding Lionheart City. Perhaps I might discover something. Linley rose to his feet. Right. Lionheart City involves these secrets. Perhaps those materials will have information regarding it. BB was overjoyed as well. Linley and BB immediately disappeared from within the palace. As Linley and BB were advancing to the Lionheart Magus Institute, in a lavish, towering estate within Lionheart City, Clementine was leading his subordinates to set up shop here. Milord, we've already searched the entire Lionheart City. No person or magical beast has an interspatial ring within them, much less a red caltrip diamond. A short silver-haired youth bowed and spoke. Those hundreds of high gods searched quite quickly, but were only comparable to Linley searching by himself. You can leave now. Clementine said calmly. Yes. The silver-haired youth bowed, then left, leaving behind just Clementine himself within the courtyard. Linley wasn't the only one pondering. Clementine was pondering as well. That paper only had 3 words, Lionheart City. No other words. What do those words mean? Clementine's gaze flashed, and he immediately activated his sovereign's might. A powerful divine sense swept out, passing out from the beast god continent and stretching deep through the ocean until it encapsulated the entire fog deep continent as well. Do you know what the meaning of the 3 words on that paper, Lionheart City, refer to? Clementine sent. Far away in the distant fog deep continent, within the Radiant Temple, the Radiant Goddess felt her heart tremble, and she immediately responded, Milord, the 3 words, Lionheart City, I am unclear as to the true meaning of those words. How many Lionheart cities exist in this continent? Clementine asked. Just that imperial capital of the Snow Lion Empire of the Beast God continent. The Radiant Goddess was completely certain. Just one? Clementine truly did not understand. If there were other Lionheart cities, perhaps he might go search those places. But now, what was he supposed to do with those 3 words, Lionheart City? When Bordy gave that paper to you, did he say anything? Have you told me everything he said in detail? Clementine said. 30 years ago, when Brody descended upon the Ackerland plain, he came with his wife. He once came to my radiant sacred island. Although we were both gods, he easily defeated me. He lived with me for a time, and when he left, he gave me a gift. He said if many deities descended on the Ackerland Empire in search of some treasure, I was to hand it to a powerful expert. He said that after the powerful expert acquired the treasure, I would then be rewarded. The Radiant Goddess felt extremely resigned. She had thought that after handing over the paper, she would be praised and rewarded. But who would have imagined that not only did Clementine not reward her, he even gave her attitude. Actually, even Brody himself had no idea that the red caltrip diamond would attract the descent of so many experts, to the point where even 8 paragons and a paragon equivalent, Linley, would come. With so many experts, even if she offered up the paper, the others would notice as well. If the others hadn't noticed, perhaps Clementine would have been overjoyed and truly have rewarded the radiant goddess. After the expert found the treasure, you would thus be rewarded? Clementine frowned. From these words, Clementine could deduce that the red caltrop diamond should truly be in the Ackerland plain. Whoosh! Clementine withdrew his divine sense from the fog-deep continent, then gave the order. Marquis Winter, 1TE, come over here. Marquis Winter was the owner of this estate. However, when Clementine's group came, all they had to do was show off the high-level talisman from the Radiant Temple for Marquis Winter to immediately become extremely respectful. Milord. An old man with a head full of silvery white hair, but whose eyes were blue and flashing with life, walked over. He saluted respectfully. Come with me for a stroll about Lionheart City. Clementine gave the order. Take me to some of the interesting areas of Lionheart City. Yes, milord. I know every single special, historical area or building which exists within Lionheart City. Marquis Winter didn't know Clementine's true status. He thought that Clementine was a high-level member of the Radiant Temple. But that was already enough for him to be extremely respectful. The various experts all had their own thoughts. Lindley chose to go to the libraries in search of information regarding Lionheart City, while Clementine let this person lead him to view some of the unique sights of Lionheart City. Although his divine sense was able to cover Lionheart City, with no one to explain for him, even if he found a rock that had existed for countless ages, he wouldn't know that there was any special meaning to that rock. Under the guidance of Marquis Winter, Clementine learned quite a bit about the classical history of Lionheart City. At this moment, Clementine and Marquis Winter were located within a history museum. This museum's exhibition hall walls had enormous relief sculptures on them. These relief sculptures were almost all at the same height on the wall. The wide halls only had a few dozen figures located sparsely within them. Milord, look. Marquis Winter laughed as he pointed at a relief sculpture up ahead. The 19 people in this sculpture are our Snow Lion Empire's founding Emperor, Venna, Wana, and his most loyal 18 knights. Even the weakest of these 18 knights had reached the 9th level, while our founding Emperor, Wenna, was a saint-level expert. Clementine just nodded slightly. 9th rank? Saint? To a supreme deity like Clementine, there was no difference. Milord, look at this carving. Marquis Winter said as he pointed to a giant carving next to them. This carving was of an enormous, mono-horned lion-type magical beast. In the carving, this enormous lion-type magical beast had a large wound on its lower body. A person was currently flying out from this wound, and that figure was holding something in its hands. The sculpture had captured that moment. Oh, rather interesting. Clementine, upon seeing this sculpture, couldn't help but chuckle. Milord, this sculpture describes the greatest danger our founding Emperor Venna faced. This was also the battle that led to Emperor Venna's rise to fame. Marquis Winter said hurriedly. And this battle occurred at the old location of Lionheart City. It was precisely because he wanted to commemorate that battle that Emperor Venna ordered this imperial capital and named it Lionheart City. This is where Lionheart City came from. Where Lionheart City came from? Clementine's eyes lit up. Explain in detail. Marquis Winter had never seen this high-level member of the Radiant Temple show so much excitement. He couldn't help but say hurriedly, that year, Emperor Venna had just reached the saint level. But he encountered the saint-level magical beast, Silverhorn Snowlion. That year, Lionheart City was nothing more than a desolate region. Emperor Venna engaged in a fierce battle with the Silverhorn Snowlion. Back then, Emperor Venna was just an early-stage saint, while generally speaking, magical beasts who reach the saint level are comparable to late-stage human saints. Clementine nodded slightly. Emperor Venna was at a definite disadvantage and close to the point of death. But at the critical moment, with life and death hanging from a thread, Emperor Venna managed to find life from death, he charged straight into the mouth of the Silverhorn Snowlion. He entered the Silverhorn Snowlion's stomach. None of us know exactly what happened, but what we do know was that Emperor Vena cut through the Silverhorn Snowlion's stomach when he escaped. And, in his hand, he was clutching part of the Silverhorn Snowlion's heart when he emerged. Clearly, he had already shattered the Silverhorn Snowlion's heart, but of course, the Silverhorn Snowlion died as well. Marquis Winter explained in detail. That battle resulted in Emperor Vena growing much more powerful. He became the most powerful saint of the entire Beast God continent. Clementine's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Lionheart City, no wonder it is named Lionheart City. Clementine had a smile on his face, and in his heart, he murmured, he broke out of the Silverhorn Snowlion's stomach, grabbed its heart, then emerged. Let's go back now. Clementine maintained his calm. Go back? Marquis Winter was startled. Clementine paid him no mind. He pretended as though nothing had happened as he once more returned to Marquis Winter's estate. Only, just an hour after returning to the estate, Clementine himself silently slipped away from Lionheart City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20 Chapter 40, The Red Caltrop Diamond Emerges. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 40, The Red Caltrop Diamond Emerges. Moving as fast as lightning, he instantly pierced through the skies. Clementine's eyes were filled with wild joy. Ha, I didn't expect that I would be the first of the 9 paragons to discover it. Lionheart City. So those 3 words were pointing to a story. Pointing to the fact that the red caltrop diamond was hidden within the body of a Silverhorn Snowlion. Clementine was currently completely certain. Just then, Clementine had stretched his divine sense out to search all of the Silverhorn Snowlions of the entire plain. In the Ackerland plain, there were a total of 12 Silverhorn Snowlions. Aside from 2 which lived together, the other 10 were scattered about. It was naturally easy for him to search those 12 magical beasts. Clementine only needed a moment to completely search the bodies of those 12 Silverhorn Snowlions. Indeed. There were 3 Silverhorn Snowlions who lived in the snowy ice cliff region in the northern part of the Beast God continent. The most powerful and largest of the Silverhorn Snowlions had an interspatial ring in its body. If he had immediately left upon returning to his estate, the other paragons would have immediately had questions about where he had just gone. Thus, Clementine had waited an hour. Although this made it so that the other paragons might notice as well, Clementine was impatient now. In addition, he was completely confident. Oof. By the time those 8 react, I should have already arrived at the snowy ice cliff region. In addition, in terms of speed, I rank at the front of those 9. I'm the first one to arrive, they won't catch up in time. Once that red caltrop diamond falls into my hands, they can forget about taking it back. Clementine was completely confident. Paragons of light specialized in speed. A ray of light shot straight towards the snowy ice cliff region of the Beast God continent. Snowlion Empire. Lionheart City. Lionheart Magus Institute. The library. Tens of thick, heavy tomes were placed on the table. These tens of tomes all described various places and events of Lionheart City. As the imperial capital, there were many, many stories regarding Lionheart City. Some of these books talked about the various heroic figures who had emerged in the countless years of the city's history, as well as some of the legendary secret histories of the imperial palace. They introduced some of the Magus Institutes and the founding emperor. There was simply too much. Linley and Beebe had no idea what special meaning was contained within those 3 simple words, Lionheart City. Thus, they had no choice but to read through these books. They hoped that while reading one story in particular, they might have a sudden insight and be able to think through the secret. Linley frowned, and Beebe couldn't help but look towards Linley. Why has Clementine left Lionheart City? Linley muttered. Clementine left Lionheart City? Bibi stared. Boss, Lionheart City is linked with the red caltrop diamond. Why has Clementine left? Logically speaking, he shouldn't. Linley said with furrowed brows. Unless he knows the true secret of the 3 words, Lionheart City. He knows that the red caltrop diamond isn't within Lionheart City. Bibi said hurriedly. Right. That's the only explanation. Linley nodded. Boss, are we going to chase after him? If he acquires the red caltrop diamond, what are we to do? Bibi said frantically. Linley shook his head and laughed. Calm down. This isn't the time to grow impatient yet. This isn't the time? Bibi stared. Tell me, if we chase after him, even if we catch him, what will Clementine do? He doesn't have the red caltrop diamond yet. How will we know where to go acquire it, then? Linley said. Bibi was startled. This was indeed true. They didn't know where the red caltrop diamond was. How would chasing after Clementine change that? In addition, Clementine is going north. Even if he acquires the red caltrop diamond, he has to hurry to the Fog-Deep Continent's teleportation array. He'll have to go a long distance. We can intercept him midway. Linley said. Clementine doesn't know my real power. Paragons are believed to be invincible amongst deities. This is the iron rule of the past. After acquiring the red caltrop diamond, he will probably head off by himself and take it to the teleportation array. If Linley was an ordinary paragon, then Clementine probably really would have nothing to fear. Then Bibi was startled. Sit here and read these books. Linley said calmly. Oh. Bibi had no choice but to suppress his heart, calming himself. Clementine, Linley's gaze was dark and icy, with a cold light flashing every so often. Although he looked very calm, how could Linley truly be calm? Doring Coward had taught Linley since he was young. He could be said to be Linley's teacher, but also Linley's grandfather. Although his father was important, Linley's father, Hogg, hadn't been with Linley for too long, after all. But Grandpa Doring had always accompanied Linley and guided Linley. In Linley's heart, Grandpa Doring's status was definitely comparable to his father's. Grandpa Doring's death, in particular, was a wound that lingered deep in Linley's soul. Forget about sacrificing 1 or 2 divine clones. Even at the risk of true death, Linley would want to bring Grandpa Doring back to life. From this, one could imagine how deeply Linley valued the red caltrop diamond. At all costs, I must find the red caltrop diamond. Linley locked his divine sense onto the distant, flying Clementine. Clementine himself didn't notice, but he did notice the other 7 paragons paying attention to him. For the sake of avoiding Clementine's suspicion, Linley would occasionally use Sovereign's might to search him as well. He wanted these paragons to think that Linley was only occasionally searching. Boss. Bibi suddenly called out in surprised delight. What is it? Linley was startled. Boss, look at this story, quick. Bibi, excited and surprised, handed over a flipped open book in his hands to Linley. The 2 pages that were on display even had an inserted image which was of a silverhorn snowlion that had its stomach torn open by a human. Linley swept it with his gaze, instantly reading the complete story. Silverhorn snowlion. Snatching the already shattered heart, then bursting out from the stomach? This is the origin of Lionheart City? Linley seemed to have been struck by thunder. Linley's group had been pondering about which lifeform was hiding the red caltrop diamond within its body. If they searched them all one by one, it would be like searching for a needle in the sea. How long would it take? But upon seeing this story, most likely quite a few of the paragons would understand. Linley and Bibi were shocked as well. Silverhorn snowlions. Linley's divine sense instantly spread out to all of the silverhorn snowlions in the northern region. Silverhorn snowlions liked frigid environments, and the northern part of the Beast God continent, the snowy ice cliff region, had 3 right there. In an instant, Linley searched the 3 silverhorn snowlions. One of them had an interspatial ring within its body. That's it. Linley rose to his feet, his eyes blazing like fire. "Bibi, let's go. Let's go." Bibi, after seeing the story, could guess at the secret now. Linley and Bibi immediately disappeared from the library of the Magus Institute. And then, Linley and Bibi transformed into a ray of green light, rapidly advancing towards the north. Linley's heading out as well? Can it be that they've all discovered the secret? The Paragon of Wind, Bayer, instantly flew out of Lionheart City as well. Not just him, the other 6 paragons no longer hesitated, immediately flying out of Lionheart City and towards Linley and Clementine. The 3 words, Lionheart City, involved the secret of the red caltrop diamond. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be leaving Lionheart City. But after being here just a single day, Clementine had left. This had already aroused the suspicions of the other paragons. But a short while later, Linley had actually left Lionheart City as well. 2 people had left in succession. This had a major impact on the other 7 paragons. Thus, everyone hurried to leave. Linley and Bibi flew at high speed in the air above the Beast God continent. "Boss, why aren't you flying over at top speed?" Bibi said frantically. Linley, even now, was just using wind-type sovereign power. He didn't use his fused divine power. Linley's speed with wind-type sovereign power was comparable to the speed of the other paragons. This was because Linley was hiding his power. But even now, Linley still wanted to hide? If my speed increases several times over, they will definitely be surprised and confused. By then, problems will occur. Linley sent back. More importantly, Clementine started flying much earlier than I did. He's already reached the snowy ice cliff region. Even if my speed increases several times over, there's no way I can get there before him and reach that silverhorn snowlion first. Since he wasn't able to catch up at maximum speed, it would be best for him to temporarily continue to hide his power. Linley didn't expose his power, and so Clementine would definitely continue to believe the myth that paragons were invincible amongst deities. When the time came, Linley would definitely have an opportunity. If Clementine knew how powerful Linley was, he would definitely be prepared. By then, Linley's chances for acquiring the red caltrop diamond would be even lower. Right now, Clementine has reached the silverhorn snowlion. Linley was rather uneasy, but for the sake of acquiring the red caltrop diamond, he had to calm himself down. The snowy ice cliff region. This was the coldest part of the Beast God continent. This region was extremely large, stretching out to 10 million kilometers. According to legend, within this snowy ice cliff region, there lived the primeval races of glacier giants, deep sea lions, silverhorn snowlions, and other terrifying ice attribute saint-level magical beasts. There were almost no people here. Even experts who wanted to train would rarely come here. It was simply too cold. Whoosh! Snowflakes flew everywhere, and the cold wind howled like knives. A hill-sized silverhorn snowlion was lying in the middle of an enormous cave within a giant glacier. As a supreme magical beast, the area for 100 kilometers around the silverhorn snowlion's lair didn't have a single other magical beast present. Swish! A ray of light shot down from the skies into the cave. Humph! 2 thick streams of white smoke came out from the nostrils of the silverhorn snowlion, so thick they seemed like smoky pillars. Its giant silver eyes stared directly at the newcomer, the golden-haired man dressed in loose white robes. "Clementine. Who are you?" The silverhorn snowlion felt that this person was extraordinary. Clementine smiled, then set up his god realm, completely sealing off this location. He also stretched out his paragon's divine sense. Given this situation, Clementine had made it so that other paragons wouldn't be able to see through his defense and find out what was going on inside. was there a deity who once gave you an interspatial ring? Clementine said. As he said this, Clementine released his aura. A terrifying presence was released. The silver-horned Snowleon's body trembled, and then it went prostrate, its legs buckling. It stared in terror at Clementine, who stood before him. When Clementine had been hiding his aura, that was one thing, but now that he actively released it, the silver-horned Snowlion felt as though he were an ant in front of a giant. Yes. My master once gave me an interspatial ring. The silver-horned Snowlion said hurriedly. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a slick black interspatial ring shot out from it. Some magical beasts were able to keep storage items in their bodies. For example, giant dragons or behemoths all had a location that was akin to a storage sack that was used for transporting items. Generally speaking, items could be stored within. Very few would use interspatial rings, unless they transformed into the form of a human. Actually, this interspatial ring isn't of much use to me. If you wish it, me lord, I am willing to offer it to you. The silver-horned Snowlion hurriedly removed the binding. He had never been this terrified before. The presence in front of him was thousands of times more powerful than that of his former master. The silver-horned Snowlion even had the feeling that this person was the endless universe itself, capable of killing him with a thought. Then I will take it. Clementine accepted the interspatial ring, immediately binding it with blood, then stretching out his divine sense. A look of wild joy crept into Clementine's eyes. Indeed. This interspatial ring was almost completely empty. It held only one item, a red caltrop diamond. The red caltrop diamond contained a life-type aura. Given the strength of Clementine's divine will, he could clearly sense it. Ha, I finally succeeded. Humph, 8 of them fought with me over it, but it's still mine. Clementine smiled, and then with a flicker, his body flew out and headed at high speed towards the fog-deep continent. Clementine's usage of his divine sense and God realm made it so that the other paragons weren't able to see what had happened, but Linley had seen everything clearly. That look of wild joy that had appeared on Clementine's face removed all doubt from Linley. Whoosh! Instantly, the 7 paragons, Linley, and BB all changed their flying directions slightly, wanting to intercept Clementine midway. Clementine definitely acquired the red caltrop diamond. We must not let him escape. A deep voice rang out in Linley's mind. Clementine used his divine sense to block us out, but I'd already searched that silver-horned Snowlion. The silver-horned Snowlion did indeed have an interspatial ring in its body, but now, it is gone. It was definitely taken away by Clementine. Linley sent back to the other 7 paragons. Everyone, let's split up and surround him from multiple directions. We definitely can't let him escape. The other paragons immediately assented. At this moment, all of them were working in harmony to surround Clementine. 8 rays of light separated, then slashed through the skies, seeking to prevent that single ray of light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 41, 2 Preparations. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 41, 2 Preparations. As someone who trained in the laws of light, Clementine's speed was quite fast, even amongst these paragons. Swoosh, dot. Space trembled as a streak of light burst forward. Poof. As expected, the 8 of them have come to block me. Clementine stretched out his divine sense and discovered that Linley and the rest of the 8 had moved to block off the path ahead of him. Unless he, Clementine, did not choose to go back through the teleportation array, there was no way for him to avoid the blockade of the 8. The reason why he only considered the number to be 8 was because Clementine didn't even take BB into consideration. What a pity, what a pity. They are simply wasting time by doing this. Clementine crooked a smile, a hint of delighted amusement on his lips. At the same time, he stretched his divine sense into the mind of one of his high god subordinates. delay, hurry up and inform the Chief Sovereign of Light that I have already acquired the red caltrip diamond. Yes, me lord. The group of high gods which Clementine had led over included ones with divine clones still residing in the divine light plane, right next to the Chief Sovereign of Light himself, and were constantly reporting back about the events occurring in the Acherlan plane. At the same time, tell the Chief Sovereign that I am being blocked by 8 paragons, and that the situation is a bit tricky. If I am lucky enough to break through successfully, I will be able to return through the teleportation array. However, if I am unable to escape the 8 of them, even Clementine wasn't confident that he would be able to successfully escape from 8 experts no weaker than him who were blockading him. If I'm unable to escape, I will choose to take the red caltrip diamond with me as I enter chaotic space. Inform the Chief Sovereign, and ask him to enter chaotic space early on and make haste to the Acherlan plane. If I enter chaotic space, I will need the Chief Sovereign to save me. Clementine sent mentally. Yes, me lord. I will immediately report this to the Chief Sovereign of Light. The intelligence agent said hurriedly. Clementine was prepared for both possibilities. It could be said that this was a flawless plan. If he could break through, he would. If he couldn't, he would enter chaotic space. The Chief Sovereign would save him. What had he to fear? Upon entering chaotic space, even high god paragons would find themselves virtually unable to control their own movements. They would instead be swept away by the endless tides of spatial chaos. But of course, this was all predicated on the fact that paragons were invincible amongst high gods. If someone was able to easily kill him, he wouldn't even have the chance to flee. Actually, although Clementine's strategy was rather simple, it could still be considered flawless. After all, over the course of countless years, it had indeed been true that paragons were invincible amongst high gods. Most likely even all the sovereigns believed this. My lord, the Chief Sovereign is very happy. He praised you highly, my lord, and he has already entered a spatial rift and is currently in chaotic space, making haste towards the Acherlan plane. However, from the location in chaotic space of divine light plane to the location of the Acherlan plane is too far away. Even at the Chief Sovereign's speed, some time is needed. Excellent. Clementine now felt more assured. Everything has been prepared. Now, I'll accompany the 8 of you in playing around for a time. Let's see if you'll be able to stop me. Clementine's lips curved upwards. He didn't believe that anybody would be able to take the red caltrip diamond from him. Linley's group of 8 was flying at high speed. Rumble. The waves of the sea rolled forward. Linley's group was currently flying above the seas. Clementine was moving straight towards the fog-deep continent. Naturally, he would have to pass through the ocean. The other paragons, even if they wanted to go all out, would thus have to stop Clementine above the sea. Based on the information that I have, Clementine has a defensive sovereign artifact. A cold, fierce voice entered Linley's mind. Thus, if we are to act against him, it is best if we use soul attacks. Only, paragons have very powerful souls. The only way we can kill him is if all 8 of us all strike him with soul attacks. The speaker was the only female in the group, a paragon of lightning. Kill him? That will be very hard. Dunnington's voice entered everyone's minds. As I see it, when the time comes, the faster ones amongst us, being Balmer, Bayer, Linley, Nanessa, Nanisha, will go slow him down. Don't let him escape. As long as he can't escape, once he faces our group attacks, we will have a chance to kill him. In recorded history, there had been instances of paragons being killed by sovereigns. However, there had never been a case where a group of paragons killed a single paragon. It wasn't that it was impossible, rather, the chances of a large group of paragons to come to the same spot and join forces was simply too low. Our goal isn't to kill him. That cold voice rang out. Just to force Clementine to hand over the red caltrip diamond. Once it is handed over, who will take it? Bayer's voice rang out. The discussion through divine sense of this group of paragons instantly ground to a halt. Right. If Clementine were to hand over the red caltrip diamond, who would it go to? It's far too early to be discussing this. Linley sent to the other 7 paragons. Do you all think that it will be easy for us to acquire the red caltrip diamond from Clementine? Oof. Let's think about how we can force him to hand it over. As for who will acquire it, as I see it, nobody will want to give it up, right? When the time comes, it'll be based on who has the ability to take it. Right. It will be based on who has the ability to take it. None of the paragons were willing to submit to each other. Only by relying on ability could one acquire the red caltrip diamond, then flee past the others. Only then would the other paragons be convinced. Boss, you feel confident now? BB sent with worry. Just now, they were saying that Clementine has a defensive sovereign artifact. 90% confident. Linley's gaze was sharp as he stared into the distance. He's about to arrive. Both Linley's side and Clementine were traveling at high speed. In the face of a blockade by these 8 great experts, even though Clementine might want to avoid them, there was no way he would be able to. Clementine has arrived. The cold, sharp voice said. Let's just do as Dunnington suggested earlier. I, Bulmer, Bayer, and Linley will be responsible for entangling him and preventing him from escaping. And then, everyone will jointly use soul attacks against him. Humph, he's by himself. For him to endure the soul attacks of 8 paragons, probably even he won't be able to endure it. BB, just watch here for now. Linley sent mentally. Right. BB understood that for a battle at this level, if he got involved, he would just be dead weight. Without hesitating at all, Linley's group of 8 shot out like 8 bolts of lightning, forming a net as they shot towards the distant ray of light. Clementine, Linley's gaze was firmly focused on that distant ray of light. Suddenly, that ray of light distorted, wanting to dodge past Linley's group. In your dreams. Linley, Paragon of Fire Bulmer, Paragon of Windbayer, and Paragon of Lightning Nanessa suddenly accelerated. The 4 of them were not slower than Clementine, and as they did a 4-way pincer towards him, they easily made it so that there was nowhere Clementine could run to avoid them. Clementine, you won't be able to escape. Bulmer's voice rang out in Clementine's mind. Ha, you want to stop me? Keep dreaming. Clementine knew that there was no way for him to dodge them, but suddenly charged at high speed towards Bayer. Bayer, as a paragon of wind, was most powerful in material attacks, while a bit lacking in soul attacks. As for Clementine, he had a protective sovereign artifact and so didn't fear Bayer at all. He wants to flee from my side? Bayer's face turned cold. Whoosh, dot. Suddenly, a wild wind howled and Bayer instantly transformed into a dense cluster of thousands of Bayers. This was the doppelganger technique of the laws of the wind. The strange thing is, the many doppelgangers actually generated strange tornadoes, with the dense cluster of tornadoes actually not causing any spatial vibrations at all. Linley, seeing this, was secretly surprised. Thousands of doppelgangers, joining forces to execute the dimensional wind technique. This is truly inconceivable. Linley sighed in praise. Logically speaking, only the true body should be able to use profound mysteries. But Bayer had clearly developed a technique to make it so that all of his doppelgangers would also have access to this technique. In addition, it had a special effect akin to a magical formation, making the effects of this dimensional wind technique be layered atop each other, completely locking in the surrounding space. A terrifying restrictive, pulling power instantly enveloped Clementine. Bayer actually has a technique like this? Clementine couldn't help but feel frantic. Even though the profound mysteries of the laws were the same, the attacks one could develop weren't necessarily the same. After gaining insight into the profound mysteries, one still had to develop the best method for applying them. Bayer's technique was a fairly clever way of applying the profound mysteries. Right at this moment. Soul attacks. Dunnington's voice rang out in the minds of everyone, including Linley. Instantly, the 8 people, including Linley, launched soul attacks without hesitating at all. Not good. Clementine's face changed dramatically. Bang! Clementine's body suddenly exploded with thousands of rays of golden light, forming a dense cluster of many Clementines. The doppelganger-type technique was available to the laws of the wind, the laws of darkness, and the laws of light as well. But of course, the principle behind each was slightly different. For now, Linley's group of 8 was unable to immediately determine which one was the true body. Although everyone knew that Clementine's original body wouldn't be able to flee too far, and that it was within a few meters of the original location, within those few meters, there were 5 Clementines. Humph. The only woman in this battle, the paragon of lightning, Nanessa, stretched her hands out. Instantly, within the surrounding area of 10,000 meters, thousands of bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. The wild, savage thunderbolts struck down with abandon. Instantly, virtually all of the doppelgangers which Clementine had created had all been destroyed, leaving behind only a single Clementine. Stay your hands! Clementine shouted loudly as he flew backwards, wanting to pull away from Linley's group. Attack! There was no hesitation at all. As Dunnington gave the order, the 8 of them all unleashed their soul attacks. 8 rays of translucent soul attacks shot through the skies, attacking towards Clementine. Soul attacks were always terrifyingly fast to begin with. Ordinary high gods would be completely unable to dodge, but the speed of paragons was far faster than the speed of high gods, after all. Even in the face of these impending soul attacks, he was still able to dodge slightly. Clementine's body suddenly twisted. He managed to dodge 6 full soul attacks, but 2 of them still sunk into his body. Humph! The color of Clementine's face changed slightly. Continue. Dunnington didn't hesitate at all. Stay your hands. If you keep attacking, I will destroy this interspatial ring. Clementine's voice instantly echoed in the minds of the 8. At the same time, an interspatial ring appeared within Clementine's hands. The eyes of Linley's group of 8 lit up, and they couldn't help but halt. Clementine, this red caltrip diamond isn't for you to have. Just hand it over. The paragon of fire, Bulmer, snickered. Humph! The paragon of lightning, Nanessa, stared coldly towards Clementine with her violet eyes. Hand it over, Clementine. Linley stared at him. Clementine swept the 8 of them with his gaze, then snickered. I really didn't expect that today's events would occur. If I had known, I would have gone to the planar battlefield and earned a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. A paragon suffered joint attacks from a group of paragons? This had never happened before. The paragons had never anticipated a day like today, and so aside from a minority of paragons who did go and acquire 3 sovereign artifacts, the vast majority of paragons either had no sovereign artifacts or just 1. After all, whether or not they had sovereign artifacts made very little difference to them. Only when they suffered an attack from a group of paragons would a sovereign artifact prove its usefulness. The 8 of you really are quite vicious. It is just an overgod talisman, right? Why fight to the death like this? Clementine rubbed his nose, then snickered. The reason the 9 of us have come for this overgod talisman is to give our sovereign some face, and to acquire just a bit of sovereign's might. Why fight to this extent? Indeed, the overgod talisman, to high god paragons, didn't have that much use. It wasn't worth them fighting for their lives over it. However, not worth fighting for their lives was only true if their own lives were on the lines. The paragons wouldn't mind taking someone else's life for it. Since you've said that, you should hand the red caltrip diamond over. Dunnington said. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 42, Linley's Terrifying Strength. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 42, Linley's Terrifying Strength. Linley stared coldly at Clementine. Despite being faced with a group of 8 experts who were attacking him, Clementine was still all smiles. "If you want this red caltrip diamond, we can discuss it," Clementine said with a laugh. "However, I must tell you, I have already informed the Chief Sovereign of Light that I have it. If you do this, you will be offending the Chief Sovereign. Consider this carefully." "What a joke!" Dunnington laughed coldly. "Offend the Chief Sovereign of Light?" Everyone competed for the red caltrip diamond fairly. If just by fighting over it, the Chief Sovereign of Light will be offended, then you taking it for yourself will be offending the Chief Sovereign of Destruction, the Chief Sovereign of Life, and the other Chief Sovereigns. Which of these paragons didn't have a powerful backer? Perhaps only Linley was here on his own. Actually, as the other paragons viewed it, behind Linley was the Chief Sovereign of Destruction of the Infernal Realm. "Stop wasting time." Bayer laughed coldly. Clementine's face sank. He swept the 8 with his gaze, then laughed coldly. "Fine. You want this red caltrip diamond, right? However, how will the 8 of you divide it up? I am quite interested in this." "Don't worry about that." Dunnington's face sank. "Everyone, prepare to attack," Linley said. Clementine's face instantly turned cold. He suddenly swung his hand and threw the interspatial ring out, using so much force that it transformed into a blur and flew into the horizon. Did he really hand it over? Linley was startled. This was beyond his expectations. Or perhaps, the interspatial ring he threw out was fake? Linley was suspicious, but despite that, he would still go check it out. The red caltrip diamond. The 8, Linley included, all charged together, but Linley's divine sense was activated at all times, and so he clearly noticed that Clementine suddenly charged at high speed towards the fog-deep continent. A deep voice rang out. "This interspatial ring isn't necessarily real. Everyone, don't let Clementine escape. Let's stop him first." But although they said that, who would actually go stop him? If someone went to stop him, the others would definitely acquire the interspatial ring. After all, Linley's group of 8 wasn't truly a cohesive group. Everyone wanted to acquire the red caltrip diamond. This made it so that although everyone knew that Clementine was fleeing, nobody went to stop him. Everyone went to try and acquire the interspatial ring which Clementine had thrown out. The closest and fastest were Linley and Bayer. They charged to the front and were about to acquire the interspatial ring. Up till now, Linley still had yet to reveal his true strength. Swoosh! A surge of terrifyingly powerful energy swept towards Linley, and Linley's speed couldn't help but slow down. Linley willed it, and with a whap, behind Linley, a 2-meter-long metallic, whip-like draconic tail suddenly emerged. After the transformation, Linley's draconic tail and scales were now an inky jade color. Under Linley's control, that draconic tail suddenly extended to nearly 4 meters long, and as it whipped out, swoosh! Space was cut through like parchment by a knife, and a very neat spatial rift was created. Bang! Bayer wasn't able to dodge in time. Struck by the draconic tail, he was knocked flying. Not just him, even the paragon chasing behind them, Nanessa, was also knocked aside by Linley's draconic tail. Linley stretched his hand over the interspatial ring, and in the same instant, sent a drop of blood into it. The interspatial ring, the red caltrip diamond, Linley couldn't help but tremble from excitement. Everyone, join forces and attack Linley. Bayer instantly sent to the other paragons. Linley's divine sense instantly swept through the interspatial ring. The insides of it were completely empty. Forget about the red caltrip diamond, there wasn't even a rock inside. Linley's heart sank, and a surge of rage began to build in his chest. So this Clementine really wasn't willing to hand over the red caltrip diamond. The other paragons were preparing to attack Linley. This ring is fake. Linley sent furiously to the others. We've been swindled by Clementine. What? The faces of the other 7 paragons changed dramatically. They all had thought of this possibility, but when it really played out, all of them grew furious. 8 paragons had been deceived at one go. How could they not be enraged? Everyone had thought of this possibility, and someone had even spoken out to urge them to block Clementine. But everyone wanted someone else to do the blocking, while they would go seize the interspatial ring. Their disunity made it so that Clementine was now able to pull away from them. Capture him! The paragon of Earth, the big fellow who was 4 meters tall, bellowed furiously. The 8, Linley included, charged straight for Clementine. Ha, only now did you want to try and capture me? Ha, too late. Clementine's voice. It echoed within the minds of Dunnington, Bulmer, Linley, and the rest of the 8. It really is as I expected, this is the result of your disunity. I just played a simple trick, and all of you were fooled. Dunnington, Bayer, and the others had ugly looks on their faces. Actually, everyone realized that the ring was probably fake, but none of them could resist fighting over it. To capture him now is difficult. A cold voice rang out in the minds of Linley and the others. The speaker was the paragon of lightning, Nanessa. Although we only spent a few moments trying to acquire that interspatial ring, Clementine has already flown more than 100,000 kilometers away. Of the 8 of us, only 4 of us are as fast as Clementine, or at most slightly faster. But the distance is too great. It is impossible to catch up. Nanessa was quite dispirited. The other paragons felt helpless as well. Although they didn't want to accept it, it was true. I thought I'd have to use a second trick. It seems that is unnecessary. Everyone, thank you for showing mercy and allowing me to acquire the red caltrip diamond. Clementine sent with intentional mockery. Quite a few paragons began to slow down. Clearly, they had given up. I'm not chasing. I won't be able to catch him. Dunnington gave up as well. Linley stared up ahead, his gaze sharp. It's about time. Linley suddenly willed it, and the wind-type sovereign power coursing through his body was instantly retracted into his sea of consciousness. And then, Linley activated his fused divine power. The 4 types of divine power fused into that black divine power, causing Linley's energy to increase dramatically. Linley then accelerated just slightly. Bang! Space itself trembled as Linley's speed increased explosively. His speed had increased by roughly 30%. Actually, by relying on the fused divine power that was 10 times more effective than sovereign power, Linley's speed could increase several times over. But Linley understood something. If I were to suddenly increase my speed several times over, Clementine would probably be so terrified that he wouldn't dare do battle. He would go straight into chaotic space. That would be terrible. I've only increased my speed by 30% or so. He wouldn't actually be frightened, and this speed is enough to catch him. Linley's original speed was already quite terrifying. After a 30% increase? To make a difference of 100,000 kilometers after a 30% increase in speed was simply too easy. Catch me? In their dreams? Clementine, fleeing in the distance with a smug feeling, suddenly had a changed look on his face. His divine sense had realized that Linley had suddenly broken away from the other 7 paragons and was advancing towards him at high speed. How can this be? How can he be so fast? Can it be that he had been hiding his power? The other 7 paragons were shocked as well. How can this Linley be so fast? Dunnington stared, stupefied. This speed, it is even close to 30% faster than mine. The paragon of lightning, Nanessa, had a stunned look in her eyes as well. He just increased in speed by that much. There is still a distance of more than 100 million kilometers from here to the fog-deep continent's teleportation array. They are only 100,000 kilometers away from each other. He'll catch up in an instant. Bayer frowned as well. Linley's speed had stunned him. This group of paragons had no idea that Linley had only revealed a hint of his true power. This was because Linley didn't want to scare Clementine into fleeing into chaotic space. So what if he is just a bit faster? By himself, he won't be able to stop me. Clementine then calmed down. He had a defensive sovereign artifact. As he saw it, Linley's material attacks shouldn't be able to harm him. As for soul attacks? Generally speaking, unless the difference was large, it wouldn't be able to kill an enemy. His soul attacks definitely aren't as strong as mine. Even if they were slightly stronger, he wouldn't be able to harm me, he's just a bit faster. It makes sense. He is a member of the Four Divine Beasts clan, it only makes sense that he's a bit special. Clementine felt very confident. Just now, he had suffered 2 soul attacks from paragons, yet endured it. Why would he fear Linley? Unless it was necessary, he wouldn't choose to enter chaotic space. If he did, he would have to suffer for some time as well. Clementine, you won't be able to escape. Linley had already caught up, and he could now see Clementine within his field of vision. Linley, I admit that you are quite fast, but do you think that by yourself, you will be able to stop me? Clementine chuckled. Linley just stared silently at Clementine as he drew closer and closer to Clementine. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. 100 meters. Suddenly. Bang! In that instant, Linley's speed suddenly tripled. On top of the earlier 30% increase in speed, it increased threefold more. Threefold? Impossible. The 7 paragons were watching this from afar through divine sense. 5 of them even cried out involuntarily in shock, while the other 2 just stared with looks of amazement in their wide eyes. It had been countless years since something was capable of causing these high god paragons to feel amazed. But Linley's speed had increased threefold more. This was on a completely different level from paragons. To be moving at such high speed definitely required that a person's energy and body were both far stronger than a paragon's. From ancient days till now, everyone believed that paragons were the highest level of existence amongst high gods. But Linley was definitely on a level stronger than even paragons. What was this about? Impossible. Clementine's eyes were filled with amazement as well. Right at this moment. Bang! He wasn't able to react at all before a fist came smashing towards his face. Clementine's defensive sovereign artifact trembled violently. It wasn't damaged, but Clementine's skull was actually fractured, and the flesh on his face was split open, causing fresh blood to flow out. Clementine just felt his head grow dizzy. In this instant, he was completely dazed. Not just him, the 7 paragons watching from afar were dazed as well. To be able to harm him even through a defensive sovereign artifact, what sort of an attack was this? In the past, in the Indigo Prefecture of the Infernal Realm, when the 8 great clans had attacked the 4 Divine Beasts clan, Beirut had appeared and, wielding his sovereign longstaff, devastated the experts of the 8 great clans. The patriarchs of the 8 great clans had defensive sovereign artifacts, but were still heavily injured by Beirut's staff blows, to the point of vomiting blood. Having a defensive sovereign artifact didn't symbolize that someone would be invincible. Imagine a child holding a steel shield, while an adult wielding an iron mace smashed hard against the shield. Even though the shield wouldn't be damaged at all, and although the shield would ablate most of the force, the remainder of the force would still cause the child to be injured. It was the same principle. If there was a 2-fold, 3-fold, or even 4-fold difference in strength, there were no problems at all if one relied on a defensive sovereign artifact. But of course, there was a prerequisite. That was that the attacker also had a powerful weapon. For example, Beirut, when he injured the patriarchs of the 8 great clans, he was able to do so because he had a sovereign weapon. He had a sovereign weapon, and given how strong he himself was, he was definitely more than 10 times as strong as his enemies, which was why he was able to badly injure them. If Beirut used all of his strength, he would have even been able to kill them. But if he hadn't had a sovereign weapon, things would have been troublesome. Although his attack power was great, if his weapon was ordinary, given the powerful collision that would have resulted, his weapon would have been destroyed. However, after undergoing the transformation from the 4 fused divine powers, Linley's fists and kicks were comparable to sovereign weapons. How can this be? Clementine's eyes were filled with shock. And then, he stared hard at Linley. How can? Clementine, just now, I didn't use full force. Linley said coldly. And then, his body suddenly began to sprout inky jade draconic scales. Those inky jade spikes emerged as well. Linley instantly went into full dragon form, then stared hard at Clementine. Just now, I was able to heavily wound you through the sovereign artifact. But now, I am able to kill you. You should understand by now. For the current Linley, even without dragon forming, he vastly surpassed his former strength in dragon form, prior to fusing the 4 divine powers. Using his fused divine power was more than 10 times more effective than using sovereign power. This made it so that the even non-dragon formed Linley was more than 10 times as powerful as an ordinary paragon. But now, Linley was in dragon form. His strength once more skyrocketed. His punches contained the power of will, they were absolutely on the sovereign weapon level. No, how can this be? Clementine was stupefied. The other spectating paragons were completely stunned as well. How could the world have an expert who was vastly stronger than a paragon? Paragons were invincible amongst deities. This was an iron rule. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that this so-called iron rule was only true in the past. A hitherto unseen quadruple soul mutation had been successful, which had changed everything. A soul mutate who had 4 divine clones had never been seen before. After succeeding, Linley's will became far more powerful than that of the will of a paragon. This symbolized that Linley would definitely be stronger than paragons. For him to have a powerful will was one thing, but what was even more terrifying was that after the 4 types of divine power fused, they actually changed Linley's body, making it so that it, too, reached the sovereign weapon level. This terrifying body, combined with his terrifying will, and the fused divine power that vastly outstripped sovereign power. All these things guaranteed that Linley would vastly outstrip any high god paragon. Prior to fusing 4 types of divine power, Linley was comparable to high god paragons. After fusing them, Linley was far beyond them. My body has divine clones hiding within it, so I admit that yes, after dragon forming, you have the power to kill me. But that's just my original body. I can use my divine clones to shatter this interspatial ring. Clementine said hurriedly. If you kill me, you'll acquire neither the interspatial ring nor the red caltrip diamond. That is precisely why, just now, I didn't try to kill you. Linley said calmly. His true power was tens of times greater than that of his opponent, and his body was comparable to a sovereign weapon. Linley was able to kill his opponent, even through a sovereign artifact. At most, though, he would be able to kill the original body, the divine clone hidden within it wouldn't die instantly. The divine clone absolutely could crush the interspatial ring. Clementine, it is just a red caltrip diamond. I imagine that you wouldn't be willing to give up your life for the sake of a red caltrip diamond. Linley said calmly. Even if we acquire the red caltrip diamond, we'll simply offer it to a sovereign and at most gain some sovereign's might. It isn't that useful. Clementine nodded. Your life. Your everything. Compared to a red caltrip diamond that can only be used to trade for some sovereign's might. Which one is more valuable? I imagine that you know what choice to make. Linley laughed calmly. Also, don't even think about entering chaotic space. Even if you charge in, I'll follow you in and instantly kill you. Earlier, Linley said that he had a 90% confidence because Linley believed that unless Clementine went mad, he wouldn't be willing to, for the sake of a red caltrip diamond that he would simply exchange for some sovereign's might, give up his paragon clone. Fine, you win. Clementine let out a sour laugh. I'm not going to give up my life for this bauble. Only, I want to ask you. Are you a high god paragon? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 43, Utterly Exasperated. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 43, Utterly Exasperated. Are you a high god paragon? This question was something which puzzled not only Clementine. Even the 7 distant high god paragons who were flying over were filled with shock and disbelief. Linley, even without dragon forming, had actually been able to harm Clementine through a sovereign artifact. What sort of power was this? It was definitely a power gap of more than 10 times. To be more than 10 times more powerful than a paragon? Aside from sovereigns, could someone else be capable of this? In addition, this was when he wasn't in dragon form. If he did dragon form, how much stronger would Linley be, compared to a paragon? Linley's very existence was completely inconceivable. Paragon? Linley raised an eyebrow. Can it be that you've made another breakthrough? Can it be that after we become paragons, we can make further breakthroughs? Clementine asked hurriedly. The overgod talismans weren't that enticing to paragons. After becoming a paragon, they had lost all motivation, as they believed that they had reached the very pinnacle. Some lived leisurely lives, others secluded themselves, while still others controlled a sight of their own. But upon seeing Linley, these paragons discovered that apparently it was possible to continue to increase in strength. Instantly, their hearts began to blaze once more. No. Can it be that just because I'm also a paragon, I can't possibly be tens of times or 100 times stronger than you? Linley laughed calmly. Clementine was stunned. Is it because of your body? Yes. I am a paragon, but my body is far more powerful than yours. My body is comparable to a sovereign artifact. Linley smiled. Even now, Linley wasn't prepared to publicize his secret. A body comparable to a sovereign artifact? That's completely, how can that be? Clementine now completely understood. Paragons who both use sovereign power should, logically speaking, be equivalent. But Linley's body was comparable to a sovereign artifact in power. Such a physically powerful body made it so that Linley's attacks were tens of times, or nearly 100 times, more powerful than an ordinary paragon's. Why can't it be possible? Hammers, even though he isn't a paragon, is too naturally talented. His material attacks are already comparable to a paragon's. You tell me, if he became a paragon and possessed the power of will, wouldn't his material attacks vastly surpass yours? Linley laughed calmly. Given how powerful Hammers was before becoming a paragon, if he became a paragon, Hammers would definitely surpass the others. I understand now. Clementine let out a long sigh. Linley, you are now the most powerful person who has ever existed, aside from the sovereigns. Clementine looked at Linley with a complicated look in his eyes. Clementine understood what Linley was saying. Not one of the other paragons had a body comparable to a sovereign artifact. It must be understood that in all of history, throughout all the planes of the universe, there were less than 10 people whose bodies were comparable to sovereign artifacts in strength. Hammers could just barely be considered one, while Beirut was another. There were less than 10 in the entire universe. For one of those rare, blessed individuals to also become a paragon? Was that likely? The number of living creatures of various races that had existed throughout all of the planes in all of history was an astronomical, unthinkable number. And yet, only 20+ paragons had ever emerged. The chances were simply too low. It could be said that the chances were virtually nil. There were less than 10 or so figures like Hammers or Beirut. For one of them to become a paragon wasn't very practical. Actually, according to the way the natural laws of the universe worked, for those who were too innately gifted, it would be extremely difficult for them to train. Forget about Beirut and Hemmers, not even the ancestors of the four Divine Beasts clan had become paragons. The heavens were just. If Linley had developed normally, there was no way he could have become this powerful, nor could he have acquired a body comparable to a sovereign artifact. However, despite having 4 divine clones, his soul mutation had been a success. Linley's tough, powerful body wasn't given to him at birth, it was created by that fused divine power. Ever since his 4-way soul mutation had been a success, it was virtually guaranteed that a miracle would take place. Linley had fused divine power and will, both of which vastly surpassed that which was available to a high god. This made up for Linley's deficiencies in the mysteries, making him comparable to a paragon. But his body, as strong as a sovereign artifact, made him vastly surpass them. Clementine, you've asked your questions. Now, give me the red caltrop diamond. Linley stared at Clementine. I wanted to offer it to the chief sovereign. Forget it. Clementine waved his hand, and a red caltrop diamond appeared within it. Holding the red caltrop diamond, Clementine laughed as he looked at Linley. This red caltrop diamond does indeed have a type of unique energy that nourishes the soul. However, to us paragons, it is useless. Clementine casually tossed the red caltrop diamond towards Linley. A treasure had varying levels of effects on varying levels of people. If an ordinary mortal were to hold the red caltrop diamond, it would probably cause his soul to quickly become as powerful as the soul of a saint. If a god held it, he would also feel his soul change, and he, a god, would even be able to kill an ordinary high god. But if a high god were to hold it, the soul would no longer strengthen. The true was same for its released power. The more powerful a person was, the less effective it would be. The red caltrop diamond was only a talisman, after all. It wasn't an overgod artifact. Although it had unusual effects, it wasn't an invincible treasure. Brody, when holding it, could kill 6-star fiends. But Mord, when in possession of the 9 soul pearls, was nearly finished when facing a Linley who had yet to make his 4-way fusion of divine power. To him, the increase in strength was already quite limited. To paragons, in terms of both body and soul, after they acquired the power of will, they had already reached a limit amongst deities. Even if they held the red caltrop diamond or the 9 soul pearls, it would at most increase their power by 10 or 20%. Their regenerative power might increase 2-fold or 3-fold, but against someone who was tens of times stronger, it was useless. The regenerative effect, as far as paragons are concerned, is negligible. Linley stretched his hand out and accepted the tossed red caltrop diamond. A surge of warm energy filled Linley's body and soul. It was a feeling akin to the feeling he had when he held the 9 soul pearls. This sort of nurturing power, to a soul as strong as Linley's, had no effect at all. On the surface, Linley looked calm. But in his heart, he was so excited that he was quivering. The red caltrop diamond. This is definitely the red caltrop diamond. Linley wildly celebrated mentally. 3 talismans. I finally have them all. In his mind, Linley could still clearly remember those scenes from his youth. That day, a blurry light had flown out from the coiling dragon ring, transforming into an amiable, kind old man with a moon-white robe and a white beard. Hello, kiddo. My name is Doring Cowart. I am a Saint-level Grand Magus of the Pound Empire. From that day onwards, his destiny had changed. Linley would never forget how Grandpa Doring had consumed up his own soul to execute a forbidden magic spell to save Linley. That was the most painful event Linley had ever been through. Grandpa Doring, soon, I'll be able to see you again. Linley said quietly to himself. Excited, Linley wanted to immediately let the 3 talismans become one, and to let the crown of life summon the overgod of life. But Linley didn't let his joy cloud his mind. This isn't yet the time for fusing the 3 talismans. If I summon the overgod of life now, the sovereigns will immediately know that I have the 3 talismans. That will be disastrous. If sovereigns knew that Linley, a deity, had 3 talismans, what would the repercussions be? Linley didn't even dare to imagine it. Even if the sovereigns find out that I have an overgod talisman, a single talisman wouldn't be enough to make a group of sovereigns go berserk. But if they knew that I had all 3 of them, the sovereigns would definitely go wild with rage. Once I return to the Yulan continent, I can then summon the overgod. Even if the sovereigns are filled with hate, at worst, I can just remain at the Yulan plain and never leave again. Linley came to his decision. Right at this moment. In the skies above the vast, endless sea, several other figures were flying over at high speed. Linley glanced at Clementine, then turned back to look. It was the 7 paragons in BB. BB had been brought along by Dunnington as well. Linley! Congratulations! Loud laughter rang out. The speaker was Dunnington. Becoming a paragon is one thing, but for your body to be so strong that it is comparable to a sovereign artifact? That 4-meter-tall azure-haired fellow's words held a hint of envy in them. All the other 7 paragons, and even BB, had heard the words between Linley and Clementine. Linley, as I recall, during the planar war, your body wasn't this strong. How can you now? The paragon of wind, Bayer, stared at Linley. One can train one's body to such a level? All of the paragons immediately stared at Linley. Who didn't want to strengthen their bodies? Having a defensive sovereign artifact only meant one had a powerful shield. But a body like a sovereign artifact? That had the power to reverse the rivers and overturn the seas, the terrifying power to rip the heavens asunder. I had to experience quite a few things to reach this level. Linley gave a very unclear answer as a response. The other paragons looked at each other, not wanting to ask anything further. Everyone, you don't still want to fight over this red caltrip diamond with me, do you? Linley said with a smirk. Fight with you? Do we look like we want to die? The paragon of lightning, Nanessa, still spoke with a cold voice, but a hint of laughter was in her eyes. I don't have a defensive sovereign artifact, unlike Clementine. You need to dragon form to kill him, but against me, you wouldn't even need to dragon form. Forget it. After seeing your speed, Linley, and your attack power, I immediately understood that we don't have any chance of acquiring the red caltrip diamond. Dunnington laughed as well. This group of paragons was actually all smiles. They had only come to fight over the red caltrip diamond at the request of their sovereigns. If they were going to fight over it, they would go all out. But upon seeing that there was no hope, they naturally gave up. They didn't feel disappointed or bitter. After all, the overgod talismans weren't of much use to paragons like them. Boss. BB hurriedly flew to Linley's side, winking towards Linley. Is it all done? Can we leave, now? Linley immediately laughed. Of course we can go. Linley swept the 8 paragons with his gaze, then smiled. Everyone, the fight over the red caltrip diamond can come to an end now. I don't want to stay at the Ackerland plain for much longer, so BB and I will leave now. Right at this moment. Linley turned to look. Above the sea, a surge of terrifying energy began to take form. The colors of the world began to change, and lightning began to ring out. Immediately afterwards, it seemed as though the sun in the sky lost its luster after that terrifying energy began to emit a dazzling light as it slowly condensed into an enormous figure. That familiar aura. The chief sovereign of light. Linley narrowed his eyes. Linley! A sonorous voice which echoed like thunder rang out. That 10-meter-tall giant figure appeared, and its appearance was that of the chief sovereign of light. Only, it was larger in size. Chief Sovereign. Linley just smiled as he looked at the chief sovereign of light. Sorry, Linley. I had already informed the chief sovereign of light that I was in possession of the red caltrip diamond. After this happened, I had to at least let him know. Clementine sent apologetically. I understand. Linley understood why Clementine had to do this. The chief sovereign of light descended, staring icily at Linley. His gaze also swept across the other 8 paragons and Bibi. The chief sovereign of light was quite furious. Because Clementine wanted to be prepared for all eventualities, the chief sovereign of light had personally traveled through chaotic space from the divine light plane. He had traveled through the vast, endless tides of chaotic space and hastened towards the Ackerland plane. Although the 4 higher planes and the 7 divine planes were close to each other, the countless other material planes, despite being close to each other, were in a rather remote area. For even someone like the chief sovereign of light, he had only managed to travel 1/10 of the distance. From this, one could imagine how far the distance was. The chief sovereign of light had been filled with hope and had been very excited. He hadn't minded how the amount of effort and labor it would take for him to make it over there. But who would have imagined that halfway there, he would receive word of what had just happened, that the red caltrop diamond had been taken by Linley. If Clementine had never acquired it, that was one thing. But for Clementine to first acquire it? The chief sovereign of light had been extremely happy, because he had already begun to view the red caltrop diamond as his. Now that it had been seized, of course he was furious. And given that he had already traveled such a great distance in chaotic space, he was even more furious. Linley, the chief sovereign of light was about to say something. Chief sovereign. Linley actually interrupted the chief sovereign of light and asked curiously, "This is a material plane. Can it be that you are planning to block me here, with your weak little planar projection clone? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 20, Chapter 44, Whither to? Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 44, Whither to? The other 8 paragons looked at each other. Then, by unspoken agreement, they moved back some distance, watching amusedly as this played out. Why has the chief sovereign of light sent a projection clone over here? Dunnington sent to the other paragons. He probably isn't willing to accept the results. Nenesis sent to the others. After I acquired the red caltrop diamond, the chief sovereign of light entered chaotic space and had been hastening here this entire time. He's probably utterly irritated right now. Clementine sent back with a smirk. Although on the surface, the paragons behaved with courtesy, in their hearts, they still felt disdainful towards some sovereigns. Paragons had become paragons through ability. Sovereigns? Luck was what mattered in being able to acquire a sovereign spark. As paragons saw it, most sovereigns were just born earlier in the universe and were a bit luckier. Everyone, do you think that Linley will trample all over the chief sovereign of light's projection clone? The paragon of water, the chubby-faced man, sent mentally. I don't think so. Although this is just a projection clone, it's the projection clone of the chief sovereign. If Linley were to do something, he would be giving the chief sovereign no face. To end up at loggerheads against a chief sovereign isn't good. The paragon of fire, Bulmer, sent back. The chief sovereign of light's sovereign body wasn't able to enter the Ackerland plane as well. This was just a planar projection clone. Planar projection clones contain just the barest wisp of the mind of the sovereign. Projection clones were simply created by that wisp, with power borrowed from the sovereign. Planar projection clones understood the profound mysteries, but they didn't possess the power of will. Although this is the projection clone of the chief sovereign, the projection clone doesn't have the power of will. In terms of power, it is just on par with an ordinary Lord Prefect. Linley didn't feel worried at all about this chief sovereign of light before him. This was just a planar projection clone, it was no match for a paragon, much less Linley. The enormous planar projection clone stared coldly at Linley. Clementine, how did this red caltrop diamond end up being taken by Linley? The planar projection clone looked at Clementine. Clementine immediately laughed sourly. Chief Sovereign, you have no idea what level Linley's power has reached. He isn't just a high god paragon, his body is definitely on the level of hammers and Beirut, comparable to a sovereign artifact. His material attacks are tens of times more powerful than mine, perhaps even 100. There was nothing I could do. How can that be? The chief sovereign of light stared towards Linley in astonishment. In recorded history, not a single supreme expert whose body was comparable to a sovereign artifact was able to become a paragon. This is true. The paragon of fire, Balmer, laughed. We personally witnessed it. And not just that, in terms of speed as well, he vastly outstrips us. Clementine wasn't even able to flee. He had no other choice, he had to hand over the red caltrip diamond. The chief sovereign of light looked at Linley. Chief sovereign, dare I ask, can I leave now? Linley asked. You want to leave? The chief sovereign of light let out a cold snort, but unfortunately, this was just a planar projection clone. The chief sovereign of light was only able to talk right now. Bibi, by Linley's side, spoke out irritably. Chief sovereign, the fight over the red caltrip diamond in the material plane is a matter for us deities. Here in the material plane, we fought over it fairly, and the strongest ended up taking it. My boss now holds it, so naturally it belongs to my boss. Chief sovereign, why have you sent a planar projection clone over here? Do you want to threaten my boss? An ugly look was on the chief sovereign of light's face. He was indeed in the wrong in this matter. The other 8 paragons all had sovereigns behind them. The struggle in the Ackerland plane was a struggle for deities, the sovereigns shouldn't interfere. If he were to intervene and threaten Linley, what if the other sovereigns did the same? How would the paragons be supposed to act? Linley! The chief sovereign of light suppressed the anger in his heart as he looked at Linley. I know that Dunnington was sent by the chief sovereign of destruction. You, then, shouldn't have been. Perhaps the Redbud sovereign is your backer. How about this? You hand the red caltrip diamond to me. As for the Redbud sovereign, I will speak to her on your behalf. If you give it to me, it can be said that I'll owe you a favor. What do you say? If he couldn't use hard tactics, he would try soft ones. A favor? Linley was about to say something, but suddenly. Augusta, your methods aren't very good. A deep, sonorous voice rang out, and an enormous surge of energy once more descended from the heavens. Unlike the light energy, this surge of energy was completely black and seemed to be filled with a murderous aura. It was destruction-type sovereign power. And then, it solidified into a blurry figure. The chief sovereign of light, seeing the situation, couldn't help but frown. The chief sovereign of destruction. Linley mused to himself. Linley! I notified the chief sovereign of destruction. Dunnington sent. Linley also knew that these paragons all had methods by which they could communicate with the sovereigns who stood behind them. Linley and I are engaging in free-willed negotiations. What right do you have to stop us? The chief sovereign of light said. The chief sovereign of destruction let out a clear laugh. How can you call this free will? You are oppressing him with your power. You, chief sovereign of light, are verbally asking Linley to do this. But if I were to do the same? If the chief sovereign of life, the chief sovereign of death, the chief sovereign of darkness, and the other chief sovereigns all acted in this matter? Tell me, how could Linley choose? The chief sovereign of light didn't make another sound. His sudden manifestation of a projection clone had given others an excuse to point at the error in his actions. Actually, the reason he had done this was because he had believed that this item was already his. He had traveled such a long distance in chaotic space, and yet, he suddenly learned that his item had gone missing. Naturally, the chief sovereign of light had been enraged and, in his anger, allowed a planar projection clone to descend. This chief sovereign isn't much better than an ordinary person. Bibi sent mentally to Linley. Naturally. A chief sovereign is just a living creature who, after becoming a high god, was lucky enough to acquire a sovereign spark then fuse with it, thus becoming a sovereign. Just because they fused with sovereign sparks doesn't mean that their temperaments will change. Normally, these sovereigns act high and mighty when dealing with us deities. Naturally, they can't be bothered with us. This is a way of showing their superiority. But once there is a struggle that involves their own interests, such as this struggle over the over-god talismans, their greedy or tyrannical natures will once more reveal themselves. Linley sent back. This chief sovereign of light really is tyrannical. Bibi, after having met the chief sovereign of light several times, couldn't help but come to this judgment. The chief sovereign of light is overbearing, but he always has been. Even Patriarch Gislason told me about this. Linley still remembered the words Gislason had said to him. Gislason even suspected that the 4 ancestors of the 4 Divine Beasts clan had been killed by the chief sovereign of light. He had also described the chief sovereign of light's overbearing nature. While Linley and Bibi were chatting spiritually, the chief sovereigns of light and destruction were chatting as well. Fine. Neither of us will force Linley. Linley will choose for himself who he wishes to offer the red caltrip diamond to. The chief sovereign of light couldn't help but look at Linley. Linley, you can choose for yourself which sovereign you wish to offer it to. You don't have to take any attitude from any sovereign. After all, there's only a single red caltrip diamond, while there are tens of sovereigns. The chief sovereign of destruction looked towards Linley. The chief sovereign of light stared at Linley, his eyes containing a silent signal. Sorry, chief sovereign of light. Linley smiled. The chief sovereign of light's face immediately changed. Oof. You don't know what's good for you. The chief sovereign of light gave Linley a cold glance, and then his planar projection clone suddenly disappeared. Linley's face, however, didn't change. He stood there quietly in midair, and his face once more had a hint of a smile on it. Haha, Linley, well done. The chief sovereign of destruction laughed easily. You can choose who to give this red caltrip diamond to. Naturally, giving it to me would be good, but I won't force you. And then, the chief sovereign of destruction's planar projection clone suddenly disappeared as well. The world once more returned to normalcy. The waves of the sea continued to swell forward, and the other 8 paragons flew over, laughing. Ha, boss, that chief sovereign of light's face just now was so amusing. Bibi celebrated. I already offended the chief sovereign of light once. Now, I've offended him again. Linley sighed helplessly. That's the sort of temper the chief sovereign of light has. Clementine laughed. While speaking, Clementine stretched his divine sense out to close off the surrounding area. Clearly, he didn't want the other high gods to hear the words between them paragons. Oof. That group of sovereigns. Don't be fooled by that superior attitude they always have. When any minor matter occurs that they care about, or even something that costs them the tiniest bit of face, they will be enraged. The paragon of fire, Bulmer, snickered. Actually, it's understandable. They are so high and lofty that if anyone was to irritate them, they would probably let their fury descend upon the offender. However, only a minority of sovereigns are so bad-tempered. Dunnington said with a smile. The majority of sovereigns are decent fellows. Oof. They were simply born earlier, shortly after the planes were formed. They were just one of the first batches of high gods, then were lucky enough to acquire sovereign sparks and fuse them. The paragon of life said calmly. In terms of the profound laws, the vast majority of sovereigns are inferior to us, even though they enjoy vast amounts of faith energy. I've seen quite a few sovereigns, but the chief sovereign of light is still the most overbearing of them all. Linley said. Ha, the chief sovereign of light is legendary for his overbearing manner. Even in material planes, amongst the various churches, the churches of light tend towards total hegemony. However, the chief sovereign of light is powerful, he's qualified to act so tyrannically. The paragon of earth, that 4-meter-tall azure-haired fellow, laughed. The bone rock sovereign of death, before the previous planar war which occurred countless years before, personally attacked a pair of commander-level experts. This group of high god paragons leisurely chatted about the various sovereigns. This was a material plane, there was no need to fear that the sovereigns would discover it through divine sense. After chatting for a long time, Linley learned quite a few things regarding the sovereigns. The more he heard, the more clearly Linley felt that the sovereigns were nothing special. They, too, felt joy, rage, grief, and amusement. It was much like how, to mortals, deities were creatures who were far above them. But in the infernal realm, deities formed into bandit groups and acted in ways that were even more nakedly selfish and aggressive than in the mortal world. Perhaps only the four overgods who were the personifications of the edicts were truly emotionless and unfeeling. Alright, everyone. The matter here in Ackerland Plain has come to an end. I'll leave now. The paragon of wind, Bayer, laughed. After this friendly discussion, all of the people present had grown much closer to each other. Let's leave together. We need to leave as well. Dunnington and the other paragons were nearby as well. Boss, time to leave. BB said hurriedly. Everyone, you can leave first. I have something to take care of. Linley suddenly said. The 8 paragons, although puzzled, didn't say anything. They bid Linley farewell, and then the 8 of them began to fly towards the fog-deep continent. Boss, what is it? BB said. Linley frowned as he said with worry, BB, when I acquired the red caltrip diamond, I was too excited. I didn't think about things in detail. But now that I've calmed down, I've realized that I absolutely cannot go back through the teleportation arrays. Can't go back through the teleportation arrays? BB stared. Right. The teleportation arrays will take me to the divine planes or the higher planes. You should know that the sovereigns all very much want to acquire the red caltrip diamond. In the Ackerland plane, they aren't able to fight with me at all. However, if I teleport to a divine plane or a higher plane, then perhaps I'll find that a sovereign will be there at the array, waiting for me. Linley laughed sourly. If, as soon as he teleported somewhere, he immediately saw a sovereign, he would be finished. There would be no chance of escape. Each of the planes have a varying number of teleportation arrays. The infernal realm has many, but the netherworld only has 2 teleportation array locations. There are, however, quite a few sovereigns in the higher planes and divine planes. The chances of one of them lying in wait are quite high. Even if lesser sovereigns have no need for it, they might give it to a chief sovereign so as to gain a favor. Linley felt quite frustrated. Boss, where should we go, then? BB now knew that the situation was, indeed, terrible. Right. Where shall we go? Linley felt completely lost. It was true that the 7 divine planes and 4 higher planes had many teleportation locations, some of which wouldn't have sovereigns nearby. But Linley couldn't take the risk. If he failed, he wouldn't even have the chance to feel regret. I've acquired the red caltrip diamond, but I don't know how to return to the Yulon plane. Linley laughed bitterly. Can it be that we'll have to take the chance? BB muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 45, Beirut's True Power. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 45, Beirut's True Power. Many colored streams of light float about randomly, collectively forming the vast and endless region of chaotic space. Chaotic space could be said to be the most dangerous place of all. Even ordinary divine artifacts that were brought in would be torn asunder by the terrifying chaotic energy streams. Only experts who had defensive sovereign artifacts or high god paragons would be able to just barely stay alive in the face of the repeatedly clashes of energy in chaotic space. But despite that being the case, high god paragons would be completely helpless in chaotic space. The explosive streams of energy clashed against each other. When trapped within, the only choice was to allow the energy streams to take you where it willed. Right at this moment, a hazy white glow covered a large figure and the area around him. This large figure was dressed with a long white robe that was embroidered with golden patterns. His long gold hair fluttered loosely in an eye-catching manner. He stood there in the center of the vast, endless flows of chaotic energy. The rainbow-colored chaotic streams clashed against him, but weren't able to budge him at all. This person was the greatest experts amongst the 7 sovereigns of light, the chief sovereign of light. The chief sovereign of light's eyes stared coldly into the distance. The red caltrop diamond was already in my hands. I didn't imagine. The chief sovereign of light's eyes held a hint of anger in them. However, even if that woman, the Redbud Sovereign, is the one behind him, when he moves from the Ackerland plane to the infernal realm, he will be randomly teleported to one of the teleportation arrays. Perhaps the red caltrop diamond will fall into the hands of the other sovereigns. He immediately sent the word through a clone he had left behind in the divine light plane. Derry, Delay, keep an eye on Linley. See which teleportation array Linley travels through and which plane he goes to. Yes, Chief Sovereign. Although Clementine had led a large group of high gods away, in truth, those high gods actually obeyed the orders of Derry, because Derry was one of the 2 individuals who maintained contact with the sovereign. Those high gods immediately spread out their divine senses, locking upon Linley and Bibi, located above the ocean. They were watching Linley's movements. Linley naturally used his own divine sense to prevent the other high gods from tracking him. Take the chance? No way. There are too many sovereigns paying attention to the overgod talismans. I imagine that the vast majority of teleportation arrays have sovereigns nearby. Although I am powerful, in the face of a sovereign, I won't be able to fight back at all. Linley shook his head. I can't make any mistakes when it comes to this red caltrop diamond. Then, what should we do? Bibi was rather irritated and upset as well. Linley pondered for a while, but still wasn't able to come up with a completely secure option. Although there were sovereigns in the infernal realm who seemed to be on good terms with Linley, in reality, that was just some special attention that they paid to him, a junior. If it involved the red caltrop diamond, although the planar projection clone of the chief sovereign of destruction had spoken quite nicely, things wouldn't necessarily remain that way once Linley returned to the infernal realm. After all, in the Ackerland plane, his projection clone wasn't able to do anything to Linley, and so trying to force him was pointless. But once they arrived in the infernal realm, wouldn't the sovereign want to take the overgod talisman? Boss, let's go ask my grandpa Beirut. Perhaps he has a way. Bibi suddenly suggested. That's our only choice. Linley nodded slightly. The Yulan Plain. The Baruch Empire. Dragonblood Castle. In recent days, Beirut had been living in Linley's Dragonblood Castle, while Linley's divine clone would often chat with Beirut regarding the advancement of matters in the Ackerland Plain. They often spent time together recently, causing Linley and Beirut to feel even closer and more friendly with each other. Swoosh! A figure flashed forward and arrived within the empty garden. It was Linley. Within the garden, Beirut was teasing 2 young children of the Baruch clan quite happily. The 2 of you, go play over there for now. Linley said while laughing calmly. Yes. The 2 children, upon seeing Linley, didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. They immediately left obediently. Within Dragonblood Castle, Linley's status had long ago risen to an extreme. In the hearts of the descendants of the Baruch clan, Linley was the most supreme exalted person alive. What has you in such a hurry? Beirut laughed calmly. Linley said helplessly, Lord Beirut, the situation right now is quite grim. Oh? Beirut frowned, staring solemnly towards Linley. This is the situation. I've already acquired the red caltrop diamond, but I am quite frustrated about how I should return to the Yulan Plain. After all, the Akurland only has 11 teleportation arrays which lead to the 7 divine planes and the 4 higher planes. There are so many sovereigns, I'm worried that most teleportation arrays probably have sovereigns watching them. Once I appear, they will probably come to seize it. Beirut nodded slightly. Linley, you wish to keep the red caltrip diamond for yourself? Beirut suddenly said. Yes. Linley nodded. If Linley had to offer the red caltrip diamond to a chief sovereign, for example the chief sovereign of destruction, he could just teleport to the infernal realm. Most likely, the other sovereigns of the infernal realm wouldn't dare fight over something of the chief sovereign's. If Linley lied and said that he gave it to the chief sovereign of destruction, then moved to teleport back somewhere else. This wasn't very practical. First of all, if he were to lie and use the chief sovereign of destruction to deceive others, that would be deceiving the chief sovereign of destruction. Secondly, if there were any other sovereigns nearby, they surely wouldn't just watch as Linley arrived, then teleported back to the Yulan plane right away. Most likely, as soon as Linley told the teleportation staff members where he was going, his lies would be seen through. Describe what happened in the fight over the red caltrip diamond in detail to me. Beirut said solemnly. All right. Back then, the 8 paragons and I all arrived at Lionheart City. We were all trying to guess at the real meaning of the 3 words, Lionheart City, and what they meant. Linley began to describe in detail everything, including how the chief sovereign had descended a projection clone. As Beirut listened, he began to frown. The chief sovereign of light actually went into chaotic space and was hastening towards the Akurland plane? Beirut said in surprise. Right. Clementine told me. This was precisely why the chief sovereign of light was so angry, I suppose. Linley said. Beirut fell silent. If you are going to take it for your own, then, Beirut pondered carefully. Linley. Beirut suddenly said. Let's do this. Your original body and Bibi shall remain in the Akurland plane for now. Pretend to have gained a sudden insight and begin to engage in closed-door training. Shut yourself in for 10 days or so. Lord Beirut, are you saying? Linley was slightly stunned, but then he understood. You are telling me to delay? As time passes, those sovereigns will no longer remain by the teleportation arrays? But that's not necessarily true. If the sovereigns just go ahead and begin training in the area around the teleportation arrays, they could easily wait for 10 million years. Sovereigns were in possession of eternal life. What was a 10 million year wait to them? That isn't the reason. Beirut laughed calmly. A little while later, you'll know. All right. Linley still trusted Beirut greatly. Only, Linley was puzzled. Beirut asked him to remain in the Akurland plane for 10 days? Why? Within chaotic space. The chief sovereign of light had already embarked on the way back. Chief sovereign, that Linley and Bibi actually are in no hurry to leave the Akurland plane. They've suddenly begun to train, right there in the air above the sea. Linley seems to have gained some sort of insight. Bibi is next to him, standing guard. The communications staff reported back immediately to the chief sovereign of light. He had an insight? Linley has several divine clones. One reached the paragon level, and the others are gaining insights as well. His talent is indeed formidable. Although the chief sovereign of light didn't have any positive feelings towards Linley, he still had to somewhat sigh in approval in his heart. Given the chief sovereign of light's speed, that very day, he returned back at the divine light plane. The 11th day after Linley acquired the red caltrip diamond. Within Dragonblood Castle. Linley was accompanying his father, Hogg, drinking and chatting. Right at this moment, Beirut suddenly walked over from a nearby door. Linley. Beirut said solemnly. Father. I'll go accompany Mr. Beirut first. Linley said. Hogg knew that Linley and Beirut had something important to discuss, and so just laughed and withdrew. Follow me. Beirut said calmly, then flew out. Linley hurriedly followed. Swoosh, Beirut flew forward, with Linley hurriedly following from behind. So fast. Linley was startled that he was actually almost unable to keep up. Linley's divine clones had all undergone a soul mutation as well, and his bodies were all very powerful, and also in possession of strong will. They were all capable of using fused divine power as well. The speed of his divine clones wasn't that much weaker than his original bodies. And yet, he was almost unable to keep with Beirut. In the blink of an eye, Linley and Beirut departed from the Yulon continent region and arrived within the South Sea region. Beirut suddenly came to a halt, and Linley did so as well. Lord Beirut, you are. Linley said, puzzled. Didn't you say that you want to know a way to return to the Yulon plain? Beirut's eyes had a special light in them. A smile that wasn't a smile played on his lips as he looked at Linley. Linley was completely baffled. The way is very simple. Pass through chaotic space and return to the Yulon continent. Beirut laughed calmly. Pass through chaotic space? Linley was startled. According to legends, even paragons would be helpless within chaotic space. Lord Beirut, this chaotic space is very terrifying. High God paragons that are driven within can do nothing but be carried away by the currents. Although I am stronger than paragons, I'm not necessarily going to be able to withstand chaotic space. Linley didn't have much confidence. I'm not asking you to go alone. Beirut said with a smile, and then he opened his hand into a palm. With a palm blow, he slashed open the air. Rumble, the weak spatial walls of the Yulon plain ruptured, immediately revealing a massive spatial tear. Material planes were very weak. At Linley's level, experts could just use their control over elemental essence to chop out a small pocket dimension within a material plane. But of course, this was something they could only accomplish in a material plane. If it were the infernal realm or the netherworld, there was no way this could be done. Sovereigns, however, could even create their own independent divine plane through their terrifying control over elemental essence. Independent divine planes versus pocket dimensions formed from material planes. From this one could tell the terrifying difference in power between sovereigns and deities. Follow me. Beirut grabbed Linley, took a step forward, then threw him through the spatial rift. This, Lord Beirut. Linley was shocked. He was grabbed and pulled by Beirut directly out of the Yulon plane and into chaotic space. Multicolored flows of chaotic space spun everywhere in such an eye-catching, beautiful manner. But Linley was now trapped, and one surge after another chaotic energy clashed against his body. Linley didn't hold back at all, instantly activating the fused divine power within his body to resist the clashing chaotic energy. Crackle, a spatial tear appeared nearby. Chaotic energy crashed against Linley, wanting to drive him into the spatial rift, but Linley resisted. The energy of chaotic space truly is frightening. No wonder even high god paragons are helpless. However, I'm able to just barely move against the current. Linley discovered that, at full strength, he was still able to resist the spatial flows and move forward. Linley felt as though he was a toddler who was advancing through rapid river waters. Linley, how do you feel? Beirut's voice rang out. Linley turned to look. Beirut stood there with a faint smile within streams of chaotic energy, not paying them any attention at all. Lord Beirut, you. Linley was surprised. Even paragons would be washed away by the chaotic streams of energy. But Beirut just stood there, unmoving. Ha, if you move at that slow speed, even thousands of years wouldn't be enough for you to make it from the Yulon plain to the Ackerland plain. Beirut, seeing Linley's movement speed, couldn't help but laugh. As he spoke, Beirut released a strand of green light from his body, covering Linley within it. It is easy to get lost within chaotic space. Your original body is in the Ackerland plain, and so you should know the correct direction. Guide the way. I'll make haste. Beirut led Linley forward. Under the protection of the green light, they transformed into a flash of green lightning and instantly disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 46, Beirut, Sovereign? Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 46, Beirut, Sovereign? Chaotic streams of energy shot out in every direction at high speed. Linley, under Beirut's guidance, advanced at high speed. Linley was currently completely stupefied. How can this be? To be able to move at such a terrifying speed, even in chaotic space, it can be said that he is completely ignoring the chaotic energy flows. Beirut, his power. Linley turned his head to look at Beirut, who was by his side. His eyes were filled with disbelief. There were no other possibilities. Beirut had definitely surpassed the deity level. Beyond the deity level, there was only the sovereign level. Lord Beirut, you are a sovereign? Linley asked. Beirut laughed clearly, and he couldn't help but stroke his black beard. Linley, I'm able to casually fly at high speed through chaotic space, at a speed which is 100 times faster than you were able to fly it in a material plane. You tell me. If I'm not a sovereign, what am I? Linley was stupefied. Beirut was clearly admitted that he was a sovereign. Sovereign, but how can this be? Linley, for a moment, was completely dazed and confused. Lord Beirut, there's no way for a sovereign to enter a material plane. Material planes are completely unable to withstand the terrifying power of a sovereign's energy. In the Ackerland plane, the chief sovereigns of destruction and light had only been able to manifest their planar projection clones. Amongst deities, there is indeed the saying that sovereigns are unable to enter material planes. Beirut stroked his beard and smiled. However, to speak more precisely, foreign sovereigns are unable to enter material planes. Foreign sovereigns? Linley frowned. Linley, do you know the principle behind why sovereigns are unable to enter material planes? Beirut changed to a different topic. Principle? Isn't it simply because sovereigns possess too much energy, and material planes are unable to withstand them? Linley said. Linley, if it were true that sovereigns possess too much energy and material planes are unable to withstand them, think about that carefully. If the sovereigns contract their energy and don't let it leak out of them, how could a material plane collapse? Beirut laughed. That's true. Linley didn't understand. If a sovereign were to contract his energy in his aura, even if Linley was standing before him, Linley wouldn't sense anything at all. Given how powerful their abilities at contracting their auras were, why would they cause a material plane to collapse? Thus, your earlier words were not completely accurate. Beirut said with a calm laugh. Beirut said with a sigh, I imagine that even if you ponder it until your head starts hurting, you still won't understand. Let me tell you, then. This has to do with the birth of one's soul. Every single day, a material plane will give birth to new life, and every single living creature will possess a soul. For example, the living creatures of the Yulan plane will have souls that are compatible with the Yulan plane. The Yulan plane is their home. Linley couldn't help but nod. He felt it as well, when he returned to the Yulan plane. Although the elemental essence in the Yulan plane was far less dense than the infernal realms, Linley still felt very comfortable. It just felt different. Linley had always thought that this was just a psychological effect, but now, it seemed, it was because his soul had been born in the Yulan plane. It made sense. When mortals died, their souls would enter the netherworld and they would turn into undead. After an undead died, its soul would shatter and dissipate. When deities died, their souls would shatter and dissipate. Since souls could dissipate, naturally, souls could be born as well. When each infant was born in a material plane, when each magical beast was born, they would all gain souls. These souls would naturally have a special link to the plane they were from. Foreign sovereigns are unable to enter material planes. This is because of their souls. Their souls were not born from these material planes, and when they enter one, they will naturally be rejected by the material planes. The energy of material planes and sovereigns will naturally reject each other, but because the energies of the sovereigns are too powerful, they will cause the entire plane to collapse. Beirut explained in detail. Lindley now understood. It was this mutual rejection that caused the material plane to collapse. If, however, the sovereign soul was birthed within a particular material plane to begin with, then the material plane would be like his home. Even after he became a sovereign, the material plane wouldn't reject them. Since there is no rejection, sovereigns would naturally be able to enter this material plane. Beirut laughed. Lord Beirut, are you saying that if a sovereign's homeland was a particular material plane, then he would be able to return to that material plane, while being unable to enter any others? Lindley said. Right. Beirut laughed calmly. Of the countless material planes of the universe, my sovereign body is only able to enter the Yulan plane. As for the other material planes, I am unable to enter. Everything was now clear. The Yulan plane. Our home. Lindley let out a sigh. He was born in the Yulan plane, and his soul was born from there as well. The Yulan plane was his home. No matter what level of power he attained, the Yulan plane, his home, would never reject him, its child. Lord Beirut, since you are a sovereign, then why hasn't your sovereign body entered the higher planes, and instead remains here in the Yulan plane? Lindley said, puzzled. Also, why did your divine clone become the emissary of the Bloodridge sovereign? I had my divine clone become an emissary because I wished to help the Four Divine Beasts clan. Beirut laughed calmly. As for the reason why my sovereign clone hasn't gone to the infernal realm or another higher plane, and instead remains in hiding in our homeland, that is because, if my sovereign clone leaves our homeland, the chief sovereign of light will pursue an attack. The chief sovereign of light will pursue an attack? Lindley was shocked. So it seemed as though Beirut was hiding from enemies, which was why he hadn't left. Beirut's method was quite effective. The Yulan plane was Beirut's home, but not the home of the chief sovereign of light. Beirut could hide there without emerging, but the other sovereigns wouldn't be able to enter. Why would the chief sovereign of light want to kill you? Lindley was very puzzled. Of course he wants to kill me. His hatred for me is bone deep. The only reason why my divine clone is permitted to remain safely in the infernal realm is because I managed to persuade the chief sovereign of destruction to assist me, after paying a tremendous price. Beirut laughed loudly. Forget it. Enough about that. What matters now is to receive your original body and return to the Yulan plane as soon as possible. Lindley nodded. Beirut leading him through chaotic space was quite dangerous as well. After all, since Beirut could enter chaotic space, so too could the chief sovereign of light. No wonder Lord Beirut asked me to wait for 10 or so days. He probably wanted to delay for a bit longer, so as to wait for the chief sovereign of light to return to the divine light plane. Lindley now completely understood why Beirut had asked him to wait for 10 days. Lindley's original body was within the Ackerland plane, while his divine clones were with Beirut. Through the connection between his bodies, he was able to easily locate the correct direction, making it so that Beirut didn't make any wrong turns while navigating the chaotic streams of this region. Lord Beirut, will the chief sovereign of light pursue and attack us? Lindley was rather worried. Worried for Beirut. Don't worry. How would he even know that we are in chaotic space? Beirut said confidently. In addition, when I entered chaotic space, I spread out my divine sense. The reach of a sovereign's divine sense is far beyond what you can imagine. As soon as he enters the range of my divine sense, I will have ample time to prepare. Lindley nodded slightly. The divine sense of a sovereign could easily stretch across the entire infernal realm or the entire netherworld. In addition, that clearly wasn't their limit. From this, one could imagine how vast a distance it could reach. And thus, one could also imagine how powerful a sovereign's will was. It was countless times more powerful than a paragon's will. The Ackerland Plain. Rumble. The waves of the sea rolled forward. Linley sat there in the meditative position above the sea, with Bibi standing guard by his side. Suddenly, Linley opened his eyes, revealing a hint of a smile on his face. He sent mentally, "Bibi, let's prepare to enter chaotic space." Chaotic space? Bibi was shocked. "Boss, are you preparing to return to the Yulan Plain through chaotic space?" "Yes. However, not through my own powers." Linley smiled. "Then, if it isn't you, who? A sovereign? Which sovereign is willing to help us?" Bibi was very puzzled. "You will soon know." Linley was intentionally secretive. Through the connection between his bodies, Linley could clearly sense that his divine clone in Beirut had already reached the outer perimeter of the Ackerland Plain. "Let's go!" Linley grabbed Bibi with one hand, while at the same time, slashed down with his other hand. A gigantic spatial rift appeared, which began to pull on the surrounding area with an astonishing attractive force, swallowing up a great deal of even the seawater below. "In you go!" Linley stepped forward and pulled Bibi into chaotic space. Immediately afterwards, the spatial tear slowly began to recover. The air above the sea once more grew calm. Linley entered a spatial rift? Entered chaotic space? The two groups of high gods who were watching over Linley were greatly shocked. It wasn't just the forces of the divine light plane which were watching over Linley. There were also forces from the infernal realm, the divine earth plane, the divine wind plane. Every single side had left quite a few high gods behind to watch over the movements of Linley and Bibi. But the fact that they had chosen to enter chaotic space completely stupefied the others. He entered chaotic space? Self-exile? Those high gods were speechless. He probably has a sovereign who is there to welcome him. The high gods were able to guess this as well. "Quick, report it to the sovereign." The various forces, through their divine clones, simultaneously reported back to their sovereigns. The divine light plane. Deep within God's gale sea. What? He chose to enter the flows of chaotic space? The chief sovereign of Light's eyes were filled with shock as well. But an instant later, he recovered, then laughed coldly. "The sovereign behind Linley has definitely gone into chaotic space to welcome him. Who could it be? Redbud? Or is it?" A name suddenly appeared in the mind of the chief sovereign of light. Beirut? A hint of a killing desire appeared in the chief sovereign of light's eyes. "It is very possibly Beirut." The chief sovereign of light didn't hesitate at all. Energy trembled from his body, and a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of him. With a single step, he entered chaotic space, and then the spatial rift disappeared. Chaotic space. The chief sovereign of light was moving like a ray of light, advancing at astonishing speed. "Beirut, I hope you move quickly. If I end up catching you, humph." The chief sovereign of light, although not certain that it was Beirut, felt that it was reasonable, given the relationship between Linley and him. Beirut was perpetually in hiding within the Yulan Plain. This had caused the chief sovereign of light to long ago feel enraged towards him. He wouldn't give up even the slightest chance of killing Beirut. The beautiful, cyclical flows of energy sped past them. Beirut's body constantly emanated that green light, and it covered Linley and Bibi as they flew at high speed towards the Yulan Plain. "Grandpa Beirut, am I dreaming?" Bibi looked at Beirut in disbelief. "Grandpa, you are actually a sovereign? This is too inconceivable." Earlier, he had followed Linley into chaotic space. Upon seeing Beirut's arrival, Bibi had been completely, totally stupefied. "Grandpa Beirut, you are a sovereign. Why have you always hidden your power? Why are you the emissary for the Bloodridge sovereign?" Bibi asked questions non-stop. Alright, enough of this for now. Your grandpa Beirut is currently moving at full speed. We can chat slowly once we return. Linley said hurriedly. Linley understood that even for Beirut, traveling through chaotic space posed risks. On the way over, though, Bibi talked non-stop. Clearly, he was simply too agitated. I just can't hold it back. Bibi clenched his fists as he flashed his teeth in a grin, clearly excited. Soon. By the amount of time we have spent in flight, we should be more than halfway there. Just wait a bit longer. Linley consoled. Beirut suddenly laughed. What is it? Linley and Bibi both looked towards Beirut. The chief sovereign of light really did come. I've already discovered him. Beirut chortled merrily. You are still able to laugh aloud? A deep, rumbling voice rang out in Beirut's mind. It was the voice of the chief sovereign of light. Why can't I laugh? Beirut snickered as he retorted. I knew that if there was any chance at all of capturing me that you, Augusta, would definitely not give it up. But it is quite unfortunate, your speed is faster than mine, but the distance you have to travel is far greater. You won't make it in time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 47, Battle. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 47, Battle. The Chief Sovereign of Light? Linley and Bibi exchanged glances. Their hearts clenched as they then turned towards Beirut. Beirut was leading Linley and Bibi at high speed towards the Yulan plane, while at the same time chatting with the Chief Sovereign of Light through divine sense. Augusta, as I see it, you should go back to your divine light plane. Chasing after me is a complete waste of time. Afterwards, you'll have to go back with nothing to show for your efforts. Beirut's mocking laughter was hidden within his words. Oof. It's too early to say such a thing. You still have quite a long distance between you and the Yulan plane. You had best hope that you can enter the Yulan plane first. If I catch you, then you, and those two people with you will both definitely die. The Chief Sovereign of Light's face was quite sinister. The distance between him and Beirut in chaotic space was quite significant, and he was currently advancing at an astonishing speed. In terms of speed, he was indeed much faster than Beirut. Unfortunately, the higher planes and divine planes were very far away from the material planes to begin with. The vast majority of material planes, however, were located in the same region. The distance between the Akurlan plane and the Yulan plane, by comparison, was tens of times less than the distance between the Akurlan plane and the divine light plane. Then keep chasing. Beirut didn't say anything else. Within the vast, endless reaches of chaotic space, one side was hurrying forward while the other side was chasing. The infernal realm. Linley actually entered chaotic space? A figure covered completely by a black aura mused in a low voice, then let out a laugh. It seems Linley actually isn't willing to give up the Overgod talisman or to give it to any other sovereigns. That Beirut which stands behind him, he really has quite some courage. The infernal realm. The Red Bud continent. The Amethyst Mountains. Aside from Beirut, there can't be anyone else. The Redbud sovereign could easily judge what had happened as well. Given how cautious Beirut is, there shouldn't be any problems. The news that Linley had torn open a spatial rift, then entered it alongside Bibi, had been quickly reported back to the various sovereigns by the high gods. It wasn't just the chief sovereigns of the various laws and edicts, the other sovereigns had also sent people to watch over Linley's movements. The Divine Wind Plane. Humph, from the Yulan Plane to the Akurlan Plane? Excellent. My homeland, the Diluan Plane, happens to be between them. A hawk-nosed, silver-haired man, upon receiving this news, immediately began to fly at high speed towards the teleportation array of the Divine Wind Plane. Soon, he reached the array. Dylan Plain. The Sovereign of Wind, Teresia, said calmly as he showed his sovereign medallion. Yes. The soldiers didn't dare act sluggishly. They immediately activated the teleportation array, and light began to flash and flicker. In the blink of an eye, the Sovereign of Wind, Teresia, arrived at his homeland, the material plane known as the Dylan Plane. He immediately tore open a spatial rift, then entered chaotic space. He immediately spread out his divine sense. A hint of a smile played at the corners of Teresia's lips. Beirut, what a rare occasion. You actually left the Yulan Plain, You actually left the Yulan Plain. This voice rang out in Beirut's mind, and Beirut's face couldn't help but sink. Grandpa Beirut, what is it? Bibi noticed that the look on Beirut's face was off, and he hurriedly asked. Linley looked towards Beirut in concern as well. Beirut had an ugly look on his face. Linley, Bibi, the situation is quite bad. That Teresia is quite close to us, and is in the way between us and home. Given his speed, he will probably encounter us shortly. Teresia? Linley and Bibi both looked at each other. The Sovereign of Wind, Teresia, was someone who Linley knew. When the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture, Mold, had released the Overgod mission information, Teresia had threatened Linley to try and force him to hand over the 9 soul pearls. If it hadn't been for the Bloodridge Sovereign's intervention, Linley could very well have been killed by Teresia back then. Grandpa, that's not a problem, right? Bibi said, worried. This Teresia is a lesser sovereign of wind. I, too, am a lesser sovereign of wind. However, in the laws, he has reached the level of paragon. Thus, he is quite troublesome. Although Beirut was concerned, he still led Linley and Bibi in a constant advance. Linley frowned. They were both lesser sovereigns, but one was a paragon in the laws. By the looks of it, Beirut wasn't a match for him. Fighting with Teresia isn't a problem. The main problem is, once he ties us down, if the Chief Sovereign of Light makes it over, we will be finished. Beirut said, rather worried. Right. If Grandpa starts to fight with Teresia, there's no way he will be able to move forward. Bibi was so frantic that his face turned red. Once the Chief Sovereign of Light catches us, then. Linley looked at Beirut. Neither he nor Bibi were able to help. They had to rely on Beirut. Teresia. Why do you want this Overgod talisman? The red caltrop diamond is just one of the 3 talismans. There isn't much benefit to you for acquiring it. Can it be that you, a lesser sovereign, also dream of completing the mission and acquiring an Overgod artifact? Beirut sent. If you don't want me to bar you, that's fine. Beirut, agree to the request I made last time. Teresia sent. In your dreams. Beirut couldn't help but feel enraged. If you refuse, then I'll stop you. Soon, I imagine, you and I will encounter each other. Teresia laughed smugly. Beirut suppressed his rage. Speak. Aside from that, what else do you want in exchange for not stopping us? Teresia was a paragon and a lesser sovereign of wind. In terms of speed, he was slightly faster than even Beirut. If Beirut wanted to bypass Teresia to return to the Yulan Plain, first of all, he would have to take a very roundabout path that was too distant. And secondly, Teresia could choose to simply travel straight to the Yulan Plain and wait for Beirut there. No matter what, there was no way to avoid Teresia. I've already told you what I want. Fine, if you aren't able to satisfy that request, this is also acceptable. Hand over the red caltrop diamond, and I'll let you pass. Teresia sent. Hand over the red caltrop diamond? Wouldn't that have made this journey pointless? Teresia, don't force me too far. Beirut sent furiously. Force you too far? And what will you do if I do force you too far? All you ever do is hide in the Yulan Plain, never daring to come out. Teresia said arrogantly. Oof. Then why don't the two of us have a head-on competition? Beirut sent furiously. Ha ha. So Beirut, who has the cowardice of a mouse, actually dares to speak such bold words. How rare indeed. Teresia laughed mentally towards Beirut. Beirut let out a cold snort, no longer saying anything. Linley didn't know what Beirut and Teresia were saying to each other, but he was able to guess what had happened, based on the look on Beirut's face. It seems Lord Beirut and Teresia weren't able to come to an agreement. This is going to be trouble. Linley and Bibi had no choice but to wait and watch what was going to happen. Currents of multicolored chaotic energy swirled about, with spatial rifts occasionally appearing. Beirut continued to lead Linley and Bibi forward. Moments later. Grandpa, Teresia. Bibi called out in surprise. Linley stared hard into the distance. That aura of green light. That tall figure with long, flowing silver hair. Those narrow, slitted eyes that seemed to contain a knife-like gaze. That upwards crooking cold smile as he looked at Beirut and the other two. Beirut. Teresia spoke out. Teresia. You'd best leave right now. Later, you won't be able to. Beirut's gaze was cold. Oof. Teresia's face suddenly changed. You actually notified a helper. Of course. As soon as I noticed you, I made the notification. Beirut said coldly. Just a lesser sovereign of fire. Do you think I am afraid? Teresia laughed disdainfully. There are less than 10 sovereigns who have become paragons. There aren't many lesser sovereigns who are able to beat me. You, at least, aren't one of them. I imagine your helper won't be a match for me either. Linley rather frantically sent to Beirut, Lord Beirut, Teresia is clearly delaying. The longer he delays, the worse it will be for us. I know. Beirut winked towards Linley. Don't worry, Linley. Everything is as I expected. Seeing how calm Beirut was, Linley couldn't help but be influenced and feel more confident. Linley, last time, the Bloodridge Sovereign let you escape. This time, you will find it hard to. Teresia waved his hand, and a cold, sharp light flashed as an enormous, thin sickle appeared. The aura that emanated from the sickle caused the surrounding chaotic space to tremble. His body flashed. Then, like a dragon taking flight, he pierced through the kilometers separating them and chopped down towards Beirut, the sickle seeming to contain the power to shatter the heavens. Linley, take Bibi and make haste towards the direction of the Yulon Plain. I'll be there shortly. Beirut sent frantically. Yes. Linley didn't hesitate at all. A long black staff suddenly appeared in Beirut's hands. The long staff suddenly expanded to a length of 100 meters long and many meters wide, and it viciously smashed over. Clang! The terrifying scimitar tore through chaotic space and smashed directly against the long black staff, but was only able to make it tremble slightly. Bibi, let's go. Linley grabbed Bibi and immediately worked hard to resist the flows of chaotic space and make haste towards the Yulon Plain. Boss, Grandpa will be fine, right? Bibi said, worried. If we stay behind, we will negatively impact your Grandpa Beirut. Linley understood the situation quite well. If Teresia were to attack us in order to threaten Beirut, that would be troublesome. Let's go now. After Beirut's battle concludes, he will catch up to us. Although he said this, in his heart, Linley still felt worried. If Beirut and Teresia fought for too long, and the chief sovereign of light caught up to them, what was to be done? Rumble. A terrifying surge of wind-type energy suddenly swept over, actually slamming against the body of Linley, who had flown more than 1,000 kilometers away. Swoosh! Linley actually borrowed the momentum from that surge and fled even more quickly. It really is a battle between sovereigns. Even remnant energy ripples from 1,000 kilometers away are far more powerful than the strikes of paragons. Linley was secretly shocked. He continued to hold BB as he frantically charged forward. Linley and BB constantly advanced forward. A few moments later. "Boss, there is someone else up ahead," BB said, stunned. "Another sovereign?" Linley's face instantly turned ashen. Beirut was already blocking Teresia from behind. If another sovereign came, how could he or BB resist? A fiery light flashed over from far away. Moments later, it arrived by Linley and BB's sides. Linley and BB looked cautiously at this person, and as he slowed down, they were able to clearly see who it was. Linley and BB were both stunned. Long black hair. A long white robe. Scarlet, crimson eyebrows. Blue fire. Linley called out in shock. They would never have imagined that the newcomer was Bluefire. And, judging from the aura around Bluefire's body, he was using fire-type sovereign power. Clearly, Bluefire was a sovereign of fire. "Mr. Leyland, Linley was completely flummoxed. "Mr. Leyland, how did you become a sovereign?" BB called out in surprise. Only sovereigns could possibly move through chaotic space at such speed. "Bluefire, you came." A green blur hurried over from behind at high speed. "Beirut." Bluefire smiled as he looked at him. "You lead Linley and BB and hurry back to the Yulon Plain. I'll help you ward off this Teresia. I'm more than enough to deal with him." While fighting with him, move towards the direction of the Yulon Plain. No matter what, don't let the chief sovereign of light catch you. Beirut instructed. "Don't worry. In terms of speed, I'm a bit faster than you." Bluefire smiled. "Linley, BB, let's go." Beirut didn't waste any words, immediately leading Linley and BB once more towards the Yulon Plain. As for Bluefire, his entire body covered with a blazing aura, he very confidently stood there in the middle of chaotic smiling as he looked at the rather haggard-looking Teresia who was in hot pursuit. "Teresia, you want to seize the red caltrip diamond and offer it to the chief sovereign of light? Give up. You have no chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 20, Chapter 48, Success. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 48, Success. Within chaotic space. A green blur and a red blur stood in midair, staring at each other. "You are," Teresia looked carefully at Bluefire. "That lucky kid?" "Lucky?" Bluefire smiled, then nodded. "Right." Bluefire looked carefully back at Teresia. "Judging from the looks of you, it seems as though you didn't gain any advantage in your battle with Beirut." A lesser sovereign who was also a paragon, in the face of Beirut's ultimate attacks, doesn't seem to fare so well. He's a madman. When Teresia thought back to his earlier battle with Beirut, he couldn't help but feel enraged. Beirut had launched one staff blow after another, surging forth like the wild, endless waves of the sea. He was like a madman, just wildly smashing down. Teresia was only able to just barely prevent himself from losing. Beirut has an advantage in terms of his sovereign weapon as well. Teresia said silently to himself. Sovereign artifacts were all ordinary artifacts that had been constantly nurtured by a sovereign's will and power. After a long period of time, they would then form into a sovereign artifact. But the artifacts which were created generally didn't have different levels of power, unless the difference in the original materials for the items were vastly different in quality. For example, other sovereigns' artifacts might be made from ordinary mineral ores, while Beirut's was created from divine spark essence. Of course there would be a difference in these two sovereign artifacts. Beirut, as a divine beast god-eater rat, had an extremely powerful body. That, paired with his sovereign's will, made his material attacks extremely terrifying. In addition, thanks to possessing the innate divine ability, God Eater, Beirut's soul defense had become incredibly terrifying as well. Although they were both lesser sovereigns, even Teresia, someone who had also become a paragon in the laws, found it hard to defeat Beirut. Beirut's innate gifts are incredible. He is comparable to the former 4 divine beasts. What of you, then? Do you think that you can stop me? Teresia stretched his hand out, and that icy sickle once more appeared in his hand. Oh! Bluefire smiled slightly. A fiery long spear suddenly appeared in his hands, and the sharpness of the tip of the spear seemed to cause the surrounding chaotic space to tremble. Come, then, Bluefire suddenly smiled. The right arm which held the long spear suddenly trembled, causing the surrounding space within 100 meters to begin swirling like a whirlpool. But enough of the battle between Bluefire and Teresia for now. Beirut's group of 3 was continuing to frantically advance towards the Yulon plain at high speed. Fortunately, Bluefire was quite fast. Although I still have to carry the 2 of you over, by the looks of it, the Chief Sovereign of Light won't be able to catch up. Beirut's divine sense informed him as to how far away the Chief Sovereign of Light was. Based the speed at which the 2 sides traveled at, he could easily tell whether or not the Chief Sovereign of Light would be able to catch up. Lord Beirut, how did Mr. Leyland become a sovereign? Linley was puzzled. Back then, in the planar battlefield, wasn't Mr. Leyland a paragon? If Mr. Leyland was a sovereign during the planar war, when Magnus wanted to kill my boss, why didn't he arrive earlier? Bibi said, puzzled. Bluefire is the same as me. His sovereign clone isn't able to enter the other divine planes or higher planes. Beirut said with a sigh. The Bluefire who entered the planar battlefield was just his original body and his divine earth clone. His divine fire clone remained within the Yulon plane. Beirut laughed as he explained. Original body? Linley instantly understood. Bluefire should have had 3 bodies as well. One a saint-level original body, one a fire-type divine clone, and one an earth-type divine clone. Bluefire's fire-type divine clone had become a sovereign. When his saint-level original body joined together with his earth-type divine clone, it naturally possessed the god realm of a high god. As for sovereign power, he could borrow from his sovereign clone. As for the profound mysteries of the laws, his saint-level original body would naturally understand the laws of fire. As for the power of will, upon becoming a sovereign, given how powerful the will of his sovereign clone was, although the will of his other clones would be much weaker, they would still be comparable to a paragon's will. No wonder. Linley let out a sigh. Grandpa Beirut, you haven't yet explained how Mr. Leyland became a sovereign. This, Beirut hesitated momentarily, then shook his head. This is rather complicated. I won't be able to explain it all in a brief period of time. Once we return to the Yulon plain, I'll discuss it with you in detail. Bluefire and I have been forging Linley this entire time. Given your current strength, Linley, it is about time. Linley felt a surge of puzzlement. However, as they were currently fleeing, this truly wasn't the time to chat in detail. They continued to fly forward. Whoosh! Chaotic streams of energy flew everywhere, and space constantly ruptured and collapsed. Linley's group of 3 traveled forward at high speed for quite some time. They were drawing close to the Yulon plain, and at this moment, a surge of energy drew close to them from behind at high speed. Linley! Bibi! That gentle voice rang out as the figure approached them. Mr. Leyland! Linley and Bibi looked over. The newcomer was Leyland Bluefire. Bluefire was a sovereign, and also a paragon. Experts of the laws of fire were specialized in speed. Bluefire's speed was naturally somewhat faster than Beirut's. Given that Beirut was also bringing 2 people with him, Beirut's speed naturally grew even slower. It only made sense that Bluefire was able to catch up. Bluefire, how was Teresia? Annoying to deal with, right? Beirut laughed as he spoke. Of course, a paragon of wind would be hard to deal with. Blue Fire laughed calmly. But I'm a paragon sovereign as well. I wasn't able to do anything to him, but he wasn't able to do anything to me either. Now that both of us are here, that Teresia naturally won't dare to come over and just invite more suffering upon himself. You are all paragons, but a Beirut side. It truly is hard to become a paragon. It truly is. Linley nodded as well. To the outside world, the story was that he was a paragon. But Linley, of course, knew that his power came not from being a paragon, but from his four-way soul mutation. Beirut suddenly laughed. The Yulan Plain is up ahead. The chief sovereign of light has been hastening towards us this entire time for nothing. Beirut was quite smug. While speaking, the four of them arrived at the borders of the distant, massive plain. Linley's eyes couldn't help but light up. They flew away from the center of that flow of chaotic space and towards the edges of the plain. The Yulan Plain. Here we are. Linley felt extremely excited. After reaching the Yulan Plain, he finally would be able to safely summon the Overgod. In addition, his family and friends were in the Yulan Plain as well. Augusta. We've already arrived. You've been hurrying over with no stop and no rest, but alas, in the end, you weren't able to catch up. Beirut, while drawing close to the planar borders, stared into the distant and spoke out through divine sense. This was a rare chance for you, but you weren't able to grasp it. You really are useless. A good distance away, deep in chaotic space, the chief sovereign of light, Augusta, simply stood there, an ugly look on his face. That Teresia really is useless. Augusta said to himself. But he understood that once the second sovereign, Bluefire, made his appearance, it was guaranteed that there was no way Teresia would be able to tie down Beirut. Beirut, don't be so smug. No matter how smug you are limited to the Yulan Plain. If you have any ability, why don't you let your sovereign clone come to the divine light plane or to the infernal realm? The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, sent mockingly. A fellow who is as cowardly as a rat actually dares to talk so brashly? But Beirut wasn't the slightest bit angry. As cowardly as a rat? I'm a god-eater rat to begin with. Beirut sent back with a laugh. I, a god-eater rat, love to eat divine sparks. I even like sovereign sparks, and I'm quite sorry about what happened that year. Beirut was utterly delighted with himself. Augusta, hearing these words, had an even uglier look appear on his face. Linley, BB, let's go. Let's go home. Beirut laughed loudly. Let Augusta slowly stew in his anger. Ideally, he'll die from it. Augusta's divine sense was spread out. Naturally, he was able to hear these words. He became all the more enraged. But him and Beirut were like fire and water to begin with. Even if Beirut had spoken kindly towards him, Augusta wouldn't spare him. Thus, as Beirut saw it, he might as well anger Augusta a bit more. Oh, time to go home. BB called out jubilantly as well. Immediately, Beirut, Bluefire, Linley, and BB passed through the planar boundary and returned to the Yulan Plain. In the air above the vast South Sea of the Yulan Plain, Beirut's group of four was jubilantly flying through the skies. When I think about the look on Augusta's face, I feel absolutely tickled. Beirut laughed loudly. We are finally back. It is all over. Linley felt as though he was in a dream. Everything was so perfect. Mr. Leyland, that continent you created is right ahead of us. BB pointed towards a distant continent. This continent had been created by Bluefire through relying on his divine earth clone. After having been shaped and sculpted by Bluefire, it was now far larger than even the Yulan continent. In addition, in the past, Beirut and Bluefire had jointly moved tens of millions of humans, many magical beasts, and many types of living creatures over to this continent. In the past 3,000 years, this continent had flourished and reached a population of billions as well. Lord Beirut, I have to admit something to you. Linley said honestly. Eh? Beirut looked towards Linley. I have 3 of the Overgod talismans. Linley didn't hide anything at all. Linley still felt very grateful towards Beirut. In addition, he was about to prepare to summon the Overgod. There was no way he would be able to hide that now. 3? Beirut and Bluefire were both shocked. BB nodded and chortled as well. That rumor which Mold had made up back then wasn't completely false. The 9 soul pearls had indeed fallen into my boss's hands. As for the pentaminal crown, my boss was lucky enough to encounter it during the planar war. Ha, the heavens are helping us. Beirut laughed loudly. Haha, wonderful. Beirut, this is absolutely wonderful. Bluefire couldn't help but laugh loudly as well. Linley and BB exchanged glances. What was going on? Just because he acquired 3 Overgod talismans, Beirut and Bluefire would lose their composure like this? Linley! Beirut's eyes were shining. He seemed to be a beggar who was seeing a fortune worth trillions. You have 3 talismans. You are about to summon the Overgod, and when you do, remember, you must request a Overgod artifact. As for what type of Overgod artifact, perhaps a defensive Overgod artifact or perhaps an Overgod weapon. Both would be good. You choose for yourself what you want. Right. Bluefire said hurriedly to Linley as well. Choose an Overgod artifact. This is a rare opportunity. Linley, you truly are quite formidable, to be able to hide this for so long. Yes, you've done very well. You've acquired an Overgod artifact. Your actions were completely correct. Huh, I originally only thought you'd have, at most, 2 Overgod talismans. Who would have thought that you'd have 3? Beirut clearly was quite excited. An Overgod artifact, wonderful. Bluefire couldn't but sigh in praise as well. Linley was rather astonished, but then he said with a forced laugh, Lord Beirut, Mr. Leyland, I truly must apologize. I'm not planning to ask for an Overgod artifact. Beirut and Bluefire's laughter came to a halt. The looks on their face froze as they stared towards Linley in astonishment. Linley, what did you just say? Beirut was completely stunned. The nearby BB said, Grandpa Beirut, the reason my boss has risked his life to acquire the Overgod talismans was because boss has always been wanting a way to bring Grandpa Doring back to life. Grandpa Doring is extremely important to him. Doring Cowart? Beirut couldn't believe it. He frantically urged, Linley, I know about you and Doring Cowart, but he's already dead. His soul is dissipated and dispersed. Perhaps the Overgod of life can bring him back, but he is only a saint. To sacrifice such a precious opportunity for him? This is an Overgod mission. You can acquire an Overgod artifact. Beirut was extremely frantic. Linley, you can't waste an opportunity like this. An Overgod mission will be issued only once in countless years. Even if there is a second one, you won't necessarily be able to complete it. Bluefire said frantically as well. Linley looked at Beirut and Bluefire, forced out a smile, then shook his head. I'm sorry. Linley let out a sigh. Lord Beirut, it is true that I wish to train to the very pinnacle of power. However, in my heart, the value of an Overgod artifact can't even compare to Grandpa Doring. Forget about an Overgod artifact, even if I had to give up my power as a soul mutate, I wouldn't hesitate. In my heart, Grandpa Doring is as important as my parents. He is also my true teacher. Family, teacher, guide. This was what Doring Cowart was to Linley. Linley, you can't act based on sentiment. This is a rare opportunity. It is an Overgod artifact. Even chief sovereigns would go crazy for such a treasure. Beirut said hurriedly. Linley, you can't give up this chance. Bluefire said frantically as well. Linley just shook his head stubbornly, then said with apologetic regret, "Lord Beirut, if it hadn't been for Grandpa Doring, I probably would just be an ordinary mortal. Perhaps I wouldn't even be able to restore my clan. As for the Overgod artifact, it is precious, but I have no other desire, other than for Grandpa Doring to come back to life. I hope that you will understand, Lord Beirut." Linley bowed solemnly. But Bluefire didn't know what to say. Bluefire and Beirut exchanged a glance. Beirut just let out a powerless sigh. "All right, Linley. I understand how you are feeling. You were the one to complete this Overgod mission. I won't force you. Make your own decision. Apologies." Linley bowed once more. When this word came out, Beirut and Bluefire couldn't help but to laugh sourly. Clearly, Linley had already decided that he would choose to save Doring Cowart. Overgod. Linley took a deep breath, then began to remove the 3 talismans. The Overgods were the personifications of the edicts, and since the countless planes all operated in accordance with the edicts, naturally, the edicts were omnipresent. In other words, the Overgods were omnipresent as well. The material planes held the Overgods. Chaotic space held the Overgods. The higher planes held the Overgods. They were truly omnipresent. The Overgods were neither human nor living. They were the edicts. Thus, they could appear anywhere. A summons to the Overgods could thus occur anywhere as well. I hope this is successful. Linley murmured silently to himself. In his mind, the image of Grandpa Doring once more sprang to mind, while at the same time, the pentametal crown, studded with the 9 soul pearls, appeared in Linley's hands, along with that red caltrip diamond. The nearby Beirut and Bluefire, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh sourly. The pentametal crown just hovered there. The red caltrip diamond hovered there as well. Swish! The red caltrip diamond flew into the final, remaining central setting in the pentametal crown. It emitted countless rays of green light, causing even the sun to temporarily seem to grow dim by comparison. Rumble, the world began to shake. A blurry figure slowly began to appear, and a terrifying aura began to spread out. The pentametal crown immediately flew over towards the head of that blurred figure. The aura was so powerful that even Beirut and Bluefire couldn't help but bow. Linley's eyes lit up. He knew who the person in front of him was. The Overgod of Life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21 Chapter 1, The Overgod of Life. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 1, The Overgod of Life. In the skies above the South Sea, Beirut, Bluefire, and Bibi were standing off to one side as in the air, a blurry figure slowly solidified. Green robes. Long, jade green hair. Jade green eyes. Her smile seemed to cause the entire universe to tremble. This is the Overgod of Life? Linley stared at the woman who had appeared. The woman who was wearing the crown of life on her head. His heart couldn't help but clench with nervousness. In terms of appearance, Linley had never before seen anyone who was more perfect than the Overgod of Life. In terms of aura, the noble, exalted aura of the Overgod of Life was so prominent and pristine. The Overgod of Life's gaze fell upon Linley. Since the creation of the universe, this is the 7th Overgod mission, and my 2nd time issuing an Overgod mission. Congratulations, Linley Baruch, for completing it. The Overgod of Life's voice was very gentle. Not only could it be heard through the ears, it reverberated within his mind as well. According to the rules of the mission, you can now make a request of me. If I am able to accomplish it, I will do so for you. As the sound echoed, Linley completely lost his bearings. What request do you have? The Overgod of Life said. Request? Only now did Linley come to his senses. Beirut and Bluefire came to their senses as well. They, too, were stunned. Blue fire, with but a faint smile, the over-god of life caused us to lose our bearing. This is too terrifying. They roots sent mentally. The over-gods truly are supreme. The power of an over-god artifact is definitely far beyond that of a sovereign artifact. Right. Unfortunately, Linley won't choose an over-god artifact. Bluefire secretly sighed as well. Almighty over-god of life, my request is to have my grandpa Doring be brought back to life. Linley raised his head to look at the over-god of life as he spoke. Back to life, the over-god of life was momentarily silent. Linley's heart grew nervous. I have to succeed. Grandpa Doring has to come back to life. Based on what Linley knew, after someone's soul was dispersed, sovereigns became unable to rescue that person. Only over-gods might have that ability, especially the over-god of life. She herself was the personification of the edicts of life, and controlled the lives of the countless living creatures of the countless planes. Forgive me. I am unable to satisfy your request. The over-god of life's voice was as calm as ever. Unable? DB instantly stared. Unable? Beirut and Bluefire were startled as well. Linley's mind went blank. The only thing in it was the words of the over-god of life, which echoed repeatedly. Forgive me. I am unable to satisfy your request. Unable to satisfy? Unable to satisfy? Linley's gaze grew sharp, and he stared straight at the over-god of life. He said frantically, Over-god of life, you control the creation and dissipation of the lives of all the creatures of the universe. Why can't you bring someone back to life whose soul has dissipated? He had risked everything to lie to the sovereigns and fight to acquire the over-god talismans. He had done all these things to bring Grandpa Doring back to life. But the over-god of life was unable to do it? Forgive me. I am unable to do this. The over-god of life shook her head. But you are an over-god. Linley called out frantically, his heart filled with unwillingness to accept this. The over-god of life said calmly, Linley Baruch, according to the rules of the mission, I will satisfy a request of yours. However, this request must be something I can do. The dispersal of one's soul symbolizes a true death. This is an unalienable part of the edicts. I am the edicts of life. Naturally, I cannot act in a way that violates the edicts. My very existence is that which allows the edicts to function in the countless planes of the universe. To bring back to life someone whose soul was dispersed is to break the edicts. If I were to break the edicts, then the countless planes of the universe would no longer be bound by the edicts. By then, without the protection and binding of the edicts, the countless planes would themselves collapse. The over-god of life said calmly. Linley's face turned white. His eyes were filled with despair. Boss, BB looked towards Linley, his eyes filled with nervousness. So that's how it is. Beirut and Bluefire exchanged a glance. They couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Overgods were seemingly almighty, but in the end, they were the personifications of the edicts. Once a person's soul was shattered and dissipated, they were truly dead. This was part of the edicts. How could the edicts themselves do something which was against the edicts? After all, the responsibility of the four overgods was to allow the edicts to function normally and without interruption. I expended countless efforts to seize these overgod talismans, all for that tiny shred of hope. Who would have imagined that in the end, it was all for nothing? Linley lowered his head. Silently, 2 streams of tears flowed out. Grandpa Doring, the response of the overgod of life had settled it. Grandpa Doring would never come back again. At most, he would forever exist in Linley's memories. Boss. Don't be too heartbroken. BB said hurriedly. The heavens gave me hope, which allowed me to fight, to work hard, to struggle. But in the end, after I accomplished what I needed to, the heavens smashed that hope that they had given me. Linley laughed with bitterness. Beirut and Bluefire walked over as well. Linley, don't be too heartbroken. Life, death, sickness, infirmity, these things are far too common. You can't have perfection in all things, just because you desire it. Beirut said consolingly. Where there is life, there shall be death. Life and death are determined by the edicts of the universe. Bluefire consoled as well. You and I have surpassed life and death and live indefinitely, but if we were to die, our souls would also be dissipated, and we wouldn't be able to come back either. There are many, many people in the world who have lost loved ones. Take a wiser view of things. I understand this principle. Linley took a deep breath, struggling to calm down. If he had known all along that there was no hope, that would have been one thing. Linley would have kept his pain buried deep in his heart. But after finding hope and struggling towards it, only to have that hope destroyed, this was like sprinkling salt onto a wound. It truly was painful. The existence of the universe requires that the restrictions of the edicts be maintained. The Overgod of Life said calmly. Even though you have completed the Overgod mission, your request must be in accordance with the restrictions of the edicts. I am unable to fulfill the request you made. Now, Linley Baruch, please change your request. Change my request? Linley was stunned. The successful completion of an Overgod mission means that I must fulfill a request of yours. The Overgod of Life said calmly. The earlier request that Linley had made was ineffective, and so naturally he had to be given another one. Boss, hurry up and make a request. Bibi said frantically. Linley, there is no way to bring your grandpa Doring back to life. For now, I think you had best choose an Overgod artifact. Beirut's eyes were shining, and he hurriedly urged Linley, perhaps, you might have other dreams, but in this universe, many things depend on one's own power. Only with enough power will many things be solvable. Bluefire said hurriedly as well, it would be best if you chose an Overgod artifact that suited you. An Overgod artifact that will let you release your power to the greatest extent. I understand. Linley nodded. After having experienced so much, Linley knew that only with enough strength would many things be easily accomplished. What sort of Overgod artifact should I request? Many thoughts came to Linley's mind. A defensive Overgod artifact? No, that's not that great an idea. My personal defense is already quite good. In addition, when I use my hands and feet to attack, I'm unable to unleash my full power. Linley was still the most proficient in swordplay. Whether when he using the heavy adamantine sword, Blood Violet, or Mirage. Linley's supreme attacks had all relied on the sword. I will request a sword-shaped Overgod artifact. Linley came to his decision. Linley raised his head to look at the Overgod of Life, who stood there in midair. Almighty Overgod of Life, I need a weapon-type Overgod artifact. A sword-shaped Overgod artifact. I shall satisfy your request. The Overgod Life said calmly, while at the same time, she stretched out her slender right hand. A green sword shadow slowly began to materialize and solidify, and an astonishing, sharp energy began to condense, causing the surrounding space to crack and shatter. An Overgod artifact. Beirut, Bluefire, and Bibi all stared. According to the legends, only the Overgods were capable of creating an Overgod artifact. In the past, only the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts and the chief sovereign of light were in possession of an Overgod artifact. This Overgod sword, Linley viewed it carefully. It was a nearly 1.5 meter long green longsword. The guard of the sword was shaped like a flower petal, and the sword's handle had rune etchings in the shape of coiling tendrils that perfectly matched the location where one would grip it. As for the blade of the sword, it was covered with diagrams of all sorts of plants and flowers. Both edges of the sword were extremely sharp. The long sword didn't move, but just by hanging there, it brought the surrounding space to a point of near collapse. This is the Life Overgod sword. Only after reaching the sovereign level will you truly be able to withstand the terrifyingly powerful energy within this sword. Only then will you be able to truly bind it. The over-god of life gently stroked the long sword with her left hand, and instantly, the luster of the long sword immediately retreated, making it seem plain and unadorned. At first glance, it looked just like an ordinary sword. The surrounding space quickly returned to normalcy. Linley Baruch, I have already satisfied your request. As she spoke, the life over God's sword flew out of her hands and floated towards Linley. And then, the body of the over God of life slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the world returned to its normal calm, as though the over God of life had never appeared. The life over God's sword. Linley held the sword, and the coiling binds that were carved atop the handle were perfectly suited for his hand to grip onto. Why don't I feel anything? Linley wielded the life over God's sword, but couldn't feel any unusual energy to it. He couldn't help but turn to look at the nearby blue fire in Beirut. Lord Beirut, tell me, what was the use of me requesting this over God's sword? Ha, of course there's an important use for it. Beirut laughed loudly. An over God artifact. An over God artifact. Bluefire's eyes were shining as well. Right at this moment, Bibi sent to Linley, Boss, my grandpa asked you to acquire an over God artifact, but you are unable to bind it. After all, only by using sovereign power can that be done. Do you think that grandpa did this because he wants it for himself? Bibi was a bit worried for Linley. Linley looked carefully at Beirut and Bluefire, then shook his head mentally and said, I don't think so. Given Beirut's power, if he wanted it, he would have taken it long ago. Prior to this, when I wanted to ask to bring Grandpa Doring back to life, Lord Beirut and Mr. Leyland didn't try to stop me. True. Bibi nodded slightly. I have the life over God sword in hand now, but Linley didn't feel much joy in his heart, because his goal had been to bring Grandpa Doring back to life. That hadn't happened. If Grandpa Doring could now come to life and appear before Linley, and call out Linley's name, Linley probably would have gone wild with joy. Unfortunately, after this, Linley now truly understood that there was no hope at all for Grandpa Doring to come back to life. Lord Beirut. Mr. Leyland. You wanted me to seize this opportunity to request an over-God artifact from the over-God of life. Linley looked towards Beirut and Bluefire, puzzled. Now, I have acquired this over-God sword, but my lack of power makes it so that I cannot bind it. So what do you want me to do with this over-God sword? For him, the over-God sword probably wouldn't even be as effective as Mirage. Linley, you don't need to be impatient about this. Bluefire said with a laugh. Linley, don't worry. Since I wanted you to acquire this over-God sword, then, I naturally have a way to make it so that you can use it. Beirut smiled. Linley was no fool. Upon hearing this, a sudden light flashed in his mind, and he called out in alarm. Lord Beirut, are you saying? Do you really need to ask? Linley, tell me, how do you think I became a sovereign? Bluefire chortled merrily. Grandpa, can it be that you are intending to let my boss become a sovereign? Bibi called out in shock. Beirut chortled, but didn't deny it. Seeing the look on Beirut's face, Bibi was now completely certain. He couldn't help but say in disbelief, Grandpa, to become a sovereign, you need a sovereign spark. You and Mr. Leyland are sovereigns, can it be that you have other sovereign sparks as well? Linley just looked at Beirut, puzzled. Even if Beirut had sovereign sparks, would he really let Linley use them? No need to ask so many questions. Just follow me. Beirut smiled, then immediately turned to fly back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21 Chapter 2, The 18th Floor of the Necropolis of the Gods. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 2, The 18th Floor of the Necropolis of the Gods. The skies above the South Sea of the Yulon Plain. Beirut and the others were traveling through it at high speed. Become a sovereign? Linley stared at Beirut, up ahead. The events which had occurred within this short day had all been too stunning. Linley felt a bit numb. At first, it had been Beirut displaying his power as a sovereign. Then, Bluefire had also displayed the power of a sovereign. Right afterwards, he had met the overgod of life. Linley truly felt as though he were in a dream. And now, based on what Beirut was saying, it seemed as though he was going to make Linley become a sovereign. Linley struggled to calm himself down. Only then did he speak out. Lord Beirut, why would you choose me for the precious opportunity to become a sovereign? Harry, Bibi, and the others, you should choose them. Linley spoke bluntly. Truth be told, in terms of closeness of relationships, Harry and his brothers were Beirut's own children. Them? Beirut turned to glance at Linley, then laughed. I gave them a chance, but they weren't able to grasp it. Grandpa, what do you mean, couldn't handle it? The nearby Bluefire raised a crimson eyebrow, then laughed as he stared at the vast, endless seawater in front of them. All right, we'll be arriving up ahead. Linley spread his senses forward. There should be an interdimensional portal below. A corridor to the necropolis of the gods. In the past, Linley had adventured through the necropolis of the gods. Back then, Linley had only been a saint. After experiencing countless tribulations, he had acquired divine sparks. That time, however, Linley had come to a halt on the 11th floor. Come in. Beirut said with a smile, then directly flew downwards. Rumble, the formerly placid waters of the sea instantly rose up, then parted like a curtain on two sides, revealing an immeasurably deep tunnel. Linley and Bibi hurriedly followed Beirut and Bluefire deep into the depths of the sea. Deep within the sea, it was completely silent. There wasn't any hint of light. Some enormous deep-sea behemoths swam about slowly. Linley's group of 4 instantly reached the bottom of the sea, moving so quickly that many of the deep-sea magical beasts didn't even notice them. The bottom of the seabed was filled all sorts of random sea plants, as well as underwater mountain ranges. The seabed coral reefs rose up atop each other, reaching heights as great as 1,000 meters. Sometimes, they would also sink down into bottomless, unfathomably deep trenches. Linley's group of 4 strode across the bottom of the sea. While striding forward up ahead, Beirut suddenly turned and went into one of the bottomless trenches next to the reefs. Linley's group of 3 had no choice but to follow. This fathomlessly deep tunnel was like the bowels of a behemoth, dark, cold, and immeasurable. Grandpa, weren't we going to the necropolis of the gods? The interdimensional portal that leads to the necropolis of the gods is still up ahead. Where are we going? Bibi asked while following. I need to retrieve something. Beirut said with a smile. Linley was filled with questions, but he still maintained his silence, continuing to follow forward. After moving roughly 10,000 meters deeper, they finally reached the bottom. The bottom of this deep tunnel was an empty space that had a circumference of hundreds of meters, but the strange thing was, even the seawater was kept outside. Grandpa, what is this, exactly? Bibi said, curious. The nearby Bluefire let out a sigh. Beirut, you prepared this in the past, but it seems your preparations no longer need to be made use of. Beirut waved his hand, and a powerful surge of green aura shot out from Beirut's palm. It instantly separated into 10 million strands of fine green light, penetrating into the rocky walls of this deep cave. The walls greedily drank in the green light, and instantly, a large number of magical runes began to slowly appear atop the walls. This is a magical formation? Linley frowned as he spoke. This is a very unique sealing magical formation. Bluefire laughed as he spoke. In the past, Beirut had schemed to acquire it from the infernal realm. The sealing magical formation was altered by Beirut. If you want to activate this sealing magical formation, you must have the power of a sovereign. Otherwise, there is no way you can open it. Lord Beirut? Linley didn't understand. This ceiling magical formation was constructed in the Yulan Plain. But other sovereigns aren't able to enter the Yulan Plain. Why be so cautious? I was just preparing against all eventualities, but... Beirut let out a sigh. I was worried that one day, I would be killed by the chief sovereign of light, and also have my treasures be taken away. Thus, I never carried them on me. Rather, I kept them here in the Yulan Plain. I was worried that the chief sovereign of light would send high gods to come seize it, and so it requires that someone have the power of a sovereign in order to be able to break this ceiling magical formation. If one day I were to die, this treasure would enter Bluefire's safekeeping. Beirut said. The deep underwater tunnel had already slowly grown brighter, to the point of being eye-piercingly brilliant. Suddenly. Bang! The four walls of the cave and the floor all suddenly trembled, and then completely transformed into dust which flowed down. The grand ceiling formation? Linley now completely understood. Beirut had used this grand formation to completely seal off a meter-thick layer of rock at the bottom of this underwater cave. Given Beirut's abilities in setting up this grand formation, if outsiders wished to break it, they would have to at least be as strong as him. But setting up this formation was definitely no simple task. Lord Beirut, why did you come to break this grand ceiling formation today? Linley said, not understanding. It no longer has any purpose, so I might as well break it. Beirut smiled, then waved his hand. A gust of wind swept downwards, blowing all of the sand to one side and revealing a black box that was just the size of a palm. Beirut's eyes lit up, and he stretched his hand out to grab the black box. Bluefire, seeing this, laughed as well. Grandpa, what is inside? Bibi said, puzzled. Guess? Beirut chortled. Can it be that it was because of this treasure, that the chief sovereign of light wishes to kill you, Grandpa? Is this treasure the sovereign spark? Or is it a treasure that is on the level of an over-god talisman? Bibi guessed. Ha, you are quite clever. Alright, it is time for us to go to the necropolis of the gods. Beirut chortled. Linley followed behind Beirut, flying once more out from that deep tunnel and towards the interdimensional portal. The portal was located atop an enormous, pitch-black stone that was in the center of a deep ocean valley. The strange spatial ripples could be seen and sensed clearly by Linley's group from far away. In you go. Beirut willed it, and the interdimensional portal opened. The four immediately flew in. They flew through and to the other side of the portal, where they arrived at a different plane. The necropolis of the gods. Linley had come here before. He could sense the restrictive power of this plane, and he couldn't help but look towards Beirut in confusion. Lord Beirut, this plane should be on a much higher level than a material plane. How can it be so tightly connected with the Yulan Plain? Linley had entered this place as a mere saint. Even one of the 5 prime saints of the Yulan continent, such as Fane, disciple of the war god, had been limited to a divine sense of just 10 or so meters. This is a plane that was created by a sovereign. Bluefire laughed calmly. This is a so-called divine plane. Naturally, its restrictive power will be far greater than a material plane's. However, compared to the infernal realm, the restrictive power is much smaller. Linley evaluated. The nearby Beirut laughed. Linley, upon becoming a sovereign, one can create a plane. According to legend, however, the infernal realm, netherworld, celestial realm, and life realm were created separately and individually by the 4 overgods. Of course their restrictive power is great. As for the 7 divine planes, they were jointly created by the 7 sovereigns of each element. The divine light plane, for example, was created by the chief sovereign of light and the other 6 sovereigns of light working in concert. It is more stable and powerful than this plane of mine as well. After all, this is a plane that I, a lesser sovereign, made by myself. Indeed. Linley already had a vague suspicion that perhaps it was Beirut who had created this plane. Create a divine plane? Wow, that's incredible! Bibi called out in surprised joy. But Grandpa, sovereigns should be able to enter this divine plane, right? Aren't you afraid that the chief sovereign of light will come? Don't worry. This divine plane is connected to the Yulan plane. If another sovereign wishes to enter this plane of mine, as soon as they touch the borders of it, I, as the creator of the plane, will know. If the chief sovereign of light comes, I will instantly enter the Yulan plane. Beirut smiled. Linley secretly sighed in praise. Beirut truly is cautious. The necropolis of the gods is up ahead. Beirut pointed into the distance. The waters of the deep sea surged forward. Linley could clearly see that up ahead, there was an enormous, sharp-tipped necropolis that was nearly 20,000 meters tall and which had a circumference of 10,000 meters. At the front of the necropolis was still that enormous carving of a wingless dragon, an enormous dragon that lay coiled. Its aura was truly astonishing. The other three sides had carvings of the other three divine beasts. Last time, Linley hadn't understood, but this time, Linley completely understood. Linley hurriedly asked frantically, Lord Beirut, of the four carving, this enormous dragon carving is absolutely identical to the azure dragon phantom that appears when I execute my innate divine ability. As for the other three divine beast carvings, they are identical to the other three divine beast sculptures I saw within the skyrite mountains of the infernal realm. Is there something special about this place? Yes. This four carvings are of the four divine beasts. Beirut said with a sigh. Follow me. Beirut immediately flew towards the top of the necropolis of the gods. Linley immediately followed. This necropolis of the gods had, in total, 18 floors. Logically speaking, one should have to enter from the first floor, then constantly advance. But this time, Beirut actually led Linley and the others directly to the very tip of the necropolis of the gods, and at the top of the wall, a tunnel appeared out of nowhere. Beirut and Bluefire stepped forward. Although Linley and Bibi felt puzzled, they still followed from behind. This was a vast, empty space that they had moved into. The entire floor was formed from large pieces of bluestone that were 10 meters long. This giant bluestone floor seemed to stretch off into infinity. The ground was azure. The sky was azure. Azure with no hint of other colors, it was so clear and bright. Beirut, Linley, and the others appeared on the bluestone floor. This is... Linley stared around, puzzled. Logically speaking, each floor of the necropolis of the gods should have guardians, but this floor actually had no one in it at all. This is the top of the necropolis of the gods. The 18th floor. Beirut smiled. Bibi said in surprise, Grandpa, why is it that there is no one here at the legendary 18th floor? Isn't it supposed to be the most terrifyingly dangerous? Who said that the 18th floor is dangerous? Beirut laughed. Doesn't it get more and more dangerous, the higher up you go? Bibi mumbled, not understanding. Hey, boss, where are you going? Bibi realized that Linley was actually moving forward. Beirut, seeing the situation, laughed. Let's go. Linley has already discovered it. Linley had indeed discovered it. In the past, the very first time he had come to the necropolis of the gods, he sensed that something within the upper reaches of the necropolis of the gods was calling to him. But, at that time, he didn't have the power to advance farther up. Now, Linley discovered that it was this 18th floor that called to him, that drew him. Lord Beirut, this bluestone floor, beneath it, Linley turned to look at Beirut. Wait a moment. Beirut laughed while walking over, his gaze landing on the bluestone floor. Kriak! Countless bluestone floor tiles began to move about in an orderly fashion. Beneath the bluestone floor, an enormous object began to slowly rise. The bluestone tiles that had simply served as a floor, in the blink of an eye, actually formed into a giant platform, atop which lay an enormous azure dragon corpse that was more than 10,000 meters long. That close, familiar aura was calling to Linley. the ancestor, the Azure Dragon? Stunned, Linley stared with wide eyes. He was immediately able to recognize it. Beirut walked over, then sighed, right. There are, in total, 3 necropolis of the gods. The other 2 are only used to store the corpses of ordinary deities, while this one is the Great One. This necropolis of the gods, on its 18th floor, has the corpse of the Azure Dragon within it. As for the 18th floors of the other 3 directions, they store the corpses of the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 3, 10,000 Years Ago, The Truth. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 3, 10,000 Years Ago, The Truth. The corpses of the 4 divine beasts? Bibi couldn't refrain from calling out in shock. Linley stared at the enormous Azure Dragon corpse in front of him. The draconic scales of the Azure Dragon were still so slick, so seemingly sharp. Even after 10,000 years had passed, the Azure Dragon's aura was still so awe-inspiring. Linley turned to look at Beirut. Puzzled, he said, Lord Beirut, for you and Bluefire to be able to become sovereigns, was because of the sovereign sparks of the 4 ancestors? Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, White Tiger. They were lesser sovereigns of the water, fire, earth, and wind elements. Although they were only lesser sovereigns, the innate abilities of the 4 divine beasts were simply too powerful, and when their 4 innate divine abilities were combined into one terrifying supreme technique, they were even able to fight against a chief sovereign. Yes. Beirut sighed, then nodded. After all, there are only so many sovereign sparks in the world. It truly was a tremendous stroke of luck for me to be able to acquire 4 at once. Grandpa, how did you acquire the sovereign sparks? When you acquired them, you were only a high god. Bibi said hurriedly. Also, how did you acquire the corpses of the 4 divine beasts? Linley was completely puzzled as well. Beirut gave Bluefire a glance, and then Beirut laughed as he looked towards Linley and Bibi, then said with a sigh, after so many years, there is no longer a need to hide this from you. Regarding the corpses of the 4 divine beasts, I must first tell you about the battle 10,000 years ago. The battle between the 4 divine beasts and the chief sovereign of light. The 4 ancestors truly were killed by the chief sovereign of light? Linley frowned. Right. It was the chief sovereign of light who killed them. Beirut nodded. That year, I was in my private room, training. Linley, that's the private room beneath your Dragonblood castle. Beirut laughed, and Linley nodded slightly. He had guessed long ago that it must have been used by a powerful expert for training, and indeed, it had been Beirut. While training, I looked through the translucent membrane of the room and saw that far away, in the middle of the chaotic space, a terrifying battle was going on. It was the 4 divine beasts, who were fighting energetically against the chief sovereign of light, Augusta. Beirut said solemnly, and Linley listened attentively. Beirut seemed to become immersed within his memories. I was completely stupefied, back then. The 4 divine beasts on one side, the chief sovereign of light on the other. They were all too powerful. During this battle, the 4 divine beasts were the weaker side, while the chief sovereign of light held the advantage. The 4 divine beasts had all completely transformed into their original, divine beast bodies. In addition, the 4 mighty divine beasts worked together to exert their innate divine abilities. Linley and Bibi listened breathlessly. It was very terrifying, and also very strange. The innate divine abilities of the 4 divine beasts were actually able to fuse together perfectly, and they seemed to cause the world itself to change. A blurry, spherical light orb shot directly into the body of the chief sovereign of light. At that time, I was certain that the fused innate divine ability of the 4 divine beasts should be a soul-focused attack. Beirut said. Linley's heart clenched. Augusta's body just trembled, but right afterwards, he actually drew out an enormous sword of light and wildly pursued after and attacked the 4 divine beasts. Most likely due to the failure of their supreme attack, the 4 divine beasts simply couldn't believe it, leading to them losing their will to fight. In addition, they were only lesser sovereigns. In terms of speed, they were vastly inferior to the chief sovereign of light. Beirut let out a sigh. In an instant, the black tortoise, vermilion bird, and white tiger were all killed one after the other. Although the azure dragon was powerful, he wasn't able to hold on either. But right at that moment, I was moved to action. Linley and Bibi were stunned. This was because the enormous corpses of those 3 divine beasts, the black tortoise, the vermilion bird, and the white tiger were simply floating in chaotic space, being carried away by the streams of chaotic energy. They weren't too far away from me. Beirut's eyes were shining. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. I would give it my best shot. I used the tail of my god-eater rat body to stretch into chaotic space. My body was refined by divine spark essences, and so was as strong as sovereign artifacts. My tail swung over at high speed, then with a loop, curled around the legs of the corpses of those 3 enormous divine beast corpses. Right at that moment, the azure dragon was killed by Augusta as well, and my tail also gave the azure dragon a powerful tug, pulling the 4 of them all into the Yulon plain. Linley and Bibi were completely stunned. Wealth that was acquired through great danger. Linley could imagine the resolve which Beirut had felt back then. He had risked his life to move at high speed to do this. I was frightened as well. Those were sovereigns. Success meant I would also become a sovereign. This was a rare chance. I risked everything. Beirut began to grow very excited when discussing that scene. I was also very lucky. Most likely, Augusta never imagined that someone would dare steal from the mouth of the tiger like that. In addition, his focus was on the azure dragon. When he chased after and killed the azure dragon, he used a soul attack that sent the azure dragon flying. Before dying, the azure dragon was charging towards the Yulon Plains direction to begin with. I just so happened to be able to take advantage and collect the corpses of all 4 of the divine beasts. Linley was completely unable to breathe. He could imagine that astonishing, dangerous scene. However, Beirut had a good chance of success. It must be understood that generally speaking, the tails of magical beasts all moved at astonishing fast speeds. As the god-eater rat, a divine beast, the tail of Beirut's original body, especially when he was going all out, a rap, and a tug. That was definitely something that could occur within the blink of an eye. If Augusta reacted just a bit too slowly, he probably wouldn't be able to catch Beirut. So my ancestor, the azure dragon, truly was killed by a soul attack. Linley understood now why the coiling dragon ring had been damaged. If the azure dragon had been damaged and killed by Augusta's material attacks, the coiling dragon ring should have been perfect and undamaged. Ha ha! Beirut began to laugh loudly. Augusta was completely stupefied. He didn't even react at first, but then, he finally went berserk with fury. After all, he had risked his own life as well to kill the 4 divine beasts, but I took everything away instead. I, a high god, had stolen things from him, the chief sovereign of light. I would have been shocked if he didn't go berserk. Linley could completely imagine that scene. Most likely, even the chief sovereign of light hadn't been completely confident in his ability to deal with the combined forces of the 4 ancestors. Only, he was lucky enough to be successful in blocking the combined, full-force blow of the 4 ancestors, and so was then able to kill the 4 ancestors one by one. 4 sovereign sparks. That represented 4 sovereigns. Beirut laughed coldly. There was no way Augusta would be able to enter a material plane, and so, all he could do was to send his planar projection clone into the Yulon plane, wanting to kill me. Linley secretly nodded. A foreign sovereign was unable to enter a material plane. As for the 4 ancestors, they were already dead. Their corpses and sovereign sparks were mere items and no longer living things. Naturally, they could enter a material plane. Planar projection clone? That's fairly powerful as well, comparable to a 7-star fiend and even close to some Azuras. Beirut snickered. Unfortunately, even before I was a sovereign, my power was far beyond that of an ordinary Lord Prefect's. By relying on my Godspark weapon, I smashed apart that planar projection clone. Linley laughed. Given Beirut's power and his insights in the profound mysteries of the laws, it would indeed be quite easy for him to defeat a planar projection clone. Since using force had failed, the chief sovereign of light formed yet another planar projection clone. He threatened me and told me what the consequences would be if I didn't hand over the sovereign sparks. But I couldn't be bothered to listen. I immediately fused with the wind-type sovereign spark on the spot. Beirut said with a smile. That chief sovereign of light even invited paragons to come act against me, but unfortunately, before the paragons arrived, I had already become a sovereign. Fusing a sovereign spark happens in but an instant. It is that fast? Linley called out in surprise. Fusing divine sparks takes a very long time. BB was surprised as well. Beirut said with a laugh, "Why does it take so long to fuse with a divine spark?" "Because you are learning and gaining insights into the various profound mysteries. Naturally, this takes time. But sovereign sparks contain no insights and no profound mysteries. Thus, they can be fused within a second." After risking my life, I had become a sovereign, and also acquired 3 more sovereign sparks. Beirut said with a sigh. "Grandpa, you really are formidable." BB's eyes were filled with admiration. Linley sighed in amazement as well. If he himself had seen that scene, would he have dared to steal food from the mouth of the tiger, to steal from the chief sovereign of light? This truly required courage. However, it also required enough power. After all, ordinary high gods were completely incapable of pulling in the corpses of the divine beasts from chaotic space. But of course, this also caused the chief sovereign of light to hate me to the core. He wanted to force me to hand over the other 3 divine sparks, but I paid him no heed. Beirut laughed calmly. I could tell that the chief sovereign of light had the sort of temper where he would definitely avenge any slight. Since I had already offended him, I might as well offend him to the end. Linley nodded slightly as well. Not long afterwards, I intentionally spread the word that a necropolis of the gods had been created, and that within it were the sovereign artifacts the 4 divine beasts had left behind after dying. If one wanted to fight over them, they were to come to the Yulan plain. Beirut laughed. After a sovereign dies, if someone was to take away the sovereign artifacts that they left behind, there would be no other sovereigns who would come to take them back. Linley nodded slightly. There were multiple ways to acquiring sovereign artifacts. One was to accumulate enough military merits in a planar war. Another was to become a sovereign's emissary and be gifted by the sovereign. Still another was to acquire a relic sovereign artifact of a deceased sovereign. For example, this was where Linley's coiling dragon ring had come from. Only, the chances of a sovereign dying were simply too low. In addition, generally speaking, only sovereigns were able to kill other sovereigns. They would collect those sovereign artifacts and not let them just be taken away. Sovereign artifacts proved to be too enticing. After the news spread, quite a few people hastened to my Yulan plane, such as some 7-star fiends of the infernal realm. Even a 12-wing angel of the divine light realm came, as well as powerful figures of the various planes. A major battle thus began here at the Yulan plain. Beirut laughed. But of course, everything was under my control. Linley laughed. Beirut had been a sovereign by then. No matter how fiercely those high gods had struggled, how could they escape Beirut's control? During that battle, I showed just a bit of my power and let my fame and reputation spread out. Immediately, some sovereigns paid attention to me. Beirut laughed. Originally, when I had seized the corpses of the 4 divine beasts, Augusta didn't announce it to everyone. Thus, many sovereigns had no idea. After I became famous, some sovereigns sent their planar projection clones to speak with me, and thus learned of this affair. And so, the chief sovereign of destruction made a request of me. What was the chief sovereign of destruction's request? Did he want the sovereign sparks? BB said. No. He requested the blood essence that could be refined from the blood of the 4 divine beasts. The source of a divine beast's power comes from their blood and lineage. The chief sovereign of destruction probably wanted to develop something from the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts. Beirut sighed. After all, in all of recorded history, only the 4 divine beasts were able to fuse their innate divine abilities together. I gave half of the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts to the chief sovereign of destruction. The chief sovereign of destruction, in turn, promised me that so long as my divine clone didn't go to the divine light plane, he would guarantee that the chief sovereign of light wouldn't dare to kill my divine clone. Beirut said. Linley and the others now understood. So that's how it is. No wonder the chief sovereign of light didn't dare to act against you in the infernal realm, Grandpa. BB said. Although he is powerful, he isn't a match for the chief sovereign of destruction. Beirut laughed. After all, the chief sovereigns of the 4 edicts are simply too powerful. The chief sovereign of life is a very friendly person, but his power is unfathomable. The chief sovereign of death lives a life of leisure in the abyssal mountain, and has never fully revealed her power. The chief sovereign of destruction's hiding abilities are quite deep. I have no idea if he developed anything from the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts or not. As for the chief sovereign of fate, he never gets involved in worldly affairs and always remains within the celestial realm, but... Linley sighed to himself. This exchange with the chief sovereign of destruction had been quite favorable for him. All the chief sovereign of destruction had to do was to go threaten the chief sovereign of light, and thus he was able to acquire half of the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts. It must be understood that just by using a single drop of blood essence from the Azure Dragon, Linley's body was able to become incredibly powerful. One could imagine how much energy was contained within the blood essence of a divine beast. The blood essence of a divine beast is the essence of its power. I was quite curious regarding the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts, and so I ran a few tests as well. I tested placing a drop of blood essence in the body of an ordinary human to see what would happen. The results of the first experiments were that the humans were unable to endure it, and their bodies collapsed. They died. Afterwards, however, I grew experienced. I finally succeeded. Beirut began to laugh. And so, the very first generation of the 4 supreme warriors was born. Linley was completely awestruck. The 4 supreme warriors? Linley looked at Beirut, stunned. They were the results of your experiments? Grandpa, BB was completely stunned as well. What, is it very strange? Beirut laughed calmly. Actually, if I didn't interfere in the lives of Baruch, Armand, Hyde, and Prey, they would have become cannon fodder on the battlefield, and wouldn't have had any accomplishments. After my experiments, they became the supreme warriors and thus gained great fame in the continent. Linley now understand. As Beirut had seen it, for a sovereign to choose mortals for experiments, and especially experiments involving the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts, this was an honor for the mortals. No wonder the 4 supreme warriors had suddenly appeared in the Yulan plain. In addition, nobody was able to find out any reason behind this. Linley sighed to himself. Strictly speaking, Baruch and the rest of the 4 should be considered of the same generation as Gislason of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Beirut laughed. To be honest, I still felt grateful towards the 4 Divine Beasts. After all, it was because of them that I was able to become a sovereign. Thus, the divine clone that I sent to the infernal realm stayed at Indigo Prefecture. The Bloodridge sovereign knew my true status, and so I asked him to help me by announcing to everyone else that I was his emissary. This made it easier for me to show up and protect the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Beirut laughed. If I was merely a sovereign's emissary, how could I have gotten the Bloodridge sovereign to appear with but a few words, then have him make the 8 great clans retreat? But Linley was sighing. When Beirut had summoned the Bloodridge sovereign had appeared and rebuked the 8 great clans, making them retreat. Linley had sighed in amazement back then about how much face Beirut had, to be able to do this. So in reality, it wasn't that the Bloodridge sovereign was giving his emissary face. Rather, it was because Beirut himself was a sovereign. Naturally, sovereigns would give other sovereigns face. I also had 3 sovereign sparks. Naturally, I would have to choose 3 people to inherit it. However, I couldn't just randomly choose them. I had to test them and to select them carefully. Blue fire thus became my first choice. Beirut then sighed. In reality, I wanted for Harry and my other 2 children to become sovereigns. But the sovereign sparks were only of earth, fire, and water, after all. Thus, they had to train to the high god level on their own in these 3 laws in order to fuse the sovereign sparks. You have to become a deity on your own in order to fuse with a sovereign spark? Linley said in surprise. Right. If you don't rely on yourself and instead rely on fusing with a divine spark, then your foundation will be weak and unstable. Your divine spark and your soul will not be perfectly fused, and so it will be impossible for you to then fuse with a sovereign spark. Beirut shook his head. Those children of mine were only talented in darkness and wind. I tried everything I could, but they still weren't able to succeed in those 3 elements. Linley nodded slightly. Afterwards, because Bibi appeared, and especially because of your rapid advancements, Linley, and how astonishingly fast you rose in power, I chose you as one of my potential candidates. Beirut turned to look towards Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 4, Sovereign Linley. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 4, Sovereign Linley. One of the candidates. So Beirut had been keeping an eye on all of his adventures through the infernal realm, and had been constantly evaluating him. Although I became a sovereign, I, like any ordinary mortal, wish to be able to give the sovereign sparks to those people who are close to me. My 3 children in Bibi, they clearly wouldn't possibly have any accomplishments in earth, fire, and water. Because of Bibi, it was natural for me to entrust you with my hopes as well. But I also understood that amongst sovereigns of the same rank, if there was too great a difference in one's insights into the profound mysteries, that wouldn't work either. Linley, back then, your comprehension of the profound mysteries of the laws was simply at too low a level. Beirut sighed. After all, even the weakest of sovereigns has fused 5 types of profound mysteries. I'm that sort, myself. But of course, the vast majority has fused just 5 profound mysteries. The weakest have fused 5? Linley was a bit startled. Grandpa. Bibi said, surprised, you once said that many sovereigns were amongst the very first batch of high gods that rose shortly after the creation of the universe, who were lucky enough to seize a sovereign spark. Their innate talent isn't necessarily high. How could they have fused 5 profound mysteries? It must be understood that for many experts, fusing 3 or even 4 profound mysteries was their limit, and they wouldn't be able to make any further breakthroughs. Beirut began to laugh, then he looked mysteriously at Linley. As for why even the less talented sovereigns are able to fuse 5 profound mysteries, after you become a sovereign, you will understand. After I become a sovereign? Linley's heart trembled. Although after you become a sovereign, your future accomplishments will be significant, Beirut shook his head. The stronger you are as a deity, the better. Back then, you had only fused 3 profound mysteries. You only relied on the soulstone and the powerful body given to you by your azure dragon lineage to defeat 7 star fiends. The candidates that I considered generally had fused at least 5 profound mysteries. Beirut shook his head and said, for example, Blue Fire. He was the most powerful of them. He had even reached a final bottleneck, and was just 1 step away from becoming a paragon. Linley sighed in his heart. Beirut had been keeping watch over a group of people. If he was being completely impartial, Linley wouldn't even be qualified to become a potential candidate. But of course, because of Bibi, I still hoped that you would become a sovereign. Beirut laughed. This was the nature of human relationships. Who wouldn't hope for the possibility of giving nice things to their closest family and friends? However, your improvement speed is indeed fast. Your trip through the netherworld made me evaluate you even more seriously. Beirut smiled. In fact, I even asked Bluefire to have his original body and his divine earth clone follow you in secret that entire time, protecting you if necessary. Follow in secret? Linley and Bibi looked at Bluefire in shock. Bluefire had been tracking him, but they hadn't realized it all. Linley, I was quite surprised, because you actually were able to fuse a fourth profound mystery in the planar battlefield. You developed your new supreme technique, microcosm. Beirut laughed. That technique of yours, especially when combined with the special way of using the Redbud Sovereign's amethyst space, had already surpassed the techniques of most experts who had fused 5 types of profound mysteries. In 2,000 short years, you had fused 4 profound mysteries. This sort of speed, even across the entire universe, definitely qualified you as a genius. Beirut laughed happily. I was certain that if you continued to train like this, you would absolutely be able to fuse 5 profound mysteries. And so, then and there, I decided that you would be the candidate to become the sovereign of Earth. Beirut said. Linley let out a moved sigh. No wonder. Bibi mumbled. No wonder back then, Mr. Leyland appeared. Right. My assignment, by that point, was essentially complete. Bluefire laughed, and then he looked at Linley. The demigod who had received tutelage from me back at Mount Copper Gonghead, in 2,000 short years, had reached such heights, and was going to be, in the future, my comrade, the sovereign of Earth. This truly was incredible. Who would have imagined that shortly after I left, a major problem occurred? I was terrified as well. After all, my sovereign clone couldn't leave the Yulan plane, while my original body wasn't able to make it in time, even though I hurried back to save you. I was truly worried that you would be killed by Magnus, just like that. Beirut let out an emotional sigh as well. Bluefire told me that you had suffered an attack from Magnus, and that you were a hair away from death. I was very worried as well. Worried that you would die. But who would have imagined that this became your chance to transform? Beirut's eyes were shining. You had 4 divine clones, yet were able to successfully mutate your soul. This let you become a supreme expert who surpassed the paragons. Ha, Linley, you, as a soul mutate, are even more qualified than Bluefire and myself. The more powerful a person was, the more powerful they would naturally become upon becoming a sovereign. Linley, look, Beirut waved his hand, and a black stone box appeared. Linley immediately recognized that this black stone box was the box that had been removed from that giant ceiling formation. You should have already guessed what is inside. Beirut smiled as he opened the box. He tossed aside the lid, and instantly, 2 auras of light shot out in every direction, and a heart-shaking aura drifted out from the light. Linley and Bibi couldn't help but stare raptly towards it. Within the box was a pair of gems that appeared similar to divine sparks. The gems seemed to be made of a semi-translucent gray glass. At first glance, it seemed like some sort of jewels. These 2 gems were emanating 2 different types of light. One was a deep, weighty, earthen yellow color. The other was a soft, slick azure green color. In addition, the aura and majesty contained within them made even Linley and Bibi's hearts tremble. These are sovereign sparks. Linley was absolutely certain. Beirut let out a very emotional sigh. These 2 sovereign sparks are the water-type sovereign spark that came from the azure dragon's corpse, and the earth-type sovereign spark that came from the black tortoise's corpse. I have already safeguarded these 2 sovereign sparks for more than 10,000 years. I was worried that on one of my business trips outside of the Yulan plain, I might be attacked and killed by the chief sovereign of light. What, then, would happen to these sovereign sparks. And so I decided that even if I died, I wouldn't let Augusta acquire them. Thus, I created that seal. Linley secretly nodded. A seal that only sovereigns could break, and yet was kept in a material plane. The chief sovereign of light truly did have no hope of opening it. Alas! How wonderful would it have been if we had a darkness-typed sovereign spark? BB rubbed his jaw twice and mumbled. Beirut laughed as he glanced at BB. Do you think sovereign sparks are so easily acquired? Alright, Linley. Let me tell you this. If you want to become a sovereign, there is only one way, and one way alone: fuse with a sovereign spark. Regarding sovereign sparks, ever since the creation of the universe countless years ago, 77 sovereign sparks naturally descended. Only by training to the high god level through your own power can you fuse a sovereign spark. Linley nodded slightly. Training to become a sovereign was indeed something which pure effort could accomplish. The reason why sovereigns are so powerful is because of their sovereign spark. High god paragons, and you, a soul mutate, have fused the power of your will into your souls, yes? Beirut laughed. Right. Linley nodded. Sovereigns are different. Virtually all of the power of their will is in the sovereign spark. Beirut said. When fusing a sovereign spark, the boundless will power held within the sovereign spark will transform your soul. Because the souls of your other divine clones are part of you, they, too, will receive a partial transformation. But that's secondary. Compared to the will within the sovereign spark, the power of the will of the souls of your clones will be less than 10,000th. Linley nodded slightly. Lord Beirut. Linley asked, puzzled. There are lesser, intermediate, and high ranks amongst sovereigns. If I become a lesser sovereign, but in the future acquire an intermediate sovereign spark of the same element, will I be able to fuse it? No, Beirut didn't hesitate at all. If you become a lesser sovereign, you will be a lesser sovereign for your entire life. Beirut said. But of course, if you have two divine clones, you can separately fuse two different sovereign sparks. This is possible. According to legend, the chief sovereign of lightning has an additional sovereign clone which is a sovereign of earth. Linley was awestruck. A single person take two sovereign positions? Ha, Linley, enough of the chief sovereign of lightning. Even you will be in possession of two sovereign bodies. Beirut suddenly said. What? Linley was completely shocked. Grandpa, what did you say? BB cried out in shock. You are going to let boss. Beirut's eyes were flashing, and he laughed as he spoke. If Linley was just an ordinary paragon, there is no way I would let him simultaneously fuse with two types of sovereign sparks. However, he is a soul mutate. He can fuse divine power. I very much want to see how powerful Linley will be, once he is both a sovereign of earth and a sovereign of water. The nearby Bluefire seemed very excited as well. Originally, Beirut was only planning to let you become a sovereign of earth. But then, your soul mutation was a success. Beirut's plans were changed. He was prepared to let you have two sovereign clones. I never even dared imagine that one day, I would be able to openly walk out of the Yulan plane. This was because I had no confidence in my ability to fight against Augusta. Beirut's eyes turned sharp. However, Linley, your soul mutation gave me hope. Ever since the creation of the universe, there have only been so many sovereigns. The conditions necessary for the creation of a soul mutate, however, are very harsh and strict. There has never been a soul mutate amongst the sovereigns. Although there are some who possess two sovereign clones, because they are unable to fuse their powers, they naturally wouldn't grow much stronger. But you, Linley, are different. Beirut stared at Linley. You are a soul mutate. I very much want to know what level of power you will have, after becoming a sovereign of two different elements. In fact, I even believe that there is hope for you to be able to lead me out of the Yulan plane, and for me to no longer fear the chief sovereign of light, Augusta. Beirut's eyes were sharp. It was precisely because he saw, on Linley, his hope for departing the Yulon plain. This was why Beirut had been so excited and had lost his composure. A fusion sovereign? This was definitely unheard of. The heavens have treated me with great kindness. I had originally worried about Augusta being in possession of an overgod artifact, but now, you have an overgod weapon as well. Beirut was extremely excited. Everything has gone perfectly. I can already sense, Linley, that you, a hitherto unseen fusion sovereign, definitely will not disappoint me. Linley couldn't help but feel hot blood pumping through him. Indeed. Other sovereigns with two sovereign clones who were not soul mutates wouldn't be able to fuse their sovereign power. Only Linley could. Only he was a true fusion sovereign. Linley, fuse them. Beirut tossed the stone box towards Linley. Linley looked at the two glass-like sovereign sparks within the stone box, then at Beirut, Bluefire, and Bibi. The three of them all had looks of hope in their eyes. Fusing the sovereign sparks, although he felt his blood boiling in his veins, Linley forced himself to calm down. I'll first fuse with a single spark, then the other one. Linley felt that it would be safer to advance step by step. Drip! A single drop of blood leaked out from Linley's finger, landing atop the surface of the Earth-type sovereign spark. Instantly, the Earth-type sovereign spark levitated into the air. A dense, earthen yellow aura shot out in every direction. Linley willed it, and instantly his body changed, with his divine Earth clone emerging and the other three clones, along with his original body, remaining in his sea of consciousness. His earthen yellow hair fluttered freely as he stared directly at the Earth-type sovereign spark. Rumble! The 18th floor of the necropolis of the gods originally had an azure sky and an azure ground. But in this instant, the universe seemed to instantly change. A terrifyingly dense surge of earth and yellow elemental essences suddenly filled this entire universe. A flood of earth and yellow water suddenly manifested around Linley and swirled around him. This flood of earth and yellow water was liquefied Earth-type sovereign power, and that Earth-type sovereign spark was slowly sinking itself into Linley's forehead. A new sovereign has been born. Beirut had a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. Beirut felt very satisfied at having been able to bring about a new sovereign. At the same time, he was a bit nervous. A fusion sovereign which has never before appeared. What will this be like? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21 Chapter 5, Magic Compilation, Fusion Sovereign. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 5, Magic Compilation, Fusion Sovereign. The 18th floor of the necropolis of the gods. It seemed to have turned into a sea of earth and yellow elemental essences. As for Linley, he hovered there, eyes closed, an awesome presence emanating from his body. Beirut, Bluefire, and Bibi all watched unblinkingly from nearby. Within Linley's sea of consciousness, his original body, wind clone, fire clone, and water clone were seated in the meditative position on the surface of his sea of consciousness. The four bodies just so happened to form a square, and right above them hovered a swiveling, glass-like gemstone. A surge of invisible, untouchable wool was circulating towards Linley's 5 souls. The souls of his original body and his 4 clones were, in reality, one and the same. At this moment, the soul of his divine Earth clone was rapidly improving, while the souls of his original body and his other 3 divine clones were improving somewhat slower. Indeed, it is as Lord Beirut had said. The will of a sovereign is virtually inexhaustible, but completely focused within the sovereign spark. Their actual souls contain very little will. Linley could sense that although the amount of will within his 5 souls had increased somewhat, there was a limit to it. The soul of his divine Earth clone, after having transformed into a sovereign, had only gained an increase in will that was comparable to the will which a high god paragon possessed. As for his original body and his 3 other clones, they only gained roughly 80% of the wool which a high god paragon was in possession of. No wonder. So this is why even if a sovereign were to send his clone to enter a material plane, he still wouldn't be able to kill a high god paragon. Linley sighed to himself, then mused, however, even before becoming a sovereign, my will had already surpassed that of a paragon. Now, I've only grown stronger. Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring flood of gold suddenly entered his mind. This formless golden flood merged into his sea of consciousness and sank into his soul. Linley felt as though he suddenly became tens of times more clear-minded, and that his soul's analytical abilities were increasing dramatically. This is the energy of faith. Linley was completely stunned. Actually, Linley had always been absorbing faith energy, but that bit of faith energy which he received from the Yulan plane, to the current Linley, was nothing at all. Still, even that bit of faith energy had allowed Linley's training speed to increase by quite a bit. Currently, however, it was as though a flood of faith energy had entered his sea of consciousness. The amount he received every instant was comparable to all the faith energy he had built up over the past few thousand years. The 18th floor of the necropolis of the gods. The flood of earth and yellow elemental essences had disappeared. The world once again returned to an azure color. Linley opened his eyes, staring at Beirut and Bluefire in shock. Lord Beirut, this faith energy. You are a sovereign, now. You are no longer weaker than me. There is no need to address me as Lord Beirut. You can just address me as Beirut. Beirut just laughed. Linley felt gratitude towards Beirut. It was Beirut who had given him the sovereign spark, in fact, had given him two. In addition, for thousands of years, he had constantly been taking care of Linley. Linley couldn't forget any of this. Lord Beirut, if we didn't know each other, naturally we would use our comparative power to determine our comparative status. But Lord Beirut, even I myself have no idea as to how I should repay the kindness you have shown me. After his soul mutation, Linley had become as powerful as a high god paragon. If they were to determine status through comparing power levels, given that Linley didn't know that Beirut was a sovereign, logically speaking, Linley should have already started to address him as Beirut. Linley, however, had not. In Linley's heart, Beirut was like a patient, helpful elder relative who had always taken care of him. Since you say that, then I'll thicken my face for once and ask both you and Bibi to address me as Grandpa Beirut. What say you? Beirut chortled. When he had discovered Bibi's existence, Beirut had begun to pay attention to Linley as well. Beirut had always been watching Linley, ever since he was a youth. Unconsciously, the care he felt towards Bibi had naturally been partially transferred to Linley as well. Grandpa Beirut, Linley said hurriedly. Hearing this, Beirut was absolutely delighted. Right now, Beirut's mindset had somewhat changed. Previously, Bibi's existence made it so that between Linley and Beirut, there existed a relationship that was akin to that of an elder and a junior. This relationship was a bit of a vague one, however, and had never been formalized. Although one of the reasons why Beirut had chosen Linley was because Linley's power had qualitatively risen greatly, it was also because he wanted to borrow Linley's strength to fight back against the chief sovereign of light. But in this instant, when Linley also began to address Beirut as Grandpa, Beirut naturally began to feel differently. He understood that Linley's power was going to vastly outstrip his. For him to have helped raise such a supreme expert, and one who was a junior in his own family, naturally, Beirut felt very gratified. Excellent, excellent. Beirut laughed. Just now, you were speaking of faith energy. Right. As soon as I became a sovereign, I could sense a terrifyingly dense stream of faith energy flood into my sea of consciousness. What is this all about? Linley was stunned. The nearby Bluefire laughed. Linley, prior to this, weren't you asking about why all sovereigns have fused at least 5 types of profound mysteries? It's true that not all sovereigns are innately gifted. For them to all have fused 5 profound mysteries or more is indeed inconceivable. Linley suddenly came to his senses. Are you saying that this is because of faith energy? Linley recollected the purpose of faith energy. It allows experts to be able to gain insights faster and train faster. But of course, there was a limit to how much faith energy could help. If there wasn't, there wouldn't be so few sovereign paragons. How could there be so much faith energy? Terrifyingly much, Linley said hurriedly. Beirut explained, Linley, there are countless material planes. Some worship churches of light, others of darkness, others of earth, others of lightning, others of destruction. There are all sorts of temples that have been built across the countless planes. The amount of faith energy they draw in is terrifyingly great. Let me give an example. In the countless planes of the universe, how many living creatures worship light? The number is incalculable. All of that faith energy will build up, and 99% of it will be acquired by the 7 sovereigns of light. The faith energy they receive every single instant is a terrifying amount. Beirut laughed. Precisely because they are infused with so much faith energy, sovereigns train much faster and gain insights much more easily. This is why every single sovereign has fused at least 5 profound mysteries. So that's the situation. BB mumbled. That's cheating. If it weren't for that, why would the sovereigns have made it so that their churches would be founded throughout the planes of the universe? Why would they have to compile all sorts of types of magic? Beirut laughed. Compile magic? Linley was startled. What, is it very odd? Beirut laughed calmly. Linley, think about it. What are magical incantations comparable to? In executing a magic spell, one had to use spiritual energy to support the magical incantation needed to use one's own mage force to activate the elemental essence of the world and form a magic spell. Some powerful magi could even use their powerful souls to instacast spells without needing to rely on magical incantations. For example, a magus of the 8th rank could use incantations to cast spells of the 8th rank, but if he wanted to instacast, he would only be able to instacast lower rank spells. Magical incantations lower the requirements for casting magical spells. A magus who relies solely on his own power is only able to cast lower level spells. But by relying on magical incantations, he is able to unleash far more powerful magic. Linley instantly understood. By relying on magical incantations, one's attack power will immediately increase greatly. This is much like how the profound mysteries of the laws can increase one's attack power. Right. Beirut smiled. Magical incantations are the simplified versions of the profound mysteries of the laws. Although they aren't as powerful as the laws, they are still very useful. Right. Linley suddenly understood it all. For example, the wind-type forbidden level spell, Dimensional Edge. It's simply a basic version of the dimensional attack profound mystery of the laws of the wind. And the 9th rank spell of the wind, Void Extermination. This is a simplified way of applying the spatial wind of the laws of the wind. The nearby BB, hearing this, nodded and said in delight, right. The supergravity field of Earth magic is just a simple version of gravitational space. And many ordinary Earth-type magic spells are based on the profound mysteries of the essence of the Earth. When they did a serious comparison, Linley and BB now completely realized that many magic spells were simplified, basic versions of the profound mysteries of the laws, but although Magi didn't know a single thing about the profound mysteries, by rote memory and repetition, they could memorize magic incantations and thus unleash powerful magic. As they understood more about the profound mysteries, they would constantly rise in power, to the point where Magi would naturally give up the incantations and embark on the true, great path of analyzing the profound mysteries directly. Magical incantations actually are a simple, superficial way of applying the power of the profound mysteries of the laws. Linley sighed in praise. One needs to have an extremely deep level of insight into the nature of elemental essences and the profound mysteries of the laws in order to develop magical incantations. If I had to develop new spells, it would probably take me very long as well. The principle behind magical incantations was actually a type of auto-hypnosis. One would adjust one's spiritual energy to better fuse with the elemental essences. But developing new incantations? That was extremely difficult. Beirut laughed. For the sake of making sure that their supply of faith energy would continue, it only makes sense that the sovereigns would spend vast amounts of time developing magic spells. However, the sovereigns are now virtually all at their limit. And so, their control over the material planes has lessened. Beirut laughed calmly. Naturally, some of the material planes have produced a few churches that solely worship a single figure, who receives all of their faith energy for personal use. This is what is known as heresy, which absolutely must be exterminated. The sovereigns would even go so far as to send their planar projection clones to go eradicate any traces of heresy. However, the sovereigns are now paying less attention to heretics. It isn't like before, where they would annihilate all heretical churches. Linley nodded slightly. The population of the Yulon Plain was tiny, compared to the Ackerland Plain, which had a population of 8 quadrillion. How much faith energy could it provide? The amount of planes the universe held, all added up, came to a terrifying figure. If, for example, the humans of the Ackerland Plain worship the radiant goddess, where does the faith energy go to? Linley asked. The radiant goddess? Beirut laughed. If there isn't a clear figure of worship, and just a vague radiant goddess, more than 99% of the faith energy will be taken by the 7 sovereigns of light. Only a very small amount will be acquired by the light-type deities of the Ackerland Plain. Linley sighed to himself. Sovereigns truly were dominating. However, this wasn't determined by the sovereigns, it was part of the edicts of the world. No wonder sovereigns are so powerful. With so much faith energy, my own training speed will increase explosively as well. Linley mused to himself. And then, he looked towards the second sovereign spark in the stone box, the water-type sovereign spark. Drip! A drop of fresh blood fell atop the water-type sovereign spark and was absorbed by the jewel. A dazzling azure-green aura suddenly sprang up. Rumble, the world once more became filled with a thick amount of elemental essences, this time of water. The liquefied water-type sovereign power flooded towards and swirled around Linley, beginning to enter his body. Just like before, Linley's 5 souls once more began to increase in power. Bluefire and Beirut exchanged glances. Beirut, what level will Linley reach? Bluefire asked. Uncertain. Beirut said solemnly. But I know that upon fusing 2 sovereign sparks, the power of one's will in the soul will be quite a bit greater than the rest of us normal sovereigns have. In addition, he himself is a 4-way soul mutate to begin with, and already possesses the power of will. Even if we don't consider other things, the power of his will should already be comparable to an intermediate sovereign's. The nearby BB said hurriedly, and his fused sovereign power. Right. There has never before been a fusion of 2 different types of sovereign power. And his power has still more room to grow. Beirut smiled and nodded. Fused sovereign power should be even more powerful than a normal intermediate sovereign's power. Paired with an overgod artifact, Paired with an overgod artifact, he should be comparable to those chief sovereigns who do not have an overgod artifact. Bluefire said, rather excited. Right. But of course, it's hard to say if something special would happen for a fusion sovereign. Beirut said. And right at this moment, the levitating Linley opened his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 6, Entrusted. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 6, Entrusted. The 18th floor of the Necropolis of the Gods. It had grown calm again. Linley's eyes were now open. Seeing that Linley had fused with the sovereign sparks, Beirut, Bluefire, and BB couldn't help but have their faces covered by smiles. "Linley, how do you feel?" Beirut asked, rather nervous. Beirut had never felt so nervous, not once in all these years. But right now, he was truly nervous. What if Linley, after fusing two sovereign sparks, wasn't as powerful as he had imagined? This would affect whether or not he, Beirut, would be able to openly depart the Yulan plane in the future. If he would be able to go roam about the higher planes and the divine planes. I feel, a hint of a smile was on Linley's face. Not bad at all. Not bad at all? Beirut, Bluefire, and BB all stared at Linley, puzzlement on their faces. What level of power did Linley's "not bad at all" represent? Boss, are you as powerful as a chief sovereign yet? BB suddenly asked. Linley hesitated slightly. Grandpa Beirut, do you know how great a difference in power there is between lesser sovereigns, intermediate sovereigns, and high sovereigns? Linley asked. Without a clear understanding as to how powerful each level was, Linley was unable to give an accurate accounting of his own power. Beirut hurriedly explained, Linley, there is a great difference in power between sovereigns of different levels. For example, a lesser sovereign paragon, compared to an intermediate sovereign who had fused 5 profound mysteries, is slightly weaker. But they will be fairly close. A similar example, an intermediate sovereign paragon will have power that is fairly close to a chief sovereign who has fused 5 profound mysteries. But of course, he would still be slightly weaker. This is without taking weapons and innate divine abilities into account. I understand now. Linley nodded slightly. Lesser sovereign paragons were comparable to intermediate sovereigns with 5 profound mysteries. In terms of profound mysteries, lesser sovereign paragons were more than 10 times as powerful as intermediate sovereigns. But despite that, they still weren't superior to intermediate sovereigns. This represented that the increase in the power of will was more than tenfold. In addition, as far as will went, lesser sovereign paragons didn't just possess the power of sovereign's will, they also possessed the portion of will which the universe had bestowed upon them when they had become paragons. Despite that, however, the power of their will was still more than 10 times weaker than the will of an intermediate sovereign. Then, a normal lesser sovereign, compared to an intermediate sovereign, should only have 100th the amount of will within his sovereign spark. Logically speaking, Beirut laughed, Linley, since you already had the power of will from your 4-way soul mutation, and have now fused 2 sovereign sparks, the power of your will should be on a higher level. You should now have a will which is comparable to an intermediate sovereign's. Bluefire looked at Linley, puzzled. Linley, you are a soul mutate. After fusing the 2 sovereign sparks, is the will within them able to join together as well? No, Linley shook his head. The power of a sovereign's will is almost all within the spark. How can they possibly fuse? Grandpa Beirut's guess is accurate. Linley nodded. After fusing this water-type sovereign spark, my 5 souls gained in will yet again. According to my calculations, simply in terms of will alone, I should be comparable to an intermediate sovereign. But you also have fused sovereign power. Beirut laughed. Right. The 2 types of sovereign power can indeed fuse. Linley sensed that greenish-gray sovereign power flooding torrentially through his body. He nodded. This fused sovereign power, in terms of strength, should be 10 times more powerful than ordinary sovereign power. Now, in terms of will and sovereign power, I should be comparable to intermediate sovereigns. If it had been someone else, even though he might have 2 sovereign clones, that just meant he had an additional sovereign body, and that each soul would have an additional, separate boost in will. But Linley didn't just receive an additional boost in will, more importantly, his sovereign power could be fused. And you have an overgod artifact. Bluefire smiled. With an overgod artifact, you should be comparable to the 6 ordinary chief sovereigns. Linley knew which 6 individuals Bluefire was referring to. Of the 11 chief sovereigns, only 5 had overgod artifacts. The 18th floor of the necropolis of the gods. Whoosh! A gentle wind blew. Beirut, in an excellent mood, waved his sleeve. Instantly, with a kriak, the many bluestone tiles began to move, and the platform which held the corpse of the azure dragon once more sank down. At the same time, a table and 4 stone seats appeared on the bluestone floor as well. "Everyone, let's sit down and chat." Beirut chortled as he led everyone to be seated. At the same time, he withdrew some fine wine and food from his interspatial ring. 10,000 years. I've never been so happy as I am today. I never even imagined that the one who would lead me to escape from my predicament would be that kid from the Funlai Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, that Magus Institute student would become someone comparable to a chief sovereign. I'm amazing, right? Bibi said smugly. I immediately recognized how great the boss was and followed him. Immediately recognized? Linley said with a smirk. Back then, I baited you. I lured you in with roasted hare meat and roasted chickens. Bibi was astonished. Bluefire, seeing the look on Bibi's face, couldn't help but laugh as he drank his wine. Come, Linley. Cheers. In the future, whether or not Bluefire and I will be able to fearlessly depart the Yulon Plain will all be up to you. Beirut laughed. Linley hosted his cup as well. Don't worry, Grandpa Beirut. However, it is only proper for me to do these things. It was you who gave me these 2 sovereign sparks. In the end, you are the one extricating yourself from your difficulties. I need to thank you. Linley said with sincerity. Beirut laughed, then shook his head. You are too modest. I was going to have to find sovereign candidates anyhow. And where else could I possibly find a candidate like an expert who was a 4-way soul mutate? This had nothing to do with me, it was all you. Originally, Bluefire and I continuously paid attention to you. When the soulstone that was keeping you alive was used up, we originally thought that you wouldn't be able to survive for much longer. Who would have thought that you descended from the precipice of danger and managed to return? You survived your journey to the borders of death. Beirut sighed in praise. Linley didn't quibble any further. He just happily laughed with the people around him. However, my comprehension of the profound mysteries of the laws is still too low. Linley said with a frown. In terms of the profound mysteries, Linley had still only fused 4 of them. The other sovereigns had fused at least 5. Don't be impatient. The nearby Bluefire laughed calmly. Linley, given your level of innate talent and the fact that you fused 4 profound mysteries in just a few thousand years, and with that boundless amount of faith energy, I imagine that in a short period of time, you will reach an extremely high level of insight. However, Linley, let me warn you of something. I recommend that you develop towards material attacks. Why do you say that? Linley was somewhat surprised. Your body is very strong. Bluefire sighed. I've heard from Beirut that your body is now comparable to a sovereign artifact. You must understand that even amongst sovereigns, the number who are at this level can be counted on one hand. Oh? Linley was rather surprised. Is it very hard for sovereigns to strengthen their bodies? Based on what I know, the ancestor of our Azure Dragon clan, the Azure Dragon, had a body that was as strong as a sovereign artifact. Bluefire snickered. The Azure Dragon? Do you think that ordinary sovereigns can be compared to the 4 divine beasts, those freaks of nature? Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. The 4 divine beasts were freaks of nature. But Bluefire's words weren't wrong either. Not only did all 4 of the 4 divine beasts possess excessively powerful innate divine abilities, they were even able to fuse their 4 innate divine abilities into one. This was simply too monstrous. Linley, look at me. I'm a sovereign as well. However, I'm only able to use my sovereign power to manifest my body. I'm not able to further strengthen it. Bluefire shook his head. For my true body to be as strong as a sovereign artifact? That's something incredible that you have to be born with. For example, the four divine beasts, Beirut, the chief sovereign of destruction, or the chief sovereign of death. That is true for all of them. The nearby BB called out in surprise, the chief sovereigns of death and destruction aren't humans, ... They aren't humans. Beirut nodded. The chief sovereign of death was supposedly the very first living creature which was created when the Netherworld was born. When the Netherworld was first created, the Netherworld continent didn't have any living creatures within it. Deep within the vast, endless, boundless Nethersea, the very first living creature was given life, a type of plant. That is the true form of the chief sovereign of death. Plant? What type of plant? Linley was a bit curious. That's not very clear. Beirut shook his head. Nobody has ever been able to force the chief sovereign of death to show her true form. Supposedly, the abyssal fruit tree that lives in the abyssal mountain was once the fruit tree partner of the chief sovereign of death. Oh? Linley suddenly understood. Linley suddenly thought back to the diagrams that had appeared on the robes of the chief sovereign of death. Those tendrils and vines, and that coiling silver serpent. The abyssal fruit tree and the chief sovereign of death are both plants. As for that pair of giant gold and silver snakes, they should have been two creatures that lived atop those two plants. There is a limit to how much sovereign power can strengthen one's body. Blue Fire laughed calmly. My fused sovereign power is unable to further strengthen my body either. Linley said with a frown. When he had first fused 4 types of high god power and created his fused divine power, he was able to dramatically strengthen his body and also strengthen his divine artifacts and godspark weapons. But the power of his fused sovereign power, in terms of strengthening effectiveness, was inferior to his 4-way fused divine power. It must be understood that the power of his 4-way fused divine power was more than 10 times greater than ordinary sovereign power. As for Linley's fused sovereign power, it was also more than 10 times greater than ordinary sovereign power. Compared to his earlier 4-way fusion of divine power, there wasn't much of an increase. Although in terms of attack power, there was almost no difference, in terms of having special effects, it was inferior to his fused divine power. It seems finding a balance is important. The energy of my 4 bodies is now unbalanced. Linley could guess at the reason why. Linley, your body is as strong as Beirut's and the 4 divine beasts. You have to make use of it. Bluefire said solemnly. If you develop your material attacks, then even at your current level, you will be able to compete against ordinary chief sovereigns. However, I'm still not a match for the chief sovereign of light. Linley shook his head. The chief sovereign of light had an overgod artifact as well. Let's not be impatient. Let's take everything slowly. Beirut laughed calmly. You are a soul mutate. Once you successfully fuse 4 types of profound mysteries from different laws, the power will be 10 times greater than when you fuse 6 types of profound mysteries of the same law. By then, you will definitely surpass the chief sovereign of light, Augusta. Linley's potential, in terms of the laws, was far higher than that of an ordinary sovereign. The moonlight was like water, flowing across the boundless earth. Within Dragonblood Castle, Linley and Delia were lying against each other in bed. This was the 3rd night after Linley had become a sovereign. The previous day, Linley had returned to Dragonblood Castle and had described everything to Delia. Delia had been stunned. She had never imagined that Linley could reach such a level. Just by relying on his overgod weapon, Linley was now already comparable to a chief sovereign. If he was able to gain greater insights into the profound mysteries, he even had a chance at surpassing the chief sovereign of light. Linley, you've become a sovereign. I feel like I am in a dream. Delia rested against Linley's chest and spoke softly, her gaze passing through the window and staring towards the outside. Sovereign, unfortunately, I wasn't able to bring Grandpa Doring back to life. Linley sighed to himself. Delia turned her head to look towards Linley, smiling encouragingly. If Grandpa Doring was alive, he would be very happy for you. In addition, life, death, age, infirmity, Grandpa Doring lived a very long life. Don't be too sad. Forget it. Enough of this subject. Linley shook his head. Everything is wonderful now. Delia smiled. There will no longer be any more storms of blood. You won't even leave the Yulon Plain. Let's just live a peaceful life. We'll watch the sunrise, then watch the sunset, for 1,000, for 10,000 years. Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but gently pull Delia into his arms. Linley knew that his future life would indeed be very peaceful. But of course, even during peaceful times, Linley still needed to train. As time flowed on, his power would continue to grow, to the point where he would catch up to the Chief Sovereign of Light. The Chief Sovereign of Light, I must defeat him and even kill him. Linley said to himself silently. After all, his mother's freedom was still under the domination of the Chief Sovereign of Light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 7, Dragonblood Continent. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 7, Dragonblood Continent. Within the Yulon Plain, there was no one whatsoever who could kill Linley. No longer under any pressure, his life naturally was quite carefree. More than 300 years quietly passed in this peaceful manner. 300 plus years was an extremely long period of time for mortals. During this period of time, countless mortals had died, and countless more had been born. Dragonblood Castle, however, stood virtually unchanged. In the world of deities, the passage of 1,000 years was not but a twinkling. Linley, your mood seems to be excellent today. Delia was taking a walk with Linley through their rear flower gardens. Today, I made a slight breakthrough in my training. Linley smiled. Oh? You fused 3 types of profound mysteries from different laws? Delia said in surprised delight. No, not that quickly. Linley shook his head and laughed. The throbbing pulse of the world, circular softness, dimensional attack, although I've trained to the last part of fusing these 3, I've reached a bottleneck. This final bottleneck will be very hard to break through. The more profound mysteries were involved in a bottleneck, the harder it would be to break through. For example, the bottleneck for fusing 6 profound mysteries. How many experts had become stuck there, unable to become paragons? Then what sort of breakthrough do you mean? Delia said, puzzled. It was in the profound mysteries of explosion, of the laws of fire. Explosion is very hard to fuse, but today, I managed to fuse it with the throbbing pulse of the world. Linley said with a calm laugh. However, I must say, I trained much more slowly during the past 300 years than I had thought I would. After all, after becoming a sovereign, he had an ocean of faith energy to support him. His visualization and comprehension speed was definitely far faster than in the past. These past 300 years were probably comparable to nearly 10,000 years, pre-sovereign. No rush. Your time is unlimited. Delia said with a calm laugh. You are in no rush, but what about Grandpa Beirut and Bluefire? Linley suddenly stared into a gate of the rear flower garden. He saw a short-haired youth laugh while walking over. This youth seemed 60% to 70% similar to Linley in terms of looks. It was Linley's son, Wade. Father. Mother. Wade laughed. Today is a day of a grand celebration for our Dragonblood continent. Aren't you going to go? Dragonblood continent? Linley was startled, but then he laughed and said self-mockingly, I forgot that today is the day of the Dragonblood festival. Shortly after Linley became a sovereign, he had a conversation with Beirut and Bluefire. When they just so happened to discuss the Yulon continent and the Bluefire continent, Linley, in a fit of excitement, created a continent of his own, the Dragonblood continent. These three large continents formed a perfect triangle. Back then, Linli had even exerted his sovereign power and made it so that the small islands around the Yulan continent and the Blue Fire continent were all moved within the Dragonblood continent. The population of the denizens of the islands, all combined, was close to 10 million. In addition, Linli also moved many magical beasts and other living creatures over. During these 300 years, because of the vastness of the continent, and because the magical beasts had been released by Linli into the western part of the Dragonblood continent, the humans here faced no natural enemies. In 300 short years, the human population thus exploded from 10 million to over 100 million. But of course, during these 3 centuries of development, the Baruch Empire had provided a great amount of assistance, such as through the sea trade between the 2 continents. Although it was described as trade, in reality, they were providing assistance. The people who had been moved over to the Dragonblood continent had decided upon September 24th as the day of the Dragonblood festival. Linli, the citizens of the Dragonblood continent all worship you. They treat you as a true divinity. Can it be that you aren't even going to go take a look at their Dragonblood festival? Delia laughed with pursed lips. Although the population is just over 100 million, which isn't that much, the size of the Dragonblood continent is somewhat larger than the other 2 continents. This sort of non-stop rate of growth will make it so that in a few thousand years, the population here will surpass that of the Blue Fire continent. Father, quite a few people in our clan are going over. Wade laughed as well. Fine, we'll take a look. The Yulan continent. The Blue Fire continent. The Dragonblood continent. The distance between these 3 continents, to ordinary mortals, was fairly significant. But to deities, or even to saints, they were fairly close. There was only a distance of roughly 5,000 kilometers of ocean between each of the 3 continents. Linli and Delia, in the blink of an eye, left the Yulan continent and arrived at the Dragonblood continent. The number 1 city of the Dragonblood continent, Baruch City. This city shared the same name as the imperial capital of the Baruch Empire. This city was close to the eastern sealine of the Dragonblood continent, and was also the closest city to the Yulan continent. Because it bordered the sea, it developed very quickly. This number 1 city had flourished, developing into an extremely large city with millions of citizens. Today was the Dragonblood festival, and so Baruch City was extremely lively. Large numbers of countryside dwellers had also flocked to the cities, wanting to partake in the festivities. It wasn't just the plazas in front of the temples, even the streets of the city were filled with oceans of people. Linli, dressed in an azure robe, and Delia, dressed in a white robe. They were walking through the crowded streets. Although the streets were crowded, nobody touched Linli and Delia. In fact, nobody even noticed this odd occurrence. This place is becoming more and more crowded. There weren't this many shops the last time I came. Linli laughed calmly. Last time you came was more than 2 years ago. Delia said. 2 years? That was just a short while ago. Linli's current mentality had already begun to change. Right. When are you going to make your own divine plane? Delia asked, puzzled. Last time, Grandpa Beirut said that the process of creating a divine plane involves joining your soul with the plane that you are creating. You will gain a clear sense of the laws, which will be beneficial to you, increasing your power. Aren't you at a bottleneck right now? Why not try it? Every single sovereign had the power to create their own divine planes. Upon doing so, they would also gain insight into a portion of the laws. For example, a water-type sovereign who created a divine plane would end up creating a water-type divine plane. During the creation process, they would gain insights into some of the laws of water that were involved in the creation of this plane. Creating the plane once, or creating it 100 times, would involve the exact same portion of the laws. There would be no differences. In addition, creating a divine plane exhausted a great deal of spiritual energy, sovereign power, and time. Thus, generally speaking, sovereigns would only create a single plane. The creation of a divine plane isn't something which can be completed in just a year or two. Based on Grandpa Beirut's experience, it will require nearly 2,000 years. Lindley said with a sigh. A plane was simply too vast. Even sovereigns would need to spend significant amounts of time creating one. Beirut had created one, but Bluefire had not. This was because Bluefire had already become a paragon. He had a thorough understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws of fire. Even if he created a divine plane, he wouldn't benefit much. 1,000 years is, indeed, quite long. Delia nodded. When, then, do you plan to go create your divine plane? Soon, after making some preparations. Lindley said with a laugh. Like Grandpa Beirut, I will create a plane next to the Yulan plane. While chatting, Lindley and Delia reached the wide plaza of the main temple of Baruch City. The plaza before the main temple had a circumference of tens of thousands of meters, and it was currently filled with a thronging horde of people who stood there. Right in front of the plaza was the Holy Emperor of the Dragonblood continent, who was preaching. In the name of the Almighty True Divinity, Lindley. A sonorous voice echoed in the air above the temple, and instantly, everyone in the plaza before the tunnel fell silent. Countless worshipful eyes stared ardently towards the Holy Emperor. The charismatic power of a religious sect truly is astonishing. Lindley himself truly did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Previously, he had created the Dragonblood continent and moved so many little islands over. Afterwards, he had allowed the descendants of his Baruch clan to take responsibility for everything else. This so-called church and whatnot. It had all been developed by the descendants of the Baruch clan. However, Lindley was indeed qualified to be worshipped like this. After all, Lindley was already comparable to a chief sovereign. In addition, it was extremely easy to spread his religion, because something like the creation of a continent, in the eyes of mortals, was completely inconceivable. It was an almighty miracle, in fact, and it was countless times more formidable than the angelic descent miracles that the former Radiant Church had been capable of. Lindley, the Dragonblood Festival is about to reach its most fevered state. Delia laughed. Just like before. During each Dragonblood Festival, here in the Dragonblood continent, we will select 100 elites to be sent to the Yulan continent. These 100 elites will join the earlier elites and be trained, with some being weeded out. Those who fulfill the qualifications will be permitted to join the Divine Guard of the Holy Land, Dragonblood Castle. An armored, bearded man who stood by the side of the Holy Emperor spoke out in a clear voice. Now, let the selection tournament begin. Seeing this, Lindley couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. It was Taylor who came up with this thing. Delia laughed as well. Dragonblood Castle was where Lindley lived. That place had many high gods, and demigods. It was definitely the place in the Yulan continent with the most deities. Even the guards of Dragonblood Castle had become known as the Divine Guard. If you wanted to join the Divine Guard, you would have to participate in the frenzied competitions. After all, if one had the chance to interact with deities, one might easily be greatly benefited or be given tutelage. Occasionally, a divine artifact, a divine spark, or a golden soul pearl would be released from Dragonblood Castle. Dragonblood Castle was definitely a place which was far more attractive than any institute. The selection process for the Divine Guard is far more strict than the student selection process of the former Ernst Institute. Lindley let out a sigh. Back then, we were sent to the institute in batches of 100. Although this selection process also results in 100 candidates, it requires everyone to gather in the Yulan continent and spend tens of years in the training and elimination process. It must be understood that the members of the Divine Guard of Dragonblood Castle would only be changed once every century. Candidates, however, were selected every year. Countless people would go berserk for this chance. Actually, there is no need to change the Divine Guard at all. Delia said with a sigh. All members of the Divine Guard are experts of the 9th rank, with lifespans of nearly 5 centuries. They can absolutely stay in the Guard for 2 or 3 centuries. Joining the Divine Guard is, after all, the fastest way to become a saint. Linley said with a calm laugh. That group of people living within Dragonblood Castle is completely made up of deities. Although quite a few became deities through using divine sparks, given the understanding they have regarding the profound mysteries, if they can provide just a bit of guidance, those members of the Divine Guard might become saints. Eh? Linley lifted an eyebrow. What is it? Delia asked, puzzled. Someone came to the Yulon Plain. Linley laughed. One of ours. In the distant north of the Yulon Plain. The Arctic ice cap. The teleportation array at the top of that mountain of ice. A blurry light was glowing, and 4 figures slowly emerged. Greetings to the 4 of you, milords. The current planar overseer of the Yulon Plain, although still a god, had been changed to a beautiful golden-haired woman. The leader of the 4 gave her a glance. Let's go. The 4 figures rose into the skies, flying towards the south. Elder brother, do you think the words of the chief sovereign of destruction are true or false? The only woman amongst the 4, a lady with long, fiery red hair, spoke out. This person was the matriarch of the Vermilion Bird clan of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Consider the chief sovereign of destruction's status. How could he possibly deceive us? The White Tiger Patriarch laughed as he spoke. That's not it. Only, I still can't believe it. The Vermilion Bird Matriarch said hurriedly. Not just you, even I find it hard to believe. Gislason let out a sigh. But the chief sovereign of destruction can't possibly be lying. But, Linley, a sovereign? This is too. Enough talk. Whether he is or isn't a sovereign, soon we shall know. The deep voice of the Black Tortoise Patriarch rang out. Have you found Linley through your divine sense yet? The Vermilion Bird Matriarch said, puzzled. I've searched all 3 continents, but have found no trace of Linley. I have, however, found quite a few of his family and friends. I can't find him either. Can it be that Linley truly has become a sovereign? Gislason and the other 3 looked at each other, all still feeling bewildered. This news was simply too astonishing, after all. Otherwise, the 4 clan leaders wouldn't have hastened all the way to the Yulon Plain. The 4 clan leaders all moved extremely quickly, and they soon arrived within the borders of the Yulon continent. There are many experts in the castle up ahead, and quite a few are descendants of my clan. That should be Dragonblood Castle. Gislason said, and then the 4 transformed into 4 blurs, streaking towards Dragonblood Castle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 8, Entreaty. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 8, Entreaty. Dragonblood Castle was guarded very strictly. Multiple patrol squads roved about, the weakest of the guards at the 9th rank. Saints could be seen everywhere. But these guards weren't able to detect the arrival of Gislason and the other 3 at all. Within the rear courtyard of Dragonblood Castle. A quiet field. Rustle, the leaves of the trees swayed in the wind. Beneath a thick, gnarled tree, a grey-robed Olivier was currently seated quietly in the meditative position, his eyes focused ahead of himself. Next to his body hovered an energy sword which constantly flashed about, displaying one type of attack after another. 2 swirls of black and white energy could be vaguely seen. Suddenly, Olivier raised his head, discovering that 4 people were standing shoulder to shoulder nearby. Lord Patriarch. Olivier was shocked. He hurriedly rose to his feet. Olivier, I just came to ask you a question. Gislason smiled as he spoke. Do you know where Linley is? Prior to this, before Gislason's group of 4 had descended upon the estate, they had searched Dragonblood Castle with their divine sense. They had discovered quite a few people, but the first person they had come to see was Olivier. Linley? He should have gone to the Dragonblood continent. Olivier guessed. "Milords." A voice suddenly rang out. Gislason's group of 4 couldn't help but turn to look, only to see a maid arrive from the doorway. The maid said respectfully, "The lord of the castle has ordered me to invite the 4 of you, milords, to the rear gardens." Lord of the castle? Gislason's group of 4 was stunned. "The lord of the castle is Linley," Olivier immediately explained. Over the course of countless years, although managers had come and gone, the position of lord of the castle was forever Linley's. The vermilion bird matriarch's eyes lit up. She was rather stunned. "Linley is in Dragonblood Castle?" It seems the chief sovereign of destruction's information was accurate. The white-robed white tiger patriarch took a deep breath as he spoke. Linley was in Dragonblood Castle, but they weren't able to locate him with their divine sense. Linley had definitely surpassed the deity level. Then, he must be a sovereign. The 4 clan leaders of the 4 Divine Beasts clan followed the maid towards the rear gardens. The 4 felt very complicated feelings in their hearts. They also felt very nervous. After all, Linley's status was now different. Sovereigns and deities were on completely different levels. Sovereigns were lofty individuals who stared down at the countless lifeforms who struggled and battled across the countless planes. The planar wars could only be considered a game for sovereigns. Deities, even paragons, felt powerless in the face of sovereigns. For clan leaders, "Come in." A clear voice rang in from the rear gardens. "It is Linley." Gislason's group of 4 looked at each other, then entered the rear gardens. The rear gardens took up a fairly wide amount of space. Gislason's group entered, then glanced around themselves. Only now did they see that far away, in the center of the garden, stood Linley. Linley was currently drinking wine with Delia and laughing and chatting. Noticing their arrival, Linley turned his head to glance at them, then laughed calmly. "For clan leaders, please be seated." After his 4-way soul mutation, Linley's status had risen to far surpass that of the 4 clan leaders within the 4 Divine Beasts clan. And now, Linley was a lofty, noble sovereign. "He is right in front of me, but I feel as though there is nothing there." Gislason sent to the other 3. "It is like when I saw Father in the past." Rather than any of their awe-inspiring sovereign's presence, they would completely contract their auras. Gislason no longer had any doubts by now. Sovereign. He really is a sovereign. The eyes of the other 3 clan leaders lit up. Gislason looked at Linley, then immediately bowed. "Sovereign, we. As Gislason saw it, in terms of relationships, Linley wasn't that close to them. First of all, Linley had only joined the 4 Divine Beasts clan later in life, and secondly, there had been members of the 4 Divine Beasts clan who had desired to seize Linley's coiling dragon ring. Although afterwards, they had done better, that was because of Linley's power and because of Beirut's status. But now that Linley was a sovereign. Deities and sovereigns. The difference between them was like that between the earth and the heavens. There was an unbridgeable gap between them. Naturally, they had to be respectful. For clan leaders, no need to address me as sovereign. Linley interrupted these words, then laughed calmly. "Just act as we previously did. You can just address me as Linley. This, the 4 exchanged glances. "I am quite curious. How did you know that I became a sovereign?" Linley laughed calmly as he asked the question. How had news that he had become a sovereign in the Yulan plain spread to the infernal realm? The nearby vermilion bird matriarch laughed beautifully, bowing slightly in order to show her respect. "Linley, the news that you had become a sovereign was actually given to us by the chief sovereign of destruction. At first, we couldn't believe it. After the 4 of us discussed the matter, we decided to go to the Yulan plain to investigate. Now, it seems, this really is the case." Although Linley chatted and jested with them, the 4 clan leaders still unconsciously felt pressure. After all, no matter how much Linley contracted his aura, the 4 clan leaders still knew, subconsciously, that Linley was a sovereign. The chief sovereign of destruction? Linley frowned. How did the chief sovereign of destruction know? The nearby Delia said, puzzled. Logically speaking, he shouldn't. After all, this happened in the Yulon Plain. Linley said with a frown. There's one other possibility. Grandpa Beirut chatted with the chief sovereign of destruction. Beirut was on fairly good terms with the chief sovereign of destruction, and Beirut also had a clone remaining in the infernal realm. But Linley still felt puzzled. What sort of status does the chief sovereign of destruction have? Even if he knew, why would he tell the four divine beasts clan? Linley turned to stare at Gislason, puzzled. Patriarch, why did the chief sovereign of destruction tell you these things? The chief sovereign of destruction's energy clone descended upon the Skyrite Mountains. Gislason explained. In addition, he requested that our four divine beasts clan loan him 100 high gods, who he would return to us sometime later. Since he was borrowing our people, he explained that as compensation, he would bestow us with some sovereign's might and give us some guidance. He said that if we wanted to know why the four ancestors died, to ask you, Linley. Linley was stunned. The cause of the deaths of the four ancestors, The big fellow nearby, the Black Tortoise Patriarch, said in a booming voice. We immediately asked, why ask Linley? The chief sovereign of destruction then said, you have reached the sovereign level in power. So that's how it is. Linley nodded slightly. What did he borrow people for? Unclear. Gislason stared at Linley, then went straight to the heart of it. Linley, we have come for two reasons. First, to investigate if you had truly become a sovereign. Second, we wish to know why our four ancestors died. Linley. Given that you are a member of clan, please tell us. The four clan leaders all looked expectantly towards Linley. The downfall of the four divine beasts had caused the downfall of the four divine beasts clan. Even in their dreams, the four divine beasts clan dreamed of learning who had done it, and of the true cause of death of the four ancestors. Linley frowned. He hesitated a moment, then nodded. Very well. I will tell you. Because of certain reasons, the four ancestors had engaged in a battle against the chief sovereign of light. The chief sovereign of light? The eyes of Gislason and the other three lit up. A battle between sovereigns causes tremendous shockwaves in a wide area. They battled all the way into chaotic space. The four ancestors fled while fighting, and the chief sovereign of light chased and attacked. Afterwards, the four ancestors executed their supreme technique, their fused innate divine abilities. The chief sovereign of light, however, managed to survive it and not die. With their most powerful attack having failed, the four ancestors lost their will to battle. The chief sovereign of light, however, seized the opportunity to rely on his overgod artifact to kill them in succession. By relying on his greater speed, he was able to kill all of the four ancestors. Linley spoke calmly, but the bodies of Gislason and the other three trembled as they listened. The chief sovereign of light. Gislason's eyes were already filled with faint tears. How could the chief sovereign of light have resisted the attack? The vermilion bird matriarch actually shook her head. Impossible. When my mother was alive, she said that not even amongst chief sovereigns, the ones who could withstand their supreme attack could be counted on one hand. The chief sovereign of light wasn't one of them. But the reality is that the chief sovereign of light managed to resist it. Linley sighed. Gislason and the other three couldn't accept it. After all, the four divine beasts were their parents. Linley, Gislason hesitated momentarily, then suddenly spoke out. HRM? Linley looked at him. Gislason looked at the other three, then turned to look towards Linley. Linley, I want to ask, did you use the sovereign sparks of the four ancestors to become a sovereign? If one wished to become a sovereign, there was only one way, to fuse with a sovereign spark. However, there were only a total of 77 sovereign sparks. Only after one sovereign died would another be born. Linley gave the four of them a glance. Yes. Linley nodded. The sovereign spark, how? The vermilion bird matriarch opened her mouth and said a few words, but then hesitated. Shouldn't the chief sovereign of light have acquired the four sovereign sparks? How did you acquire it? In addition, there should have been four of the sovereign sparks. You used one. There are still. Gislason looked towards Linley. Linley smiled slightly. He could guess that most likely, the four clan leaders also wanted to acquire the sovereign sparks. Perhaps in the eyes of the four clan leaders, the four sovereign sparks were their inheritance from their parents, it was rightfully theirs. Only, they couldn't say it, nor did they have the courage to say such things. But Linley didn't feel the same way. The 77 sovereign sparks had descended from the heavens when the universe had been created. The powerful would be able to fight over and acquire them. The four divine beasts had relied on themselves to acquire these sovereign sparks. Beirut had relied on his own courage and had risked his life to seize these four sovereign sparks. If the sovereign sparks had fallen into the hands of the chief sovereign of light, how could he have given me one? Linley said calmly. I'll tell you the truth. Beirut, in the past, risked his own life to acquire these four sovereign sparks. And now, all of the four sovereign sparks have been used up and fused. Beirut? The four were stunned. He was able to take them away from the chief sovereign of light? The vermilion bird matriarch said, stunned. Despite their words, upon hearing Linley say that the four sovereign sparks had all been used up, the four clan leaders still felt a bit disappointed. They didn't dare to say anything else, however. You don't need to harbor any suspicions regarding this. Linley laughed calmly. Linley, Gislason said solemnly. There is one more thing we must beg of you, Linley. Speak. Linley glanced at him. Gislason took a deep breath, then said solemnly, Linley, the four ancestors were the ancestors of our four divine beasts clan. Our four divine beasts clan can't just be silent and pretend that we know nothing of their deaths. The four ancestors were killed by the chief sovereign of light. We hope that you, Linley, I only say if in the future, you have the ability or the chance to do so, please avenge our four ancestors. Linley. The vermilion bird matriarch said hurriedly as well. We know that this request is a bit excessive, but at this point, you are our only hope. Please. The big fellow, the black tortoise patriarch, stared at Linley as well. Linley looked at the four clan leaders. He could feel the sincerity of their entreaties. I promise you. Linley nodded solemnly. If I'm able to do it, I won't show any mercy. Thank you. The four said gratefully. You must be tired after rushing all the way here. Rest at my place for some time first. Afterwards, we'll have a banquet, then we'll talk. Linley laughed calmly. That's fine as well. Gislason's group of four didn't try to stay any longer. They immediately allowed themselves to be led away by a distant maid, and they departed the flower garden. Linley turned his head to look at the nearby Delia. Delia, you step back for a time as well. I need to chat with Beirut about something. Fine. Delia laughed, nodded, and left the flower garden. Moments later, two figures descended from the heavens and arrived next to Linley. It was Beirut and Bluefire. The three immediately sat down around the table. The four clan leaders of the four divine beasts clan came? Beirut laughed as he spoke. They've discovered that you are a sovereign, eh? They have. It was the chief sovereign of destruction who told them. Linley said. The chief sovereign of destruction? Bluefire was rather puzzled. Right. It's actually quite odd. The chief sovereign of destruction actually went to the four divine beasts clan to borrow 100 high gods. I don't know why. Linley said. Beirut, upon hearing this, couldn't help but frown. He said in a reflective voice, most likely, the chief sovereign of destruction's experiments have reached the final stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 9, The Next 5,000 Years. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 9, The Next 5,000 Years. Experiments? Linley instantly recollected how the chief sovereign of destruction had acquired more than half of the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts from Beirut. The source of a divine beast's power comes from his blood essence. Beirut shook his head. However, executing an innate divine ability requires not just the lineage, but also the soul. The uniqueness of a soul, however, stems from the bloodline as well. Linley frowned. It is precisely because the members of my clan have the lineage of a divine beast, that they all have unique souls as well. In addition, I've absorbed a drop of blood essence as well. This allowed the strength of my innate divine ability to increase substantially. That is because you are a descendant of the 4 divine beasts clan. Beirut laughed calmly. Alright, enough discussion of the chief sovereign of destruction and whether or not he has finished researching the supreme technique of the 4 divine beasts. That doesn't have much to do with the two of us. Our greatest target is the chief sovereign of light, Augusta. Our enemy isn't the chief sovereign of destruction. Bluefire laughed as well. The chief sovereign of destruction? The power of any of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts is unfathomable. Beirut let out a sigh. Grandpa Beirut, which one is the most powerful, do you think? Linley was very curious regarding the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts as well. That's quite hard to say. In terms of will, it should be the chief sovereign of fate. Beirut said with a frown. However, the Overgod artifact which the chief sovereign of fate wields is a soul-protecting Overgod artifact. It isn't a weapon, and so in terms of attack power, he's probably a bit weaker than the other 3 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Linley was surprised. He hadn't chosen a weapon-type Overgod artifact? The chief sovereign of fate really was quite unique. The chief sovereign of fate never gets involved in worldly matters, and is always focused on developing various supreme techniques. Most likely, he feels that he doesn't need any Overgod weapons, that he is already strong enough. Beirut laughed calmly. Now, the chief sovereign of destruction is developing a supreme technique based on the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts. Right, Linley, you are a member of the Azure Dragon clan as well. Perhaps you will be able to develop something from the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts. As he spoke, Beirut waved his hand and produced 4 little azure flasks. These 4 flasks each contain 81 drops of blood essences from the 4 divine beasts. Beirut said. This is roughly a quarter of the total amount of blood essence the 4 divine beasts had. Blood essences was the distilled essence of blood. Even creatures as enormous as divine beasts would have, at most, 300 or so drops, which was already quite astonishing. Every single drop contained a terrifying amount of energy. If that hadn't been the case, Linley wouldn't have been able to, after using a single drop, strengthen his body so greatly that he would resist the attacks of an average 7-star fiend. Grandpa Beirut, Linley was a bit surprised. I originally gave the chief sovereign of destruction half, and I used up some in my own experiments. Only 100 or so drops are remaining. You can take these 4 flasks of 81 drops each. I hope that you, too, can develop the supreme technique of the 4 divine beasts. Given your spiritual energy, if you are able to develop it, you'd have a chance at challenging even the chief sovereigns of the 4 edicts. Beirut laughed. The 4 divine beasts, when combining their power as lesser sovereigns, were able to unite their power into a fused innate divine ability that could threaten even chief sovereigns. Linley's fundamentals were much superior, compared to that of the 4 divine beasts. All right. I'll accept it. But I am not confident in being able to develop a supreme technique. Linley said, but in his heart, Linley still felt a bit of anticipation. Perhaps he would be able to develop one. Linley, how is your training progressing? Beirut asked. Infusing 3 different profound mysteries of different laws, I'm only one step away. But this breakthrough truly is difficult. Linley shook his head and laughed helplessly. How about this? Beirut laughed, then said encouragingly, as I see it, you'd best hurry up and go establish your own divine plane. The process of establishing a divine plane will cause you to gain insights into many things. Establishing a divine plane will take a very long period of time. You might make some major breakthroughs. Bluefire laughed as well. After all, Linley had only been training for 3 centuries after becoming a sovereign. It would take a tremendous amount of time to establish each divine plane. It definitely will take a very long period of time, because I plan to simultaneously establish 2 divine planes. Linley smiled. 2 divine planes? Beirut and Bluefire were both startled. The 4 clan leaders of the 4 Divine Beasts clan stayed at Dragonblood Castle for several months. And then, after once more entreating Linley to take revenge if he could, they left the Yulan Plain and went back to the Infernal Realm. As for Linley himself, he said a few things to Delia and Bibi, then went to establish a divine plane. He left behind his original body, which focused on analyzing the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts. Linley's original body was the physically strongest body out of the 5, and it also contained the lineage of the Azure Dragon. Thus, it was quite appropriate to rely on his original body to do the research. As for Linley's 4 powerful clones, they left the Yulan Plain and headed towards chaotic space. Within the vast, endless void of chaotic space, the streams of chaotic energy swirled and exploded as beautifully as fireworks. Linley himself stood there within the chaotic streams. A few thousand kilometers away from Linley was the Yulan Plain. Linley, to simultaneously establish 2 different divine planes is something which has never been done before. Beirut chortled. We are definitely going to have to watch and learn. I've never even established a divine plane. Bluefire laughed as well. Although the 3 were quite relaxed, Beirut and Bluefire both sent out their sovereign sense, so that if any enemies drew near, they would instantly know and be able to flee into the Yulan Plain. All right. I'm preparing to begin. Linley's body suddenly divided into 2. An earthen yellow-robed Linley and a blue-robed Linley now stood shoulder to shoulder. These were 2 of his divine clones, his earth clone and his water clone. Seeing this, both Beirut and Bluefire fell silent as they quietly watched this. Rumble, a stream of earthen yellow liquid began to swirl around Linley's divine earth clone, while at the same time, a stream of blue liquid began to swirl around Linley's divine water clone. As time moved forward, the 2 streams of liquid grew thicker and thicker as the amount of sovereign power grew greater and greater. The power to create a divine plane was something which the heavens had bestowed upon sovereigns. Everyone who had fused with a sovereign spark and had become a sovereign knew that as long as they activated a hint of the laws contained within their sovereign sparks, they would be able to create a divine plane. This sort of divine ability wasn't something one could gain through training, it was inherent to a sovereign spark. Which was to say, it was bestowed by the heavens. The creation process didn't require the sovereign to ponder bitterly and tiresomely. The sovereign only needed to have his soul be completely occupied by pondering the creation process. The creation of a single divine plane was the same as a session of meditating. It would result in insights. Different attribute sovereign sparks would naturally be different. Linley possessed 2 sovereign sparks, thus, he decided simultaneously establish 2 divine planes. At this moment, Linley's 2 sovereign bodies were more than 1,000 kilometers apart from each other. The creation of a divine plane truly is exhausting. The process of collecting enough sovereign power alone will take up centuries. Linley sighed mentally. At present, the streams of energy that were swirling around Linley's divine clones had already turned into 2 vast, thick, rivers of water. It was as though 2 titanic pythons of water that were 10,000 meters long were swirling around them. Linley finally stirred. After centuries had passed, he had finally collected enough sovereign power from the elemental sea. Rumble. Simultaneously and suddenly, the two enormous pythons of earthen yellow liquid and green liquid suddenly contracted, instantly transforming into two giant spheres of liquid that completely surrounded each of Linley's two divine clones. The two giant globes of water trembled, the powerful energy contained within them causing the surrounding space to constantly shatter. Fortunately, this was chaotic space, there wouldn't be much damage caused. Bang! After compressing to a certain limit, the two water globes suddenly exploded. Whoosh! Instantly, enormous special tears that were 1,000,000 kilometers long were created. The power of this explosion was simply too great, it was absolutely stunning. But of course, this was because too much sovereign power had been built up. The true power of this, if unleashed on a lesser sovereign, would at most injure them. Explosions rang out unabated in the void, and spatial tears stretched off into the distance, with no end in sight. The earthen yellow globe had exploded towards the right side, as it spewed forth its contents. The green globe had exploded towards the left side, as it spewed forth its contents. Rumble, earth elemental essences and water elemental essences suddenly began to gather. The exploding surges of sovereign power were like generals, each bit of sovereign power was able to control trillions of elemental essence particles. In the blink of an eye, within a range of more than 100 million kilometers of the explosion, a large amount of sovereign power began to take over the vast amounts of elemental essences in this area, and a miraculous, profound change began to occur. The sovereign power stretched to 100 million kilometers in scope, and the elemental essences stretched to billions of kilometers. These are the profound mysteries of vitality? And the profound mysteries of gravitational space are included as well? So vitality and gravitational space can actually fuse in such a perfect manner. Illusory fog and ice edge and water body are able to fuse together so perfectly, merging into space? Utterly inconceivable. While establishing these two divine planes, the process involved quite a few profound mysteries of the laws of the earth and the laws of water, as well as miraculous ways of using them. Linley gaped, stupefied. His soul was completely merged with the divine plane he was creating, and they thus contained the imprint of his soul. Naturally, he would sense everything which was happening with complete clarity. One insight after another flowed towards him like the endless waters of a flood. Linley was completely shocked and speechless. He couldn't help but be completely lost in them. Yip, a spatial tear from the Yulon plane formed, and two figures charged out. It was Beirut and Bluefire. Linley has already been creating these two divine planes for 1,300 years. Why isn't he done yet? Beirut said, rather puzzled. He is simultaneously creating these two divine planes. He should be more or less finished by now. Perhaps there is something special about the divine planes he is making. Bluefire said. The two of them looked carefully at the two large divine planes that were directly ahead of them. The divine planes had already begun to take rough shape. What? Beirut was greatly shocked. This Linley, Bluefire was stunned as well. As they had looked at the two divine planes, they naturally discovered what was special about them. These two divine planes actually intersected. Has Linley gone insane? Beirut said frantically. Within that 10,000-kilometer region of intersection between those two planes, he's actually fused two types of sovereign power, and two types of elemental essences, this. Indeed. After spending roughly 1,000 years, Linley had already created the two divine planes, and only needed to do some finishing touches. But right at this moment, Linley's soul was stirred, and he actually began to use his fused sovereign power to form a small plane that was only 10,000 kilometers in size, at the empty space between the two planes. This plane was a plane of fused sovereign power. After having sensed and watched the two previous divine planes be born, this time, Linley wanted to rely on his own power to give it a try. But who would have imagined? Previously, he had completely depended on the methods imprinted into his sovereign spark, making the creation process simple. Now, however, it was very hard, as he was relying completely on himself to create this plane that was nearly 10,000 kilometers in size. In the past 300 years, Linley had solved one complicated problem after another regarding how to more perfectly use his two types of sovereign power to control two different types of elemental essences. Acting according to a blueprint was easy, but creating from scratch was very hard. The two sovereign sparks only contained methods for creating a divine plane of earth and a divine plane of water. They held no information on the creation of a fused divine plane. Linley thus had to borrow and test various methods and come up with his own ways based on his own insights in order to build this place. But this meant that he made repeated mistakes that he would have to correct. Naturally, he would gain insights as well. Although Linley was technically creating a fused divine plane, in reality, Linley was training. It's been 3,000 years. Linley actually still has yet to complete that fused divine plane. Beirut and Bluefire looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. The current Linley was completely absorbed in his work. He had no sense of the passage of time at all. His current goal was to come up with any measures necessary to perfect and complete this fused divine plane of merely 10,000 kilometers. Within the fused divine plane, one side was filled with water that reached the heavens, while the other side was filled with towering mountains. Linley hovered in the air above. Linley laughed so hard, his eyes turned into slits. He finally let out a breath of relief. I finally succeeded. Linley stretched his senses out slightly, and immediately knew how much time had passed. I only spent 1,000 years creating those two divine planes, but I spent 4,000 years creating this fused divine plane. Linley felt quite moved. This time, Linley had, amazingly, spent 5,000 years of time. Given how fast sovereigns trained, 5,000 years was indeed enough to make astonishing improvements. But Linley, absorbed in his high-difficulty work, had gained astonishing insights during the past 5,000 years. I didn't imagine that over the course of creating the divine planes, I would end up finishing my fifth fusion of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. I've even fused 4 profound mysteries of the laws of water. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. All of his new insights had come because he wanted to create his own fused divine plane, and so it was normal that he had some accomplishments in the laws of the earth and the laws of water. But of course, in the past 5,000 years, Linley's greatest gains were still in his insights into fusing the profound mysteries of different laws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 10, Sword Intent. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 10, Sword Intent. Earth, Fire, Water, Wind. 4 laws. The 4 profound mysteries that Linley had chosen from them were, respectively, the throbbing pulse of the world, the profound mysteries of explosion, the profound mysteries of circular softness, dimensional attack. Of the 4, the hardest to fuse was the profound mysteries of explosion. During the past 5,000 years, Linley had gotten a deeper and deeper understanding of the laws of earth and laws of water. This had made it so that Linley had, long ago, completely fused the throbbing pulse of the world, dimensional attack, and the profound mysteries of circular softness into one. As for the profound mysteries of explosion, it had reached a bottleneck in its fusion with the dimensional attack. Once the fusion was completed, then only the final step would remain, completely fusing all 4 of the profound mysteries into one. Rumble, waves struck against the slopes of the mountains. Linley hovered there in midair. Now, I have 2 steps to go. The first is to completely fuse the profound mysteries of explosion with dimensional attack. Then, I need to completely fuse the 4 together into a whole. By then, with 4 profound mysteries all fused together, the power of the attack will be so great that surpassing Augusta will be simple. And then, Linley took a breath to calm himself as he stared around himself. There was not, however, any sun in this world of 10,000 kilometers. Linley raised his head, then said a single word. Light. Instantly, with sovereign power serving as the core, countless particles of elemental essences began to gather. They frantically compressed, and then formed a dazzling sphere that hung high in the sky, a sun. The sun hung high in the skies, wantonly releasing light which illuminated the entire plane. With but a thought, Linley willed a membrane to form around this sun, protecting it. Normally, it will constantly draw an elemental essence, and afterwards, it will release it in the form of sunlight in a perpetual cycle. Linley smiled calmly, and then used the technique upon the other side of the plane, creating a moon. Within this plane, the sun and the moon swiveled around the plane in a constant rotation. When the sun dropped beneath the edges of the plane and reached the back side of it, the moon would just so happen to rise. Everything has been completed. Linley looked at his surroundings. There was the earth, the mountains, the seas, but no life. However, Linley wasn't capable of creating new life. At most, he would be able to bring some living creatures from other places to this place. Crackle, dot. A giant spatial tear appeared in the distant skies, and two figures flew in. One was a black-robed Beirut, while the other was a white-robed Bluefire. The two were clearly rather surprised and curious. "Ha, Linley, although this fused divine plane of yours is a bit small, in terms of its spatial stability, it has actually surpassed the 7 divine planes and is close to the 4 higher planes." Beirut waved his hand, chopping out a spatial tier, then evaluated, and in this place, both earth and water are fairly dense in terms of elemental essences. Linley let out a resigned chuckle. "Don't make fun of me. I spent more than 4,000 years, but was only able to make such a tiny plane." "We aren't making fun of you." Bluefire looked at the surrounding area, then laughed. "We can create planes, but alas, we cannot create new life. The creation of new life is not a domain which we sovereigns can interfere in." Beirut laughed calmly, then looked towards Linley. Rather expectantly, he said, "Linley, you have spent 5,000 years here. Given your training speed, especially after becoming a sovereign with 2 sovereign bodies, I imagine that you now train at least 100 times faster than before you were a sovereign. In the past 5,000 years, how has your training progressed?" Bluefire's eyes lit up as well as he looked eagerly towards Linley. "I've fused 5 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, and 4 of the laws of water." Linley sighed with a frown. "However, I'm still somewhat lacking when it comes to fusing 4 different laws. The further I go in my training, the harder it becomes. I imagine that in order for me to truly master the fusion of these 4 laws, it will take me anywhere from a few thousand years to an indeterminate amount of time." Beirut and Bluefire exchanged a glance. Linley's progression was what they had expected it to be. After all, 5,000 years of training as a sovereign was definitely comparable to 500,000 years of training as a high god. The 3 sovereigns just stood there in the newborn fused divine plane, laughing and chatting. "Linley, when are you returning to the Yulan plane?" Beirut suddenly asked. "I'm in no rush. My original body is still in Dragonblood Castle, so I don't need to hurry back. I'm preparing to develop what will be my most powerful attack to date." Linley laughed calmly. "Now that my understanding in the profound mysteries of the laws has increased, my previous supreme attack, Microcosm, is no longer suitable." "Makes sense." Beirut and Bluefire both nodded. "Then we will wait for you in the Yulan plane." "Ha, after you finish developing it, you have to show it off to us." Beirut chortled, and then he and Bluefire both left as well. To develop a technique that suited oneself wouldn't take too long. Generally speaking, 10 days or so would be enough. Earth, fire, water, wind. These 4 laws had a total of 27 profound mysteries. To select the 4 most appropriate profound mysteries out of them was extremely difficult. However, given Linley's level of understanding regarding them, and the fact that he had decided to develop towards material attacks, he had chosen the throbbing pulse of the world, explosion, circular softness, and dimensional attack. Amongst them, throbbing pulse of the world, explosion, and dimensional attack were exceedingly, terrifyingly powerful attack-focused profound mysteries. To fuse them together by force was virtually impossible. Thus, Linley had selected circular softness to serve as the chain which allowed the other three profound mysteries to perfectly fuse together. According to Linley's plan, if he selected the most attack-focused aspects of the four laws and bound them together, the power should definitely reach an inconceivable level. Within the void, chaotic energy streamed everywhere, forming countless comets that streaked about in a bewildering, beautiful manner. Linley stood there within the void, holding Mirage in his hands. He would occasionally shut his eyes and ponder, and then occasionally wave his hands to test out his attacks. Every single test caused space to crumble. Although I've already fused three profound mysteries, with the fourth profound mystery of explosion not yet being fused in, that's fine. Explosion will simply make it so that the power of my attack will gather together at one point, then instantly blast out. If countless streams of energy could be focused onto one point, how powerful would that attack become? Just as Linley continued to perfect his technique, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. A sword? Linley's eyes lit up. My spiritual energy is far more powerful than that of an ordinary sovereign's. Why don't I infuse a spiritual attack into the attack? When I strike out with my sword, I will simultaneously launch a material attack and a soul attack. Intrigued, he immediately began the 16th day of research in the void. After countless setbacks and improvements and reconfigurations, he had continuously perfected his technique, to the point where Linley was now unable to perfect it any further. He had finally created his most powerful, supreme technique. I've finally perfected it. However, the material attack and soul attack both require me to use all my power to control it. It seems that I will need to use two souls to separately control each aspect. Both the soul attack and the material attack were supreme techniques. Using either of the attacks would force Linley to be completely focused and unable to be distracted. Thus, his only choice was to have two of his souls separately control each technique. It is time to test my most powerful attack. With a smile, Linley waved his hand. Mirage vanished, and what appeared was the Life Over God sword. Holding the Life Over God sword in his hand, he stared with a sharp gaze towards the void in the distance. Fused sovereign power filled the Life Over God sword, and instantly, a terrifying aura spread out. Re-I-Thry-Up. Countless streams of chaotic energy in the void shattered, as countless spatial tears appeared in the surrounding area. Even before the Life Over God sword had struck out, its power could already be felt. Rumble. The sword moved. It was like a jade-green bolt of lightning that slashed out. The tip of the Life Over God sword emitted countless rays of sharp sword energy, tearing open countless spatial fractures that extended as far as the eye could see. It seemed as though countless giant dragons were coiling about. The countless spatial fractures affected and pulled at each other as well, instantly causing large regions of space in the void to collapse. The collapsed region was roughly 100 meters wide, but in length, it was more than 1,000,000 kilometers. Apocalypse. When this attack was unleashed, more than just countless rays of sword energy shot out, actually, a tiny, unremarkable, translucent sword shadow that was just the size of a palm shot out as well. Sadly, I wasn't able to add explosion into the fusion as well, and so strike zone of this sword is actually 100 meters wide. If I could focus it into a single line, then that would be true perfection. Linley evaluated. But although he said this, a smile was evident on his face, showing that Linley was quite satisfied with himself. This attack simultaneously contained a soul attack and a material attack. Since it simultaneously contains two different types of attacks, then I'll name it Sword Intent. Sword Intent. It truly was a sword intent. The sword was the material attack, while the intent was the soul attack. I really look forward to the day when I completely, perfectly fuse all four profound mysteries. What level of power will this sword intent attack of mine reach? Linley turned and took a simple step, passing through 1,000 kilometers of space to enter the divine plane he had created. There was, after all, interdimensional portals that linked Linley's divine plane of earth and divine plane of water to the Yulan plane. He passed through the interdimensional portal and arrived at the Yulan plane. The Yulon Plain. Dragonblood Castle. Dried leaves had been blown everywhere by the wind. It was late autumn. 5,000 years had passed, and the marks of history had been left upon each tree, each tile, and each stone within Dragonblood Castle. Beneath an ancient tree with a trunk that was so large, 10 men would be needed to link hands around it. Linley, Beirut, and Bluefire were gathered. These 3 sovereigns had, quite naturally, formed into a little team. Grandpa Beirut, what did you say? Linley was greatly shocked. We should head out? Right. Beirut smiled, then nodded. But at my current level of power, I'm not confident in my ability to fight against the chief sovereign of light. Linley said hurriedly. Augusta had an overgod artifact as well, after all. When you were creating your divine planes in training, Bluefire and I discussed this matter carefully. Beirut laughed. You are trying to fuse 4 different types of profound mysteries from different laws. This will be even harder than becoming a paragon in a single type of law. Although you have made great improvements in the past 5,000 years, I'm worried that even if you spend another 5,000 years, you probably won't make any more major improvements. Linley fell silent. Fusing 4 profound mysteries from different laws. The power was tremendous, but so too was the difficulty level. The difficulty level was, in fact, greater than that of becoming a paragon in one law. Thus, we decided to do something else. Bluefire joined in. To do what? Linley frowned as he looked towards Bluefire and Beirut. You are a fusion sovereign. Beirut smiled. In addition, you have 4 bodies. Currently, you have only fused 2 sovereign sparks. In reality, your potential has yet to be truly unleashed. Our plan is to leave the Yulon Plain and hunt down a sovereign. We will let you fuse with yet another sovereign spark. Linley couldn't help but feel shocked. Bluefire nodded as well as he looked at Linley. Given your power, after you fuse with another sovereign spark, your strength will completely eclipse that of an ordinary chief sovereign. It will even surpass the chief sovereign of light's power. Beirut's gaze was scorching. By then, the 3 sovereigns of our Yulon Plain will naturally be able to live carefree lives amongst the world of sovereigns. Won't killing sovereigns attract the wrath of other sovereigns, who might even stop us? Linley frowned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21 Chapter 11, Hunt and Kill, A Storm Brews. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 11, Hunt and Kill, A Storm Brews. To hunt and kill a sovereign, then fuse with his divine spark. To Linley, a 4-way soul mutate, this was indeed a possible avenue for increasing his power. Attract the wrath of other sovereigns who would stop us? Beirut paused momentarily, then nodded and said, naturally, there is a pact between the sovereigns. If a chief sovereign was to fight a lesser sovereign, that would be a slaughter. Thus, if anyone violate the pact, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts will join forces to punish them. Linley's heart clenched. The chief sovereigns of the 4 edicts jointly punish them? It seems as though the overgods don't care about fratricide amongst sovereigns. Linley suddenly said. The nearby Bluefire laughed calmly. The overgods are only the edicts. They are only responsible for making sure that the countless planes of the universe function normally. They won't care about the deaths of the sovereigns. If a sovereign dies, there will definitely be another sovereign born. The main issue is that the sovereigns themselves worried that if this sort of internal slaughter was to occur, the universe would be too chaotic. Thus, they came together in agreement on a pact. What does this pact entail? Linley immediately asked. Beirut laughed calmly. The pact is simple. There are 3 ranks of sovereigns. If a lower-ranked sovereign did not antagonize a higher-ranked sovereign, a higher-ranked sovereign is not permitted to slaughter the lower-ranked sovereign. Only sovereigns at the same ranks are able to battle each other. This point was decided upon jointly by the chief sovereigns of the four edicts. So only sovereigns of the same level of power are permitted to fight each other? Linley nodded to himself. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean the chief sovereigns of the four edicts are permitted to easily slaughter the other chief sovereigns? Beirut couldn't help but laugh. Linley, are you an idiot? The chief sovereigns can fight against each other, yes, and the chief sovereigns of the four edicts have over-god artifacts that suit their nature, true. But just because they have powerful weapons doesn't mean that their speed is greater than that of the other chief sovereigns. If the other chief sovereigns aren't able to overcome them, can't they run? Oh. Right. Linley said, embarrassed. Sovereigns of the same rank generally wouldn't be too different from each other in terms of speed, especially since they would be able to discover the enemy from far away through their sovereign sense. But in the past, Augusta killed the four divine beasts. Doesn't this count as violating the pact? Linley couldn't help but say, puzzled. I told you that only sovereigns of the same level of power were permitted to fight each other. This pointed towards people at the same level of power. What matters is actual power. Beirut said. The four divine beasts, although all lesser sovereigns, were comparable to a chief sovereign when working together. How could they be treated as lesser sovereigns? Wouldn't that allow them to massacre all of the lesser sovereigns? Linley understood now. The four divine beasts had been placed on the level of chief sovereigns in power. Linley. In terms of power, you, too, are at the chief sovereign level. Beirut laughed insidiously. However, nobody knows. We can go hunt and kill one sovereign, and you confuse the sovereign spark. By then, even if the other sovereigns find you, you can just find an excuse for what you did. That shouldn't be too hard. Linley was moved, and he laughed. I understand. Others didn't know the secret of him being a soul mutate, and thus it shouldn't be too hard for him to make something up. In addition, the chief sovereign of destruction is on fairly close terms with us. He will help speak on our behalf. Beirut laughed calmly. As I recall, the chief sovereign of death is on fairly good terms with you as well, Linley. The pact was decided upon jointly by the four chief sovereigns of the edicts. Given that the chief sovereigns of destruction and death were on good terms with Linley's side, this matter naturally wouldn't prove problematic. Hunt and kill a sovereign. Who should we hunt and kill? Linley suddenly asked. Linley. You should still require a wind-type sovereign spark and a fire-type sovereign spark, right? Is it better to have a lesser sovereign spark or an intermediate sovereign spark, or even a high sovereign spark? Beirut asked instead. Clearly, Beirut understood the principles of balance, which was why he asked. Linley nodded and said, lesser sovereign spark. When he fused four types of divine power, although divine power was much weaker than sovereign power, because of the balance of the fusion, the four-way fusion of divine power was actually 10 times more powerful than sovereign power. In addition, it also strengthened the body, strengthened artifacts, and had other miraculous effects. It wasn't necessarily true that the stronger the sovereign spark, the better. What mattered more was balance. Very well. We shall now go kill either a wind element lesser sovereign or a fire element lesser sovereign. Beirut paused momentarily, then said, amongst the sovereigns, the one whom we are on the worst terms with is the sovereign of wind, Teresia. Originally, when I acquired the four sovereign sparks, after I went to the infernal realm, Teresia tried to threaten me. Teresia. Linley nodded. In the infernal realm, if it hadn't been for the Bloodridge sovereign appearing, Teresia might nearly have killed Linley for the sake of the 9 soul pearls. In addition, in the void of chaotic space, if it hadn't been for Beirut and Bluefire successively blocking Teresia, on that occasion as well, Linley probably wouldn't have been able to bring the Overgod talisman back to the Yulan plane. Teresia has acted against me multiple times and wanted to kill me. In addition, there lies an old grudge between Teresia and yourself, Grandpa Beirut. Linley nodded. Then, let's make him the one. Teresia is a mere lesser sovereign, and yet he has quite a bit of ambition. Bluefire nodded as well. He deserves death. The three sovereigns of the Yulan Plain, in just a few moments, had determined the fate of a different sovereign. 3 days later, Linley bid his family and friends farewell. As for the target of this mission, to hunt and kill a sovereign, Linley only told Delia, Bibi, and a few others. Delia and the others had all been stunned at the decision of Linley and the other two, but Delia and Bibi were filled with sufficient confidence towards Linley, Beirut, and Bluefire. Boss, your actions will determine if I'll be able to roam about and adventure in the various planes in the future. Bibi pursed his lips and laughed. Just wait and watch. Linley laughed loudly. Linley, be careful. Delia warned. Right. Linley gently squeezed Delia's hands, then turned and left. This mission, according to their plans, wouldn't take too long. Linley said a few more words to his family and friends, then left alongside Beirut and Bluefire. The Yulan Plain. The vast, endless North Sea region. Linley, Beirut, and Bluefire were currently flying leisurely to the north. The three weren't in the slightest rush at all. Linley, have you gained anything from your 5,000 years of analyzing the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts? Beirut asked. Not much. Linley shook his head and laughed. Because Gates and his 4 brothers at Dragonblood Castle are of the Black Tortoise lineage, through them, I've gained a bit of understanding as to how one should unleash the power of the blood essence of the Black Tortoise. I am also now able to hypothesize at the mechanism by which the ancestor of my Azure Dragon clan, the Azure Dragon, was able to strengthen his body. The Azure Dragon's body strengthening mechanism was borrowed from the Black Tortoise's transformation. However, my body is already sufficiently powerful. After absorbing part of the blood essences of the 4 ancestors, it would just rise slightly in power by 1 level. Linley laughed calmly. At his level, further strengthening his body was simply too difficult. As for the supreme innate divine ability of the 4 divine beasts, I was unable to develop any insights into it. Linley sighed. After all, I never saw the 4 divine beasts unleash their innate divine abilities. In addition, my understanding and insights regarding the soul were shallow to begin with. Don't be discouraged. I've been researching for much longer than you, and I've even seen the 4 divine beasts unleash their attacks. I also have a deep level of understanding regarding the soul. And yet, I'm still unable to understand it. Beirut laughed calmly. To be able to strengthen your body yet another time is something worth being happy over. Unfortunately, those blood essences aren't able to strengthen me. The reason why they were useful for Linley was because Linley was a member of the Azure Dragon clan to begin with. Grandpa Beirut, Bluefire. Linley suddenly smiled in mysterious manner. The 2 looked at Linley, puzzled. Just now, I used my divine sense to scan both of you 12 times. Did you notice anything? Linley laughed as he looked at them. Just then, Linley had intentionally scanned Beirut and Bluefire with his divine sense, but Beirut and Bluefire hadn't noticed anything. They had continued to chat with him normally. What? You scanned us with divine sense? Beirut and Bluefire exchanged glances, shocked. Right. Linley nodded. Beirut and Bluefire were truly stunned. It must be understood that sovereigns were able to sense it when another sovereign scanned them. Even if a chief sovereign were to scan a lesser sovereign, the lesser sovereign would still sense it. This was because all sovereigns, regardless of their level, use sovereign power as the source of their spiritual energy. Sovereign power was all at the same level. Differences in the power of their will would cause slight differences in power, which would result in different scopes and ranges for their senses. But speaking on a qualitative level, sovereign senses were all the same. Perhaps it is because I used my fused sovereign power to unleash my divine sense. Linley laughed. Fused sovereign power was a full level stronger than ordinary sovereign power. For him to be able to scan other sovereigns without them noticing was what he had expected. It was much like how, in the planar battlefield, when Linley was merely a deity, the post-mutation Linley could send out his divine sense without other paragons being able to notice anything. Ah, this is wonderful. Beirut was overjoyed. Linley, with this being the case, even if you discover other sovereigns through your divine sense, other sovereigns wouldn't realize that they were being scanned. Now, even if we want to act against Teresia will have no idea that we are scanning him. Right. Linley was very happy as well. The strength of his divine sense, this was one of the superiorities of his fused sovereign power, but Beirut said jubilantly, originally, I was worried that Teresia would flee upon seeing us, and so I was planning for us to travel separately and surround him. But now, it seems, there is no need for that at all. Ha, let's go. Bluefire laughed clearly. Let's prepare to go to the Divine Wind Plane. Let's head out. Beirut and Linley both laughed as well as they flew towards the teleportation array. The three sovereigns of the Yulan Plane, this was the first time that they had left the Yulan Plane as sovereigns. Given that they were going to act against Teresia, Beirut naturally had begun to track Teresia's movements early on. Through the Bloodridge Sovereign, Beirut had learned that Teresia had, 5,000 years ago, already returned to the Divine Wind Plane. The Divine Wind Plane had been jointly created long ago by the 7 sovereigns of wind. It was vast and endless. In terms of how many deities they possessed, the 7 divine planes weren't too far off from the 4 higher planes. The figures were similarly astonishing. Countless deities filled the 9 continents of the Divine Wind Plane, and each day, many deities would die, and many new geniuses would suddenly gain insights and make breakthroughs. For the sake of survival, fight. For the sake of glory, fight. Countless deities were struggling and battling across the 9 continents of the Divine Wind Plane. As for the sovereigns, they were far above it all. It was like watching countless ants struggle and battle. The sovereigns laughed as they watched the various battles. As they saw it, this was just a game. Occasionally, they might choose an emissary and intervene in the games. The Divine Wind Plane. Xingya Island. The silver-haired, hawk-nosed man, Teresia, was standing in front of a beach, staring into the endless sea. Teresia was a very ambitious person. For the sake of growing more powerful, he was willing to do anything. He had originally been a surpassing talent of the Dylan Plane, Diluan. A true genius, he had easily become a deity, and then had come to the Netherworld, one of the higher planes, and engaged in constant battles and struggles until he had become a powerful high god. Back then, the 77 sovereign sparks had been scattered across the 4 higher planes. For the sake of the sovereign sparks, countless experts had perished in miserable ways over the course of the struggles. He had seized a sovereign spark and had become a sovereign of wind. After becoming a sovereign, by relying on the power of faith energy, he had broken through the final barrier and stepped into the realm of Paragon. He had never before been defeated. He had always been very self-confident. Even after becoming a sovereign, Teresia had never given up increasing his strength still further. At his current level, there were only 3 ways by which he could increase his strength. The first was to acquire an overgod artifact. The second was to fuse with yet another sovereign spark, so as to have another sovereign clone. The third was to make it so that the Divine Wind Plane would win 10 consecutive victories in the Planar Wars. What's going on today? I keep on having a restless feeling in my heart. Teresia frowned, his narrow, slitted eyes looking about him, his gaze like daggers. Unconsciously, Teresia decided to stretch out his divine sense, and in an instant, it covered the entire Divine Wind Plane. And as it just so happened, less than 100 million kilometers away from him, there were 3 figures that were flying over at high speed. A black-robed Beirut, a white-robed, crimson-browed Bluefire, and a sky-blue-robed Linley. The 3 sovereigns were flying shoulder to shoulder. Beirut, Linley, and that sovereign of fire. Teresia's face completely changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.